Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 699, KWM Chapter 695 Cleanup. After responding to the prayers from the Tarot Club members, Klein let out a long breath, leaned back against the high-backed chair, and muttered to himself. Although they each have reasons to pray to me, not all of them have urgent matters. A few of them had very far-fetched reasons for praying to me. Who influenced this? Or is it a manifestation of the good luck I borrowed by taking Will's ice cream from history? The most pressing issue should be how to resurrect. Amon will definitely be waiting for me at the original spot, unless someone distracts him, but even that's useless. He still has avatars, and even a saint-level avatar would be difficult for me to handle. As he spoke, Klein's spirituality extended, touching the crimson star representing Leyton. In Isekai City, at the border of the northern state and Star Plateau, an information torrent, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged from the spirit world, rapidly converging and reconstructing Leyton's body. The war launched by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery was even more intense than he had anticipated, which gave the Rose School of Thought, who had been eyeing the Paws River Valley and northern state area, an opportunity. Led by Sua, the abomination, they began to frequently harass and destroy cities and estates along the northern state border. With no more combat power to spare, only the Moses ascetic order's angels could rely on their flexible, information-based mobility to frequently rush to various battlefields. Upon arriving in Isekai City, Leyton's vision was suddenly filled with a dense gray fog, and Klein's figure appeared faintly within it, appearing extremely tall and mysterious. Klein's voice then echoed in his ears, "I've temporarily escaped Amon, but I need some help. Wait for me. I see an old friend from the Rose School of Thought." Leyton interrupted Klein's description, his body instantly dematerializing, breaking down into streams of information. In the blink of an eye, he crossed half a street and reformed his body in front of a middle-aged man wearing a white robe embroidered with gold threads. The moment he clearly saw Leyton's face, a flicker of surprise, followed by deep panic, crossed the man's sunken eyes. Leyton smiled at him and asked calmly, "Long time no see. Why is East Balam's Highland Resistance operating in the northern state?" As he spoke, the sparsely populated street around them and the houses adorned with human or beast skulls vanished, like a drawn curtain, revealing a pitch-black wilderness behind. A flicker of panic crossed Momosi's brown eyes. He reached up and tugged at his lips, and the golden studs with intricate patterns embedded in his lips automatically sprang open. He then opened his mouth and let out a piercing shriek that struck at the spirit body. This shriek had not traveled 2 meters before it was swallowed by the wilderness. Leyton reached out and dragged something in the void. Starlight quickly emerged and spontaneously converged in his hand, erupting with golden light, forming a long spear of extreme purity and extreme scorching white. The intense sun aura made Momosi instinctively feel uncomfortable and want to retreat. Leyton calmly looked at the strong, composed Momosi in front of him, not rushing to kill him, allowing him to counterattack, and asked in a flat tone, "Aren't you going to call your teacher to save you?" As he spoke, his body dematerialized, as if he didn't exist at all. In Momosi's eyes, Leyton's figure, which had just appeared, quickly vanished. The connection he tried to establish between them failed before it even succeeded. From where Leyton stood, dark, viscous liquid seeped out, dripping onto the ground and being swallowed by the pitch-black wilderness. The long spear in Leyton's hand, seemingly composed of pure sunlight, was slowly thrust into Momosi's body, piercing through his chest and into his heart. Momosi's body distorted for a moment, finally transforming into a mystical puppet made of straw and wood shavings. It was pierced by the long spear in Leyton's hand and quickly dissipated into a flash of crimson fire. Momosi's figure then appeared dozens of meters away. He clutched his chest with one hand, gasping for breath. Clearly, although he had dodged the fatal attack, he had still suffered considerable damage and pain. The long spear in Leyton's hand instantly flew out, piercing Momosi's body again. After once again using the mystical puppet to evade the fatal attack, Momosi's figure appeared in another direction. The long spear, composed of pure sunlight, shattered spontaneously after piercing the mystical puppet and expanded into a miniature sun, so scorching white that it could illuminate the entire city. Under the scorching sunlight, Momosi's body rapidly evaporated, with dark green smoke continuously rising from him. At the same time, a black liquid, formed by countless tiny insects, slowly flowed out, dripping onto the ground and being swallowed by the wilderness. A tide of pure golden yellow light surged from all directions, transforming into golden shackles that tightly bound him. Under the erosion of the pure sun aura, Momosi's various beyonder abilities were always destroyed before they could even fully form. As time passed, Momosi's body gradually withered, like a wind-dried corpse, and faint white phosphorescence began to precipitate from his body. This was the beyonder characteristic forcibly precipitated under the purification of the sun domain's light. Just as Leyton thought Sua wouldn't appear and was about to directly transform Mamosi into a beyonder characteristic, a viscous black liquid, extremely corrosive, suddenly flowed from his already shriveled body. These liquids seemed to come alive, writhing strangely and continuously spreading, causing an extremely evil and insane sensation to rapidly permeate the air. Under the corruption of the filth power, the surroundings instantly cracked, and madness continuously spread. Pale skull heads, blood-veined eyeballs, sharp-toothed tongues, and distorted, crimson vines grew on the pitch-black wilderness. These bizarre creatures, which had grown out, distorted and intertwined, forming the shape of a distorted, evil tree, like a distorted arm, smashing down fiercely towards Leyton's position. Under the influence of this arm, the surrounding spirituality continuously mutated, seemingly transforming into layers of barriers, attempting to bind Leyton in place and restrict his movements. Boom. Amidst the huge striking sound, a pile of dream-colored bubbles floated out, shattering one after another under the corruption of filth and curse auras, and vanishing in an instant. Leyton's figure appeared in midair. He reached out and dragged from the void an ancient-looking long spear, from its tip to its hilt, burning with clusters and specks of bloody, dark red light. The dark red long spear was then thrown by him, stretching and enlarging in the air, pinning the distorted, evil arm to the ground. As it struggled, this arm gradually turned crimson, seemingly flowing with gurgling fresh blood, and a strong smell of blood even permeated the air. The power belonging to the abyss was restless and expanding, giving a feeling like a volcano about to erupt at any moment, as if at the moment of its eruption, it would directly destroy everything around it. This feeling is similar to the Rose Bishop's flesh bomb. Is this inspiration from the Aurora Order's explosions? After muttering to himself, Leyton's figure became transparent and illusory, directly escaping the space created by mystical reenactment. The moment he left, crimson drowned everything. In a sack city, Leyton's figure silently appeared on the street. Thick, greenish vines descended from the sky like a downpour, covering the entire city, deeply burying the beyonders of the mutant and devil pathways within the city, sending them to another space woven from pea vines. This scene did not attract anyone's attention. Neither the ordinary people in the city nor the beyonders seemed to notice the continuously descending green vines and the people successively disappearing around them. After resolving the issues in a sack city, Leyton casually found a quiet place to sit down, and green vines descended, quickly concealing his figure. Above the grey fog, Klein sat at the head of the mottled long table, looking at Leyton and Isaac on the right side of the long table, and described his previous experiences and current state in detail. Finally, he added, "Is there any way to change the location of my resurrection? Or can I only choose to continue living as an undead?" Leyton leaned back against the chair, offering a concise suggestion. "Twist, or deceive and fool the rules." Isaac frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Only beyonder abilities that have undergone a qualitative change at the angel level can achieve this. But there aren't many beyonders on these pathways, and even fewer who can become angels. The only ones I can think of are Amon and Zeridal, whom you've already encountered. There's also Palaz Zoroast. He is parasitic on my colleague, Leonard Mitchell, in Tingen City." Klein quickly reacted, planning to ask Leonard's old man for help later. As this thought arose, it quickly sank again. "I just impersonated Amon and scared Palaz Zoroast. Now I'm shamelessly going to him for help." Oldman would probably laugh mockingly twice, then firmly say, "No help." Leyton glanced at Klein, probably guessing what he was thinking, so he chuckled and said, "I previously stripped some worms of spirit from Zeridal. You can try making a charm with fooling or tampering effects." "I'll try." Klein nodded heavily, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Whether it was asking Palaz Zoroast for help or making a charm with fooling effects himself, it was better than choosing to die and then being active as an undead. After discussing Klein's problem, Leyton turned his head to look at Mr. Isaac beside him, nodded to him, and said, "Mr. Isaac, I think I might need some help." Chapter 700, KWM Chapter 696. Get the party started. Seeing Isaac turn his body, his gaze sweeping over, appearing to be listening, Leyton explained in detail. Due to the death of George III, the upper echelons of Lone fell into chaos. Under the impact of the war, Lone's colonial rule over East Balam is no longer stable. The delicate balance between various forces has been broken, and various warlords have begun to carve up territories and engage in battles. Now, the entire southern continent is in turmoil. The Rose School of Thought and the Primordial Moon's believers are exceptionally active now. Coupled with the containment from Intis and the two major churches, we cannot spare too much power to quell the chaos. I would like to ask for your help in looking after the Paws River Valley and the cities in the northern state to prevent them from suffering too great a blow. Isaac nodded slightly, his expression relatively gentle, but his tone remained flat as he said, "I can." Klein thought of something and asked curiously, "When I previously summoned your historical projection, it failed several times in a row, and even after succeeding, it took you a while to project your consciousness over. Was that because you were dealing with the war in the southern continent?" "No, it was simply because I was sealed for a period by steam. Leyton shook his head, not explaining the matter further, and instead asked. Is there any difference when you summon my historical projection compared to others? Difference? Klein hesitated, pondering for a moment, then said with some uncertainty. There shouldn't be any difference, except that your projection always gives me a sense of incompleteness. But this should be due to my own reasons. When summoning people and objects of a higher sequence, the projection is only a partial display of power and characteristics. And your sequence and strength are the highest among the historical projections I have summoned, so the restrictions in this regard are naturally greater. Leyton nodded lightly, not dwelling on this topic. After a brief silence, Klein spoke again. Because of some information provided by Amon, my scholar of your potion has been digested. I plan to advance to the next sequence as soon as possible, in order to escape the forsaken land of the gods. He paused, then added, from what aspects can the miracle invoker's characteristics be obtained? After seeing the Fool card, he had already mastered the miracle invoker's potion formula and ritual. Although his current situation was troublesome, it was also a very good opportunity to complete the ritual. What could be more fitting for a lost history to return to the current era than the City of Silver, than the forsaken land of the gods? As long as I help Little Sun and the others escape the forsaken land of the gods, and let the City of Silver be known to most people outside the forsaken land of the gods, this ritual can be completed. Whether it's me wanting to leave the forsaken land of the gods, or helping the people of the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods, all of this is inseparable from the Giant King's court, and I have already obtained the key to the Giant King's court gate from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. Hey, it's hard not to suspect that all of this was prearranged. In many matters, the shadow of the omniscient can actually be seen, but its existence is not eye-catching, nor does it possess the quiet horror of a spectator, but this is also very terrifying. As he pondered, he looked at Leyton. Among the few people present, he was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about the god of knowledge and wisdom. Perhaps, he also contributed to the god of knowledge and wisdom's schemes. While he was thinking about the god of knowledge and wisdom and Leyton, Azek leaned back in his chair and recalled. The number of sequence 2 of different pathways varies. If I remember correctly, when Attendant of Mysteries is at full capacity, there can only be 6 miracle invokers. There are 2 existing Attendant of Mysteries, Zeridal and Antigonus. I'm not sure if they can accommodate multiple characteristics, but I suspect they can. There won't be too many miracle invoker characteristics left outside. During the War of the Four Emperors, I participated in killing a miracle invoker from the Antigonus family, but his remains were taken away by an angel from the Church of the Lord of Storms at that time. Besides that, I remember the Eternal Blazing Sun Church has a related sealed artifact of grade 0. Leyton nodded lightly, then added. There's also the Wishing Lamp, but that's a layer of seal. It can't be used or taken out right now. Your best choice is in the forsaken land of the gods. Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar has a sequence 2 characteristic there. You can snatch it, or deal with that demonic wolf entirely. The characteristic on him is relatively safer. Dark Demonic Wolf. Klein pondered and nodded, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Amon should also be able to guess my thoughts, even most of the knowledge for digesting the scholar of your potion came from him. So after you revive, you must move, and not stay in one place for too long. The battle with Dark Demonic Wolf must be quick, leave before Amon arrives, otherwise you and Kotar will both become his spoils of war. Leyton casually mentioned it. He wasn't too worried about Klein's safety, at least until he finished exploring the Giant King's court, he would be relatively safe. Klein nodded gravely, then materialized his golden pocket watch, checked the time, and casually said. It's almost time for the gathering. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and materialized his alternate account, the world, at the very end of the mottled long table. The world, Gehrman Sparrow bowed skillfully. Good afternoon, sirs. Looking at the world's figure, Klein sighed thoughtfully. It's a good thing I'm already dead, otherwise just the spirituality I borrowed from my past self would have been enough to make me collapse. Once those false spiritualities were exhausted, I would immediately enter a state of spiritual exhaustion, and coupled with the worms of spirit I had already lost, I would likely collapse directly, or even die. Although this could also achieve the goal of suicide, it would be the worst-case scenario. Even if I came back to life, my mind would be polluted, or I might even revive directly as a monster. As it comforted him in a deep voice, you have temporarily gotten rid of Amon. Klein smiled, not continuing the topic. The time quickly came to 3 in the afternoon, and Klein promptly pulled up the members of the Tarot Club. Crimson light rapidly ascended from the grey mist, quickly contracting, and condensing into vague figures on both sides of the mottled long table. The moment they came to their senses, the members of the Tarot Club almost instinctively looked towards Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table. Seeing Mr. Fool still sitting leisurely there, they visibly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Star Leonard and Hermit Catlia and the others turned their heads to look at the world at the very end. After confirming that there was no monocle extra on Mr. Fool's right eye, and the world was sitting perfectly fine in his seat, Leonard finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, Justice Audrey also withdrew her gaze. She slightly lifted her skirt and bowed towards the head of the mottled long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After seeing that the world Gehrman Sparrow was perfectly fine and sitting in his seat without any abnormalities, the other members of the Tarot Club also participated in this Tarot Club meeting perfectly fine, which brought her a sense of comfort, and her mood improved considerably. After all the Tarot Club members had finished bowing, nodded to each other in greeting, and sat down, Klein's gaze casually swept over everyone, and he chuckled. "You all seem very curious about whether today's Tarot Club can proceed as usual." Without waiting for a response, he continued. "I've been playing a game with Amon using the world's body during this time. Fortunately, it didn't delay too much time. There are two types of participants in a game, those who play the game, and those who are played." Leyton restrained the upward curve of his lips, completing Klein's words in his mind. He turned his head to look at Mr. Azek beside him, and could clearly see that the other's shoulders were also trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to endure something. Klein, leaning leisurely in the high-back chair, glanced sideways at the two of them, his expression almost unable to hold back a chuckle. "Ah, great, another day of social death." Feeling as if worms of spirit were slowly wriggling on his face, Klein took a deep breath, constantly comforting himself in his mind. "Restrain yourself, don't think about these things, don't think about it." His gaze swept around the hall. Seeing that no one spoke, he leaned back against the chair, smiling. "You may begin." The members of the Tarot Club, each with their own goals and thoughts, exchanged glances, and all decided to postpone their questions until the free exchange session. Seeing that no one spoke, Klein manipulated his alternate account, the world, and looked at Star Leonard, saying, "Help me ask him what price I need to pay if I want 2 worms of time." He paused, then had the world look up at the head of the mottled long table, and then continued. "This concerns whether I can escape my predicament." Leonard immediately asked, "Escape your predicament? What did you encounter?" The world Gehrman Sparrow revealed a bitter smile that came from the heart. "I died." Amidst the astonished and surprised gazes of Justice, Magician, Moon, and others, he continued. "Mr. Fool preemptively granted me the miracle of resurrection, so death is not too terrifying for me. But the place where I revive cannot be too far from the corpse, and Amon will definitely leave some avatars to guard there. I need something that can modify my revival location to get rid of Amon. This is my own predicament, so I hope to resolve it on my own." When Klein's words ended, the Tarot Club fell into a deathly silence, where even breathing could be clearly heard. Chapter 701, KWM Chapter 697 Preparation. Magician Furz's eyes widened, full of disbelief. This was absolutely the most shocking thing she had heard since becoming a Beyonder, a miracle of resurrection. No wonder Gehrman Sparrow was so crazy, it turned out he wasn't afraid of death at all. How enviable. Justice Audrey also looked at the world Gehrman Sparrow with unconcealed surprise, then turned her head slightly towards the top of the mottled long table. The fool's posture hadn't changed at all, which indicated that this miracle of resurrection wasn't difficult for him. Resurrection, that was something even the 7 deities couldn't do. But why did the world say it was an advance? Was this a special ability that only came with a certain sequence in his pathway? How enviable. The hermit lowered her head slightly, thinking of something. When she was with Queen Mystic, she had heard her describe a sequence called Miracle Invoker. At the time, it was described with this phrase, "Resurrection is a miracle." Is this the pathway the fool controls? I can write to the Queen later and ask her, she has a deep understanding of these secret matters. Is this why you could reappear after being killed by Insanguil? Star Leonard looked at the world with a complicated expression, took a deep breath, and said, "I will ask him. It might not be easy. He's still a bit angry about the last incident, and he might take the opportunity to extort a sum. I'll try my best to persuade him." Klein, controlling the world, nodded in response, "No problem, this is not the only option." Then he looked at Magician Furz and said, "Help me ask the Abraham family if they still have any star worms whose spirituality hasn't completely dissipated. If so, what do they need in exchange?" Leyton raised a hand, interrupting Klein, "No need to bother writing a letter to ask. I can tell you directly, no. The worm of star is somewhat different from the worm of spirit and the worm of time. It cannot be used for parasitism or controlling others, so naturally, few secret sorcerers would separate their own star worms. After all, under normal circumstances, no one would cut off their own flesh with a knife." Klein nodded, sighing inwardly, then had the world turn his gaze to Chariot Anderson. "When do you plan to undertake the commission to hunt down Saint of Secrets Bodhi's?" Huh. Anderson was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected the topic to shift to him at all, but seeing Gehrman Sparrow staring at him with a serious gaze, he still cleared his throat and said, "I'm still gathering information. The war in the southern continent has intensified recently, and an experienced and capable iron-blooded knight like me will inevitably attract attention from many parties. It's not easy to find a suitable opportunity to act. I'll be going to the southern continent soon. Isaac, who had been sitting quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. What exactly did this saint of secrets do? Why does everyone want to kill him? Anderson was slightly stunned, then chuckled. After today's gathering, I'll organize the information and then formulate a detailed plan to ensure that those lunatics who like to play human bombs don't discover any issues. Isaac nodded gently, withdrew his gaze, leaned back in his chair, and continued to be a quiet listener. This Anderson fellow is so realistic. Klein muttered inwardly, letting the world lower his head and become silent, as if he had finished his instructions and they could continue. With no one else initiating commissions, the Tarot Club smoothly entered the free exchange segment. Son Derek was the first to speak. Everyone, we, the City of Silver, have begun our exploration of the Giant King's Court. We have already departed from Afternoon Town and reached the edge of the Giant King's Court, preparing to rest before beginning the exploration. What does the Giant King's Court look like? Magician Furs asked with some curiosity. Son Derek wanted to describe it directly but found that he didn't have many words to think of, making it difficult to describe the magnificence of the Giant King's Court he had seen. So, he prayed to the Fool, materializing the scene of the Giant King's Court he had witnessed. Everyone briefly immersed themselves in the splendor and grandeur of the ancient god's divine kingdom. After the Fool withdrew the image, they continued to discuss the exploration of the Giant King's Court for a while, until the Tarot Club concluded. As crimson light soared, within the grand and ancient palace hall, only Klein's figure remained, leaning back in the high-backed chair at the top of the mottled long table. Backlund, beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. After today's Tarot Club, Leonard found Palez, who was parasitic on him, and informed him of his observations and Klein's questions. Finally, he added, "Old man, what do you plan to exchange for the Worm of Time with Klein?" Palez snorted, saying in a not-so-good tone, "Why should I give that impolite little fellow a Worm of Time? He can perfectly seek the help of the Fool. That can also fool the rules and modify his resurrection location." Palez's answer made Leonard feel somewhat helpless, and he could only continue to persuade, "Then you wouldn't gain anything, would you? Don't you want another one or two, yesterday once more, talismans? Gain? Do you really think your former colleague only wants to borrow the Worm of Time to make a fraudulent talisman to help himself escape? Then why does he want two, not one?" Palez's tone carried a hint of disappointment, as if scolding him for not being up to par. Leonard was stunned, saying with some confusion, "Isn't it just to be safer? What if the talisman fails?" Palez snorted, saying impatiently, "According to your description, he is also seeking a Worm of Star. Together, they are supplementary ingredients for a Sequence 2 potion. Plus, the City of Silver you described, they perfectly meet the requirements for the Miracle Invoker's advancement ritual. Moreover, as far as I know, there should be a dark demonic wolf wandering in the forsaken land of the gods. For someone who wants to advance to Miracle Invoker, that is a natural material. The Fool is not just ordinarily taking care of your former colleague." Leonard was stunned, momentarily unable to react. The predicament Klein originally faced had, in the old man's words, become the Fool's favor towards him. After a 2-second pause, he said hesitantly, "But Klein's situation is still dangerous, and he was previously used as a vessel for the Fool and Amon's struggle." Palez chuckled, saying in a tone that implied it was nothing, but that also allowed him to successfully reach the forsaken land of the gods, didn't it? Moreover, with the miracle advanced by the Fool, dying once or twice is not a problem at all. You know, among the 22 pathways, the hardest to kill are those timid seers. Leonard tried to digest the information in Palez's words, remaining silent for a long while before he spoke again. "Old man, since the Fool had a conflict with Amon, it's normal for him to have some worms of time. Klein doesn't necessarily have to trade with you." "You've finally gotten a bit smarter," Palez exclaimed, and then continued, "2 angel level, yesterday once more, talismans. If your former colleague agrees, I'll give him 2 worms of time." In the forsaken land of the gods, on the outskirts of the Giant King's Court, the City of Silver's exploration team was resting in a temporary camp, preparing for the subsequent exploration. In Son Derek's vision, as he sat by the campfire, a dense grey fog suddenly emerged, and the prayers of the world Gehrman Sparrow echoed in his ears. The grey fog in his vision quickly dispersed. Derek remained sitting on the stone slab as if nothing had happened, pondering how to leave the team and perform the ritual of seeking a boon. The world found a way to solve the predicament so quickly, he's truly amazing. However, I'm currently in the exploration team and can't act alone. I can only discuss it with the chief. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the chief, who was sitting cross-legged beneath a half-collapsed stone wall, then quickly got up and approached him. Above a sack city in the northern state, in a place invisible to the naked eye, a verdant forest woven from countless vines slowly wriggled. Dark, sticky liquid continuously seeped out, staining the originally green vines with mottled red rust, and sulfur-smelling flames ignited. Leyton's figure silently appeared beneath the forest. He held a slowly rotating ball of stardust in his right hand, and stars emerged all around, densely packed and dazzling. Pure and clear light intertwined, completely purifying the verdant forest, which had been corrupted by the aura and power of the abyss, dissolving it into nothingness. Having done all this, Leyton's figure flickered, and he appeared directly in the city on the ground. The dark side of the universe's attempt to break free from control and corruption instead allowed the mother goddess of depravity to gain a deeper control over the abyss. With all this filth and curses, if this continues, the southern continent won't be able to withstand the torment. After muttering to himself for a few moments, his spiritual intuition was suddenly touched. A light yellow letter drifted down from the spirit world, which he reached out and caught, unfolding it before him. The handwriting on the letter wasn't neat, each word was written very large, revealing a sense of casualness and nonchalance. Leyton quickly scanned the contents of the letter, and his mouth twitched, finding it hard to comment, wanting me to help him find and contract some powerful spirits to digest the spirit warlock potion. This shortcut method definitely isn't something Leonard could have thought of himself. Chapter 702, KWM Chapter 698, Traces of the Dark Wolf. It's so comfortable to have the old man with you, he even helps think of ways to digest the potion, Leyton murmured to himself. He reached out and wiped the letter paper, and the handwriting on it spontaneously floated up, transforming into a three-part honorific name. The favorite of knowledge and mysticism, the ferryman of all deaths, the great Mr. Polluck Eggers. He casually tossed the letter paper into the spirit world. Enveloped by spirituality, the letter paper automatically returned to the book messenger and was then sent to Leonard's location. After replying to Leonard, Leyton went directly to the basement of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in Asak City, planning to rest for a bit and, incidentally, plan Roselle's resurrection. As soon as he sat down, Leyton felt that some information belonging to his past self was being pulled out of history. No wonder a scholar of your needs the other party to be closely connected to them when summoning a historical projection. If it were someone unfamiliar constantly bothering me like this, I'd definitely package a mystical reenactment gift set and send it over. As he sighed softly, thick, emerald pea vines continuously dangled from the ceiling, rapidly engulfing his body. Forsaken land of the gods, outskirts of the giant king's court. Leyton's historical projection suddenly became vivid. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering briefly on the giant king's court, which was solidified in the twilight. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing the giant king's court, the scene here was still breathtaking. Withdrawing his gaze, Leyton turned his head to Klein and asked. Judging by the time, you should have just been resurrected, right? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Klein calmly replied. Please have your historical projection take me away from here. The movement speed in the information torrent state is much faster than relying on my marionettes and teleportation. A means of transportation. Leyton sighed, somewhat speechless, then added, next time, give me a heads up for something like this. I wouldn't have needed to project my consciousness here. As he spoke, he had already placed a hand on Klein's shoulder, helping him transform into the information torrent state. A terrifyingly vast torrent of complex information, composed of countless streams of information, surged forth in a phantom-like state, flowing like a torrent towards the north of the giant king's court, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Before this historical projection reached its duration limit, Leyton took Klein to a barren plain north of the giant king's court. Everywhere were traces of dried riverbeds on the ground. A city with a dark, shadowy outline, shrouded in faint mist, and utterly silent, stood before them. More than a city, it resembled a specimen frozen and solidified in boundless darkness, eerily quiet, exuding an atmosphere of terror. Through the interaction of information, he could clearly see the situation within the city. In the slowly dissipating mist, people dressed in linen robes or animal skins lay in different places on the streets, as if at some moment in their peaceful lives, they suddenly lost their lives and fell where they stood. Withdrawing his gaze, Leyton looked at Klein and said with a smile. A city of marionettes that has been abandoned. You should know what this means. Klein nodded gently and murmured. The ritual required to advance to Attendant of Mysteries. The only one who would advance in this place is that dark demonic wolf. I hope he hasn't succeeded yet. Before he finished speaking, Leyton's historical projection had already reached its duration limit and spontaneously dissipated. Klein exhaled a long breath. He summoned his own historical projection, then hid his true body in the historical mist, allowing his consciousness to awaken in the projection. Then he reached out again, summoning Leyton's historical projection from the historical void. After a slight delay, Leyton projected his consciousness over. He looked at Klein, who had now become a historical projection, and said without much fluctuation in his voice. Actually, you don't need to be so careful. There's no danger here apart from corpses and monsters. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Klein's shoulder, helping him transform into the information torrent state, passing through the faint mist and entering the long-abandoned city. Through the activity of the information form, Klein quickly surveyed his surroundings. Just as Leyton had said, it had long been abandoned. The fallen humans and monsters already showed signs of decay. Some sat on chairs, some leaned against walls, some sat on the ground, still blowing bone flutes. As a seer, he could clearly feel the vibrancy and life of this place before it was marionettized. At a certain moment, they abruptly solidified, continuously repeating the actions they performed in life, until they were abandoned, becoming a ruin in the darkness. Under Leyton's guidance, Klein carefully observed the entire city, finally arriving at a relatively well-preserved church. He surveyed his surroundings while muttering softly. A city composed purely of marionettes, but because there aren't many living people in the forsaken land of the gods, it's difficult to generate enough interaction, which also makes this ritual more difficult. Kotar's abandonment of this place seems very hurried. Who is he avoiding? Amon. Or other angels active here? Leyton did not answer Klein's question. He walked to the demonic wolf statue with 8 legs, touched it with his hand, and countless streams of information surged in his eyes, like a vast galaxy. A moment later, Leyton withdrew his hand and said with some helplessness. He did some processing to this statue, making it impossible to trace the path through it. Klein nodded gently, not surprised by this. Staring at Kotar's statue, he pondered for a moment, then asked. Can we deduce where Kotar was hiding before based on the material used to carve the statue? Although I've been to the land of miracles, I don't know the mineral distribution here like the back of my hand. Why don't you ask me? As Leyton's voice faded, a familiar voice sounded nearby, coming from a corpse lying on the street outside the church. The corpse, which had been lying on the ground, stiffly stood up, holding a monocle he had pulled from somewhere, and placed it over his right eye. Amon looked at Klein, who had already disappeared from Leyton's side, and chuckled. He runs really fast. Aren't you in a hurry to leave? As just a historical projection, you can't contend with me. I can even use the connection between you and a scholar of yours to create an error, allowing myself to appear directly beside him. Leyton shrugged, his tone flat as he replied. If you could do it, you wouldn't be talking so much to me. Before he finished speaking, his historical projection directly dissipated. Klein had ceased maintaining this historical projection. Southern continent, in the emerald forest interwoven with countless pea vines, Leyton leisurely opened his eyes. He briefly scanned his surroundings, then grumbled. Indeed, he's very cautious, directly stopping the maintenance of my historical projection. Forget it, let him play by himself. I also need to prepare for Roselle's resurrection. As his voice fell, his body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of complex and pure information, surging like a torrent out of the emerald forest. North of the fog sea, the dawn quietly detached from the southern continent coastline battlefield, sailing on the mist-shrouded sea. In the captain's cabin on the upper deck, Roselle leaned comfortably by the bay window, in a rather good mood, gazing at the slowly dissipating mist on the sea and saying. Because of those weather warlocks, the fog sea hasn't seen sunlight for a long time. People who stay in this environment for too long will develop various psychological problems. There's a sequence called Psychiatrist, Leyton interjected, following Roselle's words. After a pause, he changed the topic and asked, have you thought about your honorific name? You were killed right after becoming a Black Emperor, so you probably didn't have time to prepare for that, right? Roselle nodded gently and said. I had already thought of it before my advancement, but I'm no longer the governor of Intis, so my previous honorific name needs some modification. The creator of rules, the shadow of order, the supreme emperor. As the two conversed, the dawn's sailing speed gradually slowed down, and Bernadette's figure emerged from a patch of emerald pea vines. She calmly glanced out the window and said concisely and powerfully. We've arrived at our destination. This island belongs to Phaenopotter. It's not large, lacks fixed navigation routes around it, and aside from coastal fishing boats, few people approach it. As she spoke, the captain's cabin door and windows all opened by themselves. The monocular telescope placed on the table strangely distorted its body, leaped into the air, and grew an eye at each end. One eye gazed at the distant island, and the other projected the scene onto it. After observing the island ahead and the surrounding sea from the ship for a moment, Bernadette calmly nodded and said. There are no people staying on the island, and no ships, special spirits, or strange creatures in the nearby waters. Chapter 703, KWM Chapter 699 Return. Roselle nodded, staring at Bernadette with a fatherly gaze for a long while until Bernadette averted her head. Only then did he clear his throat, shift his gaze, and say nonchalantly, the Church of the Earth Mother is quite reputable in this regard, but I always feel that the Earth Mother acts very contradictorily at times. This shouldn't just be due to the influence of the primordial moon. You'll know the answer soon enough, an answer that will surprise everyone. Leyton casually interjected, and without waiting for Roselle to inquire further, his body instantly blurred, disintegrating into streams of information that surged towards the island ahead. A serene, dim starlight flickered faintly within the thin mist, and gradually, the surrounding sea breeze quieted. The constantly rolling waves also diminished significantly, and the originally thin mist thickened, spreading outwards to cover a large area of the surrounding sea. Inside the captain's cabin, Roselle looked at Bernadette and smiled, nodding, I need to shut down for a bit. When I wake up again, we'll truly meet. It will succeed. Bernadette nodded deeply in response. A smile appeared on Rosel's face, and he nodded with a firm expression, as dark red and silver-white specks of light continuously separated from his body. On the island covered by dense mist, eyes emerged from the mist, shimmering with pure light, observing every wisp of wind, every drop of water, and every piece of soil around them. Leyton stood in the center of the island, holding the wish charm he had obtained from Zeridal. While infusing it with spirituality, he softly chanted in ancient Hermes, "I wish." The surroundings suddenly became dim and eerie, and countless gray-white specks of light appeared before Leyton's eyes. He instinctively reached out and grabbed one of them. An invisible torrent surged from the depths of the collective subconscious sea, carrying a strange power that swiftly swept through the surroundings. The barren islet, piled high with many reefs and shells, rapidly expanded outwards. Soil appeared on the ground, lush trees grew, and a massive mausoleum, constructed from neatly cut gigantic stones, also emerged. Leyton's figure was perfectly enveloped by the mausoleum. He appeared directly inside it, in a hall with a pitch-black throne. A humanoid figure composed of pure shadow instantly appeared before Leyton. Numerous cracks of varying sizes had appeared on its body, from which faint blue starlight or deep red moonlight continuously surged, filled with a sense of chaos and distortion. As a Black Emperor, you should be very capable of maintaining balance. Leyton sighed, addressing the black humanoid figure that seemed utterly devoid of reason, then raised his hand and placed it on its shoulder. Within his eyes, a deep blue, almost violet glow flowed, forming complex and ethereal symbols. At the same time, he stepped back, pulling a deep red figure from its body. Without any hesitation, Leyton's other hand drew an extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol in midair, a symbol from the pale death. Under the erosion of death, the color of the deep red figure, which had no power to support it, continuously faded. Its movements became sluggish, as if it were sprinting towards the end of death. In less than 2 seconds, its aura decayed to its extreme, and it uncontrollably disintegrated into a pile of debris and dust, scattering across the ground. As the corruption originating from the primordial moon was cleared by Leyton, the cracks on the pitch-black humanoid figure rapidly faded and disappeared. His sanity gradually returned, and 2 small cracks appeared on his head, revealing a pair of azure eyes. After a brief silence, Rosel spoke with a voice filled with deep weariness, "The corruption that has troubled me for so long was solved so easily by you. This makes me seem quite useless, you know. Should I say, have you finally gained a correct understanding of yourself?" Leyton casually replied. As he spoke, eyes grew out of thin air around him. They stared at the shadow of Rosel's materialized will from different directions, extracting streams of information from his body. This was the corruption belonging to the knowledge Moor. Rosel, now only a shadow, stiffened for a moment and said slowly, "It's better if you don't speak." He paused, then continued, "I need to adjust my state. It won't take long. Within 15 minutes, the primordial moon won't discover you, nor will she be able to erode you." Leyton nodded in response, his body instantly dematerializing, breaking down into complex knowledge. In the form of an information torrent, it enveloped the entire island, constantly surging and creating an exaggerated information storm. Silently, the surroundings grew dim, and the dense mist turned dark and heavy, faintly revealing an illusory and hazy cosmos, a cosmos projected from the astral world. Inside the mausoleum, Rosel, composed of pure shadow, seemed to grow flesh and blood within, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. After a moment of silence, 2 more cracks appeared on his head, revealing a pair of azure eyes. His gaze penetrated the mausoleum made of stacked megaliths and the dense mist, looking towards the dawn anchored dozens of miles away. Inside the captain's cabin, the gray-white slate, inscribed with numerous strange symbols and markings, held in Bernadette's hand, seemed to be drawn by something. It instantly turned dark, exuding substantial shadows, and gradually dissipated in her hand. The next second, this peculiar slate appeared directly in Rosel's hand, transforming into substantial shadows that flowed into his body. The pitch-black humanoid figure crept uncontrollably, growing long, slightly curly hair. The outlines of a nose, lips, ears, and beard appeared on its face, and it donned a heavy coat. Although still completely black, one could feel its nobility and splendor. His body was quite ethereal, seemingly becoming a kind of illusion, looking as if he was isolated in another world, constantly being lifted higher, becoming grand and towering, ascending into the astral world. During this process, he saw the deep red surging from beneath the mausoleum, like a crimson moon about to rise. Above the crimson moon, faint black mist continuously surged out, creating strange colors, overlapping layers, riddles, and illusions, seemingly impenetrable like an indescribable truth, firmly restricting that rising crimson moon underground. The authority of mystery already has a hint of the hidden sage's flavor. No, in some sense, it even surpasses the hidden sage. After all this going around, I still ended up intertwined with these 2 pathways. Is this fate? From the moment I chose to become a savant, I was already being watched, placed on the chessboard, written into the script. I must have had too much contact with spectators to keep thinking about scripts. While muttering to himself, Rosel had already ascended into the astral world. He felt gazes cast upon him, from the ground, from the astral world, from the cosmos. They were either filled with malice, indifferent, or joyful and excited. Roselle did not pay attention to the gazes of these angels, true gods, and evil gods. His resurrection had begun, irreversible and unstoppable. As he re-established contact with the real world, he felt his own anchors, and the spirit and will within them, that which originated from his daughter, from his believers, and from his subjects. His figure gradually became clearer, gained color, but still ethereal. Roselle curled the corners of his lips, allowing his voice to reach the ears of everyone connected to him in a real or mystical sense. Intis, your emperor has returned. Chapter 704, KWM Chapter 700 Resurrection Failed. Inside the captain's cabin of the Dawn, Bernadette listened to the familiar voice echoing in her ears, her eyes vaguely reflecting a blurred figure, a figure she was extremely familiar with, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Aboard the Future, sailing on the Sonia Sea, Katlia's body suddenly stiffened. A deep light purple flashed in her eyes as she meticulously surveyed the ship and the surrounding sea. This is Emperor Roselle's voice. No, it has revived. Katlia's voice was somewhat flustered. She had never seen this legendary figure, but due to her relationship with Bernadette, she knew quite a bit about Roselle, and her heart was filled with admiration. Feeling the voice still faintly echoing in her ears and the illusory figure appearing in her eyes, her intuition as a mysticologist told her that this was Emperor Roselle. Emperor Roselle returned as a great existence. Aboard the Black Emperor, currently traversing the spirit world, the King of the Five Seas Nast figure emerged from the cabin in a blink of an eye, appearing at the very front of the deck. The Black Emperor's dark hull dematerialized, quickly exiting the spirit world and appearing on the surface of the fog sea. Nast gazed deeply at the sky shrouded in thin mist. Brilliant starlight broke through the mist blockade, reflecting a hazy galaxy below, into the eyes of every Intisian, allowing them to see Roselle's figure and hear his voice. In the Intis Republic on the northern continent, the entire nation fell into an eerie silence. Most people's eyes showed confusion, excitement, and helplessness, disbelieving what they saw and heard, yet unable to deny it. Beyonders who knew and understood more were also silent, their emotions complex, both incredibly disbelieving and inexplicably excited. Thanks to Roselle's legendary experiences and his outstanding contributions in both the mundane and mysticologist fields, his reputation in Intis was excellent, as long as it wasn't the Sauron family or other noble descendants he had suppressed. He was the goal and idol for many young people. For a Black Emperor, a true god, this was a natural advantage, because every Intis citizen who revered him was his anchor, his faith to stabilize his own state. Because of the existence of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, even the Sauron family, as the former Intis royal family, could only suppress and reduce Roselle's influence, but could not directly smear him or prohibit everything about him. And now, they deeply regretted not resisting the pressure from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and completely erasing Roselle from Intis's history. On the Fog Sea, within the Intis fleet, almost everyone heard the words echoing in their ears and saw that hazy, illusory, yet extremely oppressive figure. This influence did not last too long. As a lightning bolt stained with rust and blood flashed across, the weather warlock hidden in the mist used an angel-level mind connection to tightly link everyone on the fleet, stripping away the influence Roselle had exerted. Within the illusory and abstract astral world, dark shadows continuously flowed out, spreading outwards and making the entire astral world appear much dimmer. Beneath the intertwining shadows, a world of ordered darkness seemed to be constructed, where a dark, majestic throne stood. Roselle's figure sat upon it, overlooking the entire world, planning order, and ruling the land. This state did not last too long. With the Black Emperor's authority, the uniqueness was almost effortlessly accommodated by him. With a foundation, he also transitioned from a conceptual and abstract state into reality, reappearing in the astral world, bringing the Black Emperor's revival to its final step. Roselle established a connection with the three unaccommodated Prince of Abolition characteristics without any hindrance, utilizing and magnifying the convergence effect, causing them to spontaneously break free from their seals and fly into the astral world. However, this process was not as smooth as he had imagined. He only attracted two Prince of Abolition characteristics, the third characteristic was pulled by some force, and even with his Black Emperor authority, it was difficult to reclaim that characteristic in a short time. Following the connection between the Beyonder characteristic, Roselle turned his gaze to Lone in reality, to the palace in Backlund. The third characteristic is in the Lone Palace. Damn it, it must be the genie's doing. I knew I shouldn't have let him corrupt William Augustus I so quickly. While muttering to himself, he attempted to use his authority to interfere with William Augustus I, who had been corrupted by the genie. Chains like the shadow of order descended from the illusory and abstract astral world, piercing into the palace in Backlund with an unstoppable momentum. Almost at the same time, within the astral world, in an illusory kingdom where steam constantly rose and gears turned, fragments of light scattered. These lights spontaneously condensed into projection-like scrolls that appeared thin but gave an extremely heavy feeling. Scrolls carrying thousands of years of civilization, thick and vast scrolls of civilization, blocked Rozel's gaze and simultaneously obstructed the chains he cast down, preventing him from directly interfering with reality and retrieving the last Prince of Abolition characteristic. Steam. Rozel's enraged voice echoed in the astral world. Without the last characteristic, he could not truly return. On the dawn, space suddenly distorted. Layers of golden ripples spread out of thin air, condensing into a golden figure filled with distortion and chaos in front of Leyton. The genie briefly broke through the wishing lamp's restrictions, allowing him to interfere with reality and appear before Leyton. You deceived me. His tone was filled with anger, like layers of noisy whispers. Leyton looked at the genie, who was distorted into golden whirlpools, and calmly replied. I have fulfilled my promise in our previous transaction. There was no deception between us. The genie snorted coldly and said unpleasantly. You did help me infect a hand of order, but when I tried to reclaim the authority belonging to the shadow of order, you forcibly pulled me away from the mausoleum. Without my consent, that last Prince of Abolition characteristic wouldn't be so easily aggregated into the astral world. Perhaps by the time that Black Emperor revives, everything will already be over. As his words fell, the genie's figure rippled back in layers, disappearing from Leyton's sight. Looking in the direction where the genie disappeared, Leyton murmured. How do you know I didn't want you to delay Rozel's revival? On the empty deck, the genie's cold snort echoed around, soon completely disappearing. In a coastal port at the easternmost part of the northern state on the southern continent, one after another crimson-yellow flames intertwined in the air to form a scorching hot flame spear, which shot towards the street below, directly targeting the Saint of Secrets Bodis, who stood dazed in place. Beneath his black robe, Bodis, with slightly curly brown hair and deep eyes, stood rigidly in place, his thoughts obscure and difficult to turn, his entire being like a machine completely corroded by rust. As a secret sorcerer, he could clearly feel the power appearing around him, the increasingly strong sense of danger, and his own abnormal state. Marionetization. As his thoughts struggled to turn, he saw a figure silently appear in front of him. It was a middle-aged man wearing a silk top hat and a black suit. He had distinct southern continent racial features, bronze skin, soft facial features, and eyes that appeared weathered and sharp, like a high-ranking noble. Bodis instinctively felt that the other party's appearance was somewhat familiar, but with his thoughts currently difficult to turn, he couldn't recall more. The moment this figure appeared, his body and even his soul turned cold, as if dying little by little. Even his beyonder characteristic were dying uncontrollably, and all his struggles and efforts vanished in an instant. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and waves of fire surged, the scorching flames engulfing all of Bodhi's thoughts. Under the erosion of death's power, he finally felt a trace of warmth, a warmth that filled his entire body. In less than 2 seconds, all warmth and coldness receded. He lost all consciousness and vitality, even his soul was annihilated. The surrounding crimson-yellow flame surged forward, coalescing in midair to reform Anderson's body, which landed nimbly on the ground. He looked at the Saint of Secrets Bodis, who was now just a charred stain on the ground, with considerable surprise, not expecting a demigod known for his agility and mystery to die so simply in front of him, without any struggle or resistance. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Azek, whose expression was gentle and unreadable, chuckled, and bowed respectfully, saying, as expected of an angel in the death domain. A saint died just like that, unable to put up any resistance whatsoever. To be honest, I had just envisioned dozens of different developments and countermeasures in my mind, but I didn't expect this hunt to end so simply, just as easily as when you helped Gehrman Sparrow hunt down Admiral Hell Ludwell before. Azek turned his head to look at Anderson, then slowly shook his head and said, you don't need to underestimate yourself. A full-power harvest from an iron-blooded knight is difficult even for those physically powerful demigods to withstand, let alone a fragile secret sorcerer. I only imposed some restrictions on him, making it difficult for him to resist or call for help, while also interfering with any possible sight or divination. As he spoke, pale flames dropped from Azek's palm, completely erasing the ashes and aura left behind by the Saint of Secrets Bodis. In just a moment, even the charred marks on the ground disappeared. Chapter 705, KWM Chapter 701 Moon City. On the ground, only a dozen worm of star corpses remained, along with a crystal ball seemingly formed by countless worms, a black pouch, and a 3-layered jewelry box with a silver-black surface inlaid with various gems. Anderson's gaze naturally fell on the more ornate 3-layered jewelry box. He let out an "oh," and casually remarked, anything a demigod carries with them must be a good mystical item, or perhaps, this is the important sealed artifact of the Abraham family that Miss Magician mentioned. Azek lowered his head and examined the jewelry box for a while, then frowned slightly and said, it's very dangerous, harboring a danger that could be fatal even to me. That terrifying. Anderson looked at Azek in astonishment. If he hadn't been concerned about his image in the Tarot Club, he would have already retreated several meters. For a true angel to give such an evaluation, this item was absolutely not simple. Even among the Grade 0 sealed artifacts controlled by the major churches, it was definitely one of the most dangerous. Collecting his thoughts, Anderson looked at Isaac and asked, should we sacrifice these items to Mr. Fool now? We can. Isaac nodded lightly. Transparent spirit bodies of various forms emerged from his shadow, holding different materials, and quickly set up an altar. Above the grey fog, within the magnificent, ancient palace that resembled a giant's dwelling, the greyish-white fog seemed to be stimulated, surging uncontrollably and engulfing the entire hall. After some time, under Klein's guidance, the greyish-white fog transformed into layers of seals, sealing the three-layered jewelry box inlaid with various gems. Only then did the turbulent grey fog gradually subside. This box of the great old ones is even more dangerous than I imagined. Mr. Isaac must have seen it, so why did he still send this jewelry box to the grey fog? Does he think this place can suppress the danger within it? Klein muttered to himself for a moment, then began to perform a divination on the box of the great old ones that had already been sealed. Of course, this did not involve the most dangerous third layer, which could potentially cause Sapphira Castle to change owners on the spot, or lose its owner entirely. After completing the divination and obtaining most of the information about this Grade 0 sealed artifact, Leyton materialized the dummy the world and then extended his spirituality to touch the crimson stars representing Leyton, Isaac, and Anderson, pulling them above the grey fog. As the crimson light rose, three blurry figures quickly appeared on the right side of the mottled long table. Klein manipulated the world, his gaze sweeping over the few individuals before settling on the spoils piled on the table. He said calmly, these are all of Bodhi's items. You may choose for yourselves. Leyton and Isaac remained silent, their gazes sweeping over Anderson. The latter understood and nodded, then straightened his body slightly and pointed at the crystal ball formed by countless worms, saying, I'll take this one. It's a beyonder characteristic of a secret sorcerer. Once crafted into a mystical item, it can greatly compensate for my lack of mobility and deficiencies in magical abilities. All right. Klein nodded lightly, then chose some gems and spiritual materials of various colors for himself. Leyton and Isaac also chose gems and spiritual materials. They had little interest in the spatial pouch crafted by the secret sorcerer. Klein couldn't use it because he was currently in the forsaken land of the gods, and his connection to the spirit world was severed. Leyton and Isaac each had their own methods to achieve the same thing, and while it might be more complex, it had no impact on them. The rest will be sold at a later Tarot Club meeting, and then we'll split the pounds equally. Klein briefly mentioned this, concluding the division of spoils. After sending Anderson back to reality, he waved his hand, making the items on the table disappear, leaving only the three-layered jewelry box inlaid with many gems. He then looked at Leyton and introduced the effects, negative impacts, and sealing methods of this Grade 0 sealed artifact, then asked, do you think I can use this item to take the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods? Leyton gently shook his head and said, the forsaken land of the gods has a seal. You can respond to prayers and accept the sun's sacrifices because Sapphira Castle allowed you to exploit a loophole, but it will be very difficult to project angel-level items. At least, you cannot do it with your current sequence. All right. Klein nodded, not too surprised, abandoning his previous idea of experimenting. He then said, with the help of your historical projection, I've already reached the easternmost part of the forsaken land of the gods. When I summon your historical projection later, you can project your consciousness over. I need some help, and someone to chat with. After a slight pause, Leyton nodded gently and said, all right. With the steam and eternal blazing sun watching, it was difficult for Leyton to personally go to Backlund and retrieve the beyonder characteristic that the genie had retained through William Augustus I. He could only wait for Roselle to gather it himself. Fortunately, the Black Emperor's resurrection was an unchangeable and unstoppable order. Even the higher-level genie could only temporarily delay this process. Recalling his wandering thoughts, Leyton suddenly thought of something and turned to Klein, saying, on the edge of that grey fog, there's also a city where some survivors from before the Great Cataclysm live. Klein's expression was slightly complex. After a brief silence, he had the world Gehrman Sparrow speak, saying, I have already made contact with them and am currently spreading the light of my lord among them. At the easternmost edge of the forsaken land of the gods, at the boundary of the magnificent barrier composed of countless grayish-white mists, Klein stood calmly, holding a dim yellow lantern. Looking at the boundless grayish-white mist before him, connecting the earth and sky, and extending infinitely in both directions, he didn't need divination. His intuition clearly told him that this was the mist that everyone stepped on during every Tarot Club meeting. After a long silence, he raised his hand and summoned Leyton's historical projection from the historical void. After a brief moment of confusion, Leyton's historical projection became vibrant and lively. Looking at the familiar grey mist before him, Leyton calmly shook his head and said, the other side of this mist is the legendary Western continent, the homeland of the elves, and also where the celestial worthy sealed many Sapphira. I've been here before and tried to attack this seal, but I failed. If you walk along this grey fog, you'll find the traces I left within 2 days. Klein nodded lightly and said calmly, I've already seen them. After a 2-second pause, he continued, before, I tried using the beyonder abilities I controlled, the historical projections of Mr. Azik and the others, and even the historical projection of that box of the Great Old Ones, but none of them could truly open this grey fog. However, I also made some discoveries. The high sequence abilities of the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways can elicit the greatest reaction from this grey fog, but that's all. Leyton nodded gently and stepped forward, simultaneously forming complex and illusory symbols in his eyes, creating a vast, illusory flood of information that converged into light that was neither brilliant, clear, nor colorful. This light had no physical form and was difficult to observe with the naked eye. Ordinary beyonders could only perceive its existence through their spiritual intuition. Under Leyton's control, layers of light transformed into a tide, continuously striking the grey fog ahead, submerging into it without causing a single ripple. Leyton was neither surprised nor discouraged by this. With an unchanged expression, he extended his right hand forward, and a slowly rotating ball of stardust rapidly formed in his palm. One star after another appeared around him, densely packed and dazzling, casting down rays of brilliant light. The surrounding light grew brighter and brighter, creating a blinding daylight in the deep darkness. Feeling the dazzling light and restless spirituality around him, Klein couldn't help but warn, control the commotion. I don't want to turn around and run into Amon again. Then it's a good idea to throw his avatar in and see what happens. Although he said that, Leyton still restrained the anomalies caused by the release of his power, trying his best to gather the clear and brilliant starlight, forming a starlight vortex that grew larger and faster, as if it could cover a large city like Backlund. The swirling vortex of shimmering starlight seemed slow, but in reality, it approached the grey fog ahead extremely quickly. Under the clear and pure starlight, the grey fog was rapidly decomposed, purified, and forcibly carved into a deep, dark passage. The grey fog ahead seemed endless. The distance between the starlight vortex and the people standing outside the fog visibly increased, eventually becoming a small dot like a star in the night sky, until it was submerged by the grey fog and completely disappeared. As the grey fog surged, the deep, dark passage that continuously extended forward was also refilled. After a moment, Klein, having come back to his senses, let out a long breath and sighed, how thick is this grey fog? It seems to have no end. Perhaps it stretches for thousands of miles, or perhaps it's not even as thick as a single wall. The celestial worthy is most skilled at deception and trickery. A teapot can trap a genie, so a wall blocking many Sapphira is not too surprising. Leyton sighed with a complex expression, then turned and walked towards the Moon City people who had been observing from a distance behind him. Standing at the forefront was the High Priest of Moon City, an old man clad in deep brown animal hide. Compared to the last time Leyton saw him, he was noticeably more energetic and healthier. Among his disheveled grey hair, there were more dark strands, and although his face was still covered with deep wrinkles, it had a more vibrant aura. Chapter 706, KWM Chapter 702 Changes. The Moon City residents following Nim also underwent significant changes, their bodies visibly became healthier, and they carried various mushrooms with them. Leyton withdrew his gaze with a complex expression, sighing inwardly. This time, Frank achieved a feat that surpassed the Church of the Earth Mother. His mushrooms have become the most important food source in the forsaken land of the gods and the southern continent. If the war continues, even the commoners in the northern continent nations will come to regard these mushrooms as their staple food, which is an unimaginable future. While Leyton was sighing, Klein approached and said calmly, I heard some sounds, like layers of chaotic prayers, when Moon City performed the sacrifice to this grey fog earlier. I plan to make some attempts and need your help to watch over me, to prevent any accidents. All right, Leyton nodded slightly, very interested in the attempt Klein was about to make. Receiving Leyton's response, Klein directly reached into the historical void and pulled out his historical projection. Then, his main body disappeared, and his consciousness awakened within the projection. Following that, Klein's historical projection, under Leyton's gaze, walked to the solidified grayish-white fog and pressed his right hand against it. After gazing for 2 seconds, he opened his mouth, lowered his voice, and chanted in Chinese. Immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. Exalted the Arch of Heaven and Earth for blessings. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As the last word fell, the barrier composed of endless grey fog visibly shook. This movement was different from the commotion Leyton had created earlier by attacking. It was like a lake into which a giant stone had been thrown. The ripples spread rapidly, swaying and overlapping, vaguely seeming to outline the shape of a door. Behind Klein, Leyton's eyes narrowed slightly, and an uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart. He seemed to have already heard the call from his main body on the other side of the grey fog. At that moment, a silver-white lightning bolt happened to flash across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Under Leyton's gaze, this door ultimately failed to form. It seemed to lack some necessary conditions and had not yet pieced together a complete key. After a moment of thought, Leyton suggested, why don't you use some worms of time, worms of star, and worms of spirit as aids, mix their auras, and try again. I can only maintain 3 historical projections simultaneously right now. Klein slowly shook his head. After a moment of silence, Klein dismissed his historical projection, and his main body reappeared from where it had vanished, looking at Leyton and saying, "I'll summon your historical projection again in a moment." As his words fell, he directly ceased maintaining that historical projection. Returning to the barrier solidified from grey fog, Klein reached into the void and pulled out a small worm with 12 transparent segments. After a pause, he continued to reach out, taking out a worm of spirit and a worm of star separately. Holding the 3 translucent worms from history in his palm, he took a deep breath, then pressed his hand against the grey fog barrier. While surging his spirituality, he softly chanted, "Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." This time, the grey fog shook even more violently. As layers of ripple swayed, a grand, ancient, and mysterious door, seemingly large enough for a giant to pass through, slowly emerged. It only materialized for an instant, unable to open, before this door vanished, as if the aura supporting its appearance had been exhausted. Klein retracted his right hand from the grey fog barrier and opened his palm. The 3 worms he had taken from the historical void had disappeared, not because their duration was up, but because they had been consumed. Gazing at the spot where the door had just appeared for a few seconds, Klein let out a long breath and murmured to himself, "It really does require some specific quality produced by the overlap of these 3 adjacent pathways to open the barrier. I have a premonition that relying solely on historical projections won't truly deceive this barrier. The real key might require the appearance of a true god who has mastered these 3 pathways. Currently, the closest sequence zeros are Amon and Mr. Door. One always wants to catch me, and the other is still lost in endless darkness and storms." While murmuring, he had already resummoned Leyton's historical projection and described the changes that had just occurred in detail. Finally, he added, "Do you have any thoughts? Or anything you'd like to say?" Leyton looked at Klein with some surprise and chuckled, "Me? Subjectively, of course, I hope you can unseal it as soon as possible so I can become whole again. But purely from my personal perspective, from Leyton's perspective, I hope this process can be delayed a little. Just as the true creator and Adam both wish to re-merge with their own will as the dominant force and return to their complete selves, I also have that thought. This is the selfishness born of life's continuation." Klein was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed, "You guys have made yourselves into such fragmented and opposing states, do you really not develop mental problems?" Leyton shrugged. He didn't grasp Klein's humor and said in a calm tone, "At the angel rank, regardless of their state, good or bad, everyone has more or less some mental issues. The higher one goes, the more severe it becomes." Klein didn't reply, silently pulling a gold-cased pocket watch from his pocket, a pocket watch taken from the historical void through his clothes. He looked down at the time, then said, "It's time to preach to the Moon City residents. Do you want to leave first?" Leyton chuckled, "Of course I want to watch something this interesting." The 2 walked side by side and soon arrived at the gathering place of the Moon City residents. They were sitting around a giant stone, encircling a bonfire. Around the bonfire lay the corpses of monsters, one after another. These corpses were covered in various mushrooms, big and small, some pure white, some dark, and some dark red. The air was filled with the aroma of roasting fat and the smell of cooked milk. Leyton, quite at home, sat down cross-legged next to Nim, the Moon City High Priest. He reached for a sizzling, blood-veined mushroom that had been roasted, tore it into small strips, and put it in his mouth. Klein was surprised by his practiced movements and asked with some curiosity, "You like these mushrooms very much?" Leyton's action of tearing the mushroom paused. He pulled out a smile that held no humor and said, "You'll know if you go to the southern continent. The war is escalating, and all safe shipping lanes are cut off. Now, the food shortage in the southern continent is entirely filled by these mushrooms. Oh, and thanks to Frank's efforts, the mushrooms outside have been updated. If you peel back the mushroom cap, you can find champagne, shredded pork floss, and even cream." Klein was momentarily speechless. A scene of a group of dark-skinned southern continent people celebrating with champagne from mushrooms instinctively appeared in his mind. He quickly shook his head, clearing the image from his mind, while sighing inwardly, "Frank, this world has finally become what you imagined." After a moment of silence, Klein opened his mouth, "Are there mushrooms that can survive in the darkness?" Leyton raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile, and said, "I can have Frank make some. He's idle anyway right now." Klein nodded slightly, no longer continuing the topic. He turned and walked to the giant stone surrounded by the Moon City residents, sat down cross-legged, and began his sermon for the day. In Hitron, the capital of the northern state in the southern continent, within a manor filled with various herbs and strange plants. Emlyn walked through a corridor formed by clusters of red flowers and arrived at a private garden at the back of the manor. The vibrant red flowers bloomed in different arcs, like crimson moons at different times, and the deep green branches resembled the night sky. In the center of the garden was a round table carved from marble, surrounded by several stone chairs. Mistral sat leisurely on a stone chair, admiring the surrounding flowers, his crimson eyes seemingly flowing with blood. Noticing Emlyn's approach, he slightly turned his gaze and asked in a calm tone, "What do you want from me?" Emlyn stopped his approach, bowed slightly, and said, "Count Mistral, I want to know if our sanguine still have any extra beyonder characteristics of account. If so, how many merits do I need to exchange for one?" A foolish question, Mistral shook his head disdainfully. Meeting Emlyn's gaze, he sneered, "As sanguine with long lifespans, every beyonder characteristic will be used as much as possible to cultivate new blood, not left in a warehouse as an ornament. Our battles with the primordial moon believers are relatively restrained. Casualties are mainly concentrated in the middle and low sequences. No count has died in the war yet. Even if one had, it wouldn't be your turn to inherit the legacy." Emlyn's expression wasn't very good after being told off. After 2 seconds of silence, he seemed to suddenly think of something and raised his chin, saying, "It's all right, I'm still young, and I have a long time to wait. Even if it's difficult, it's still easier than waiting for a Marquise beyonder characteristic." Mistral snorted and didn't reply. Emlyn calmed his emotions, then asked thoughtfully, "If I can find a beyonder characteristic corresponding to account myself, will the clan help me prepare the ritual?" "Of course, we are happy to see the growth of every young sanguine," Mistral nodded without hesitation. Having received the answer he wanted, Emlyn didn't linger and turned to leave the garden, returning to the interior of the manor. Back in his own room, Emlyn leaned by the window, gazing at the crimson moon hanging in the sky, pondering where he could obtain a beyonder characteristic corresponding to a sanguine count. I remember Chariot said that Cosma, the dark saint of the new church, grazed a shaman king. If I could hunt him down like I hunted the Saint of Secrets last time. This is almost impossible. After the last incident, their precautions in this regard will definitely be strengthened, and besides, I can't invite an angel like Mr. Death. Chapter 707, KWM Chapter 703 Bait. After the Moon City residents left the forsaken land of the gods, Klein once again summoned Leyton's historical projection from the historical void. After a brief silence, Leyton projected his consciousness over, glancing at Klein with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Going to find Dark Demonic Wolf?" Klein nodded, his tone calm. "Yes, I've already made arrangements for the residents of Moon City, telling them to wait a bit longer. Next, it's time to try hunting Dark Demonic Wolf to help the City of Silver open up the Giant King's court." He paused, then added, "Do you have any thoughts or suggestions?" "None, but I do have some information." As he spoke, Leyton raised his right hand and pulled streams of information from the void, condensing them into a spherical ball of illusory light. He casually tossed the light sphere, and it bloomed in front of him, transforming into a silver screen of light and shadow. Within the light and shadow, the solidified gray mist appeared. After a few seconds, the mist suddenly surged, spitting out a black shadow that resembled a velvet curtain. It descended in a translucent state from midair, growing larger and larger until it landed on the ground, completely covering a hill below. The hill vanished instantly, leaving only a deep pit in its place. The image swayed slightly, showing a subtle change, causing the curtain and the hill to reappear in a transparent form. Then, a demonic wolf covered in dark short fur with 8 legs arrived. Its pure black pupils stared directly at the secret hill, as if examining something. A moment later, it tilted its head and roared, yet eerily, no sound was produced. Around it, some monsters hidden in the darkness were transformed into marionettes and walked towards the curtain in front. After continuous attempts, Dark Demonic Wolf finally got its hands on the curtain, but this also triggered an anomaly in the gray mist. The nearby gray mist quickly wriggled, forming a giant vortex, attempting to suck Dark Demonic Wolf and the curtain into it. The shifting light and shadow stopped there. Leyton looked at Klein, who was deep in thought, and reminded him. "These are some scenes I saw through prophecy when I was here last time. They occurred 2 years ago, more specifically, on June 28, 1349. Klein was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Leyton and said, "Is the anomaly here related to me? Also, did that Dark Demonic Wolf finally succeed in getting that curtain? Which is the characteristic of the Attendant of Mysteries?" Without waiting for Leyton's reply, he continued to mutter to himself. "Is this why the third Attendant of Mysteries characteristic has been missing since the second epoch? Was it attracted and gathered by those gray mists? I previously asked Rhodes about the Miracle Invoker and Planeswalker. His answer was that one characteristic each of the Miracle Invoker and Planeswalker were also missing. Were they all gathered into that curtain? It wasn't gathered by the gray fog, but by something above the gray fog, Leyton corrected him, then continued. As for the missing Planeswalker, Miracle Invoker, and Trojan Horse of Destiny characteristics, they were made into a wishing lamp to seal that unlucky genie." "Seal the genie?" Klein murmured, then remembered the description of the wishing lamp when he had previously inquired about the Miracle Invoker's information. After a brief silence, he sighed with a wry smile. To be able to produce sequence 2 characteristics of these 3 pathways simultaneously, and use them correctly, was this done by the previous owner of Sapphira Castle? The previous owner of Sapphira Castle had actually left many traces, but they were difficult to discover without understanding. Adjusting his emotions, Klein spoke again. Was the marionette city I saw earlier dark demonic wolf preparing for its advancement ritual? In this situation, it should be even more cautious. If I use the aura of Sapphira Castle as bait, will it run even further away instead? Leyton pondered and said. Under normal circumstances, it should not be able to resist the temptation of Sapphira Castle. It's worth the risk. Not only because of Sapphira Castle's rank, power, and significance, but also because of the convergence effect between high-level entities. Driven by destiny, it will gradually convince itself to try to take control of Sapphira Castle. If Amon interferes, some unexpected changes might occur, but the probability is not high. Dark demonic wolf, who possesses a characteristic of the attendant of mysteries, will not be so easily caught by Amon. Klein thought for a moment, then nodded and said, let's go somewhere further away. Trying here might affect Moon City. Leyton said nothing more, directly transforming into a torrent of information with Klein and quickly surging away towards the southwest. After moving far away from Moon City, Leyton found a ruined city and set Klein down there. Klein cautiously summoned his historical projection, then hid his main body in the historical mist. After doing all this, he looked at Leyton again and said, please take this historical projection of mine even further away, ensuring that even if something goes wrong, it won't affect my main body. You really are treating me as a mode of transportation, aren't you? With a sigh, Leyton once again transformed into a torrent of information, taking Klein's historical projection a bit further away. By the edge of a dry riverbed, torrents of information quickly surged and converged, reassembling Leyton and Klein's figures. After setting Klein down, Leyton's figure once again became ethereal, disintegrating into torrents of information, disappearing from Klein's sight in the blink of an eye. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein, holding a dim yellow lantern, surveyed his surroundings, taking in the cracked riverbed, the strangely distorted plants, and the monsters hidden in the darkness. He exhaled a long breath, found a large rock nearby, and sat down. He placed the lantern beside him and softly chanted a honorific name in Jotun. Lord of Darkness, who exists with history, embodiment of countless miracles, the god who controls wishes. As the prayer ended, not long after, Klein felt a subtle gaze fall upon him from an unknown place. He showed no change in expression or emotion and continued to chant the honorific names of other existences, delaying dark demonic wolf's observation time. Eternal blazing sun, you are the undying light, you are the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, the guardian of commerce. Lord who created everything, the ruler behind the shadow curtain, the dominator of the spiritual world. Erudite who upholds truth, you are the essence of all knowledge, the source of endless mystery, the radiance of all civilizations. As the last word fell, a pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes, containing countless brilliant stars, emerged from behind Klein, staring unblinkingly at the darkness above his head, and meeting the gaze of dark demonic wolf, who was looking through the prayer light points. Almost simultaneously, streams of information, forged by Leyton, were transmitted along the connection of the prayer light points to dark demonic wolf, and through the connection between its main body and historical projection, the information spread to its main body hidden in the historical void. The moment it realized something was wrong, dark demonic wolf directly extinguished the prayer light point. Klein's historical projection, who was praying, also simultaneously became faint and rapidly disappeared into the deep darkness. Deep within the undulating mountain range, in an ancient and magnificent castle that resembled a giant's dwelling. Giants, elves, humans, and vampires were active in the castle, serving as guards, gardeners, cooks, valets, maids, and other positions. They lived in harmony, even exchanging a few words when they met, appearing very lively and spiritual. But upon returning to their rooms, they would immediately become sluggish, their eyes no longer moving, their bodies uncontrollably floating upwards until they hung from the ceiling. In the deepest part of the castle, in a dark and spacious hall, the light from the silver-white lightning outside the window illuminated the area, and a gigantic figure abruptly appeared. Its body was as massive as a small mountain, with 8 legs, covered in dark short fur, and its black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes. There was also a tuft of gray fur on its forehead, like a distorted and enlarged wild wolf. As soon as it appeared, dark demonic wolf Kotar immediately began to clear its various connections with the outside world, erasing the traces it had left, preparing to abandon this place and establish its marionette city elsewhere. Those strange eyes it had just seen made it feel an intense unease, as if it had been targeted by a terrifying existence. The next second, a scene suddenly appeared in its mind, a scene from its own intuitive premonition. It was above this castle, where countless pale blue stardust flew out of the void, rapidly constructing a pair of double doors covered in mystic patterns and sparkling with brilliant starlight, from which countless complex and pure information surged out. Kotar, regaining his senses, instinctively looked up. His body instantly vanished, and a dull, spiritless elf appeared in the center of the hall. Above the gray fog, Klein gazed at a new illusory star that appeared above the boundless gray fog. This was a connection established by dark demonic wolf's recent prying into him, a connection dark demonic wolf hadn't had time to erase. Without any hesitation, Klein reached into the historical void and pulled out a worm of time corpse from Amon. With his other hand, he picked up the ornate staff placed on the bronze table. As spirituality was infused, the staff, embedded with numerous azure gems, radiated a clear starlight. At the same time, Klein's eyes turned azure, covered by a layer of starlight. At that instant, he mastered a great deal of high-level knowledge belonging to the domain of time. He used the Worm of Time from Amon to leverage the power corresponding to the Marauder pathway within Sapphira Castle, simulating and releasing a Beyonder ability that both Amon and Palez had once used. Chapter 708, KWM Chapter 704 Hunting. Dong. A melodious bell sound seemed to transcend endless time and distance, echoing in the grey mist and within the crimson light spot representing the dark demonic wolf's connection. In the forsaken land of the gods, dark demonic wolf Kotor, who had just left the castle, froze. A giant stone wall clock's phantom image reflected in its eyes. The mottled wall clock's surface was divided into 12 segments, each either grey-white or bluish-black, intermingled but with clear boundaries, and each possessing different symbols. The longest hand on the wall clock quickly rotated one full circle counterclockwise, and a melodious bell sound echoed in its ear. Dong. An indescribable, invisible torrent seemed to sweep through long history, instantly covering Kotor's vision. This caused Kotor's movements to become uncontrollably sluggish, frozen in place like a lifelike sculpture, its intended miracle abruptly interrupted. The moment Kotor's body stiffened, the door above the castle had already formed, and streams of complex and pure information surged out from it, covering the surroundings and stirring up an indescribable and irresistible information storm. Bang. Bang. Giants, elves, humans, vampires, and even monsters hidden in the darkness within the castle, almost simultaneously had their heads explode from being overloaded with vast amounts of chaotic and useless knowledge. In a mere breath, Kotor lost all its marionettes. The invisible and complex knowledge rapidly converged and reorganized. In midair, stars emerged, dense and dazzling, casting down rays of light onto the ground. Silently, the surrounding space was isolated, making even information difficult to exchange. Without mastering the correct method, Kotor found it difficult to leave this place using its Beyonder abilities. On the ground, the stiff and dazed Kotor had recovered. It looked up at the surroundings covered by brilliant starlight, its neck raised high, letting out a rhythmic whimper. This was the language of demonic wolves. I wish, divine kingdom, descend. The surrounding starlight suddenly became dim and ethereal, and darkness surged like a tide, forming a standoff with the bright and twinkling starlight. The headless corpses in the darkness stood up one after another, transforming back into dark demonic wolf Kotor's marionettes, including the monsters that originally belonged to the darkness. Snap. A crisp snap echoed in the air. The surrounding gravity instantly vanished, and Kotor's marionettes, the castle roof tiles, ground bricks, tables, chairs, and other objects floated uncontrollably into the air. Then, within the magnificent pillar of light formed by the converging clear starlight, they were gradually dissolved, collapsing, and dissipating. Amidst an almost roaring wolf howl, the surrounding darkness seemed to come alive, surging upwards layer by layer, continuously engulfing and transforming the covered marionettes into a part of the darkness, making them difficult to be dissolved by starlight. While the two sides were in a stalemate, Klein had already completed the spatial displacement above the grey fog using the Box of the Great Old Ones, moving his main body near dark demonic wolf Kotor's castle. After doing all this, he quickly left the space above the grey fog, his consciousness returning to his body. Klein, still holding a dim yellow lantern, quickly approached Kotor's castle. In his sight, the castle in front of him looked completely different from what he had observed above the grey fog, peaceful, quiet, and seemingly without any abnormality. Klein instinctively stopped, reaching out to press on the air in front of him, and as expected, touched an invisible wall. Then, following the method Leyton had previously described, he chanted a spell and replicated a mystical symbol, opening a starlight-filled door on the invisible wall. The moment the door appeared, dark demonic wolf Kotor, trapped inside, noticed it. It exchanged positions with the nearest marionette, instantly appearing near the door, and encountering Klein. Klein, having already anticipated this scene, threw an iron cigarette case forward without hesitation. The cigarette case opened in midair, revealing a lone gold coin inside. A flash of light appeared on the coin's surface, and a figure wearing a gloomy, elaborate long dress, carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, flashed past. The next second, Rionette Tinker's figure appeared within the dark demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils, which occupied 3/4 of its eyes. Angel-level Wraith Possession. Rionette Tinker's figure had just appeared within Kotor's pupils when she detached, expanding in place and returning to her normal size. Her Wraith Possession had failed. During the brief delay, Leyton had already closed the door Klein had opened in the barrier, and Kotor's attempt to escape also failed. At the same time, Kotor's body rapidly shrunk and thinned, finally becoming a translucent black velvet curtain that continuously absorbed the surrounding light. Then it emerged on the other side, 8 legs on the ground, neck raised, letting out a roaring hiss. As its voice sounded, the black velvet curtain suddenly floated up, instantly expanding and merging with the surging darkness around it, and strangely fusing with the floating starlight above. KOTOR utilized this characteristic of the Attendant of Mysteries to strengthen the ancient god's divine kingdom it had summoned with a miracle, attempting to break through the isolation created by Leyton in this way. Simultaneously with KOTOR's series of actions, Rionette Tinker, holding 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, took up the yesterday reappearance charm from Klein. Her several heads simultaneously chanted in ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonese, and Elf language. Yesterday. The square diamond-like charm was instantly engulfed by transparent flames. At the same time, Rionette Tinker's 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads overlapped and fell onto her empty neck. Relying on the power borrowed from her past self, Rionette Tinker briefly regained her strength. Her body instantly swelled, turning into a castle-sized giant rag doll. She wore a black gothic long dress with countless runes and distorted evil vines, her eyes blood-red, staring fixedly at dark demonic wolf KOTOR. The next second, dark demonic wolf's huge body suddenly shrank, turning into a fluffy, curly-haired goat. In the surging darkness, a marionette's body expanded, taking on the image of dark demonic wolf KOTOR. Before it could make any move, KOTOR stiffened, lost in thought. Its head was filled with a large amount of chaotic, useless, and dangerous knowledge, almost bursting every worm of spirit's head, leaving it with no extra energy to think about anything else. This knowledge, transmitted along the spirit body threads, made it difficult to guard against, difficult to avoid, and difficult to bear. On the other side, Rionette Tinker once again reflected KOTOR's body in her scarlet eyes. At the same time, she opened the giant rag doll's mouth, revealing scarlet fangs and a tongue, letting out a harsh, unpleasant shriek. KOTOR's mountain-like demonic wolf body suddenly contracted, its flesh and blood continuously wriggling, turning into a black and white cursed goat. The next second, a brilliant white lightning bolt descended out of thin air, piercing through the goat's chest, shattering its heart, and ending its life. With the goat's death, the curse on it automatically dissipated, and it reverted to the size of a small mountain, and dark demonic wolf with 8 legs and a tuft of white fur on its head. At the chest of the demonic wolf's corpse, a long spear of the same size as its body was embedded. The spear's tip seemed to have penetrated the ground, leaving only a section of the handle, like a withered tree branch, inscribed with many strange symbols and patterns, exposed. With the death of the dark demonic wolf, the surrounding darkness rapidly receded, and the headless marionettes fell one after another, turning into corpses. Red, cyan, scarlet, silver, and orange phosphorescence continuously exuded from these corpses. In midair, the dazzling and twinkling starlight shattered inch by inch, turning into shimmering stardust, rapidly reforming to reveal Leyton's figure. The isolated space around them also returned to reality. Klein only felt a blur before his eyes, and the scene before him had undergone a drastic change. The originally ancient and magnificent castle, resembling a giant's dwelling, had become dilapidated. The roof, windows, and outer garden had all disappeared. On the ground lay many headless corpses, among them giants, humans, elves, and sanguine, and even monsters from the darkness. In front of the castle, a mountain-like demonic wolf was impaled by an equally exaggeratedly large long spear, stuck to the ground, having already lost all signs of life. Beside the demonic wolf's corpse, Miss Messenger, carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, stood quietly in place. Beside her was Leyton, whose body was unaffected by gravity, floating a few centimeters off the ground in a leisurely posture. Klein, holding a dim yellow lantern taken from the historical void, quickly approached. His gaze was drawn to the giant demonic wolf corpse impaled on the ground in front of him. He couldn't help but swallow the saliva in his mouth and exclaimed with emotion. A dark demonic wolf, equivalent to a Sequence 2 angel, and possessing characteristics comparable to a Grade 0 sealed artifact, was killed just like that. Leyton shook his head and said in a calm tone. Seers are very fragile. Even a slight touch can cause serious injury or even death. It's a pity it's a miracle invoker. Dying once isn't a big problem for it. It can be resurrected in no time. What, are you planning to guard the corpse here? Klein quickly shook his head and said, of course not. This might not succeed, and staying in one place for too long could attract Amon's attention. Then, let's divide the spoils of war. Leyton suggested, simultaneously raising his hand and snapping his fingers, summoning invisible servants to clear the battlefield. Klein nodded and spoke first, I only need that curtain. It contains the characteristics I need. Chapter 709, KWM Chapter 705 End and Beginning. Rionette Tinker, holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, observed KOTOR's corpse for a moment before looking at Klein. Her 4 heads spoke in succession. I want his worms of spirit. Half. And 4 of your charms. No problem. Klein readily agreed, then looked at Leyton. Leyton smiled, nodding indifferently, perfect, I really need those low to mid sequence characteristics. He paused, then looked at Klein and Rionette Tinker, saying with a smile, gentlemen, if you have any need for these worms of spirit, you can also exchange them with me for low to mid sequence characteristics. Already. Enough. The two heads held in Rionet Tinker's right hand spoke, one after the other. Klein also shook his head. He had no need for worms of spirit, he could simply pull one off himself whenever needed. While the three conversed, the invisible servant summoned by Leyton had already collected all valuable items from the surroundings. Placing half of the worms of spirit in front of Rionet Tinker, the invisible servants, carrying the remaining items, walked behind Leyton and silently vanished into the darkness. Klein watched this scene with considerable surprise, curious about where Leyton had summoned these invisible servants from, and how they had left with the spoils of war. The forsaken land of the gods and the spirit world are not connected, so how was this achieved? Did he use the astral world or the concealed world? As he pondered, Klein had already stepped forward to the translucent black velvet curtain shrouded in starlight. To his surprise, the curtain showed no resistance or danger towards him, it simply lay quietly in his hand. It's as if it was waiting for me. As thoughts floated through his mind, Klein had already retreated to Leyton's side. An iron cigarette case spontaneously fell into his hand, containing a lone gold coin. Rionet Tinker's figure flashed across the coin. Klein nodded to Miss Messenger within the gold coin, then looked at Leyton and said, "Let's leave. If we stay any longer, Amon might arrive." Leyton nodded noncommittally. Layers of starlight rippled out from him, dissolving all the corpses on the ground, causing them to collapse and dissipate. Having done this, he placed a hand on Klein's shoulder, helping him transform into a torrent of information, and swiftly moved away from the area. Dozens of miles away in the darkness, in a concealed place, transparent worms emerged from the historical void, outlining the figure of dark demonic wolf Kotar in the surroundings, growing clearer and more real. He abandoned his original corpse, changing his original resurrection location through a wish, avoiding the possibility of being ambushed at the body. As for the loss of the curtain, while somewhat regrettable, his own life was more important in comparison. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. He could see the favor of darkness on Klein, and the methods Leyton had just displayed, which surpassed the abilities of a normal Sequence 1 knowledge emperor. Both gave him a strong sense of crisis, prompting him to follow the dictates of his heart. After fully resurrecting and familiarizing himself with his new body, Kotar swiftly moved his 8 long legs, leaving the original spot. With a flash of light, his figure vanished into the depths of the darkness. Near the abandoned castle, after an unknown period, the surrounding air fluctuated, and tiny, invisible organisms crawled out. The surroundings suddenly distorted, as if an error had occurred, and Amon, dressed in a black classical robe and wearing a matching pointed soft hat, appeared there. He reached out and pressed the monocle over his right eye, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. They left quite quickly. I thought that cowardly demonic wolf would last a bit longer. It seems he found help from outside. Concealing traces in front of one of the most excellent cryptologists is rather clumsy. As he muttered to himself, a colossal, ancient, mottled grandfather clock phantom emerged above Amon's head. The longest hand on the grandfather clock spun rapidly counterclockwise for 2 turns. Instantly, an indescribable invisible torrent surged around them, and countless light and shadow began to float, like a rewound video, revealing the scenes that had occurred there. Above the grey fog, within the ancient and magnificent palace, Klein sat quietly on the high-backed chair at the very top. He had completed the sacrifice, sending the curtain above the grey fog, and at the same time, relying on the historical projection summoned by magician Furs, he had sent Miss Messenger out of the forsaken land of the gods. Looking at the black velvet curtain lying quietly on the mottled table, Klein let out a soft breath and said, "The matter is finally concluded. Next is the preparation to help the city of Silver explore and open the Giant King's court. This will inevitably be targeted by Amon, he knows very well what I want to do. If I could create enough charms with mirror traveling ability, I could actually use this method to take the people of the city of Silver and Moon City out of the forsaken land of the gods. Unfortunately, this is somewhat unrealistic, and sealed artifacts wouldn't be able to be taken away." After a moment of silence, he extended his spirituality, touching the illusory stars representing Leyton and Azek, pulling them above the grey fog. He looked at Leyton and Azek, who were silently gazing at him, and chuckled, asking, "Any suggestions regarding the exploration and opening of the Giant King's court?" Azek shook his head, his tone serious. "I advise you to give up. Amon will definitely be waiting for you there, perhaps when you arrive at the Giant King's court, or perhaps after you complete the exploration and open the Giant King's court. Facing the true body of a king of angels, you have no chance of winning. Even if I rush over now, I am powerless to contend with the king of angels." Klein fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Although giving up on helping the city of Silver was the most rational decision, after understanding the little son, and the plight of the city of Silver and Moon City, he found it very difficult to make such a decision. In silence, he turned his gaze to Leyton, hoping to hear different advice from him. Leyton shrugged, his tone calm. The war of the gods is about to begin. Under various pushes, it will bring this war to an end. As a conclusion, it will inevitably be accompanied by the fall of deities standing at the top of the pyramid, perhaps one, perhaps two, or perhaps more. Leyton paused, then added with a smile, I have a bad news and a good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Klein followed Leyton's words. The bad news is that neither you nor Mr. Azek can spare the effort to help me, not even historical projections, nor can your consciousness come over. Leyton nodded, adding, the good news is that True Creator and his angels also cannot interfere here. Klein smiled wryly and nodded. So, the only one I'll encounter in the forsaken land of the gods is Amon. Heh, I've actually started using only to describe Amon. I'm really getting overconfident. He paused, then added, without external help, it will be very difficult for me to contend with Amon. Leyton nodded, his tone calm, and said, so you need to make some preparations in advance, seek some help, and appear to be contending with Amon for the first blasphemy slate. In a 3-story house in Backland Westborough, Fur suddenly stood up from her chair and walked to the window, gazing deeply at the desolate street outside. What are you going to do? At the fireplace, Zio, who was packing her luggage, looked at her friend with some curiosity. Be a qualified tool person. Furs replied with a hint of resentment. As she spoke, a phantom, slowly turning book appeared in her eyes. Soon, a beyond her ability she had recorded in advance was activated. She then reached out and tugged at the void in front of her. A heavy sensation came from her hand, as if encountering an obstacle. The projection that should have been pulled directly from the historical void became very heavy, difficult for her to drag. Just as Furs was about to give up and try again, the heavy sensation in her hand suddenly vanished, and a familiar figure was easily pulled out from the historical void by her. Leyton glanced around the room, seeing the neatly packed luggage piled on the living room floor, and chuckled. Good morning, ladies. The war should be ending soon. You don't need to be in such a hurry to pack. Furs sat directly in a comfortable armchair and said tiredly, whatever you need to do, just do it quickly. My spirituality can't last much longer. Maintaining your historical projection is much harder than Mr. Worlds. Leyton said no more. His body instantly disintegrated into pure and complex streams of information, surging away. Zio looked at the spot where Leyton had vanished, then turned her head to glance at Furs, who was already lying down, and asked curiously, why have you been summoning historical projections so often lately? I don't know. I'm just a tool person being called around. If I had so many high-level beyonder abilities to record and use when I was a scribe, my potion would have digested incredibly fast. Unfortunately, I am already a traveler now, and the outbreak of war makes it impossible for me to find a suitable place to travel. No, I need to start meditating. My spirituality is depleting too quickly. At this rate, I won't even last 3 minutes. After a few complaints, Furs closed her eyes and began to meditate, using it to alleviate the consumption of her spirituality. On the street, the once bustling and vibrant city, vibrant with yellow, blue, and off-white colors, had turned gray, black, and crimson, withered, chaotic, and somewhat desolate. The sound of artillery fire continuously overlapped, not far away, at the edge of the city, and even some appearing within the city. Chapter 710, which one are you reading primarily? Which one did you subscribe for primarily? Chapter 711, KWM Chapter 706, Luck and Wisdom Coexist. Leyton transformed into a torrent of information, swiftly traversing the city and taking in everything that was happening around him. The city was vastly different from his last visit. The armies of Fasak and Fainapotter were already pressing close to this metropolis, assailing the lone military and the church's last line of defense on the city's outskirts. In the Empress Borough, within the imperial palace belonging to the Augustus family, Phantom's torrents composed of complex information surged in from all directions. The moment he entered the imperial palace, the torrent of information uncontrollably collapsed, reconstituting Leyton's body. The rules here were distorted and chaotic, unlike those outside, preventing Leyton from maintaining his information-based form. In a lavishly decorated basement resembling a palace hall, William Augustus I, clad in a dark red cloak, sat upright on a high-backed chair at the highest point against the wall, his expression as focused as a sculpture. His aura was quite distorted and mad, one eye azure and the other dark red, his expression restrained, as if he was trying to suppress the madness constantly surging from his heart. In the silent hall, brilliant starlight surged forth, emerging from the ceiling, the surrounding walls, and the tightly sealed large doors. The starlight quickly surged, and within it, fragments of starlight recombined, revealing Leyton's figure. This ability was a prerequisite for informational abilities. The two were similar but not entirely identical in essence. After losing his informational ability, this ability to transform himself into starlight remained. The moment he appeared, the surrounding air inexplicably became viscous, as if transforming into layer upon layer of barriers, attempting to bind him in place and restrict his movements. At the same time, William Augustus I's voice, imbued with a sense of solemnity and majesty, rang out. Here, mysticism is weakened, and reality is strengthened. Here, information interaction is forbidden. Here, forbidden. William Augustus I's voice suddenly caught, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, preventing any sound from propagating. Interrupting William Augustus I's decree, Leyton extended his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air before him. The originally ornate and exquisite palace hall suddenly cracked with fissures, as if it were a dilapidated building on the verge of collapse due to disrepair. In a situation where mysticism was weakened and reality strengthened, the abilities of the Paragon pathway were instead somewhat enhanced. Although altering physical laws became more difficult, the achieved effects were greatly magnified. William Augustus I suddenly rose from his high-backed chair, reaching into the void before him to draw out a silver-white straight sword laced with faint dark red threads, appearing exceedingly distorted and chaotic. The moment this straight sword appeared, the physical laws altered by Leyton in the hall instantly became chaotic. This chaos was not entirely random, but rather changed to a certain extent according to William Augustus I's will. The surrounding air seemed to turn into a flowing, extremely viscous transparent liquid, firmly immobilizing Leyton and making it difficult for him to move. At the same time, silver-white and pitch-black liquids, filled with chaos and distortion, vaguely overflowed from William Augustus I. He seemed to be melting into a puddle of liquid, merging into the fundamental rules of the world. In this state, it was difficult for Leyton to use his own beyonder characteristics and traits to modify the surrounding physical laws. Here, godhood is forbidden. Another decree echoed around them. The auras of both Leyton and William Augustus I continuously diminished, and the special qualities and abilities brought by divinity temporarily lost their effect. William Augustus I seemed to have accomplished a great feat, and he exclaimed excitedly. "This is Lone, this is Backlund, this is the Augustus family's stronghold, which they have managed for hundreds, even thousands of years. Even the avatars of the gods cannot threaten me here." Boom. Boom. Violent, illusory thunder suddenly exploded in Leyton's ears, as if a thunderstorm was directly overhead. The surrounding light brightened considerably, instantly turning to midday, exposing him to the sunlight. Leyton instinctively looked up, a silver-white glimmer flashing in his eyes, instantly becoming profoundly deep, resembling the sea before a storm. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. The historical projection summoned by Furs had reached its time limit. Another historical projection of a scholar of yore. William Augustus I's expression suddenly turned very ugly, with black and silver-white liquid continuously flowing down his clothes. Over the berserk sea, the sunlight suddenly became scorching, dispelling the long-standing fog, dark clouds, and storms that had enveloped the sea. The weather became exceptionally clear, and time seemed to be fixed at midday. Rumble. A clap of thunder exploded out of nowhere, and the weather over the Sonia Sea became overcast. Silver-white electric snakes darted chaotically through the thick layers of clouds, as if they could strike at any moment. On the southern continent, the light became dim and eerie, as if covered by a deep, dark curtain, rippling in layers like a profound, the tenebrous heaven. The illusory sound of waves echoed in everyone's ears. Above the dark sea reflected from the spiritual world, countless stars emerged, dense and dazzling, making time seem to have arrived at night. The brilliant, shimmering starlight intermingled, like scattered sand, being pushed and dispersed by two invisible large hands. Above Backlund, the sky changed rapidly, and soon, an orange-red dusk was reflected, the glow of the setting sun falling upon everyone. Some were excited, some were solemn, and some began to pray softly. Silently, a deep, tranquil night sky, accompanied by scattered stars, descended. It occupied half the sky, opposing the orange-red dusk. On the ground, insects that had vanished due to the war became active again, scrambling out from underground, emitting high-pitched, joyful chirps. Trees destroyed by artillery fire also sprouted new buds, and green plants grew from the ground, wall cracks, and the gaps between street paving stones. Even the wounds of those injured in the war began to heal, and their conditions improved. All living beings at this moment felt the joy of growth and new life. On the square outside St. Samuel Cathedral, a place usually bustling with people, now only occasional clergy appeared. Leonard stood at the edge of the square, looking at the night and dusk that had suddenly appeared overhead, his expression turning solemn. Due to the tightening front lines, the Red Gloves team he led became the Church of the Evernight Goddess's sole remaining combat force within the city, responsible for both guarding against potential sneak attacks and stabilizing the increasingly anxious believers within the city. He was not afraid to go deep into the battlefield and fight the enemy head-on, but the immense pressure of maintaining order and appeasing the goddess's believers within the city left him gasping for breath. After 2 seconds of silence, he suddenly turned his head and muttered softly, "Old man, nothing will happen, right?" Pallas chuckled, saying in a relaxed tone, "This is just the normal progression of this war, or rather, now is the crucial point of this war." "What do you mean?" "Did Phasax, god of combat, and the goddess personally descend?" Leonard swallowed, asking with some difficulty. "To be precise, the god of combat has entered Evernight's tenebrous heaven. You need to be careful during this period. In the time before the war ends, the battles in reality will become even more intense. The demigods and angels, who were relatively restrained before, will now truly throw themselves into the battlefield with full force. The astral world is a mess right now, all the true gods and evil gods are fighting for themselves, and I also need to pay attention to the situation to prepare for what comes next. As his words fell, Pallas fell silent again, and no matter how Leonard called out, he did not respond. In the illusory and abstract astral world, within an illusory kingdom composed of countless books, phantoms torrents composed of complex information surged through the gaps formed by stacks of books, rapidly converging and reconstituting Leyton's figure. In front of him, an old man wearing a hood, revealing his mouth, wrinkles, and white beard, stood calmly among numerous books. He held an open book in his left hand, flipping through it page by page, reading with deep immersion. Leyton bowed slightly to the old man before him, saying, "This should be our first official meeting." After a slight pause, he continued. "I need to trouble you to look after the forsaken land of the gods. Currently, the only one free to go there and take the first blasphemy slate is Amon. After I deal with Steam, I will go and assist you." The old man, still flipping through the book, said without lifting his head. "This is the best-case scenario, but from what I know of him, he will certainly make some preparations in advance. Even if his own will is not completely unified at the moment, on a crucial issue like the blasphemy slate, he will certainly be united against outsiders. In the current situation, the only ones he can win over are Cheek and Farbody. Their conditions are not good, but they are enough to tie me down for a period until this war ends." Leyton nodded, sighing, "At least, fate is on our side." As he spoke, he took out a milky white dice from his pocket, the die of probability, evolved from the fate pathway's uniqueness. Turning the die of probability twice in his hand, he casually tossed the dice towards the old man before him. In battles involving true gods, it can't do much, but if it's interfering with Amon's theft and deception, it might play a significant role. The milky white dice landed on the open book, spun twice, and then stopped on its own, with 6 dots facing up. Leyton chuckled, "Luck and wisdom coexist." Chapter 712, KWM Chapter 707 begin. After ending his conversation with the god of knowledge and wisdom, Leyton once again transformed into a torrent of information, preparing to find the Earth Mother to retrieve the second portion of the knowledge Emperor's beyonder characteristic from her. As if sensing his intention, bright, pure sunlight emerged out of thin air, surrounding him and forming an impenetrable blockade. Under the light that even distorted space, scroll-like paintings unfolded slowly, one after another. These paintings were so thin they seemed to have no thickness, yet they gave an extremely profound feeling, as if thousands of years of civilization were so profound, vast, boundless, and magnificent. In his information-torn form, Leyton, who had just broken through the eternal blazing sun's blockade, was directly encompassed by these unfolding civilization paintings. Within the mottled light and shadow of the civilization paintings, Medici, maintaining his flame giant form, held a long sword wreathed in purplish-red flames and greeted Leyton with a relaxed tone. "Impudent little fellow, we meet again. Last time, you threw me into the depths of the Berserk Sea without a word. Shouldn't you repay me this time?" "I'm considering immersing you in the Sea of Ruins within the Sea of Ruins," Leyton replied with a slight nod. As he spoke, his figure continuously expanded, his outer skin and flesh cracking layer by layer, growing eyes that shimmered with pure light, as if they could see through all things. He seemed to have transformed into a combination of countless pieces of information, becoming an embodiment of information and knowledge, constantly receiving and interacting with information. Under the convergence of countless complex and pure pieces of information, apart from the eyes that grew on him, the rest of his body turned completely pitch black, a wriggling, distorted pitch black mass. In his mythical creature form, each of his eyes shimmered with pure, clear light, condensing into complex and illusory symbols, pouring vast amounts of chaotic and useless knowledge into Medici's mind. A pale golden light illuminated the giant burning with purplish-red flames. This light flowed like water, converging into a full body armor, isolating the attack Leyton had unleashed. The next second, a great sword composed of orange-red twilight light pierced through the void, directly leaping out from Leyton's location. The black mass covered in countless eyes instantly dematerialized, as if it didn't exist at all, easily dodging the sudden attack. The orange-red greatsword then shattered, turning into specks of light and fragments, rapidly swirling and transforming into an orange-red storm. Medici swung the dawn sword in his hand, making the rotating hurricane of light even more violent, constantly sweeping outwards, enveloping everything around. No matter how Leyton moved, he couldn't avoid it. Within the orange-red storm, torrents of complex information surged in an illusory form, piercing through the raging hurricane of light, and directly flowing towards Medici, but they were obstructed by the pale golden full-body armor on him. That armor, built from unknown materials, had a strong shielding effect against information, making it difficult for him to bypass this protection and deliver an effective blow. Medici seemed to have foreseen this scene. His body swayed slightly, and while maintaining the hurricane of light, he chuckled and said, "The armor on me comes from the world's most outstanding artisan, the former god of craftsmen, now the god of steam and machinery. Its function is very singular, but it happens to be precisely targeted at you. Are you sure we still want to keep fighting? You won't have the slightest chance of winning this battle, whether in strategy, strength, or equipment. As Medici spoke, the torrent of information swirling and disturbing in midair rapidly converged, reforming Leyton's figure. He looked at the flame giant in pale golden full-body armor before him and calmly asked, "You seem very confident." Medici's response was to forcefully swing the straight sword in his hand. A great sword composed of orange-red twilight light pierced through the void, erupting from within Leyton's now visible body, impaling him from the inside. Under the orange-red light, Leyton's figure quickly shattered, dissipating into specks of dim yellow firelight. Only an extinguished match remained in place, crumbling and disappearing within the orange-red hurricane of light. "Hey, when did you become like that little crow, only knowing how to hide and sneak around?" Medici glanced at the shattered match, maintaining a vigilant posture, and chuckled. Leyton's figure appeared behind Medici. "Your taunting skills seem to have regressed." As he spoke, he tugged at the void in front of him with his right hand, conjuring the scene of the ancient sun god being devoured. Under the pale golden full-body armor, Medici paused for a brief moment, tightened his grip on the straight sword, then suddenly swung it forward, bringing down a will of harvest and conquest. Even if he couldn't see his face at this moment, Leyton would know that his expression must be very ugly. Medici's action failed. The straight sword in his hand betrayed him, slashing in another direction. This was not a weapon he had condensed using his Beyonder abilities, but a mystical item from Steam. He had deliberately set it ablaze, disguising it as a weapon he had condensed with his Beyonder abilities, precisely to numb Leyton and make him careless. On the flame-wreathed straight sword, the orange-red light suddenly flickered, then erupted within the pale golden full-body armor, erupting inside Medici's body. At the same time, the pale golden full-body armor suddenly contracted inwards, as if to directly squeeze him into a pulp. Crack! Crack! Crisp sounds emanated from Medici's body. The full-body armor on him cracked open with more and more fissures, and streams of orange-red light overflowed from them. Leyton curled his lips, condensing complex and illusory symbols within his eyes, pouring vast amounts of chaotic and useless knowledge into Medici's mind. Under the rebellion of the mystical item on his body, Medici had no time to prepare. His body instantly stiffened in place, unable to make any extra thoughts or movements. Without stopping, Leyton continued to raise his hand and tug at the void in front of him, pulling out an invisible object and throwing it onto Medici's body. Medici, whose entire body was burning with purplish-red flames, instantly dematerialized, as if separated from reality, entering another dimension, unable to interfere with reality. This was another application of the Emperor's new clothes and concealment power, which could temporarily throw the target out of reality, making them an observer in another dimension. Without Medici's obstruction, Leyton began to try and destroy the civilization paintings that sealed him. His body rapidly expanded, turning deep black under the invasion of countless complex and pure pieces of information, and growing eyes that shimmered with pure light. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a human figure the size of a small mountain, draped in a pitch-black robe, constantly growing eyes. Black mist rapidly surged out, continuously spreading, quickly filling the entire civilization painting, frantically analyzing and destroying everything within it. In the giant king's court, west of the forsaken land of the gods, Klein used the key from Vice Admiral Iceberg to open the door here. A turbulent, pitch-black, viscous, and illusory ocean surged out from the hall of the giant king's court, easily corrupting the puppet Klein had dragged out of the historical void, and tearing off a shadow from him along the connection. Klein's figure emerged from the historical void. Losing a false puppet had no effect on him, but losing his shadow caused his mental state to decline severely. Around them, the people of the City of Silver, who had been waiting there, looked at the suddenly appearing Klein with surprise and vigilance, their weapons already poised. Derek was stunned for a long while before he reacted, recognizing that the person in front of him was the World Gehrman Sparrow. He stepped forward with some concern and asked, "Mr. Sparrow, are you all right?" "No." Klein looked up at Derek, who was half a head taller than him, his tone extremely suppressed. Chief Colin Iliad of the City of Silver's Council of Six looked deeply at Klein, then turned to the Giant King's main hall and said, "I just felt a very terrifying aura. Just feeling a bit of it made me tremble, uncontrollably feeling fear, wanting to escape." Klein twitched his lips, revealing a smile that inexplicably made people feel startled. "I just used the key bestowed by my lord to open the door of the Giant King's court. This caused a sudden anomaly, seemingly awakening the existence slumbering within and leaking out some aura. Fortunately, our luck is still good. The danger that erupted inside that palace didn't spread too far, so we weren't affected and didn't become part of those dangers. I think the level of danger inside here probably doesn't need much explanation from me. How about it, do you still dare to explore now? Every exploration by the City of Silver's exploration team is undertaken with the belief that they might die," Colin Iliad said in a deep, hoarse voice. Klein smiled, and the transparent worms on his face wriggled faster. A good realization. Let's go. Time waits for no one. After resolving the issue here, I still have to continue playing cat and mouse with Amon. Those below demigod don't need to participate. Besides adding a few corpses, you won't serve any purpose. As his voice fell, Klein turned directly and walked towards the main hall of the giant king's court. Within, the ocean transformed from the Sea of Ruins, an illusory kingdom composed of countless books projected from the astral world, breaking the balance between day and night here. Book after book rapidly stacked and combined, forming an illusory high tower, layering upwards, extending into the sky, as if to enclose the entire world within itself. Each book had a brass-colored eye, and the higher the level, the darker it became, and the more it was filled with madness, destruction, ominousness, disaster, and other auras. Chapter 713, KWM Chapter 708, The Hermit. At the deepest part of the Sea of Ruins, near the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. As the illusory tower appeared, specks of brass-colored light began to emerge above the sea, rapidly moving and outlining symbols and eyes in mid-air, constantly analyzing and reconstructing the seals present there. This was a seal left by the seven deities together, and as a former participant, the god of knowledge and wisdom had a sufficiently deep understanding of it. Under his control, those brass-colored specks of light transformed into layers of invisible barriers, strengthening and altering the seal there. At a certain moment, the seawater below suddenly became dim and unreal, as if numerous channels converged below, forming a complex and mysterious spiderweb that wove together a profound and bizarre mirror world different from reality. Immediately after, one snake-like black tentacle after another stretched out from the mirror world, forcefully striking the surroundings, attacking the invisible barrier, and the illusory tower that stood on the sea surface, reaching into the sky. The tip of each of these tentacles had an eye, either closed or open. Anything they looked at instantly turned into grayish-white stone. The reefs, sea surface, illusory books, and other objects directly touched by the tentacles all distorted, growing limbs and heads, transforming into women of various sizes and attractive appearances. Gradually, a thin black mist rose from the sea surface. This mist was extremely viscous, as if it was about to liquefy into sticky black droplets. These mists carried the implications of depravity, curse, filth, and corrosion, emanating strange colors, as if they could evoke and magnify the darkest emotions and desires within a person's heart. From within the mist, hoarse and layered whispers continuously emerged. Every single word in them could severely injure the beyonder who heard it, causing them to lose control directly, or suffer mental confusion, or be afflicted by curses. On this Sea of Ruins, all self-aware beings inevitably fell into a state of hallucination, their emotions and desires rapidly expanding, then their minds were ignited, their rationality destroyed, losing control and turning into monsters. Those who were already monsters became even more insane and sinister. On the illusory tower, every book and every eye that made up this tower trembled, and brass-colored specks of light continuously surged out from within. These specks of light rapidly moved, forming pairs of illusory eyes, carefully observing every tentacle extending from beneath the sea surface, examining every wisp of mist floating on the sea, searching for and creating reasonable weak points. Amidst the rustling sound of turning pages, the surrounding light suddenly brightened, and the temperature rose, turning into a golden daytime. Under these circumstances, light carrying a magnificent sun aura condensed into droplets of liquid and fell from the sky, initiating a sun-sacred water rain over the sea area. Under the washing of the golden rain, the surging black mist continuously thinned and faded, as if it could disappear at any moment. The black tentacles with eyes at their tips constantly distorted and swayed, shedding layers of dry, transparent skin like snakes shedding theirs. Boom. A silvery white electric light lit up, followed by more and more dense lightning bolts sliding from between the turning pages, carrying an aura of rage and destruction, striking into the black mist and onto those twisting, shedding tentacles. These lightning bolts, directly striking weaknesses, were difficult to guard against and resist. Under the continuous bombardment, the god of knowledge and wisdom, who had not truly manifested from the astral world, directly and forcefully suppressed the combined offensive of the primordial demoness and the dark side of the universe. In the astral world, amidst the mottled painting where black mist permeated and surged, illusory torrents composed of vast amounts of complex information surged in without distinction, fiercely contending against each other. The terrifyingly complex information torrent formed a tangible, indescribable storm, causing the painting, which had carried thousands of years of civilization, to tremble uncontrollably, as if it could collapse at any moment. Immediately after, streaks of hazy light, not brilliant, not clear, devoid of any color, and seemingly composed of a vast number of illusory things, appeared out of thin air. These lights seemed to be some manifestation of the rules of reality, rapidly decomposing the black mist created by Leyton using the hermit pathway, remodifying the rules here, making the transmission and interaction of information slow and difficult. Beneath the mountain-like black-robed figure, Leyton's body reappeared, solidifying into tangible flesh and blood, rather than an illusory information state. Looking at the light that continuously eroded his hermit pathway, his eyes instantly became extremely deep, like a sea brewing a terrifying storm. The aura around him became profound and deep, like the boundless cosmos. The information torrent, the incarnation of the hidden sage, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, beginning to continuously merge into his body. The auras of the two gradually unified, constantly rising. Almost simultaneously, Medici, maintaining his flame giant form, suddenly burned fiercely, bringing a shower of purplish-red fire that erupted in all directions, carrying the will of conquest and disaster. One star after another then appeared, densely packed, scattering rays of brilliance that dissolved and disintegrated the disaster-bringing fire rain. The next second, streaks of civilized radiance bloomed out of thin air around, weaving into a magnificent figure, the figure belonging to the god of steam and machinery. Silently, the shining stars around became faint, even their colors evaporated and quickly dissipated, no longer able to obstruct the fire rain that fell like sliding meteors. The purplish-red flame stream easily penetrated Leyton's body, submerging into the civilized painting below, without causing the slightest harm. Leyton's figure shattered in the flame stream, turning into a pile of foam. These foams reflected colors, either reddish-white or purplish-red, under the firelight, vanishing in an instant. Immediately, his figure appeared in another painting. Black mist gathered around him in wisps, from which one cold and indifferent eye after another emerged. The light belonging to civilization followed closely, descending here, revealing the figure of the god of steam and machinery, and eroding the authority of mysticism with the power of reality. By forcefully enduring and accommodating the hidden sage's madness accumulated over thousands of years, the humanity of this identity you possess will inevitably suffer a strong impact, perhaps even disappearing completely. The voice of the god of steam and machinery echoed in Leyton's ears out of thin air, with no discernible gender, but one could easily feel the majesty and vastness he possessed. Leyton did not answer, continuing to accommodate and digest the information belonging to the hidden sage. With the hidden sage not resisting, their fusion proceeded smoothly, except for the increasingly severe trend of mental fragmentation. The god of steam and machinery unexpectedly did not prevent Leyton and the hidden sage's fusion. Instead, he used this time to project his divine kingdom, sealing off the outside world while constructing a battlefield advantageous to himself. White steam began to rise continuously around. The mottled light and shadow in the civilized painting constantly flickered, transforming into interlocking and connected gears, chains, and levers, collectively constructing one exquisite machine after another, forming a magnificent and grand palace. Amidst rumbling sounds, one mountain-sized mechanical armor after another emerged from the ground, walls, and various corners of the civilized painting. Their forms varied, including creatures from stories like giants, dragons, and demonic wolves, as well as angels with layers of mechanical wings on their backs, and devils with completely metallic long horns on their heads. Each of them had an aura reaching the level of an angel. Their eyes were vivid and nimble, clearly indicating that they were living mechanical beings with souls and self-awareness. Under the accumulation of thousands of years of history, civilization becomes increasingly profound, and the power I can use becomes increasingly strong. The words of steam seemed like a pronouncement. As his voice fell, the aura of the mechanical beings that emerged from the civilized painting rose again, and they simultaneously launched an attack on Leyton. Silvery white lightning, furious and sharp wind blades, scorching white and sacred flames, ice, darkness, curses, countless powers surged, covering all domains included in the 22 pathways. From the wisps of black mist, from Leyton's body, those eyes that grew sparkled with pure light, outlining one complex and illusory symbol after another within their pupils. Silently, all the attacks disappeared. Immediately after, the mechanical beings that emerged from the civilized painting also disappeared, leaving only vast and pure knowledge surging and settling. Leyton, who had initially grasped the uniqueness of the hermit, used the pathway of knowledge to reduce all attacks and the summoned mechanical beings back to their purest knowledge and information. Under the accumulation of thousands of years, knowledge and history are equally vast. Muttering to himself, Leyton absorbed all the floating knowledge around him, then released more black mist, attempting to submerge the entire divine kingdom projection. Beneath the dark black robe covered with mysterious patterns, Leyton's body, resembling a dark, shriveled corpse covered in eyes, seemed to spontaneously collapse under pressure, turning into continuously surging dark blackness and numerous eyes. At the position of his head beneath the hood, starlight flickered, outlining a pair of eyes, a pair of cold and indifferent eyes containing countless brilliant stars, eyes evolved from the uniqueness. In the divine kingdom projection of steam, white steam and black mist intermingled, yet remained distinctly separate. Eyes, books, gears, and machines floated between the mist and steam, falling into a peculiar balance. For a short time, neither side could overpower the other. Amidst the stalemate, Leyton suddenly chuckled. At our level, what we compete on is no longer various powerful or strange beyond our abilities, but rather the extent of knowledge we possess, the strength of our computational abilities, and our own pathway and status. If there is no external force to break the deadlock, we can persist like this for 100 years, 200 years, or even longer. Chapter 714, KWM Chapter 709, White Hot. Leyton's words received no response from the god of steam and machinery, but he didn't care, continuing as if talking to himself. For you, the best scenario should have been for me to be held back by William Augustus I, while you, taking the opportunity, quickly defeated or even killed the hidden sage by uniting with the eternal blazing sun and the red angel's evil spirits. Unfortunately, what went there was just a historical projection of me, and the eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Storms were immediately targeted by the true creator, so they had no chance to help you. However, this current situation isn't bad for you either. Is this your alternative plan? Under the blockade of the divine kingdom, I cannot draw strength from my main body to effectively suppress you. The other true gods and evil gods are either in a chaotic battle or have not yet revived, making it difficult for them to interfere in our struggle. And you, having made full preparations, as long as you have enough time, will always be able to suppress me little by little. But, have you ever considered a problem? When all high-level existences are tied up and unable to act, isn't that the best opportunity for those existences in the cosmos to erode the barrier and contaminate and influence this world? Leyton's voice was not pure, it was more like complex, distorted segments of corrupted gibberish, echoing as a stream of information within the black mist and the constantly rising steam, attempting to interfere with and even contaminate the other party. In the extremely complex reality, daylight was suddenly replaced by a brilliant cosmos, with stars twinkling one after another, as if circles of ripples were spreading across the sky. On the invisible barrier outside Earth, distorted and ferocious transparent faces emerged, pressing tightly against the barrier, pushing hard downwards, attempting to widen the few existing cracks. As time passed, invisible forces gradually passed through the obstruction of the seven gods' divine kingdoms, seeping through the cracks and transforming into specks of scarlet, silver-white, and dim light, disappearing into nothingness. In reality, the massive changes occurring in the cosmos were obstructed by the deep night, orange-red twilight, golden sunlight, and storm clouds in the sky, and thus were not seen by too many people. And those existences who noticed the scene and could understand its meaning either had no intention of stopping it or were powerless to stop it. In a basement somewhere in Backlund, a certain infant, who had fortunately escaped the war's impact with his family and had also fortunately stocked up on food and ice cream in the basement beforehand, tightened the silver silk on his body. This world is truly too difficult. Is no one going to manage it? Those guys are getting more and more heated in their fight, even the one who claims to be named after rationality and wisdom has turned into a mobster. If this continues, not only will Backlund be unsuitable for an infant's life, but even this world will be too dangerous and terrible for an infant. Muttering a few words, Septon pulled the silk over, burying himself in it like a quail. As Faceak and Fainapotter's offensive grew more intense, Leonard and his Red Gloves squad also joined Backlund's defense line. Having just repelled a wave of enemy attacks with Palez's help, before he could even catch his breath, Palez's voice suddenly echoed in Leonard's ears. If this war doesn't end soon, it's really going to get chaotic. I hope those high and mighty gods haven't lost their minds. Leonard froze for a moment, hesitating for 2 seconds as he didn't quite react, then he slightly tilted his head and asked in a low voice. What do you mean? Some things are not for you to understand. You just need to know that if this chaotic war among the gods doesn't end quickly, this world will become increasingly chaotic and dangerous. It should be said that the war developing to this point is already quite unbelievable, there might be deeper reasons pushing it from behind. Palez's voice quickly faded, falling silent again. Leonard called out to the old man several times but received no response. Faceak's army attacked again, so he had no choice but to continue fighting. On the other side of the astral world, several figures emerged within an illusory kingdom simultaneously enveloped by night and twilight. This was the Evernight goddess's the Tenebrous Heaven. Her figure became extremely tall, like a towering mountain, with 6 arms growing from her sides, resembling a humanoid demonic wolf. She held a heavy, dark scythe in 2 hands, cradled a crimson moon in 2 other hands, held a bird-shaped golden ornament in 1 hand, and left her other hand empty, standing calmly in a sea of flowers composed of moonflowers and night-scent grass. At this moment, 2 uninvited guests had intruded here and were silently confronting her. Within the orange-red twilight, a colossal, mountain-like figure emerged. His limbs were long and somewhat deformed, and he wore a dilapidated silver full-body armor, with only a cluster of orange-red light visible in the pupils' positions. He slowly advanced, dragging an exaggerated longsword in his right hand, plowing a deep, difficult-to-heal gully across the ground covered in moonflowers, night-scent grass, and other plants. As he stepped, the light of twilight further encroached upon the night here. On his other side, the blooming moonflowers and night-scent grass suddenly grew larger, expanding wildly. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a dense primeval jungle, with countless trees obscuring the sky. Within the jungle, a figure emerged, wrapped in deep green vines and adorned with various herbs and flowers. Her figure was also as vast as a mountain, with a plump physique, flowing emerald green robes, and an illusory infant cradled in her arms. The Earth Mother, who had arrived in the Tenebrous Heaven with the god of combat, turned her head to glance at the giant who seemed to merge with the twilight, then withdrew her gaze with no emotion in her eyes, and together with him, approached the Evernight goddess, who had transformed into a humanoid demonic wolf and was dragging the dark scythe. The Twilight Giant, who accompanied the arrival of Twilight, did not hesitate at all. He held the exaggerated longsword with both hands and slashed forward fiercely, colliding with the heavy, dark scythe and freezing in midair. A dark brown wooden staff pierced him from behind, entering his heart, passing through his chest, and frantically drawing his life force, as if to drag him back to the earth, back to nature. Even a Sequence 0 true god could hardly withstand this level of life drain. The god of combat's body began to collapse from the inside out. The Evernight goddess, who had already mastered the death uniqueness, delivered the final blow to him, inserting the bird-shaped golden ornament through the gap in his silver helmet into his head, granting him true death. The Twilight Giant's body could not withstand such an attack, disintegrating into clusters of orange red twilight light, some of which detached from the Evernight goddess's the tenebrous heaven and fell to various parts of reality. The remaining portions were intercepted by the Evernight goddess and the Earth Mother, becoming their spoils of war. Accompanying the rapidly receding twilight, the Evernight goddess threw the crimson moon she held in both hands to the Earth Mother. The latter took the crimson moon, turned to look at the illusory astral world above her head, and extended her right hand holding the crimson moon. A silver-white moon suddenly appeared in the astral world, causing spirituality to decrease and connections to weaken, thereby reducing the penetration and corruption of outer deities on the barrier. The Evernight goddess turned her gaze towards reality, towards the palace in Backlund. Silently, this magnificent palace, which had stood in Backlund for hundreds or thousands of years, disappeared, leaving only a huge sunken pit in the ground. A dark red stream of light, as if freed from its restraints, shot straight into the sky, accompanying the deep night that had swallowed the twilight, and flew into the illusory astral world. With the return of the last portion of the Prince of Abolition characteristic, Roselle had completely and truly revived. The shadows covering most of the astral world suddenly retracted, condensing into a blurry human figure, gradually becoming real from illusory, and clear from blurry. In less than 10 seconds, Roselle appeared completely and truly in the astral world. He wore a dark red coat with rusty gold threads and a magnificent crown inlaid with red gems on his head. He had long, slightly curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and 2 beautifully groomed small mustaches. "Rejoice, for now, your emperor has returned." Roselle magnified his voice, transmitting it into the ears of every living being on earth. After his dramatic declaration, he then turned his gaze to the divine kingdom projected by the god of steam and machinery using the scroll of civilization. "In the end, it still falls to me to save the world." As he spoke, he took a step forward, instantly traversing an unknown distance, appearing directly outside the battlefield of Leyton and the god of steam and machinery. He raised his hand and gently grasped forward. The already illusory divine kingdom projection instantly became transparent, as if it had become a kind of illusion, isolated in another world, unable to affect reality. As the divine kingdom projection was hidden, countless black mists and white steam instantly permeated from the scroll of civilization, continuously seeping outwards and spreading. At the very center, the figures of Leyton and the god of steam and machinery became increasingly blurred, as if after exhausting a large amount of computing power and information, even their own maintenance became difficult. "My ally has arrived, and it seems your ally cannot." Leyton transmitted his words to steam in the form of an information stream, forming segments of highly contaminating gibberish. As he tried to contaminate steam, clusters of dark spread out from around Roselle, continuously twisting and chaotic the underlying rules of the world, establishing a new order. Under the order established by Roselle, the rules belonging to reality were weakened, while the power of the mystical side was magnified and strengthened. The black mist derived from the mysticism authority instantly boiled, overwhelming the constantly rising white steam. Chapter 7:15, KWM Chapter 7:10 Hermit. After temporarily suppressing the god of steam and machinery with Roselle's help, Leyton reached out and took a wooden staff, resembling a withered branch, from the void before him. The head of the staff was inlaid with a spherical crystal, deep black at its base and adorned with a circle of gray-white stars, while the wooden shaft was engraved with numerous mystical symbols and markings representing domains such as change and history. This was a mystical item he had created using worms of spirit from Zeradal and some of Sapphira Castle's aura borrowed from Klein, capable of producing a large-scale miracle. Holding the wooden staff, Leyton softly chanted a passage in ancient Hermes. "I wish." Pale, transparent flames erupted, the wooden staff turned to ash and vanished, and an indescribable torrent surged forth from nothing, rapidly sweeping through the surroundings and condensing into an illusory wilderness. Light and shadow flickered across the wilderness, as if it contained countless mysteries and knowledge, civilization, and history. Various figures constantly walked upon the wilderness, some belonged to humans, some to giants, or dragons, elves, even unknown, strange creatures. All the strange phenomena previously created by Leyton and Steam, relying on their respective authorities, disappeared, leaving only a pure wilderness. Roselle's figure rapidly retreated, avoiding being engulfed by this wilderness. Bright, dazzling sunlight suddenly appeared, carrying the power to purify everything, even space distorted under this golden light. Coming so fast. Roselle frowned. The next instant, he caused the underlying rules of the world to twist and become chaotic, making the golden sunlight seem to be in another world with completely different underlying rules, making it difficult to interfere with the surroundings. This interference did not last long. Soon, a nearly true sun appeared in the surroundings, rapidly approaching the area. This sun emitted a scorching light capable of illuminating the entire world, even the entire star system. Its blazing golden sunlight made it impossible for others to open their eyes or even form extra thoughts. The distortion created by Roselle was quickly broken, and the sun overhead poured down golden energy, creating superheated flames, like a golden waterfall descending from the sky. Rosel's skin continuously cracked, and countless shadows surged from beneath his skin, causing the surrounding order to rapidly shift, forming an invisible barrier that separated it from reality. A crimson moon swiftly rose in the astral world, and crimson moonlight poured down, making all existences in the astral world feel the joy of growth and new life, causing their bodies to become uncontrollably stagnant. The golden sunlight and flames became agitated, as if about to give birth to their own life and consciousness. At the same time, a figure entwined with dark green vines and adorned with various herbs and flowers emerged in the crimson moonlight. She was plump, her emerald dress fluttering, cradling an illusory infant, bathed in crimson moonlight, and casually tossed down an eye crafted from numerous inlaid gems. This eye fell into the wilderness below without any hindrance, instantly shattering into specks of light blue, which then merged into the wilderness. Within the wilderness summoned by Leyton's miracle, the figure of the god of steam and machinery became layered and dense, becoming a part of the countless figures wandering there. In the previous confrontation, they had both separated their information and engaged in a battle at the information level. But as Leyton summoned the projection of the wilderness, the separated knowledge began to uncontrollably vitalize, gradually becoming part of the wilderness, making it difficult to reclaim. This caused the god of steam and machinery's current state to continuously decline. His spirit and will, projected into countless pieces of knowledge and information, deviated from himself, in turn imprisoning him there and preventing him from taking any action to leave. Leyton had originally intended to rely on his own authority to suppress the opponent, directly and forcefully stripping the characteristics and authority he needed from the god of steam. But the item thrown down by the Earth Mother completed the last, Knowledge Emperor, characteristic he needed, and after integrating the hidden sage, his ascension ritual directly began within the projection of the wilderness. Leyton's body instantly dematerialized, disintegrating into pure and complex information torrents, and as the uniqueness and the three, Knowledge Emperor, characteristics merged and underwent a qualitative change, the information torrent continuously expanded, as if it wanted to encompass all knowledge in this world. In this state, he could no longer spare extra energy to contend with the god of steam and machinery, he simply encompassed the opponent's information as well, letting the opponent face the pressure of the ascension ritual alongside him. Given that he had already inherited the hidden sage's spirit and madness, adding some of the god of steam and machinery's spirit would only be a matter of being slightly more or less mad. Perhaps, when I conceived this idea and took this action, I was already mad. He murmured to himself, his spirit continuously elevating and undergoing a qualitative change, entering a peculiar domain, as if he had become knowledge itself, the embodiment and sum of all mysteries. At the same time, his inherent qualities were also being completed little by little, gradually showing a tendency to break free from the influence of the Sapphira and become a new individual. Leyton stopped this trend at the opportune moment, repeatedly emphasizing the information belonging to his own identity, continuously replicating it to achieve a self-suggestive effect and strengthen his self-cognition. With his main body on the Western continent unable to interfere, if his self-identification were to err, he would truly become an aggregate of various consciousnesses and cognitions, an abstract deity understood by believers, rather than simply himself. The hermit was already an embodiment of information, knowledge, and mysteries, a collection of information and abstract concepts. Her perception of information would, to some extent, evolve into reality. Above the Sonia Sea, because eternal blazing sun had withdrawn, the Lord of Storms was quickly suppressed by the true creator. Layered, heavy dark clouds were covered in a pitch-black shadow, and distorted, hideous faces emerged from the shadows, like fears imprinted in the deepest part of the sea of collective subconscious, carrying various extreme emotions, stirring up a terrifying mental storm in the surroundings. Within the layered, heavy dark clouds, the constantly darting silver-white lightning seemed to solidify, developing humanity, showing emotions of fear and dread, and could no longer leap. As the oppressive and destructive aura continuously accumulated, the clouds in the sky almost turned bright white. On the sea surface below, strong winds howled, and waves surged higher and higher, as if brewing a storm capable of destroying a planet. Streaks of silver-white lightning suddenly erupted, breaking through the shadows' blockade, and disappeared into the sky at near-limit speed, vanishing from the real world. Boom. Boom. A massive sonic boom slowly resounded after the silver-white lightning disappeared, continuously echoing in the surroundings, also mixed with the wailing of the wind domain, as if to tear the sky apart. In the abstract, illusory astral world, silver-white lightning appeared at an unimaginable and uncatchable speed, forcefully joining the battlefield of Roselle and eternal blazing sun. In the projected illusory wilderness, the weather suddenly went out of control, storms, lightning, and scorching sunlight appeared simultaneously, as if to completely shatter this wilderness. Roselle's figure became illusory and pitch-black, as if covered in a layer of shadow, existing in another world with completely different underlying rules, swimming forward like a shadow between two contradictory rivers of fate. Chains of pitch-black shackles, materialized from orderly shadows, appeared out of thin air, weaving into an impenetrable net, attempting to block eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Storms' destruction of the wilderness projection. Crack! Crack! As more and more attacks bypassed Roselle's obstruction, the sounds of illusory objects shattering echoed continuously around. The next second, the illusory, light and shadow flickering wilderness projected by miracle shattered into fragments of light blue or silver-white dust. Leyton, who was in the midst of his advancement ritual, seemed to suffer some blow, and his continuously rising aura briefly stagnated. With his spiritual will under pressure, and only instinct remaining, Leyton, under the psychological cue he had set for himself beforehand, abandoned the action of continuing to seize the characteristics and authority of the god of steam and machinery, and stripped away the opponent's information. Countless lights composed of pure information surged forth from the shattered wilderness, exuding a vast, boundless, and profound aura. Streaks of light surged like torrents, and a terrifyingly complex information current began to converge, forming a pair of eyes as pure as gems, containing countless brilliant stars, cold, indifferent, and without eyelashes. Below the eyes was a shimmering, pitch-black expanse of starlight, constantly writhing and changing, growing more and more eyes. Finally, it evolved into a hooded figure in a black robe, the black robe somewhat tattered, drifting in the air in wisps, from which grew eyes, some open, some closed, utterly devoid of emotion. At this moment, all the information in the world became active, as if suddenly coming alive, reflected in the eyes of the surrounding beings, becoming their flashes of inspiration. In Backlund, Leonard, still somewhat bewildered that the war had ended so suddenly had an unprecedented surge of inspiration. He thought of a peculiar melody, a highly artistic verse. On the future, Frank rushed to his laboratory in a hurry. He had suddenly thought of a direction for improving mushrooms. In the northern state, Anderson, holding a flaming longsword, paused and looked at Mr. Isaac beside him, chuckling. I suddenly have inspiration for creation. When this war ends, I'm going to record it with paintings. They will absolutely be insurmountable works of art. Perhaps, in the future, I can also consider moonlighting as a painter. That's an elegant identity, very suitable for an elegant person like me. Isaac nodded gently. As an angel, even if he wasn't of a pathway related to knowledge, he had perceived some changes in that instant. Knowledge suddenly became active. This was a change at the rule level. Had the battle in the astral world already reached a conclusion? As thoughts flickered, Isaac looked up at the illusory cosmos above, then quickly withdrew his gaze. The complex and vast aura of the astral world was difficult for even an angel to bear and to clearly see. Chapter 716, KWM Chapter 711 End, I. The illusory, abstract cosmos was suddenly covered by a thick curtain of shadow, reflecting a dark, viscous ocean full of depravity aura. The true creator's arrival significantly reduced Roselle's pressure. He chuckled and said arrogantly, "It's finally my turn." Having transformed into the shadow of order, he distorted the true vision of the eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Storms, causing their perceived images to be delayed, appearing as they were 1 or even 2 seconds ago. Almost simultaneously, a giant, mountain-like, pitch-black hand stretched out from the depravity ocean, grabbing towards the constantly leaping silver-white lightning. The silver-white lightning continued to leap, carrying an aura of furious destruction, constantly accumulating power, waiting for the opportune moment, seemingly oblivious to the hand reaching for it, and without any premonition of danger. By the time the delayed vision appeared a second later, he was already grasped in the palm of that pitch-black hand, unable to escape. On the other side, the nearly true sun erupted with scorching hot sunlight, yet it was strangely confined to a very small area, as if isolated from the world. Were the projection of the knowledge more dissipated, Leyton gazed ahead, and an illusory book appeared, flipping its pages on its own, revealing scroll after scroll of paintings, texts, and information depicted on them. The book depicted and recorded humanity's journey from the age of savagery to slash-and-burn farming, then to the creation of various tools and machinery, the invention of the steam engine, and the entry into the steam age. It was as if it carried the enlightenment and development of civilization and human society at different levels, giving off an extremely profound feeling. Rays of light were projected along with the book, combining with the surrounding floating information to form transparent, illusory figures, one after another. They all belonged to the god of steam and machinery, manifestations of different aspects, different knowledge, different authorities, and different information. The knowledge and information that made up these figures became animated, giving each figure its own consciousness, making them difficult to unify and resistant to returning to the main body. This was the corruption of the knowledge Moor. After Leyton encompassed the information belonging to the god of steam and machinery, it attempted to pollute him through the interaction of information. As the part of the information polluted by Leyton returned, this corruption uncontrollably spread to the main body of the god of steam and machinery. Leyton extended his right hand, dark and withered like a mummy, and the eyes growing on it blinked, focusing all their gaze on the illusory book that carried civilization and recorded history and knowledge. With a rustling sound, the pages of the illusory book uncontrollably flipped rapidly, torn off by an unseen force, flying into Leyton's hand one after another. As these pages fell into Leyton's palm, they quickly disintegrated into glimmering, indistinct specks of light that were not brilliant, not clear, had no color, and seemed to be composed of a vast amount of illusory things, slowly floating and flowing. As the pages were stripped from the illusory book, the aura of the god of steam and machinery uncontrollably plummeted, making it difficult to maintain even the sequence 0 rank, on the verge of collapse. Alas! the figure of the god of steam and machinery that still retained itself sighed deeply. His gaze swept around, pausing on Roselle, who was in a stalemate with the eternal blazing sun, then looked at the illusory book, half of its pages already stripped by Leyton, and gave a bitter smile. I lost. The next second, his somewhat illusory figure collapsed from the inside out, disintegrating into streams of brass, light blue, and bronze light, flying in all directions. As if influenced by him, the other transparent figures that were still resisting each other and trying to be independent also shattered, turning into streams of light and quickly disappearing into the cosmos. One after another, rays of light streaked across the sky, forming a brilliant meteor shower that fell to various parts of reality. Without the resistance of the god of steam and machinery, the illusory book flew directly into Leyton's hand, disintegrating into a glimmering, indistinct light composed of a vast amount of illusory things. These slowly flowing lights reassembled under Leyton's will, finally forming an intricate and magnificent mechanical glove, which he wore on his right hand. After recovering the uniqueness, Leyton turned his head to look at the place not far away, surrounded by several eyes. At his thought, those eyes spontaneously scattered, revealing the faint radiance trapped in the center. It was only the size of a fist, colorless, seemingly composed of countless tiny things, flowing slowly like a liquid. To prevent my pursuit, you left a portion of the illuminator's characteristics. He muttered to himself. Leyton slightly raised his hand, and this faint radiance automatically floated onto his hand. Having done all this, he went directly to Roselle's side, who was still in a stalemate with the eternal blazing Sunday. Solid black mist surged in wisps, from which grew eyes, large and small. Under the gaze of these eyes, the light and heat emitted by the central sun were transformed into pure knowledge, turning into tendrils of black mist, from which more eyes grew. With the Black Emperor's magnification support, the sun's light almost dissipated, and the surroundings instantly became dark. From the opened eyes around, pure and clear light flowed out, quickly condensing into complex and illusory symbols, one after another, as if projecting all the information of the world, stirring up a terrifying information storm. At the center of the information storm, the light and fire swirling around the sun solidified and dimmed, as if they could be extinguished at any moment. A crackling electric sound suddenly exploded, and a mass of silver-white lightning broke through the shackles of the shadow, full of depravity meaning, escaping from here and hurriedly returning to the chasm of storms. The hand that stretched out from the dark, depravity ocean did not pursue. In that hand, there was still a constantly leaping mass of silver-white lightning, seemingly a part forcibly torn from the Lord of Storms. Scarlet light bloomed in the dark ocean, forming an eye full of defiled and depravity meaning, and casting its gaze towards the sun surrounded by Leyton and Roselle. The sun, being watched by numerous eyes, seemed to sense the danger, continuously pouring out energy, releasing light, and producing superheated flames. In an instant, the entire cosmos, and even reality, the spirit world, and the cosmos, were illuminated. The scorching golden sunlight made it impossible for others to open their eyes or even form extra thoughts. When the light disappeared, the nearly true sun was gone. The eyes growing from the wisps of black mist began to retract, and the shadows covering the cosmos quickly receded. Leyton threw the faint radiance he held in his hand towards Roselle, and at the same time said, "You can directly claim the provinces bordering Seeger, Lemberg, and the Central Highlands, and the Fog Sea Archipelago will separate from Intis, establish its own kingdom, and you will become the emperor in reality. This portion of the Illuminator's characteristics is my advance payment. Let Bornova succeed as Pope, stabilize the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, shift their focus, and guide them to merge with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom." Understood. Roselle took the slowly flowing faint radiance and nodded gently. Upon receiving Roselle's reply, Leyton's figure instantly blurred, transforming into torrents of information, terrifyingly complex like a flood, and disappeared into the cosmos. He needed to complete his unfinished ritual of becoming a god as soon as possible to stabilize and strengthen his self-cognition. The hidden sage was not equivalent to him. As an animated uniqueness, his extreme and intense madness constantly influenced Leyton. Leyton's humanity, the divinity of the knowledge Moor, the hidden sage's mad self and spirit, the primitive instinctual madness accumulated in the Beyonder characteristic, the mental corruption generated by the previous information interaction with the god of steam and machinery, and the faith from believers. This spiritual stitching made Leyton prone to fragmentation at all times. The special nature of an information creature made this situation even more severe, either self-fragmentation, turning into out-of-control monsters, or the fusion of all spirits, becoming a brand new collective. In the forsaken land of the gods, Giant King's court, within the gradually disintegrating palace of shadows. Tiny specks of brass-colored light appeared out of thin air, swiftly moving and outlining a pair of illusory eyes, quickly scanning and observing everything within the palace, as if searching for an effective way to open this palace from the outside. Before Klein could react, a familiar figure appeared inside the palace. It was Angel of Time, God of Mischief, Amon, wearing a monocle and a pointed soft hat. Amon smiled at Klein, then looked at the pair of eyes outlined by the brass-colored light with a slightly serious expression. The next second, Amon's figure was outlined before these eyes, as if all his secrets were about to be revealed. Amon looked at the outlined figure, identical to himself, and curled his lips, saying, Haraburgeon, it's already 1351. Why are your methods still the same? No progress at all. How can you even call yourself knowledge and wisdom with that? While speaking, Amon raised his hand and pressed the monocle over his right eye. The outlined figure distorted and changed into Klein's appearance, not Gehrman Sparrow, but Klein Moretti. This. Klein's eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment at the scene. The moment his figure appeared, his spirituality immediately began to clamor uncontrollably, as if encountering something extremely terrifying, as if all his secrets and all his information were laid bare for all to see, causing an uncontrollable palpitation. Chapter 717, KWM Chapter 712 End, 2. Whether it was Amon's sudden appearance or the God of knowledge and wisdom projecting some of his power, Klein felt a headache and instinctively wanted to escape reality and return to Sapphira Castle. Anyway, he still had one last chance to revive, and besides, he could unleash his greatest power on Sapphira Castle, even if it felt a little unfair to the sun. As his thoughts drifted, he saw Amon suddenly adjust the monocle on his right eye. That crystal monocle suddenly became dim and ethereal, as if countless colors were mixed within it, difficult to describe precisely. Before Amon, a phantom, terrifying, slightly rippling deep ocean emerged. The familiar aura immediately made Klein recall the terrifying corruption he encountered when he opened the Giant King's court. Is this aura, or corruption, from the Chaos Sea? Amon wants the first blasphemy slate, so is the God of knowledge and wisdom here for that too? What about the eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Storms? Are they being held back by the true creator, and only the most intelligent one managed to escape and rush over in advance? Your thoughts are truly interesting, but perhaps there are no more sun and storm in the outside world. The battle in the astral world is far more intense than this minor skirmish here. Amon's voice rang out at the opportune moment. He looked at Klein with a playful expression, seemingly wondering why this timid seer hadn't fled the moment he saw him. Klein's expression froze on his face again, unsure what kind of expression to make in response to the information Amon had thrown out. No, he could also be deceiving me. The god of pranks can do anything, he even deceives himself. As the thought flashed through his mind, he saw the blasphemy slate break through the brass glow's blockade and land in front of Amon. Amon immediately reached out and grabbed the blasphemy slate, then looked at Klein. Noticing Amon's gaze, Klein's heart skipped half a beat. His thoughts kept getting lost, and he could only stand there blankly, not knowing what to do. Before Amon could make his next move, more and more brass-colored glimmering light surged into the palace, forming an ornate and illusory grand door that overlapped with the palace's main entrance. With a creaking sound, an old man wearing a hood, revealing his mouth, wrinkles, and white beard, walked out from the other side of the door. He held an open book in his hand, above which floated an omniscient eye. Amon chuckled, and his figure, clad in a classical black robe, immediately blurred and passed directly through the door, disappearing from sight. Klein looked at Amon, who had decisively fled, and a sense of unreality crossed his mind. It truly is a turn of the tables, even Amon has times when he's chased away. Collecting his thoughts, Klein realized that the old man who emerged from the door did not pursue Amon, but remained in place, quietly glancing at him. As if discerning Klein's confusion, he spoke gently. This is merely a projection and does not possess much power. It was only used to deceive Amon, allowing him to bypass you and leave this place directly. Cheek and Farbody are still obstructing me in the sea of ruins outside. Although they cannot affect me, I also cannot break through their blockade and descend with too much power. Klein paused, unable to help but sigh inwardly, deceiving Amon, truly worthy of a god known for knowledge and wisdom, his actions are indeed different. Klein opened his mouth, preparing to ask something, but saw the old man's figure in front of him rapidly fading away. This place is temporarily safe. Until it is uncertain whether I will truly descend, Amon will not return. He is keen on adventure, but equally cautious. As the words fell, the old man's figure and the double door behind him completely vanished. The next second, all shadows dissipated, and an orange-red light illuminated the palace where the Giant King once resided. Before the iron-black throne, Colin Iliad and Derek, bathed in the twilight glow, simultaneously rose from the ground, looking somewhat lost towards the door that had opened due to the projection of the God of knowledge and wisdom, gazing at the orange-red light that streamed in, a light the City of Silver had never seen before. This is the pursuit of generations of people in the City of Silver. It is no longer a vague story, but our salvation. Colin Iliad sighed, then turned his head to look at the pool of dark liquid with only fragmented leather armor remaining, that was Lovia's remnant. Facing an evil spirit of the Dark Angel of the same pathway, the suppression in Beyonder characteristic caused her to collapse and die in an instant, leaving only her spirit remaining. In the process of helping Klein, Derek, and others resolve the Dark Angel evil spirit, she exhausted her remaining spirit and completely vanished from this world. Colin Iliad lowered his eyes, his tone unconsciously deepening. Compared to the elders of the past, it is a kind of fortune for Lovia to die here. After returning this time, you will take her place and become a new member of the Council of Six, responsible for exploring the navigation routes to the outside world. Yes, Chief. Derek nodded vigorously in response. The news of becoming an elder of the Council of Six did not make him happy. He only felt his shoulders grow heavier, with more responsibilities, but this was also something he had always wanted to do and had been doing. After his conversation with Derek, Colin Iliad turned his gaze to Klein and nodded slightly. From today onwards, everyone in the City of Silver is free to convert to Mr. Fool. He paused, then continued. As repayment for your help in exploring the Giant King's court, I will tell you a secret concerning the gods of your outside world. We in the City of Silver possess 2 divine sealed artifacts, one of which is called Grace of the Earth. It is because of its existence that black-faced grass can grow around the City of Silver, allowing us to survive in the darkness. One of its negative effects you may have already guessed is the curse of kinslaying. Derek's pupils dilated slightly, somewhat incredulous. He recalled his parents, whom he had killed with his own hands, and complex emotions surged in his heart. Perhaps this is the price of fertility. This sealed artifact came from the former giant Queen Omabella. It evolved from her corpse. In the sea of ruins on the outskirts of the forsaken land of the gods, the illusory tower, made of countless stacked books, abruptly vanished, as if it had never appeared. On the dark, deep, mirror-like sea surface, tentacles with eyes at their tips lingered for a moment, then retracted into the mirror world, and the dark seawater quickly returned to normal. The black mist surging in the sky, seemingly condensed from various extreme emotions and desires, also rapidly surged and disappeared. On the calm sea surface, many islands made of gray-white boulders appeared. They were chaotically distributed on the sea, some growing eyes, human female limbs, and some constantly oozing dark, sticky, evil liquid. In the sky, the balance of night and day was broken, turning into a black and white checkerboard, half dark and half blazing white. In the illusory world constructed from countless pieces of information, Leyton appeared silently, integrating himself into it. He transformed into a constantly flowing, abstract light shimmering with countless recognizable and unrecognizable brilliant colors, as if in a state between liquid and gas, continuously dissipating and flowing. Like a collection of abstract concepts and knowledge. Countless complex and pure pieces of knowledge separated from it, integrating into the information world he had established. In dimensions difficult to observe with the naked eye, countless pieces of information intertwined, forming an indescribable storm, like a wildly growing jungle, continuously spreading and expanding. Leyton, who was already fully immersed in the world of information, with his spirit integrating into reality and the entire world through the interaction of information, gradually felt a slight disharmony, unnaturalness, and abnormality. This came from a world purely constructed of information. This shouldn't exist, but as the number of people using the world tree increased, and as interactions between people and the world deepened, this information world had left a sufficiently profound imprint, becoming a part of the world. Feeling an incomprehensible contradiction, Leyton, whose spirit was integrated into information and rules, extracted a small portion, gradually regaining a bit of self-awareness, no longer losing himself. During the process of his spirit integrating into the world, the divinity belonging to the knowledge Moor, the mad self and spirit belonging to the hidden sage, and the mental corruption generated by the interaction of information with the god of steam and machinery all diminished considerably. These wills, which were part of Leyton's spirit, were lost in the process of transforming into all things, returning to the world, returning to all things, which allowed Leyton's self to once again take the upper hand. After consolidating his state, Leyton focused his attention on the information world that had already become part of the real world. Since it's called the World Tree, it should look the part. He murmured, and under the influence of his will, the constantly interacting, wildly growing information began to settle. The abstract information transformed into substantial light of brilliant colors, continuously growing out slightly ethereal tentacles. A portion of the tentacles rooted themselves in the spirit world, becoming part of its many strange phenomena, constantly interacting with the spirit world through information. Another portion of the tentacles continuously extended upwards, reaching the illusory and abstract astral world, and stretching into the land of perfection, which had lost its owner. Like a giant tree rooted in the spirit world, with its branches extending into the astral world. Using the world tree's canopy, Leyton directly entered the land of perfection. Unlike the god of knowledge and wisdom's divine kingdom, this was a kingdom constructed from countless mechanical creations. Steam was rising everywhere, and the sounds of gears and clockwork turning filled the ears, as if carrying a peculiar melody, converging into a magnificent poem. Chapter 7:18, KWM Chapter 7:13 I'm back. Leyton stretched out his right hand, which was wearing the mechanical glove, and made a pulling motion in the air. Every component and every wisp of steam that made up this divine kingdom began to churn, rapidly changing color and shape. The constantly rising steam quickly sank, losing its color, and various mechanical parts became even smaller, shrinking to a point where they were barely visible to the naked eye. Then, neon-like colors began to appear, and the illusory kingdom transformed into a colorful city silhouette, as if instantly transitioning from the steam age to the electric age. As the illusory divine kingdom stabilized, Leyton's body dematerialized, decomposing into torrents of information that merged into this divine kingdom, intending to completely cleanse all traces belonging to the god of steam and machinery. With the help of the divine kingdom of steam and the uniqueness of a paragon, Leyton had basically grasped this pathway, and by relying on the convergence effect between beyonder characteristics, he could see illusory stars scattered across the world. They were either large or small, bright or dim, and each represented a beyonder of the paragon pathway, or a mystical item, or a beyonder creature. As Leyton's gaze fell upon them, these illusory stars began to flicker, some disappeared directly, some became brighter, and a chaotic, layered sound echoed, like prayers, but difficult to discern, while others remained unchanged, like dead objects. Among all the illusory stars, the two with the strongest sense of convergence seemed to be characteristics that had not yet been accommodated by anyone, and they showed no reaction to Leyton's gaze. This is Illuminator. Excluding the one steam took, do these two stars represent Bornova and the lost characteristic? Muttering to himself, Leyton tried to establish a connection with this characteristic, to ascertain its location for later retrieval. Before he could establish the connection, that illusory star suddenly vanished from his sight, as if being erased bit by bit with an eraser. Someone hit it. Leyton whispered, then no longer paid attention to the matter. As the only peak of this existing pathway, he didn't even need to do anything. Under the guidance of fate, that last characteristic would spontaneously appear around him through some coincidence or accident. He only needed to seize the opportunity at the crucial moment. Collecting his thoughts, Leyton shifted his attention to the faith belonging to the god of steam and machinery. With the uniqueness and the divine kingdom in hand, he easily intercepted the prayers directed at the god of steam and machinery and responded on his behalf. The large number of prayers accumulated during this period all surged into Leyton's mind, causing ripples to spread through the torrent of information flowing silently in the divine kingdom, flashing with chaotic starlight, like a night sky filled with brilliant stars. Great god of steam and machinery. You are the embodiment of essence, you are the guardian of artisans, you are the radiance of technology. Merciful Lord, my husband, my child, my relatives have all died in the war. What should I do? I can't find the meaning to live anymore. Great god of steam and machinery, please let me see him again, even if it's in a dream. I truly miss him. Great god of steam and machinery, recently some people within the steam church have begun to re-believe in the former god of craftsmen. I secretly inquired about some information and found that the source came from some bishops and deacons. Please tell me, should I continue to investigate? O great god of steam, the council has acceded to the unequal treaty proposed by the new regime of the southern continent, intending to cede regions such as the provinces of Reston, Olay, Sukhite, Lim, Paz, and the archipelago as bargaining chips for a truce. Great god of steam and machinery, after the war of the gods ended, His Holiness the Pope has not appeared, and a month has passed now. What should we do? Calming himself, Leyton listened carefully for a while to the accumulated prayers and found that prayers from the middle and high-ranking members of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery were few. They seemed to have been praying in fear at first, but later, for some unknown reason, they gave up. In the state of information torrent, he used a large amount of information to calculate all possibilities. Although he is not a god skilled in divination and prophecy, being sequence 0, Steam would certainly have some premonition and make some arrangements in advance. Once he fails in the competition with me, he will abandon his current identity and revert to his former identity as the god of craftsmen. This should be one of his preparations. He still has one illuminator characteristic left, and I need to stabilize my own state and wait for the opening of the Western continent. I won't deliberately try to retrieve the characteristic or suppress him, at least not for now. This is his time to recover and develop. After the war, some high-ranking personnel of the Steam Church went missing, and they also took away many sealed artifacts and a large amount of archival data, intending to restart the Steam Church as a hidden organization. Collecting his thoughts, Leyton redirected his attention to the prayer light spots. Ignoring the meaningless and unresponsive parts, Leyton used the uniqueness in his hand to provide appropriate responses to all the remaining ones, allowing the miracles belonging to the God of Steam and Machinery to reappear among the believers. Then, he used these prayer light spots and the connections established with the believers of the God of Steam and Machinery to connect their consciousness to the world tree, allowing them to see a corner of the land of perfection and hear his voice. At this moment, whether it was a praying believer, a priest or bishop performing mass, or a Machinery hive mind member carrying out a mission, all stopped what they were doing, gazing around with either vigilance or stupor. Layered, vivid color blocks distorted into lines extending upwards. Their spirits seemed to have fallen into a vast river, unable to control themselves, drifting with the current, constantly rising, as if to touch the illusory cosmos above their heads, to touch that constantly rising steam. After a brief process, a magnificent kingdom, with various neon colors floating, appeared before them. This was a kingdom constructed from densely packed mechanical creations. Every part, every corner here exuded the beauty of lines and machinery, as if transcending the current era, making people involuntarily fall into fascination and longing. For ordinary believers, this was just a fleeting illusion, but for the clergy of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and members of the Machinery hive mind, they saw more and heard more. Leyton's gaze swept over each of them, whether they had secretly left the church, or had wavering faith, or still firmly upheld their faith. He watched everyone equally, then from the clear and profound light of civilization, a blurry figure emerged, revealing the essence and aura of civilization and knowledge. As members of the church, all these consciousnesses he left behind felt a familiar aura, the aura belonging to the god of steam and machinery, the aura of civilization and knowledge, more magnificent and grander than before. They instantly trembled, unable to control their bodies and minds, and could only lower their heads, constantly praying, to alleviate their inner tension. Maintaining this sense of oppression, Leyton's calm, unwavering voice echoed within the divine kingdom. I have returned, bringing innovation and a higher civilization. I am knowledgeable in all things, not just the guardian of artisans and the radiance of technology, but also knowledge, civilization, mystery, and truth. Those who believe in me shall observe my precepts. Faith comes from the heart, knowledge is supreme, adhere to civilization, adhere to rationality. From today onwards, your faith is free and heartfelt, not a binding constraint. Faith is a pathway that all people walk. It can be more than one, it can overlap, it can intersect. As long as it does not deviate from the pathway of knowledge, I will always walk with you. On the pathway of knowledge, I am at the starting point, in the process, and at the end. I walk with every seeker of knowledge. If you encounter confusion, I will become a lighthouse. If you encounter thorns, knowledge is a sharp blade. If you encounter a chasm, civilization can build a bridge. The pathway of knowledge leads to all things. When practicing it, remember, do not be arrogant, all things are equal. From today onwards, Bornova will become the new pope, and the focus of the church will shift to southern Intis. Stay or move forward, you are free to choose. In Paz province, Intis, along the Fog Sea coast, in the provisional central square of the capital Leyton, dense crowds surrounded the area, making it impenetrable. Many of them were vibrant young people, coming from various provinces of Intis, and from nearby Lemberg, Seeger, and other places. Today was the first day of Intis's complete division, and also the first day of the establishment of the southern Intis government and Roselle's reascension to the throne. As a legendary figure well known throughout Intis, whether out of curiosity or idol worship, many young people from relatively well-off families traveled by steam train to Leyton to attend the establishment of the southern Intis government and Roselle's coronation ceremony. On the sea surface not far from the port, huge ships crossed the Fog Sea, arranged neatly and anchored steadily around, strangely unaffected by the wind and waves. Leading them was a massive 5-masted sailing ship, Bernadette's Dawn, with Catlia's Future docked closely beside it. On the deck of the Future, the black cat paws looked at a small dried fish growing out of a mushroom with a lifeless expression, tried licking it several times with its tongue, but still couldn't bring itself to eat it. After trying for a long time, it waved its paws, slapped the dried fish into the sea, then ran to Catlia and asked, "Captain, why are we still eating Frank's mushrooms even though the war is over?" Catlia did not answer Paz's question, her gaze remained on the Dawn nearby, looking at the tall figure on its deck. Chapter 719, KWM Chapter 714 South Intis. On the Dawn, Bernadette was dressed quite formally, wearing a gorgeous and intricate light purple court gown. At this moment, she was no longer a pirate queen, the leader of a hidden organization, but a noble princess. She calmly gazed at the sea ahead, a deep, light purple glinting in her eyes. Beside her, streams of information surged out of thin air, rapidly converging and reorganizing, outlining Glenn, who wore a black classical warlock robe and had brown hair and eyes, as well as Bugs Bunny and 2 artisan cats accompanying her. Turning her head to glance at Bernadette, who was expressionless and hadn't looked back, Glenn asked curiously, "What were you just divining? Will anyone disrupt the upcoming coronation ceremony?" Bernadette shook her head, her tone calm, "No one will disrupt it. I was just curious about what the future would be like." As the two conversed, another figure materialized on the deck. He had long chestnut hair, azure eyes, a tall stature, and handsome features, with a resemblance to Bernadette in his brows and eyes. This was Roselle the Great's second son, Bernadette's younger brother, Bornova. Before Bernadette could ask, Bornova spoke directly. "I plan to move the Steam Church's headquarters here. Will he agree?" Bernadette didn't answer Bornova's question, instead, she asked, "How many people from the Steam Church are willing to follow you? How will the transfer of the church's sealed artifacts, material, personnel, and property be resolved?" Bornova sighed, his voice sounding a little weary as he spoke. "1/3 chose to stay, another 1/3 left the church, and the remaining 1/3 are willing to accept a new identity, follow me to southern Intis, and continue spreading the Lord's glory. All churches in northern Intis will be retained, but they can only be unowned churches or converted into welfare homes. Those who remain can freely convert to the eternal blazing sun, or other deities, but they can no longer call themselves followers of my Lord, nor can they spread the gospel of steam, and all holy emblems must be destroyed. In this matter, both the old government and the eternal blazing sun church will cooperate with us. Undiscarded sealed artifacts will be resealed and brought over together. Clergy remaining in Lone, Fasak, and Fainapotter will all be recalled, and then it will be decided whether to redispatch personnel for missionary work. Bernadette nodded lightly, her tone calm. Just do it. He will agree. After a pause, she added, if you encounter problems, you can always ask him for help, or you can also pray directly. They will all provide assistance. As soon as she finished speaking, a melodious bell suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone, whether on the sea or in the city, subconsciously looked up. The clouds in the sky had distorted into a gigantic vortex at some point, appearing dim and profoundly deep, as if connecting to an unknown world. A colossal shadow emerged from the vortex, growing larger and clearer. Above the grey fog, Klein, who had cast his gaze here by relying on the prayer light spots of Hermit Catlia, couldn't help but exclaim. The great emperor actually moved the entire Spectre Empire here. This is truly. They are so casually displaying beyonder powers and miracles in front of ordinary people. They have no intention of concealing information and the existence of the mysterious world. This violates the 7 gods. Well, they are not allied with the 7 gods and don't need to abide by the alliance. With the spirit world sorcerer system, beyonder abilities can indeed be popularized to a certain extent. The upper limit and the difficulty for ordinary people to master knowledge ensure that spirit world sorcerers are not too strong, too dangerous, or affect social stability. Moreover, how many ordinary people, especially young people, can resist the temptation of beyonder abilities? They can attract a large number of young people to Southern Intis in a short time, promoting its development here. The Hermit Pathway also holds some authority over fate, excelling in prophecy and seeing the future. Was all of this premeditated? As he pondered, Klein saw a deep red star light up on the boundless grey fog. The ripples it sent out caused the unfolding scene to tremble. That door knocks really loudly, he muttered softly, then immediately extended his spirituality, touching the deep red star and following the connection to cast his gaze down. After seeing who it was, he pursed his lips in resignation and pulled the other party into this space above the grey fog. Crimson light instantly surged within the palace hall, rapidly collapsing and condensing into a figure, an exact replica of Leyton. He glanced at Klein at the very top and chuckled, "You haven't consumed the potion yet." Klein nodded. The Sea of Ruins, which evolved from the Sea of Ruins, has undergone an anomaly, becoming difficult to traverse. Moreover, the City of Silver still needs to prepare. They'll send out an exploration team first to scout the outside world. After a pause, he added, "What are you now? How is it that your aura isn't even at the level of an angel anymore?" Leyton chuckled, his tone calm. "This is an avatar formed by stripping off some information and will. My main body remains in the astral world to sort out information, accommodate the uniqueness of the paragon, and at the same time help the 7 gods, no, the 4 gods, maintain the stability of the astral world. 2 of the 7 gods have fallen, and 1 has lost their sequence 0 status. Evernight is busy controlling those 2 uniquenesses. The remaining 3 seem a bit overwhelmed. One of us, Roselle, the true creator, or I, must remain in the astral world." "Why?" Klein asked curiously. "You'll know once you become a miracle invoker." Leyton replied and then said no more, turning his gaze to the scene unfolding before the mottled long table. Klein also looked over. In the scene, the exaggerated floating island carrying a city steadily landed on the coastline under Roselle's manipulation, enlarging Lessel by more than double. In the central square near the sea, everyone watched this scene dumbfounded, forgetting to blink, afraid of missing any part of the spectacle. They had considered every possible way Roselle the Great might appear, but they never imagined this, directly descending from the sky with an entire city. Roselle's figure, seated on a dark, high-backed chair, was suddenly reflected in the sky. His voice reached the ears of everyone in Southern Intis. "My dear citizens, cheer, congratulate. Your emperor has returned. I am the ruler of Southern Intis, the creator of rules, the shadow of order, the supreme emperor, Roselle Gustave. From today, I return as the highest executive of Southern Intis and the supreme judge of the tribunal. Under my rule, Southern Intis will become a country of freedom, a country of art, a country of knowledge, a country of technology, and a country of the beyonder and the mysterious. Every citizen of Southern Intis has the right to access the mysterious world, the opportunity to become a being from fairy tales, and the qualification to learn knowledge and understand the true nature of this world." With every word Roselle spoke, his aura elevated, and his connection with the land beneath his feet, with this nation, deepened. Having concluded his proclamation, Roselle began to emphatically state the laws he had enacted. Every word he spoke changed the rules here, integrating the laws he promulgated into the fundamental rules of the world, making Southern Intis his territory and nation in both a mystical and a real sense. Unbeknownst to them, everyone witnessing this scene was drawn to him, awestruck by the perfected laws, their minds and bodies unable to control themselves, eager to join. Towering stone pillars rose from the ground of the Spectre Empire, forming a circle and constructing a vast, magnificent, and spectacular square. The color of these stone pillars was predominantly dark, with Roselle's newly promulgated laws inscribed upon them using various different scripts and symbols. Merely looking at them evoked an indescribable sense of solemnity, majesty, and sacredness. Rozel's true figure silently appeared on the square. He glanced at his projection still maintained in the sky and spoke with a solemn and earnest tone. Knowledge is the ladder of progress, the key to advancing civilization. As citizens of Southern Intis, we should pursue knowledge, pursue true principles, explore mysteries, and develop society. As your emperor, the supreme executive and judge of Southern Intis, I declare that the Church of Erudition shall become the mainstream church of Southern Intis, protected and supported by the state. Of course, your faith remains free. You can continue to marvel at the preciousness of life, listen to the voice of the night, feel the knowledge and wisdom in books, and sing songs of the soul beneath the cross. But, as citizens of Southern Intis, the heart that seeks true principles should not change. Citizens willing to embark on the pathway of pursuing knowledge and exploring mysteries, please recite with me. The essence of knowledge, the origin of mysteries, the glory of civilization, the steadfastness of true principles. I shall walk the pathway of knowledge, explore the true principles of the universe and unknown mysteries. I shall walk with you. I shall walk with you. Voices, rising and falling in layers, echoed, as if reciting a grand epic. Under the influence of the Black Emperor, this sound drifted with the wind into the high heavens, reaching the astral world. Silently, the sky darkened, and star after star emerged, densely packed and dazzling. These stars scattered pure and clear rays of light, converging into a magnificent light and shadows, seemingly bearing thousands of years of civilization and history, heavy and profound, descending upon the spectre empire that Rozel had cast down from the sky. On the gigantic floating island, the ancient and mysterious city that had originally existed rapidly disintegrated, reducing to its most basic particulate structure. Chapter 720, KWM Chapter 715 God-Given City. In just a second or two, the floating island became completely barren. The clear starlight pouring down from the sky flowed silently as if it were substantial, outlining layer upon layer of buildings, overlapping each other. Even just the revealed silhouettes were so stunning that it was hard to look away. Gradually, colors appeared on the outline of the city, sketched by the clear starlight, as if composed of a vast number of illusory things, shifting chaotically and combining with each other. In the land of perfection of the astral world, a golden yellow magic cube, inscribed with numerous symbolic signs and magical marks, rotated spontaneously until the patterns on each face were perfectly aligned. A golden light was just about to flare up when it was dissolved into nothingness. Strands of solidified black mist appeared out of thin air, intertwining to form a figure with many eyes, draped in a black cloak, who took the golden magic cube into his hand. As he moved, black mist continuously overflowed from him and drilled into the golden magic cube, casting a layer of shadow over its golden surface. As the golden magic cube was sealed, the surroundings instantly shifted from noon to dusk. Almost there, Leyton muttered to himself, then casually tossed out the golden magic cube. Having done all this, his figure rapidly disintegrated, reverting to pure black mist, and reintegrated with this divine kingdom. A golden ray of sunlight flashed across the astral world, directly submerging into the Spectre Empire, which was covered by starlight in reality, disappearing amidst the fluctuating colors. As if a catalyst had been added, the light on the floating island rapidly solidified, transforming into peculiar, substantial high-rise buildings, dozens to hundreds of meters tall, connected by a complex, spiderweb-like network of roads. At the very center of these high-rises was a tower, primarily golden yellow, adorned with constellations. The brilliant stars in the sky had disappeared at some point, and a not-too-blinding sunlight once again fell upon the earth, shining on the hundreds of meters tall tower, illuminating it with a brilliant golden light that spread along the inscribed patterns on the tower to the ground, extending to every corner of the city. In less than 2 seconds, this peculiar city, standing on the floating island, was lit up. Lights of blue, white, red, or green appeared dim under the daylight sun, like scattered stars decorating the city. To everyone's astonishment, the city seemed to come alive, revealing a strange, magnificent, and grand side. Its existence seemed to transcend time, to surpass the limits of human imagination. It was not a creation of the current society, nor of any other era, it was a kind of miracle. Rozel's figure once again projected into the sky. He spread his arms, looking down at everyone below, and said in a relaxed tone. Welcome to Maris, the capital of Southern Intis, the city bestowed by God, the pinnacle of miracles and art, the convergence of knowledge and civilization. This place welcomes any seeker of knowledge, every citizen of Southern Intis, and believers in knowledge and civilization. The upcoming coronation ceremony and celebration will take place here. Everyone, the Maris shuttle has stopped at the port. Please proceed. Next, you will witness a miracle belonging to Southern Intis. As Rozel's words fell, the crowd in the city below became uncontrollably restless, buzzing with excitement, constantly whispering to each other, occasionally standing on tiptoe to peer ahead, urging those in front to hurry. On the other side of the sea, stars appeared out of thin air, densely packed and dazzling, casting down rays of starlight. Under the operation of the constellation's masters, the scattered starlight miraculously constructed transparent and brilliant long bridges, connecting the city descending from the sky with the ships. On the future, which was covered with a layer of starlight, Katlia slightly turned her head and said to the crew members behind her. "Let's go too." Adolov, as the chief sailor, subconsciously asked. "Everyone together. No one needs to stay and guard the ship." Katlia shook her head and said, "Not here." With that, her body was lifted by shimmering starlight and flew directly onto the starlight brilliant long bridge, stepping forward. Behind her, Frank, Adolov, and Nina, among others, also jumped onto the long bridge formed by condensed starlight, following their captain's pace, occasionally whispering to each other, guessing what the interior of that strange city ahead would be like. Above the grey fog, Klein and Leyton watched this scene together. While marveling, he looked at Leyton and asked, "Is this the ability of a paragon? Directly conjuring a city out of thin air?" "Not exactly out of thin air," Leyton shook his head, then explained, "the blueprints and materials were prepared by Roselle and me beforehand. I merely skipped the construction process and completed it directly. This is the future development direction of this world that I have set. With this initial goal, the development of society and civilization will, under various direct or indirect influences, move towards this direction. Want to go down and take a look? How boring is it to watch a live broadcast alone? You're not human." Klein silently grumbled in his heart, then nodded expressionlessly. Ending their brief exchange, Klein relied on praying to himself and responding to himself, using the box of the great old ones placed above the grey fog to directly transfer his body. The city bestowed by God, Maris ahead, was protected by divine power and rules, so he could not directly transfer there. He could only choose the nearby Lessel as his landing spot and take the shuttle with the surrounding crowd. In the meeting room at the top of the central round tower in the City of Silver, in the forsaken land of the gods, Derek participated in this meeting as the new elder of the Council of Six, personally recounting the detailed process of their exploration of the Giant King's court and the final results. Finally, he added, according to Mr. Fool's hint, outside the palace gate of the Giant King's court is the Sea of Ruins. By passing through the dangerous sea area, we can enter the normal world outside. However, at this point, Derek suddenly paused, his tone becoming a bit somber. However, that Sea of Ruins has undergone a significant change. The rules we had previously summarized are no longer applicable. We need to re-explore it, or find other ways to directly bypass that area. Across from Derek, a burly man with a shaved head, dark green symbols tattooed on his scalp, and a height of nearly 2.5 meters, nodded and asked, "What about Gehrman Sparrow, who helped you explore the Giant King's court?" "He has already left, with the help of Mr. Fool." Saying this, Derek suddenly paused, and after realizing what Elder Wyatt wanted to ask, he shook his head and said, "Mr. Sparrow is a blessed of Mr. Fool, and besides, we have too many people in the City of Silver. I will try to seek help from others at future gatherings. Perhaps, some existences at the angel level will have a solution." Colin Iliad raised his hand, interrupting the other elders' questions, his gaze sweeping around before finally settling on Derek and saying, "After this, Elder Derek will lead an exploration team to the Giant King's court to find a way to pass through that Sea of Ruins. The other elders will take turns staying in the City of Silver, going out to hunt monsters, and collecting beyonder characteristic and materials. This is the best bargaining chip we can offer for trade." With no one opposing Chief Colin Iliad's proposal, Derek's first Council of Six meeting thus concluded. Even after walking out of the round tower and hearing the guards' greetings, Derek still felt a sense of unreality, somewhat unaccustomed to the changes brought by his elder status. In City bestowed by God, Maris, the people, who were originally burdened by the split of Intis, the return of Emperor Roselle, and the changes in faith in the church, and felt lost about the future, were gradually drawn in by this magnificent city, forgetting their troubles and feeling only astonishment. The crew of the future, who boarded the city from another side, scattered in small groups, curiously observing their surroundings, occasionally reaching out to touch things, showing no demeanor or awareness of beyonders whatsoever. An islander from the Archipelago province couldn't help but imagine. The Archipelago province has also been assigned to southern Intis. When I earn enough money, perhaps I can live here in the future. Sailor Nina looked around and retorted. Only the most devout believers would have a chance to come to a place like this, unless every day is a celebration and festival like today, where you're willing to abandon your faith in the storm and embrace knowledge. As she spoke, she turned her head to Katlia, seeking her opinion. The latter shook her head and said calmly, "Since the Emperor said that any southern Intis person can come here, it must be true. However, if too many people come here, there will inevitably be some selection mechanism. How will they be selected? Based on their devotion to faith? Or their contributions to the nation?" Nina pressed. Katlia gently shook her head and said, "Perhaps both, or perhaps the breadth of their knowledge." Adolov, the chief sailor, chuckled, a bit gleefully. "Hey, just as I thought. This is an impossible standard for most pirates. They might not even recognize all the words, but we, as believers in knowledge, are an exception. I can already imagine my leisurely and wonderful old age. Frank, who had been showing little interest, frowned and asked, somewhat confused. Why live in this city? There isn't a single plant here, only steel, glass, and concrete everywhere. There's no sign of life at all. It's an extremely poor environment. Nina snorted, somewhat displeased, and said. Frank, not everyone likes living in the primitive jungle. That often means having to sleep with mosquitoes. Herbs to repel mosquitoes are simple, Frank countered. It's not about herbs, it's... Nina's words suddenly caught in her throat. She saw a familiar yet strange figure suddenly appear ahead. It was Roselle, wearing a dark red coat with rusty golden threads, with curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high nose, and two neatly trimmed small mustaches. Chapter 721, KWM Chapter 716 Celebration. The Great Emperor. Katlia was slightly surprised and greeted him with a bow. Roselle nodded slightly, and Katlia's bowing motion was naturally stopped by him. Then, he greeted her like an elder, no need to be so polite. You must be Katlia. I often hear Bernadette mention you. You are more composed than she described. To be a clairvoyant at such a young age, when I was your age, I had just been promoted to arcane scholar. Then he turned to Frank and said with a smile, you are right, the greenery in this city is indeed a problem. Neither I nor the erudite have authority related to life, so we cannot make this city full of flowers and bushes. Frank was stunned for a moment, not expecting the topic to suddenly shift to him, and even less that his words just now had been heard by Emperor Roselle, who was already in existence like a true god. Swallowing his saliva, Frank suddenly felt his words become jumbled, and he explained somewhat flustered, Emperor Roselle, I just said it casually, just like Nina said, not everyone likes an environment full of plants. Roselle shook his head and smiled, saying, relax, don't be so nervous. This is just a projection, coming to see the somewhat reckless little girl Bernadette mentioned. Your words just now were not wrong. Appropriate green embellishments can make people feel physically and mentally happy, and also make this city more livable. If you have ideas, you can provide some suitable plant seeds to help improve the environment of this city. No, he doesn't. Katlia opened her mouth, but ultimately did not say the words. She was a little worried that Frank's aesthetic would turn this city of God's blessing into a city of mushrooms. After going back, I'll tell Frank to let me see the seeds before he provides them. Although his mushrooms are unlikely to cause large-scale mutations in this kind of place, he himself might be arrested as a terrorist. Someone else is here, Roselle muttered softly, then turned to Katlia and said, you can move closer to the municipal square. There are more novel and fun things there. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure, like a shadow, merged into the city, into the underlying rules. It was a while after Roselle's figure completely disappeared that the Future's crew finally breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged glances, and exclaimed in admiration. I never thought that one day I would be able to see a living, no, the true Emperor Roselle, and even talk to him. Bullshit, you didn't dare to say a single word just now, your legs were shaking so much you almost wet your pants. I've decided, I'm going to change my faith. Compared to the Lord of Storms, a legendary figure like Emperor Roselle is more worthy of my faith and worship. Ignoring the noisy pirates around her, Nina patted her somewhat overly large chest and exhaled a long breath, saying, you scared me to death. Even though Emperor Roselle acted so kindly, I still couldn't control my accelerated heartbeat. That feeling was more terrifying and oppressive than facing those monsters in the deep sea. Katlia nodded slightly and explained calmly, even if it's just a projection, the rank will not diminish. If you were of the lawyer pathway, you would feel even more, perhaps you would have fainted on the spot. At this point, Katlia remembered that there was also a cat of the sheriff pathway on her ship. As an adjacent pathway, Paz might also be able to send some auras that ordinary beyonders could not. As she pondered, she looked around with some concern, searching for Paz's figure, and finally found Paz lying motionless beneath a metal lamppost at the street corner. The clairvoyant's spiritual intuition allowed her to immediately determine Paz's state, it had been scared unconscious. On the other side of the city, Roselle, who had just disappeared, appeared in a magnificent palace, sitting on a high-backed chair at the head of the table. Those little guys are really cute. They believed me when I said I was just a projection. He muttered to himself, then suddenly reached forward and pulled at thin air. Figures, some bewildered, some composed, appeared out of thin air. They were directly transferred by Roselle from various parts of the city. Klein, maintaining his Gehrman Sparrow appearance, was stunned for a moment, still holding a string of candied haws he had gotten from a street vendor. Fortunately, there were no candied haws in this world before, otherwise my image as a cold adventurer would have been ruined. He mumbled to himself, then calmly looked around, finding many familiar figures in the hall. There was Ma'am Ariana, the head of the Church of the Evernight Goddess Monastery, a sanguine with eyes as red as blood, a bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother as tall as a half-giant, an old man in the robes of a priest from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, Queen Mystic Bernadette, and even Ouroboros, the angel of fate under the true Creator. Roselle, seated at the head of the table, raised his right hand and spoke in a deep, majestic voice, "Since you have come here, then you are friends. Everyone, please take your seats." As his words fell, chairs appeared out of thin air on both sides of the hall, laden with fruits, pastries, and wine, seemingly all prepared beforehand. Klein's gaze swept around, and he finally chose the seat to Ariana's left. After sitting down, he turned to her and nodded slightly in greeting. "Long time no see, Ma'am Ariana." "Long time no see, Mr. Sparrow." Ariana nodded gently in return, not confused by Klein's current appearance. As expected, the faceless disguise was ineffective in the eyes of this angel of concealment. Indeed, the Church of the Evernight Goddess itself cultivated seers, and the goddess was once a subsidiary god of the demonic wolf, so she was very familiar with this kind of disguise ability. As he pondered, he saw the sanguine with eyes as red as blood and a faint, strong aura of life about him, sitting to his left. Before he could think of how to greet him, the other party spoke first. "Gehrman Sparrow? You are indeed a believer of the fool, or more accurately, a blessed. I am Fefer, the Sanguine Duke of the Crimson Moon, representing the Sanguine and the Ancestor, here to attend this celebration initiated by the Black Emperor and the Hermit." Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's indifferent expression, nodded slightly, and said nothing. No wonder there were no lone or Faceac royals among the people present, nor any churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Lord of Storms. The so-called celebration was essentially a victory banquet. As his thoughts drifted, he saw Roselle at the head of the table stand up from the high-backed chair. At some point, he had a crystal wine glass in his hand, filled with a deep red liquid, which he raised to everyone present. "This cup, to celebrate our victory." The celebration in Maris continued until early the next morning. Everyone, dragging their tired bodies, returned to the inn, to their assigned rooms. This was not the end, the festival for ordinary people was still ongoing. As compensation after the war, this celebration would last for 5 days, allowing everyone to completely relax and forget the sorrows brought by the war. Klein yawned as he took the shuttle back to Leyton's port. Although he was already a saint of Sequence 3, he was still not very accustomed to this kind of staying up late, drinking, and celebrating lifestyle. Leaving the port, he casually found an empty alley, and by praying to himself and responding to himself, he left southern Intis and returned to Backlund. Feeling the serious and depressed atmosphere of the city, Klein felt as if he had suddenly woken up from a dream. Actually, this is the true reality of this world. The joy and excitement of Maris are just a facade, an outburst after long-term suppression. When the celebration ends and they return to their empty homes, their hearts will settle down again. Leyton's voice suddenly echoed. His figure materialized beside Klein, and he sighed softly, looking at the desolate and dilapidated capital of capitals, Backlund. Klein turned his head to look at Leyton, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "If it's just a facade, why spend so much manpower and resources on a 5-day celebration instead of rushing to recover after the war?" Leyton smiled and replied, "People need some laughter and joy to live. They need to laugh heartily or cry bitterly to forget their troubles and sorrows. Of course, more importantly, the war did not spread to Intis itself." Klein nodded slightly, sighed, and stopped the topic, instead asking, "Why are you here?" Leyton said without much change in tone. "Horamic Haydn, head of the Steam Church's Backlund Diocese, Archbishop, member of the Council of the Gods. He disappeared after the War of the Gods in the astral world. Along with him, the sealed artifacts above the Sequence 2 stored in the Steam Church's underground in Backlund, and various archival materials preserved by the church, also disappeared." Klein was slightly stunned, then immediately thought of a certain mirror that had always been trying to curry favor with him. Leyton added at the appropriate moment, "Among the sealed artifacts taken by Horamic Haydn, your sycophantic, demonic mirror, Rhodes, was also included." Klein's mouth twitched slightly, wanting to refute, but finding no point to refute, he could only ask, "Can you find that Archbishop of the Steam Church?" "Why do you think I'm here?" Leyton retorted, turning his head. "All right." Klein sighed and nodded, then reached into the historical void and took out a dressing mirror he had once touched. He traced a symbol of concealment and peeping mixed together on the mirror's surface. As the symbol was completed, nothing changed on the mirror's surface. A Rhodes is no longer in Backlund. Chapter 722, KWM Chapter 717, A Rhodes's Message. Sighing, Klein leveraged a sliver of power from the grey fog and infused it into the dressing mirror in his hand. Almost in the next instant, ripples appeared on the mirror's surface, and golden loan words emerged one after another. "My great, supreme, and exalted master, you've finally come to find me. Your humble, loyal, and pitiful servant Rhodes misses you so much." Klein's mouth twitched. Resisting the urge to throw the dressing mirror away, he glanced at Leyton and casually asked, "Where were you taken?" The golden words on the mirror disappeared, and silver words soon emerged. "I don't know either. This place is very strange, not a normal world. What I can see is very limited. Great and supreme master, please come and save me. Horamic Haydn has gone mad, he's a monster now. He actually ate those dangerous sealed artifacts one by one. If I stay here any longer, he'll eat me too. Klein frowned slightly. He detected a hint of a whimper in Rhodes's reply. This shameless magic mirror seemed genuinely on the verge of tears, if it had a mouth and could make sounds. There aren't many things Rhodes can't see clearly. Besides true gods and normal angels, it can even peek at a mad Zeradal. Is this related to Horamek going mad? Is it a chain reaction caused by the disappearance of the god of steam and machinery? Lost in thought, he looked at Leyton and asked in a low voice, "What do you think?" Leyton replied with his arms crossed, "I think with my eyes." Klein choked, losing even the desire to retort. After a pause, he fixed his gaze on Leyton's eyes. Leyton's light blue eyes became extremely deep, tinged with a thin layer of silvery white, his gaze vast and empty, like the sea before a storm. He was borrowing the clairvoyant ability of prophecy from his astral world main body. In this state, his gaze penetrated reality, seeing the illusory silver-white river of fate, and through the connection brought by Rhodes, he peered into the hidden secrets of fate. Images emerged in his mind. Under a dim sky, colorful meteors streaked across the sky, one of them growing closer and brighter, finally crashing into a steam train stopped on the tracks. Amidst the rumbling sound, the ground continuously shook, colors fading and receding. The steam train seemed to be erased bit by an invisible eraser, rapidly fading and disappearing. The surrounding plants, the soil on the ground, bricks, stones, and iron rails all disintegrated silently, turning into scattered fragments, leaving only a huge crater in place. The scene shifted. In the deep night sky dotted with stars, an old man in a white priest's robe and a soft clerical cap walked out of the darkness. He had a very gentle and kind face, but his expression was unusually serious. Behind him, several other old men, identical to him, followed, though their attire and demeanor differed, lacking the necessary vivacity and freshness of real people. They carried metal boxes engraved with numerous complex and strange runes, boarding a dark, metallic-lustered steam train in an orderly fashion. Amidst the whistling of the whistle and the starting of the steam engine, the dark steam train began to move on the silver tracks paved with starlight, heading towards a void cosmos interwoven with electromagnetism and gravity. The void cosmos seen through prophecy continuously magnified in Leyton's mind, as if to occupy all his thoughts. In a haze, he felt as if he were in the true cosmos, seeing countless stars, some brilliant, some dim. They converged into a magnificent galaxy, intertwining into nebulae so grand they were indescribable, growing distorted faces, tentacles, and claws. At the same time, gazes began to cast down from the cosmos, looking at the ground, looking at Leyton. A pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes containing countless brilliant stars appeared behind Leyton. The next second, his figure instantly became transparent, as if turning into a statue formed by countless starlight, then quickly recovered, all anomalies disappearing as if they had never appeared. Klein watched Leyton's face gradually turn serious and asked, "What did you see?" Leyton shook his head, not answering directly, but instead said, "Your mirror probably won't be found for a while. That thing is very good at running, and it's dangerous. Even for an angel, facing that thing directly could lead to corruption. I'm just a small account now. Although I can borrow power from the astral world at any time, it's inconvenient. With the other party deliberately hiding, I might not be able to catch it quickly." It? Not the Archbishop of the Steam Church. Or, as Rhodes said, has he completely gone mad and become a monster? Klein keenly grasped the key point, his question spilling out. At the same time, he looked down at the dressing mirror in his hand, wanting to know what kind of answer Rhodes would give. "Great Master, I don't know what state Horamek Haydn is in now, or what his relationship with that thing is. Many things cannot be seen or spoken of. I can only give a hint, all of this is related to the cosmos. Great and Supreme Master, you will save me, right?" Again, the cosmos. What exactly is dangerous about the cosmos? Amidst these thoughts, Klein suddenly felt a dangerous intuition. He instinctively stopped his thoughts and focused on Rhodes's request, no longer thinking about anything related to the cosmos. Looking at Rhodes's aggrieved, almost crying tone revealed through the text, he sighed. "If there's a suitable opportunity. Great Master, he's coming for me. I can't stay here anymore. Goodbye, Master, your loyal servant Rhodes awaits your summons at any time." On the mirror's surface, one lone word after another emerged, followed by a small figure waving a handkerchief and shedding tears. This scene lasted less than a second before all of it dissipated. The abnormal aura on the dressing mirror returned to calm, turning back into an ordinary mirror. Klein sighed, made the dressing mirror in his hand disappear, and turned his head to Leyton, saying, "I originally wanted to ask it some things. It seems the changes that happened to Archbishop Horamek have frightened it too." After a pause, he continued, "When do you plan to find the Archbishop who escaped with the sealed artifact? Also, what's the situation in Intis and Faceac now? I'm already looking. It's intentionally hiding, so it won't be found that quickly." After a brief reply, Leyton walked aside. Specks of starlight sprinkled down, forming a dazzling starlit high-backed chair behind him. After sitting down, he continued. With prior preparation, the division of Intis went smoothly. After all, Rosel's popularity in Intis hasn't faded with time. He's still a legend, and now a living legend. Some of the middle and high-ranking members of the Steam Church are willing to follow Bornova to the south, some are unwilling to change, and some have already begun to believe in the god of craftsmen. Steam was prepared for this long ago. Even if they lost the war and the church split, there weren't too many extremists willing to die for their beliefs. To maintain stability on the surface, I tacitly allowed this situation. Everknight's handling is similar to mine, but because the god of combat died more thoroughly and didn't leave enough contingencies, the Church of the God of Combat has been completely taken over. The extremely devout middle and high-ranking members have been purged, but the news that the god of combat has been replaced by Everknight has not been proclaimed to the people of Faceac. Klein nodded, sighing deeply. This is the best choice. Everyone, every faction, needs stability now, and a certain amount of time to recover. Leyton gently nodded. Do you have any other questions? Klein paused slightly, then opened his mouth to ask, who exactly is the Earth Mother? This isn't hard to guess. She always explicitly or implicitly cares for the sanguine, although in the eyes of most people and gods, she only wants to annex and control this ancient race. Also, the Everknight goddess's honorific title no longer includes Lady of Crimson. As soon as Leyton finished speaking, Klein suddenly blurted out in realization, Lilith. Silently, the surroundings suddenly became quiet for an instant. On the ground, in the corners of walls, tiny green sprouts emerged, and the insects hidden underground also crawled out. A hidden gaze from the astral world swept over, then withdrew. Gulp. Klein's throat pulsed as he swallowed the saliva that unconsciously secreted in his mouth. Although it was only for an instant, he clearly felt the terrifying gaze cast from an infinitely high place, and his entire body's blood seemed to congeal. Next time before you say those names, remember to cast a layer of concealment on yourself. After a warning, Leyton's figure faded, disintegrating into streams of information that flowed into the distance, disappearing from Klein's sight. Poor Rhodes, I hope this mirror, which tries so hard to please me, won't be eaten before I find that Archbishop of the Steam Church. Looking at Leyton's disappearing figure, Klein sighed softly, then turned and vanished into the shadows of the street corner. The rumbling sound of wheels rubbing against the tracks continuously echoed. Dim, dappled light and shadow streamed through the glass window into the carriage, faintly illuminating the simply furnished interior. On the wooden tabletop fixed to the bottom of the carriage, an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns rested quietly. On both sides of the mirror, black gems were decorated like eyes, appearing vibrant and subtly revealing an anxious and uneasy emotion, as if nervously surveying its surroundings. Chapter 723, KWM Chapter 718 Monday. Silently, a rust-stained face was reflected on the mirror's surface. On this face, all the facial features were abnormally tilted and distorted, covered with a layer of dark red rust like dried blood. One eye bulged out, while the other was abnormally shrunken. The face lacked expression, like a poorly made puppet reluctantly cobbled together from flesh and rusty discarded materials. It had no physical support, only a head floating in midair, missing its back half. Its crooked mouth opened and closed, emitting a low, hoarse voice. Who are you communicating with? On the mirror surface it was staring at, ripples spread out, and one after another, Lone's words flowing with fresh red blood emerged. There is no one else here besides you. Who are you communicating with? With whom? With whom? The strange head floating in midair did not pay attention to the answer appearing on the mirror, continuing to ask, its tone becoming increasingly agitated, finally turning into a roar. The silver mirror placed on the table once again rippled, and the crimson words on it changed. This is the second question. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, you need to answer one of my questions first. You are not Horimic Haydn, are you? The roaring head suddenly stopped, looking at the words appearing on the silver mirror with abnormal stillness, motionless, without any expression on its face, as if frozen in place. After an unknown amount of time, this head suddenly became distorted. Its black hair tangled together, continuously extending, turning into dark cables that, like flexible tentacles, wrapped around the silver mirror and brought it to its mouth, which was constantly dripping black, oily liquid. Boom. A silver-white electric light appeared out of thin air in the carriage, striking the head floating in midair, which had grown cables. Electric arcs crackled, and pieces of iron-black debris fell from the head. The flesh on the head's surface became charred and fell off in chunks, revealing the mechanical parts beneath. On both sides of the silver mirror, wrapped in black cables, a pair of illusory small hands condensed and then dissipated. One by one, crimson words floated again on the mirror's surface. Punishment ended. Second question. You are not a creature of this world. You are a stowaway parasitic on Horimic Haydn, aren't you? He. As its skin peeled off, transforming into a mechanical sphere with dark cables extending from it, the head let out a few hoarse, low laughs, pulling the wrapped silver mirror even closer, as if staring into its reflection. After a while, this mechanical sphere seemed to regain some sanity, putting down the silver mirror and whispering like an old man in his twilight years. "No, I am Horace Haydn, an honorary professor of the physics department at Backlund University, the Archbishop of the Steam Church's Backlund Diocese, and a member of my Lord's Council." As it spoke, its tone gradually grew frantic. "Do you know what waves are? The world we see is merely an illusion, the feedback given to the brain after our bodies receive changes in waves. The essence of the world is countless waves of different frequencies and amplitudes mixed together. Information is also a type of wave, so your communication with the outside world cannot escape my notice." The carriage suddenly became very quiet, so quiet that there was not even the sound of breathing. On the surface of the silver magic mirror, silver white words appeared one by one. "The Great Erodes knows everything. Your question has been answered. Do you have any more questions?" On a coast in Desi Bay, Lone, the bright, scorching afternoon sun suddenly dimmed, and streaks of starlight descended from thin air, transforming into brilliant starlight, rippling and swirling on the sea surface. The starlight flickered for a while, then transformed into fragments of starlight that regathered internally, revealing Leyton's figure. Looking at the waves lapping against the beach before him, he sighed. It got away again. Although it's been circling, I can roughly deduce its destination now, southwest of Fainapotter. I wonder what's attracting it there. He looked up at the sun overhead, estimating that it was almost 3 in the afternoon, nearly time for this week's tarot club. He shook his head, letting tendrils of verdant pea vines descend, quickly engulfing his figure and making him disappear from the real beach. Above the grey fog, within the ancient palace that resembled a giant king's abode, streaks of deep red light rose precisely on time, condensing into blurred figures on either side of the mottled long table. Klein's gaze swept over everyone, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. War is indeed the best way to make people grow, it's just a bit too cruel. Now, the weakest members of the Tarot Club are already Sequence 5 Beyonders, and most of them have already crossed the demigod threshold. As he pondered, Justice Audrey had already risen, bowing to the figure at the head of the mottled long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's tone lacked its usual lightness. Although the war had ended, and whether it was the northern continent, the southern continent, or the 5 seas, all had fallen into a rare period of peace and stability, her mood remained heavy. Like most people, she had not yet fully recovered from the war. After everyone had bowed and nodded to each other, Klein leaned back against his chair and gently nodded. "You may begin." The first to speak was Star Leonard. He glanced around and cleared his throat. "According to the information I've gathered, there was more than one war of the gods. Among them, those that occurred in Backlund, and on the battlefields of Lone, Fasak, and Fainapotter, involved the Evernight goddess, the god of war, and the Earth Mother. As for the results, I believe everyone is well aware." Hermit Catlia looked at Leonard with a hint of deeper meaning, then continued his words. "On the Berserk Sea, battles also occurred between Eternal Blazing Sun, Lord of Storms, and True Creator. The process is unknown, but the outcome is very clear. In addition, from what I understand, there was also a war of the gods in the astral world. The Hidden Sage, in conjunction with the returned Emperor Roselle, defeated the god of steam and machinery, becoming a Sequence 0 true god who mastered 2 pathways, calling himself the Erudite." After a brief silence, Hanged Man Alger raised his hand and straightened his body, speaking in a slightly heavy tone. "Recently, the atmosphere among the Church of the Lord of Storms' high-ranking members has been very heavy, even somewhat peculiar. The Lord of Storms has issued a divine oracle, changing the honorific name used when praying and offering sacrifices to him. At the same time, his frequency of responding to prayers has also decreased. The Lord of Storms changed his honorific name. What did he change it to?" Chariot, Anderson asked curiously. Hanged Man Alger turned his head to glance at Anderson. Just as he was about to answer, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of Mr. Fool at the head of the table making a move. He immediately composed himself and turned to look at the head. Under the shroud of grey fog, Klein leaned back in his chair, smiling leisurely. He lost his Sequence 0 status. As his words fell, a strange silence fell over the Tarot Club. No one spoke. Since the 5th epoch, this was the first time a war between gods had erupted, and it was so intense that 2 of the original 7 orthodox gods had fallen, and 1 had lost his status. As thoughts swirled, Hermit Catlia instinctively turned her head to glance at Leyton, who was diagonally opposite her. The latter leaned back leisurely in his chair, appearing unconcerned with the issues they were discussing, as if he had already known all of this. Noticing Catlia's gaze, Leyton looked back, guessing what she was thinking. He chuckled softly. Although many things happened all at once, very chaotic and intense, everything was also traceable. This multi-party war was the result of the combined push from the symbolic domain, the spiritual domain, and the real domain. For it to end so quickly is already the best outcome. The key to this war was the Earth Mother, involving a conspiracy that had been brewing for 2 or 3 millennia. Why? Katlia instinctively asked. Son Derek raised his hand and said, I probably know why. You. Moon, Emlyn retorted with a hint of mockery. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, with doubt and questioning. Seeing the conversation reach this point, Klein manipulated the small world to speak, he does know. With the world's assurance, the members of the Tarot Club became even more curious about the information son Derek possessed. Magician first couldn't help but ask. Why? Son Derek's gaze swept over everyone before he said. The Earth Mother is not the Giant King's wife, Omabella. The real Omabella died long ago. Her remains are in the City of Silver. Gulp. The sound of swallowing was unusually clear in the quiet hall. After a long silence, Chariot Anderson murmured, as if finding the news hard to accept. How is that possible? If the Earth Mother isn't Omabella, how did she hide it from the seven gods? Especially the god of war, they are mother and son. Leyton chuckled softly, nothing is impossible. Among the known great existences, there is a mother of concealment, and also an ancient sun god who once wielded the authority of error. Magician Furs inhaled sharply, exclaiming, what a terrifying conspiracy. Chariot Anderson leaned back in his chair, looking as if he no longer wanted to think, and sighed softly. No wonder the Church of the Earth Mother in the southern continent has always been ambiguous towards the new regime. The true creator, who inherited the ancient sun god's legacy, must also know this secret. I suddenly feel that the god of war and the Lord of Storms didn't lose unjustly. Or rather, the Lord of Storms, who survived the war, is already very impressive. Chapter 724, KWM Chapter 719 The Earth and the Moon. Moon Emlyn looked around, and finally his gaze fell on Leyton, asking with ill-concealed curiosity, so, who exactly is the Earth Mother now? Leyton looked at Emlyn and retorted, didn't the presence of so many sanguine in the Church of the Earth Mother make you think of anything? Emlyn was silent for a moment, then shook his head in a daze. He already had some vague ideas, some conjectures, but he didn't dare to believe them. Seeing that everyone was interested in this topic, Klein manipulated the world Gehrman Sparrow and chuckled, I can give you some hints. The Earth and Moon are two adjacent pathways. Legend has it that in the second epoch, the ancient god Lilith, who represented the moon, fell due to the betrayal of the Giant King, but she occasionally still responds to the prayers of the sanguine, seemingly not completely gone. Star Leonard was stunned for 2 seconds, then he suddenly realized and said, no wonder the Church of the Evernight Goddess no longer promotes the goddess's title of Lady of Crimson. Klein manipulated the world to interject, perhaps, before long, we will hear related descriptions in the Earth Mother's honorific name. Emlyn, who was trying to digest the news he had just heard, suddenly laughed out loud. Seeing the other Tarot Club members look over, he quickly stopped his expression and said with a slight tilt of his chin, I knew it, the ancestor wouldn't fall so easily. She just changed her identity and is taking care of and watching over a sanguine more secretly. Under the dual identities of a sanguine and a mother goddess believer, has this vampire finally become a fanatic of Lilith? Klein silently complained in his heart, then he looked towards the world and asked son Derek, where has the exploration team you led reached? The world's voice pulled everyone's scattered thoughts back. Son Derek immediately replied, we have arrived at Afternoon Town, and in less than 2 days, we can reach the Giant King's court. Klein nodded slightly and said, when the time comes, you can contact me through Mr. Fool. The sea of ruins that evolved from the War of the Gods remains has undergone an anomaly, and it's difficult to find a relatively safe route in a short time. At that time, I will personally go and lead you out of the forsaken land of the gods. I understand. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. World. Son Derek seriously bowed to the world Gehrman Sparrow at the very bottom and thanked him. Klein, using the world's avatar, also gave some precautions, telling little son to pray to him every now and then, and to always pay attention to whether there were any team members or monsters parasitized by Amon around. The matter of the City of Silver came to an end, and the Tarot Club fell silent once again. After a brief silence, Justice Audrey hesitated and asked, everyone, I have a question. If there is something where you know the final outcome from the very beginning, and it has nothing to do with you, only depending on the outcome of certain existences games, then, should you still do something? Chariot Anderson, leaning back in his chair, chuckled and said in a somewhat casual tone, there's a philosophical saying in the southern continent, death is the predetermined end for everyone, but that doesn't mean living has no meaning. If you feel that you cannot change the outcome of something, there is only one reason, you are too weak. Advancing sequence by sequence, from ordinary people to demigods, from demigods to angels, only with enough effort and enough luck, one day, we will become one of those who can influence the situation. Our current powerlessness is just the motivation for us to move forward, but if we do nothing, then there will be no future to look forward to. Mr. Chariot seemed to be very touched by such matters, to the point that he said so much at once. Justice Audrey subconsciously nodded in Anderson's direction, indicating that she had taken it in. Thump. Thump. Leyton raised his hand and knocked on the table, interrupting Anderson's unfinished words. Speaking of the future, I suddenly thought of something. Everyone, you should more or less know about the rumors of the apocalypse. Because of some things that happened in the previous War of the Gods, the originally predetermined apocalypse has been brought forward. Perhaps in 10 years, or less than 10 years, the apocalypse will descend. At that time, all people and things, even the gods and the world itself, will be destroyed. Brought forward. The hermit, Katlia, frowned slightly. She had learned some things about the apocalypse from Bernadette, and although it wasn't detailed, she knew that the time of the apocalypse was very definite and unified among many true God churches and hidden organizations. The apocalypse has been brought forward. So what exactly happened in the previous War of the Gods? As thoughts floated, Klein manipulated the world and asked, why was it brought forward? Leyton leaned back against the chair and calmly said, 2 reasons. First, too many of the 7 gods have fallen or lost their beyonder characteristics, and the power of the astral world is insufficient. Second, all the righteous gods and evil gods fought in certain places before, too busy to care for the astral world and reality, giving some guys an opportunity. Then why? Klein opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask his question. Leyton tilted his neck back and laughed. The atmosphere has been built up to this point, how can we end it without a fight? Moreover, although some gods have fallen or dropped in beyonder characteristics, there are also existences that have advanced further because of this. In Adam's words, this is a necessary sacrifice, exchanging the early arrival of the apocalypse for more power to resist it. In your mouth, the War of the Gods sounds like a brawl between a bunch of hooligans. Chariot Anderson casually complained. He paused, then took a deep breath and asked, everyone, does anyone know the potion formula for War Bishop? As he spoke, his gaze fell on a playing card that Klein had placed face down on his right hand, the Red Priest card. Klein leaned back leisurely in the high-back chair, not reacting at all. This kind of matter was not suitable for Mr. Fool to speak about personally. The World Gehrman Sparrow lightly coughed and said calmly, I can obtain it, and I can even help you hunt a War Bishop from Intis or Faceac as the main ingredient for your advancement. Anderson chuckled and, without any surprise, turned his head to look at the world, asking, what do I need to pay? The world said in a low, hoarse voice, go to the Rorstad archipelago, find the believers of Sea God, and help them settle those who will come out of the forsaken land of the gods. Teach them to adapt to the current world. They are all believers of Mr. Fool. No problem. Anderson nodded, then suggested, actually, it would be better to arrange them in southern Intis or the northern state of the southern continent. Post-war reconstruction is very short of manpower, and with mutual communication, they will quickly integrate. They have been isolated from the outside world for over 1,000 years. Klein stated calmly, not finishing his sentence, but Anderson already understood what he meant. This was equivalent to letting a group of primitives operate a steam engine. After another 10 minutes of free communication, today's Tarot Club gradually came to an end. After everyone stood up and bowed, streaks of crimson light rose, dissolving their figures and making them disappear from the space above the gray fog. Constantine City in Mid-Seashire County. During the previous invasion war of Faceac and Fainapotter against Lone, this large metropolis in northern Lone was the first place to be captured by Faceac, and they used it as a stronghold to continuously invade southeastward, all the way to Backlund. Because it was used as a temporary stronghold by the Faceac people, apart from the initial battle, Constantine City did not suffer too much damage in the subsequent period. Streams of information surged out from the void, passing through the streets where post-war reconstruction was proceeding in an orderly manner, and finally converged and reorganized in a detached villa near a public school. On the second floor of the villa, an old man standing by the window suddenly sensed something. A faint blue glow flashed, and his figure appeared directly in the empty living room on the first floor. As soon as Leyton emerged from the information torrent, having reconstructed his body from complex and pure knowledge, an old man in a black woolen coat and a semi-tall black top hat appeared before him. He nodded slightly to the other party and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence." Lawrence also nodded in return, "Good afternoon, Mr. Tynes. I apologize, due to the previous war, all valuable and useful items in this villa have been moved out, so there's nothing to entertain you with. If you don't mind, you can wait a moment. I'll go to East Chester County to get some black tea and coffee. For a traveler, this won't take too much time." Leyton shook his head and said, "No need for such trouble. I am tracking a steam train and will not be staying here for too long." After a slight pause, he continued, "I just heard your prayer about advancing to a secret sorcerer. Do you mind if I observe?" "Of course, that's exactly what I want." Lawrence nodded, seemingly unsurprised by Leyton's request. Leyton raised his hand, and faint blue starlight flew out from the void, quickly constructing a pair of double doors covered with mysterious patterns and symbols. As the faint blue, brilliant light flickered, both figures simultaneously disappeared from the room. In an abandoned manor on the outskirts of Constantine City, brilliant starlight suddenly emerged from thin air, forming an illusory door. Leyton and Lawrence walked out from behind the door, one after another. After the surrounding starlight disappeared, Lawrence raised his hand and outlined an illusory door in front of him, connecting to a certain place in the spirit world, from which he took out a rolled-up oil painting. Chapter 725, KWM Chapter 720 Secret Sorcerer. This is a special application of door. The principle is to set up a fixed, isolated space in the spirit world, and then open it through a door with fixed coordinates, achieving the effect of a portable storage. However, this method is not absolutely safe. Although the spirit world is vast, it is also home to many strange and powerful spirit world creatures. They may break in or destroy the coordinates and ritual magic placed in the spirit world, causing items to be lost. Lawrence unfolded the oil painting in his hand as he explained. It depicted a series of abstract, incomprehensible patterns, like a strange seal. Seeming to anticipate Leyton's confusion, Lawrence showed him the oil painting in his hand and said, "This is the devil oil painting. It imprisons many devil at the demigod level, which can be used to help traveler complete the ritual to advance to secret sorcerer." In the fourth epoch, when the Abraham family still had many members who could advance to sequence 4 secret sorcerer, this mystical item was created by the Abraham family during that era. After a brief explanation, Lawrence walked a distance forward, then activated the devil oil painting in his hand. The abstract lines on it suddenly wriggled on their own, intertwining to form a semi-closed door. A dark red arm with strange patterns stretched out from within the door, grabbing the edge of the door frame and pulling itself out of the door. In 1 or 2 seconds, a devil with curved goat horns on its head and a pair of bat-like membranous wings on its back emerged from the door. Its hands were exaggerated, almost as long as its height, covered in dark inscriptions that grew from its flesh and extended into the void. Just looking at them made one uncomfortable, and the emotions and desires within one's body surged abnormally. Its eyes were like molten crimson lava, its mouth half open, revealing sharp, terrifying white teeth, and on each tooth, there were rust-like dark red marks, as if from prolonged gnawing on flesh. The moment this demigod-level devil appeared, Leyton's body became illusory, as if it had detached from this world and become something non-existent. The devil, having just escaped its seal, instinctively looked at Lawrence. The long period of sealing had left it with little sanity, only instinctively radiating malice, wanting to devour the other party to replenish itself. Almost simultaneously with it looking at Lawrence, the 2 curved devil horns on its head ignited with transparent flames, as if capable of igniting emotions and desires within a person's heart, forcibly impacting Lawrence's spirit, causing him to inevitably experience certain emotions and fall into a daze. Then, one after another, pale blue fireballs mixed with a pungent sulfur smell materialized out of thin air, dense and numerous, like a large net, fiercely pouncing on Lawrence. Lawrence, with dazed eyes, thinned and became brittle in the pale blue flames, turning into a pale yellow paper figure that was completely consumed by the flames. His figure then reappeared on the other side, his eyes reflecting an illusory, slowly turning book. "I came, I saw, I recorded." Accompanied by a low chant, his body was stained with gold, spreading outwards layer by layer. The purification halo recorded in light sacrifice. A majestic and pure sun aura spread out in waves of golden light, rendering the surroundings in a golden hue, bringing a strong and pure sun aura, making the surroundings sacred and an environment difficult for devil to adapt to. The pale blue flames and crimson lava coiling around the devil seemed to suffer a heavy blow, becoming shaky and on the verge of extinguishing. It stretched out its exaggerated arms, almost the length of its entire body. The evil patterns on them quickly lit up, flowing out illusory, pitch black, sticky liquid formed from various emotions and desires, constantly expanding, transforming into a pair of huge black arms, grasping at Lawrence. At the same time, it uttered a devil language word full of the meaning of defilement and depravity from the abyss. Depravity. The surrounding area showed a tendency towards abyssalization. Depravity black mist continuously surged within the golden light, condensing into a slightly viscous black liquid on Lawrence's body surface. A faint blue light flashed, and Lawrence, relying on rapid flashes, created one illusion after another around him, achieving the effect of an encirclement by himself. Each illusion had an illusory book reflected in its eyes, and simultaneously chanted. "I came, I witnessed, I recorded." Silver-white lightning, blazing white flames, and pure, sacred light fell from mid-air without distinction, engulfing the devil. Amidst the booming explosions, a pool of illusory, viscous black liquid, formed from various emotions and desires, surged out, frantically rushing towards Lawrence. These liquids were like the collective embodiment of the darkest and most unspeakable desires in the human heart, sweeping through the surroundings with a polluting stance, causing Lawrence, who looked directly at it, to fall into an unavoidable state of hallucination. His emotions and desires rapidly expanded, and then his mind was instantly detonated. Lawrence's body exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of scattered paper scraps stained with mottled rust. The next second, his figure appeared on that pool of pitch black, viscous liquid, holding an abnormally sharp, arm-length blade, a blade from the depravity domain. This was the cull of spiritual flesh belonging to the Black Knight. It could not only corrode flesh and blood, annihilate souls, and break barriers, but also invalidate the defense of any creature with depravity intent. For creatures like Devil, it had very good offensive power, completely comparable to beyonder abilities in the Sun domain. The arm-length, cull of spiritual flesh pierced into the black liquid, easily passing through, bringing unimaginable effects and damage. The pitch-black, viscous liquid instantly boiled, as if to evaporate, burning all emotions and desires that could be burned, like a highly explosive dynamite entering a countdown. Lawrence's body instantly disappeared, not lingering. In an open space not far away, he leaned back, arms outstretched, as if embracing the sun. A magnificent and pure column of blazing light descended from the sky, enveloping the pitch-black liquid on the ground, evaporating it little by little. For the secret sorcerer advancement ritual, I made many preparations. On the battlefield of the southern continent, I recorded enough beyonder abilities, especially those in the sun and mind domains. The former can effectively restrain devil, and the latter allows me to directly attack without forming corresponding thoughts in my mind, thereby avoiding triggering the devil's dangerous perception. Lawrence spoke calmly, as if explaining to Leyton, and also as if talking to himself, alleviating the tension he had just experienced. While speaking, he walked to the side of the devil, which had become thin and lost its ability to resist, and stretched his hands forward, pressing them in midair. Faint blue lights blossomed, quickly covering the pitch-black, viscous liquid on the ground, transforming into strange symbols, forming one closed door after another, sealing the devil. Then, this layer of seal transformed into a faint blue stream, flowing into Lawrence's body, using his own body as a container to seal the devil, completing the secret sorcerer ritual. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, adjusting his state. Then he took out the potion materials he had prepared earlier, using an invisible hand to make them float in midair, mixing them together and stirring them into a dark blue potion, as if there were tiny worm-like creatures curled into door floating within it. After a simple divination, he brought the potion to his lips and drank it all. Leyton's figure solidified from its illusory state, appearing at the side. "You trust me that much? You didn't even find a safer place or say a prayer." Muttering softly to himself, Leyton raised a hand, causing stars to appear around him, dense and dazzling, isolating Lawrence's connection with the outside world, preventing interference from Mr. Door's whispers during the advancement process. As soon as he drank the potion, Lawrence fell into a dazed state. Transparent granulation began to protrude from his face, wriggling and twisting, growing into transparent, starlight flickering worm of star. Such worm of star grew more and more numerous, and soon his entire being transformed into an convergence of worm of star, appearing eerie and terrifying. Leyton calmly watched Lawrence, a faint purple glow flashing in his eyes, observing and analyzing the changes in Lawrence's body more closely. The rudimentary forms of the authority of the concealment, seal, and door domains have already appeared. The flesh and blood are beginning to split, replaced by worm of star with divinity, and the core is to establish a very wonderful connection between oneself and the spirit world. As he muttered softly, torrents of information broke free from the spirit world, converging before Leyton and reassembling into Bernadette's figure. She calmly glanced at Lawrence, who was undergoing his advancement, seemingly already understanding what had happened, then looked at Leyton and said, "I sense the aura of a high-level devil in Constant City, so I came to take a look. Is it related to the secret sorcerer advancement ritual?" Leyton nodded and said, "Yes, the secret sorcerer ritual requires the advancer to seal a demigod-level creature with clear hostility without relying on external forces." Mental imprint. Bernadette nodded. Having mastered much knowledge and concealment, she quickly thought of the core of this ritual, creating a sufficiently strong mental imprint that could help the advancer maintain a certain level of clarity amidst the impact of the potion. Seeing that Bernadette no longer had any questions, Leyton casually asked, "Why are you in the mid-seashore?" Bernadette turned her head towards the mid-seashore and said calmly, "I prophesied that I would encounter the traces of Leyton, the former archpriest of the Church of the God of Combat, here, so I came early to wait. After the war ended, he destroyed all the Grade 0 sealed artifact data of the Church and fled with sealed artifact 0-02 Trunsoist Brass Book. Chapter 726, KWM Chapter 721 Mr. Door." After a pause, Bernadette's tone, unusually emotional, said, "Father has reached an agreement with darkness. The Trunsoist Brass Book, evolved from a justiciar uniqueness, will belong to Southern Intis, but we need to find Leyton ourselves and retrieve it. As the price for the transaction, he needs to leave reality and go to the astral world to open up a divine kingdom, filling the void left by the Lord of Storms and the God of Combat, and together with the eternal blazing sun and other true gods, block the erosion and infiltration of the primordial one's barrier by the outer deities from the cosmos. This is inevitable. The 7 deities have undergone too many changes, and the divine kingdoms filling the barrier in the astral world are difficult to maintain. New gods must be added to supplement them." Leyton nodded, not surprised that darkness would have Roselle go to the astral world to plug the cracks. If the Lord of Storms, who had fallen from his position, continued to remain in the astral world, in the chasm of storms, he would only be eroded and polluted by outer deities, becoming part of their descent into reality. There were not many existences that could replace the Lord of Storms and the God of Combat. Compared to the true Creator, the eternal blazing sun and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were undoubtedly more inclined towards Roselle. While contemplating, Leyton reminded him. As a contingency for the god of combat's resurrection, that former chief shepherd might have the hand of God characteristic. Darkness and Lilith, to end the war quickly, will not intentionally intercept these characteristics. Bernadette nodded slightly and said, I will pay attention. In this matter, Ariana, the head of the Church of Evernight, will also provide some assistance. Leyton nodded, skipping the topic, and said, having just completed the coronation ceremony and gone to the astral world, what is the current state of southern Intis? Subsequent matters have all been handed over to Bornova and Nast. In Father's words, this is a form of training for them, and as long as the ritual is completed, they can be promoted to Illuminator and Duke of Entropy at any time. Bernadette spoke casually, then she suddenly paused and looked at Lawrence, who was beside her. This traveler of the Abraham family had already woken up. He was now a demigod secret sorcerer. Having refamiliarized himself with his body, Lawrence grabbed at the void with his right hand. The spatial area in front of him was instantly enveloped in shadows, distorting and splitting into two parts, with one part hidden. This spatial change was silent and lacked objective measurement indicators, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that the bushes on both sides of the road had moved a little closer. This spatial concealment lasted for less than 2 seconds before everything returned to normal. After manifesting his body, Lawrence's figure suddenly became illusory, transforming into one illusory door after another, layer upon layer, one connecting to another, countless in number. His body continuously appeared behind one door after another, as if walking in the cracks of reality, seemingly close at hand, yet impossible to touch. After using all his Beyonder abilities, Lawrence finally stopped and walked to Leyton's side, saying with barely concealed excitement. Since the 5th epoch, the Abraham family has not had a secret sorcerer. It's been over 1,000 years, and today, after more than 1,000 years, I have finally succeeded. Finally, I can ask that question that has troubled our family for millennia. The answer to the question may not be as bad or as lamentable as you think. Leyton promptly offered a reminder, but Lawrence, already immersed in his own emotions, did not listen. Seeing this, Leyton shook his head slightly. Persistence always triumphs over reason. Some things, only by personally uncovering them, can one be truly content. He turned his head to Bernadette and said, create a full moon effect for him. This is a regret that the Abraham family has carried for 1 or 2,000 years. Mr. Dorr. Bernadette nodded knowingly, saying nothing more. She didn't have much affection for Mr. Dorr, who had once tempted her father to the moon, leading to his corruption. In fact, she even disliked him. If it weren't for the corruption, her father's temperament wouldn't have changed so drastically, and all the subsequent events wouldn't have occurred. Specks of starlight diffused from between her fingers, gathering in the air, tinged with a crimson hue, transforming into an illusory crimson moon. Although it was a full moon effect created using her mastery of mysticism, the full moon created by Bernadette, who was already an angel, would not be inferior to those of the Scarlet Scholar. As the crimson moonlight shone upon him, the familiar whispers once again echoed in Lawrence's ears. Unlike before, this time, he finally understood what the other party was saying. Although the voice was still very vague, constantly stimulating his spirit, making his head swell and ache, it was all within the tolerable range. Save me, save. Don't save me, don't save me, don't. Lawrence's face instantly turned very pale and weak, looking as if he wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he choked out, so, the reason for our family's continuous decline over the past millennium was this, just a faint cry for help. Looking at the sorrowful Lawrence, Leyton reminded him in a low voice. It's not a full moon yet, this is when he is in his best state. You can try to communicate with him. Taking a long breath, Lawrence nodded and said. I understand. The reason you happen to appear here at this time is to prevent me from doing anything irrational, such as helping Mr. Dorr return to reality. Don't worry, although it's been the Abraham family's long-cherished wish for thousands of years, I won't lose my mind over it. Leyton shook his head and explained, Mr. Dorr's return is inevitable, and it won't be too long. Lawrence stared at Leyton for a long while before retracting his gaze. He neither believed nor doubted, merely appearing to have aged significantly in those brief 2 minutes. He sighed again, composed himself, clasped his hands together, and prayed with focus and sincerity. Great Door of all doors, guide of the endless cosmos, key to all mysterious worlds. Great Door of all doors. After chanting Mr. Dorr's honorific name twice, Lawrence suddenly stopped, his eyes appearing somewhat lost. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly listening intently to something. Leyton and Bernadette exchanged glances, neither speaking. Under the increasingly profound crimson moonlight, specks of starlight floated out, swaying rhythmically, outlining one symbol after another, magnifying Mr. Dorr's whispers on Lawrence's body, echoing all around. It's been 1,000 years. Finally, someone from the Abraham family can speak with me again. What's your name? This voice was very normal, even amiable, completely different from the earlier roaring cries of save me or don't save me, as if it were a different person entirely. A hint of doubt flashed in Lawrence's eyes, and the complex emotions swirling within him prevented him from overthinking. Instead, he answered according to the other party's words. Lawrence Nord Abraham. Lawrence, I remember. As a descendant of the Abraham family, I can vaguely perceive some aspects of your condition. Your body seems to have suffered relatively severe damage in the past. Although it has healed under the modification of the secret sorcerer potion, some effects still remain. Your lifespan will be shorter than that of a normal demigod. The best way to resolve this problem is to continue advancing and become an angel. I remember the Abraham family still preserves several sealed artifacts corresponding to the planeswalker characteristic. Except for the box of the Great Old Ones, the others can be used. To become a demigod in this era, you must have received the protection of certain existences. Shattering a sealed artifact should not be too big of a problem. The voice echoing in his ears made Lawrence's eyes unconsciously moist. Mr. Door's words sounded very normal, seemingly without any issues, if he hadn't heard the other party's desperate cries for help earlier. Lawrence nodded with a complex expression and said, I know. I have no intention of continuing to advance. I am old, and my loved ones have all passed away. Death is a release for me. What supported me in advancing all the way to demigod was the obsession to ask you a question, an obsession and a curse that has plagued the Abraham family for nearly 2 millennia. In his ear, Mr. Door sighed, his tone quite complex, as if filled with regret, helplessness, and lament. Lost in the depths of darkness and storm, my mind developed some issues, often becoming insane, constantly roaring, shouting, and transmitting some information to the outside world. And as descendants of the Abraham family, you are undoubtedly the ones most likely to hear these voices. However, regardless of whether I harbor ill will, regardless of the reason, the disparity in beyonder ranks causes those below the demigod level to hear my voice as if hearing the whispers of an evil god, leading to madness or loss of control. Only during the full moon will my mental state improve, and I will restrain my voice. But this is also when spirituality is strongest, and my connection with you is deepest. Even if I try hard to restrain myself, some of the roars and shouts I previously emitted will still be transmitted to your ears. This is the truth of the curse. Can you accept it? Lawrence shook his head blankly, his emotions somewhat uncontrollable, and said, I don't know. I just suddenly feel that our Abraham family's persistence for these thousands of years is like a joke. No, your persistence has meaning. At least, now you know the reason, and knowing the problem, you can start thinking of ways to solve it. For example, you can allow other family members, like yourself, to avoid my insane roars and live normal lives. Mr. Door's words were clear and logical, like a benevolent elder caring for his juniors, not at all like he himself claimed, that he often became insane. Chapter 727, KWM Chapter 722 Stars. Lawrence sighed, glanced at Leyton and Bernadette standing silently to the side, then continued Mr. Door's words, asking, but your ravings still exist, and members of the Abraham family can still hear your voice when they encounter the full moon, then go insane or lose control. If I want to completely lift this curse that has plagued the Abraham family for thousands of years, what should I do? Mr. Door sighed like an elder facing a stubborn junior and said, there is only one way, help me escape the troubles of darkness and storms. Only then can I have the energy to control and improve my mental problems and stop making insane roars. Lawrence pressed, how do I do that? Set up a ritual, recite my honorific name, and then sacrifice one secret sorcerer, one bizarro sorcerer, and one parasite. With the unique qualities briefly produced by the convergence of these 3 pathways, I can escape my predicament. But this is too difficult for the current Abraham family, almost impossible, so there's no need to force it. You just need to live well. You don't necessarily have to become beyonders. With the wealth accumulated by the Abraham family, even as an ordinary person, you can live a happy and fulfilling life. Lawrence gave a bitter smile, I understand. The crimson moonlight shattered inch by inch around them, revealing the light of dusk once more, shining on the ground and on Lawrence, revealing an indescribable sense of decay and desolation. After a long while, Lawrence finally composed himself and turned to look at Leyton and Bernadette, asking, what do you think? Is there a problem with our ancestor? The initial roar and the one who spoke to me later don't seem like the same person at all. Bernadette nodded, her tone certain as she said, there is definitely a problem with Mr. Door. His normalcy is just a disguise. It was he who tempted and deceived my father to go to the moon, where he suffered the corruption of the primordial moon. That's why all those things happened later. Among those who followed my father back then, there was also a member of your Abraham family. You should not be unfamiliar with the changes he underwent in his later years. Lawrence shook his head with a bitter smile, I had this suspicion, but our ancestors' tone shook my belief. Leyton saw Lawrence's doubt and struggle. He didn't try to persuade him but instead suggested, being corrupted doesn't necessarily mean turning into a mad monster. It could also mean being unknowingly replaced by another self. As a demigod, you no longer fear the full moon. You can find some sanguine and ask them to record the beyonder power that creates the full moon effect. Listen to Mr. Door's voice at different times, and then compare them. I understand. I will do that. Lawrence nodded heavily in response, then fell silent, no longer speaking. After a brief exchange, Lawrence bid farewell and left. He needed to return to the Abraham family to convene the Elder Council and discuss the next steps. After Lawrence left, Bernadette suddenly asked, "You seem to be intentionally pushing this matter, both giving warnings and helping him come into contact with Mr. Door." After learning about Mr. Door, even if the Abraham family reaches a unified opinion, there will inevitably be some who want to rescue Mr. Door and restore the Abraham family's glory. Leyton nodded, his tone calm as he said, "Concealment is not my authority. Since they asked questions, I will naturally give answers. There's no need to stop them from seeking the true, and as for providing some help, all of that has clear price tags. Just as I said earlier, Mr. Door will inevitably return. Without him, the Lord of the Mysteries cannot appear. This is something all existences cannot accept, except for those in the cosmos." As he spoke, Leyton suddenly paused, tilted his head to look in the direction of Constant City, a silver-white glint flashing in his eyes, instantly becoming extremely deep. This change didn't last too long. Once his eyes were clear again, Leyton tilted his head to glance at Bernadette and reminded her, 0-02 has appeared. Its information comes from Constant City. Upon hearing this, Bernadette's body instantly dematerialized, disintegrating into complex knowledge that rapidly surged, approaching Constant City. Watching Bernadette leave, Leyton remained motionless. He tilted his head slightly, listening intently, a faint, illusory sound of a steam train running echoing in his ears, though there was no steam train station or tracks nearby. Could it be too much of a coincidence that everything everyone is looking for has appeared at once? Whispering to himself, Leyton's body suddenly became transparent, then illusory, turning into a pile of foam. These bubbles, illuminated by the dusk light, reflected dreamy colors, scattering and floating away, vanishing in an instant. Somewhere in the vibrant, layered spirit world, a silver track suddenly extended from the void, continuously moving forward, entering a distorted mass of colors. Amidst rumbling sounds, a dark-colored steam train emerged from nothingness, rapidly advancing on the silver track. Inside the continuously moving train, in the dimly lit carriage, black cables as thick as little fingers hung down from the ceiling, tangled together, suspending one blood-stained and rusty head after another. These heads swayed continuously with the movement of the steam train, striking each other and sparking, producing the sound of metal colliding. Among the many suspended heads, there was also an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns. It was tightly bitten by several heads, as if they wanted to bite it into pieces and swallow it. A somewhat benevolent-looking head turned around, still tightly biting the silver mirror, and spoke in Horimic Haydn's voice. "What happened just now?" On the mirror surface, a layer of ripples agitated, and then one faceac word after another, dripping with fresh red liquid, appeared. Several rules here were replaced, which happened to destroy the train's hidden environment, causing us to fall out of that peculiar state. It's impossible to know who did it, but the erudite's angel has already arrived in Constant City. The head resembling Horimic Haydn let out a disdainful snort. "Humph, that hypocritical sage. The authority of reality and civilization belongs only to the stars, and will ultimately return to the stars." Another ripple surged across the silver mirror's surface, and new words appeared. "It's my turn to ask. Who are the stars you speak of?" The head resembling Horimic Haydn suddenly leaned close to the silver mirror's surface, revealing a strange smile, its expression twisting, and black oil constantly dripping from the corners of its mouth, its voice becoming manic as it said, "Do you really want to know? Of course, it's the great supernova dominator, the creator of the cosmic stars, the embodiment of the true rules, the ruler of all civilizations." As Horimic's voice rang out, the light inside the steam train carriage suddenly flickered, no longer dim yellow, but a deep blue like the cosmos, as if countless stars were twinkling, and one star after another was reflected, forming a distorted, sinister face. On the silver mirror's surface, all the words instantly vanished, and the mirror became dim, as if covered by a gray-black gauze, reflecting nothing. The suspended Horimic's head was no longer insane. It turned back and said at the same time, "Give up the struggle. Wouldn't it be better to join us? We are connected to each other, forming one body, sharing power, knowledge, and faith. This is the ultimate form of civilization. You are very special, more special than most Grade 1 sealed artifacts, even surpassing some Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Only those foolish steam believers would only treat you as a Grade 2 sealed artifact. This is also why I value you. Otherwise, you would have long ago become our sustenance, like those useless things." The silver mirror, tightly bitten by several heads, remained silent and motionless, like an autistic child. Boom. A huge crashing sound echoed as the steam train seemed to hit a solid barrier, shaking violently, tumbling, and becoming a chaotic mess. A Rhodes, tightly bitten by several heads, was flung out, hitting the glass window and causing cracks. On both sides of the silver mirror, a pair of illusory small hands materialized, vigorously slapping the window, seemingly wanting to smash the cracked window. Its actions were unsuccessful. Several black cables hung down from the top, tying it into a ball. On the silver mirror's surface, a layer of ripples spread out, and one bright golden word after another appeared. My master is coming for me. You just wait to be made into a model toy by my great, supreme master. Above the gray fog, Klein watched the scene through the prayer light, feeling a bit amused. He looked down at the mirror he had casually taken from the historical void at the edge of the table. The mirror surface was displaying colorful fireworks, and below it, a small figure was excitedly waving its little hands, rushing towards him. Great, supreme, and exalted master, you finally come for me. I was almost eaten by that lunatic. No, it should be them. I got a lot of information from them. I see. Looking at the words appearing on the mirror, Klein nodded gently in response. After Leyton informed him of the situation, he immediately came to the gray fog. Using the special summoning of the Sapphira Castle, he summoned Mirror Erodes, and then, using its connection to its main body, he used the curtain to exert influence, cleverly grafting the steam train's tracks to the steam train station in Constant City. As for why it was Constant City, he wasn't quite sure, but his true sight above the gray fog allowed him to see the difference in Constant City. It seemed to be affected by some influence, and its rules were in an extremely unstable yet unusually strict state. Chapter 728, KWM Chapter 723, 0. Inside the steam train station in Constant City, stars emerged one after another, densely packed and dazzling, rapidly forming a swirling mass of stardust that completely enveloped the suddenly appearing steam train, dissolving it little by little. From the surface of the dark steam train, bits of debris continuously fell off, revealing numerous cables underneath, intertwining and wriggling, transforming into a monster with countless black tentacles unfurled. Silently, the surrounding gravity intensified, and the ground beneath their feet erupted with immense suction, causing buildings on the ground to collapse and cling tightly to the earth. Even the starlight became heavy, drooping downwards little by little, completely absorbed by the ground, unable to rotate or float. Freed from the starlight's restraint, the steam train completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of mechanical parts and countless cables, which began to wriggle and coalesce, forming a giant, grotesque face, from whose features Hormick Haydn's appearance could vaguely be discerned. This enormous face constantly changed and roared, emitting ear-piercing howls. It grew larger and heavier, simultaneously generating a powerful gravitational pull that sucked surrounding objects towards itself, making them revolve around it, forming a terrifying storm. Above the gray fog, Klein rose from his seat and quickly drew his gun, firing. Bang. 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 One spirit-controlling bullet after another shot out, passing through Erodes's prayer light spots and sinking into the storm that was continuously tearing and gathering surrounding things, growing larger and larger. The terrifying storm, which seemed capable of uprooting the entire Constant City, suddenly stalled. Carriages, goods, walls, and bricks that had been rotating around it lost the pull of gravity and fell to the ground. Brilliant starlight surged forth, emerging from cracks in the ground, and fragments of starlight regrouped internally, revealing Leyton's figure. He reached out and made a pulling motion in the air, and the light of dusk appeared, forming a long table and numerous figures, condensed into existence. This was a scene of the ancient sun god being devoured, derived from the mystical reenactment, Feast of Betrayal, a mystical spell created from the knowledge of the ancient sun god's death. How bold! To use this mystical reenactment without any concealment measures. Is this provoking the eternal blazing sun in them, or is it provoking the true creator? Above the gray fog, Klein murmured, the scene he saw through Erodes's prayer light spots shaking, seemingly affected by some interference. On the edge of the table in front of him, on the quietly resting mirror surface, silver lone characters appeared one after another. Many gazes have been drawn by this mystical reenactment, and even the underlying rules of Constant City's transformation have been disturbed. Master, I think he must be doing it on purpose. This city has gathered too many important figures, including Ariana, an angel of concealment serving Evernight, Bernadette, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, Larian, the former archpriest of the Church of the God of Combat, and Hormick Haydn, the former archbishop of the Steam Church. This is clearly an abnormal situation. He might be trying to use this mystical reenactment to connect with those true masters, attracting more people and gods to cast their gaze here, making this place even more chaotic. Klein nodded, his tone calm. That's possible. Above the now vanished steam train station in Constant City, as the scene of the Feast of Betrayal appeared, the giant face floating in midair suddenly convulsed, its entire face becoming distorted, as if it could split apart at any moment. The components forming it became uncontrollable, as if every gear and every coil had developed its own sentience, instinctively wanting to betray the whole and break away. Silently, the surrounding light dimmed, as if covered by an invisible shadow. The acts of betrayal by the numerous components on the giant face were distorted, magnified, and then uncontrollably split, turning into individual entities, each growing a different human face, glaring at each other. As the giant face split, the items previously contained within it fell out, including brilliant, star-shimmering gems, mechanical golden gloves, and ancient silver mirrors with strange patterns. This mental and individual separation allowed Horimic Haydn to briefly regain some self-awareness. He looked around blankly, then at Leyton, seemingly not understanding what had happened. War of the Gods. Corruption of the Cosmos. Muttering a few dazed, fragmented words, Horimic Haydn, now just a face, suddenly looked at Leyton and said, "Are you here to kill me?" Leyton nodded, reaching into the void to pull out an ancient-style long spear, from tip to hilt burning with clusters and specks of bloody dark red flame. Without unnecessary words, the dark red long spear, the moment it formed, left his hand, ignoring distance, and appeared directly at the forehead of Horimic Haydn's face. Bloody dark red flames instantly surged, completely enveloping it, decomposing and dissipating it bit by bit. This attack was magnified countless times, possessing immense power, as if it could directly kill an angel. Horimic Haydn, pierced by the dark red spear, rapidly lost his aura, but he became stuck just as one foot crossed the red line of death, unable to truly die. In the Constant City Lord's mansion, a brass-colored book spontaneously flipped open, and on its pages, mercury-colored words floated, automatically compiling strict and precise legal provisions. At the bottom of the existing legal provisions, mercury-colored words simply wrote, "Death is forbidden here." This legal provision, which involved the fundamental rules of the world, seemed to have exhausted all its power, and the book, which had been continuously compiling legal provisions, temporarily stopped. A pool of silver metallic liquid seeped out from the surrounding void, flowing rapidly, attempting to envelop the brass-colored book discarded on the ground. The brass book vanished from its spot just as it was about to be enveloped. On the other side, in the city streets, Bernadette and Ariana's figures emerged from the void almost simultaneously. The latter nodded to Bernadette before calmly speaking. 0-02 seems to have gone silent after modifying the underlying rules here. It might have temporarily exhausted its power. "I am searching." Bernadette replied calmly, her eyes flowing with a deep blue, almost purple, radiance, outlining mysterious symbols one after another, rapidly collecting and interpreting the information within this city. In the City Lord's mansion, besides Larian and 0-02, there are others. As soon as she finished speaking, her and Ariana's figures vanished simultaneously, one transforming into a complex and pure information stream, the other seeming to be erased as if by an eraser, their figures vanishing. After the rule of death became ineffective, Horimic Haydn once again fell into madness. He extended black cables from his head, like tentacles, into the separated faces, reconnecting them. Under the influence of the power of the stars, their consciousness and spirit were unified again, forming a whole. No, not completely unified. It's more like forcibly stitching together parts that were distorted and separated by Roselle. As Leyton murmured, on Horimic Haydn's face, which had swelled to the size of a small mountain, one different face after another protruded, struggling and roaring with a strange rhythm. In the sky, the stars suddenly became dazzling, growing brighter and larger. A smell of burning filled the air, accompanied by the sound of intense friction and sparks, as a crimson meteor shower was summoned. At the same time, gravitational and electromagnetic disturbances caused chaos and closure in the hidden passages in the surrounding void, and the ground's gravity suddenly increased, making even Beyonders skilled in flashing unable to move an inch, forced to wait in place for the meteor shower to fall. Silently, the falling meteors disappeared one by one, as if erased from a canvas, leaving no trace. In less than a minute, all the meteors falling from the sky were wiped away. A disaster, before it truly arrived, was easily resolved. Inside Constant City, everyone hid indoors, in basements, or nervously watched outside through windows, or prayed to the gods again and again, hoping this strange disaster would pass quickly and not affect them. In the city outside the bay window, rays of light that were not brilliant, not clear, and had no color emerged. Anything touched by this light silently disintegrated, turning into fragments and falling to the ground, even colors rapidly dissipating as if evaporated. In the attic of a 3-story building, 2 small heads leaned against the glass window, quietly observing outside. A teenage girl in a floral dress and an 8- or 9-year-old boy, they were pressed against the attic window. The girl covered her own mouth with one hand and the boy's mouth with the other, not daring to make a sound. They had just seen a drunken man on the street diagonally opposite silently shatter, turning into a pile of colorless powder. In their terrified eyes, a ray of light flew towards them, towards this side. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, covered everywhere by a gloomy mist, and the entire city fell into a deathly silence. After a long silence, the little boy tentatively moved his body, then nudged the slightly older girl beside him and asked, "Latiel, are we dead?" The girl called Latiel shook her head blankly. I don't think so. I don't know either." In reality, where Constant City had once stood, the entire city had vanished, leaving only a massive pit. With the disappearance of Constant City, the people who had been hidden within the city were revealed one by one. Chapter 729, KWM Chapter 724 All Parties. Klein reflexively stood up from the high-backed chair as he watched the figures emerge from the vanished city below. The sea god scepter spontaneously flew into his hand, and the black velvet curtain transformed into a cloak draped over him, taking on a posture ready to launch an attack at any moment. At the location where Constant City once stood, Amon, wearing a black classical warlock robe and a monocle over his right eye, looked up at the twinkling cosmos, a slight smile playing on his lips, and nodded lightly, as if greeting Klein above the grey fog. Klein's expression darkened, his gaze falling on a brass book Amon held in his hand. His seer intuition told him that this book was the source of the anomaly in Constant City. Opposite Amon, an old man over 2.6 meters tall, with grizzled stubble and a square soft cap, confronted him with an angry expression. He wore a loose black robe with white trim, his bulging muscles straining the loose clothing. His eyes were light blue, with few wrinkles, and he exuded an aura of looking down on all things. Klein searched his mind but found no information about this person. However, judging by the aura and height he displayed, he was most likely a high-ranking member of the Church of the God of Combat. At the edge of the mottled long table, silver words spontaneously appeared one by one on the surface of the mirror Klein had retrieved from the historical void. Master, he is the former chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. After the War of the Gods ended and the God of Combat fell, he destroyed all Grade 0 sealed artifact data of the Church and fled with sealed artifact 0-02, the Trunsoist brass book. It is very likely a resurrection contingency left by the God of Combat upon his fall. Glancing at the information provided by Rhodes, Klein pressed on, is 0-02 the brass book in Amon's hand? Yes, Master. That book evolved from the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway. It possesses living characteristics, but most of the time it is at a very low level, only having the instinct to compile in perfect laws. Its first half presents almost all major underlying rules, while the second half is blank, requiring self-inscription. One can freely compile legal provisions, and after public announcement, these legal provisions will take effect. It dislikes distorted, unesthetic rules and hates being exploited for loopholes. I'm sorry, Master, as it involves uniqueness, I cannot see any more information. At the end of its words, Rhodes even added a small, aggrieved emoji. Klein nodded expressionlessly and said, that's enough. Compared to the Trunsoist brass book, which evolved from the Justiciar uniqueness, he was more concerned about Amon. He wondered what Amon, who had already mastered 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and the era uniqueness, intended to do with this book. The Justiciar uniqueness is only needed by Roselle. I hope the great emperor won't screw me over, Klein muttered, then sat back in his high-backed chair, his gaze fixed on Constant City below. Above the gigantic, dark pit, Amon stood in midair, ignoring gravity. He looked at Leyton, who was staring at him with an angry gaze, and said with a smile. The God of Combat has fallen. You can certainly consider joining the Church of the Evernight Goddess. That way, you would still be an angel protected by a god, and might even continue to serve as the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. Leyton snorted and said, a creature like you, without devout faith, wouldn't understand. The God of Combat will eventually return, from within me. Amon twitched his lips and chuckled. Every one of my avatars trusts myself implicitly. Of course, I truly don't understand fanatics like you. Perhaps you and my brother would get along very well, although he was just performing back then. Unfortunately, he is no longer my brother, and I can no longer call him a fanatic. While Amon and Leyton conversed, streams of information surged from the void, rapidly converging and reassembling Bernadette's body. As Bernadette appeared, Roselle's gaze followed, fixed on Amon and the brass book in his hand. With Bernadette's appearance, Amon withdrew his gaze from Leyton, turned to Bernadette, and chuckled. Hey, you finally arrived. I thought you and your father weren't interested in this book of rules. Would a thief give away what he stole? As she spoke, Bernadette calmly met Amon's gaze. Amon did not seem angry at Bernadette's words, maintaining a calm smile on his face. Why not? Exchanging things one doesn't need for things one does need, it's a mutually satisfactory transaction, isn't it? The previous War of the Gods allowed those fellows in the cosmos to seize the opportunity and further erode the barrier left by the primordial one. Now it's the last bit of time in the 5th epoch. Everyone is busy saving themselves, or saving the world. On this point, all of us are in the same camp. The Hanged Man has basically escaped madness and mastered the authority of the mind. Even if I recall the beyonder characteristic I deliberately disperse now and directly become error without the ritual, at most my state would just be a little worse. If I become the Lord of the Mysteries, I can also unseal the Western continent, allowing you to return to your true form and become the Demon of Knowledge. Amon said the last sentence while looking up at the deep cosmos. Above the grey fog, Klein watched the scene with a slightly strange expression, unable to help but inwardly grumble, what is this? Trying to instigate my ally right in front of me. After a silent complaint, Klein looked down at the mirror on the table and casually asked. What do you think their choice will be? On the mirror's surface, layers of ripples swayed. After a good while, silver loan words appeared one by one. Sorry, Master, I cannot see the answer to this question. Rhodes's words seemed to carry a hint of a sob, and then new words appeared below it. However, I will always follow you steadfastly. You will surely reclaim the authority stolen and occupied by Amon and return to the throne of the great master above the spirit world. Is that so? Klein murmured, then stopped speaking and turned his gaze to Leyton, who was still locked in a stalemate with the monster that Horimic Haydn had become. He muttered in confusion, even if it's just an avatar, its sequence doesn't drop. He's deliberately stalling Horimic Haydn. Why? Above what was once constant city, countless information streams converged into light, weaving into a storm that tightly enveloped and tore at the mountain-sized head. On the head trapped in the center of the storm, faces emerged, their eyes, mouths, and other features simultaneously glowing with brilliant white light, as if a sun was hidden within, constantly radiating light through the cracks. Blinding white rays erupted one after another, sweeping towards the information torrents that were stirring up the storm around them. These were rays from the cosmos, capable of directly destroying physical bodies and information structures, causing genetic mutations, and bringing irreversible damage and pain. The disturbed information storm was pierced by one ray after another, causing cracks to appear in the originally stable, invisible barrier. The gigantic head, with its emerging faces, suddenly turned illusory, found and passed through a concealment passage in the void, escaping Leyton's encirclement. Outside the disturbed information torrent, the mountain-sized head emerged from the void. The faces on it rapidly disintegrated and reassembled, transforming into a dark, heavy steam train, a steam train floating in the air, defying gravity. Silver white light, seemingly composed of countless illusory things, surged out of thin air, constructing a silver track leading to an unknown destination, carrying the steam train into the distance. The information torrents left behind by the steam train rapidly converged, condensing into faint glows composed of massive illusory things. These lights intertwined into a vortex filled with countless light and shadow and steam. A powerful gravitational pull emanated from the vortex, tugging at the silver track and steam train attempting to move away. This was the convergence effect inherent between Beyonder characteristics, magnified to its extreme by Leyton, relying on his own sequence and the uniqueness of the paragon. What should have been a passive convergence effect transformed into a tangible gravitational pull at this moment. Tentacles made of pure information extended from the vortex, reaching towards the steam train ahead. Invisible tentacles continuously pulled at the steam train ahead, tearing at the silver track, as if to drag it entirely into the vortex of intertwined light and shadow. Under this pull, originating from the Beyonder characteristics, even the steam train's colors were evaporating. Specks of faint light, the size of fingernails, constantly detached from the train, flowing into the vortex behind it. As time passed, this trend became faster and more pronounced. At the front of the steam train, Horimic Haydn's face emerged, as if even his expression was straining forward, resisting the suction from behind. Gradually, this face separated from the carriages behind it. The star-shimmering tentacles connecting them were stretched into thin lines, then snapped. Horimic Haydn's face left a trail of afterimages in the air, accompanied by specks of stardust, disappearing into a void cosmos. Without his resistance, the remaining silver track and steam train rapidly disintegrated under the immense suction, turning into specks of starlight that merged into the slowly rotating vortex behind them. Subsequently, the vortex filled with light, shadow, and steam rapidly collapsed, disintegrating into pure, complex information streams that returned to the land of perfection of the astral world, following the pure colors that descended from the astral world like roots. Chapter 730, KWM Chapter 725 Speculation. Above the massive crater left by the vanished constant city, only Amon and Bernadette remained, still in a standoff. Larian, the former chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, gave up on retrieving 0-02 from Amon and departed directly. Ariana followed closely, seemingly intending to completely deal with the high priest. Amon looked at the silent Bernadette and asked, "How are your considerations?" Bernadette calmly shook her head and said, "I refuse." As she spoke, thick, green vines descended from the sky, covering the surrounding area like a downpour. "What a pity," Amon sighed, shaking his head. His figure, along with the brass book in his hand, blurred and vanished from the spot. He had deceived the rules, deceived time, what remained was merely an illusion from a few seconds ago. The true him had already departed with 0-02. Above the grey fog, Klein frowned. He hadn't noticed that Amon had replaced himself with an illusion. Amon seemed to have grown stronger than before. I suspect he has truly become an error, not holding a ritual, but maintaining his sanity with the help of his father's psychological treatment. Lost in thought, he saw Amon's figure appear at the bottom of the massive crater, next to a Rhodes. He didn't take 0-02. Was that just an avatar? While muttering to himself, Klein used the box of the Great Old Ones to swap a Rhodes's position with the microorganisms in the nearby air, sending it to Bernadette's side. At the bottom of the crater, Amon raised a hand to adjust the monocle over his right eye, then looked up and met Klein's gaze. He made no attempt to invade Sapphira Castle, and his figure vanished directly from the spot. On the other side, Bernadette looked at a Rhodes, which was struggling to float, and after a moment of thought, she said, You are a sealed artifact of the Steam Church, that mirror that likes to ask people questions. On the silver mirror's surface, ripples spread out, revealing one intis word after another. Yes, learned and wise lady, but the Steam Church no longer exists, and I have found the master I will follow and serve for a lifetime. So, can you not send me back to the church? If possible, it would be best to send me to the great, supreme, and ultimate fool, or you could also send me to Gehrman Sparrow or Admiral of Stars Katlia. Let them bring me to meet my master. In exchange, you can ask me 1, no, 3 questions, any questions. The great Erodes knows everything with the exception of matters involving deities. Bernadette was silent for a moment, gazing at the floating mirror Erodes, then suddenly smiled and said. First question, what was Amon's true purpose in taking 0-02? The silver mirror's surface suddenly darkened, reflecting nothing. This state lasted for a while before ripples began to stir on the surface again, followed by the appearance of one silver intis word after another. 0-02 is something evolved from uniqueness, I cannot see it clearly, and neither can Amon. My ability to glimpse things related to him, who has accommodated a uniqueness, is very limited. However, I can filter and deduce based on existing phenomena. While I cannot guarantee 100% accuracy, there won't be a large deviation. Bernadette gently nodded and said, that's acceptable. Upon receiving Bernadette's reply, Erodes made the words on its silver surface disappear, quickly outlining new words. Amon is only one ritual away from becoming a true deity. Although he claims he can skip the ritual and directly ascend, if he has a choice, he would certainly not do so. Even with the help of the world's best psychiatrist, the risk is still too great. According to the information I saw from an erudite, the essence of the deification ritual is to make the ascendant feel a slight disharmony, unnaturalness, or abnormality, allowing a small part of their spirit, which had merged into all things, to pop out and regain a sense of self-awareness, no longer losing themselves. Regarding error, the ancient sun god described it as the wooden horse of fate, the bookworm of time, the loophole of rules, and the embodiment of all errors. And 0-02 is the uniqueness of the justiciar pathway, representing order and rules. Based on previous encounters, it can alter the world's underlying rules when activated to a certain extent. Therefore, my guess about Amon taking 0-02 is that he wants to use the book's ability to complete his deification ritual in an indirect way. Lady, are you satisfied with this answer? Bernadette nodded gently, then asked the second question, what happened to the former archpriest of the Steam Church, Horamic Haydn? On the silver mirror's surface, ripples of light continuously spread. After a long while, words finally appeared. He was corrupted, parasitized, and quietly replaced. That thing came from the cosmos. It said it serves the stars. Bernadette nodded lightly and pressed, and what else? On the silver mirror's surface, new words quickly appeared. It is only close to sequence 2, but not yet at the angel level. However, the level of that corruption is very high, it even corrupted and controlled a portion of an illuminator characteristic. But now, that illuminator characteristic has been recovered by an erudite. It seems to be searching for something. I'm not sure exactly what, but that thing seems to be in a certain sea area near Fainapotter. It should have determined the exact location, but because it has been constantly tracked, it can only keep circling around places like Lone and Lenberg. Lady, are you satisfied with this answer? Bernadette nodded gently, saying nothing, and directly reached into the void to pull out a silver whistle. She brought it to her lips and blew, no sound emerged, but spiritual fluctuations emanated from the surroundings. Bernadette instructed the air in front of her, send it to Katlia's ship. The next second, the silver mirror in her hand vanished, leaving only a slowly fading afterimage. Above the gray fog, Klein, who had witnessed the entire scene through the prayer light spot, breathed a sigh of relief, but soon grew tense again. If Erodes's guess is correct, Amon has already begun to assault the true deity rank. This will be my last period of relative peace. Once Amon becomes an error, the first thing he will do is contend with me for Sapphira Castle. To be precise, he should only take Sapphira Castle, but the danger brought by the corresponding fate will still be borne by me. I must become a miracle invoker as soon as possible and fully control Sapphira Castle. Only then can I gain some initiative in the subsequent struggle. Collecting his thoughts, Klein put down the sea god scepter and the curtain. His figure quickly faded, disappearing from the palace above the gray fog. On the fog sea, in the captain's cabin of the future, which had just set sail from Lessel's port, Katlia's spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. She turned her head to look at the desk, which had a nautical chart spread on it. At some point, an ancient silver mirror had appeared there, with gem-decorated eyes on either side of the mirror. A mirror? Sent by the queen. Katlia murmured to herself as she approached. The surface of the silver mirror immediately rippled with light, revealing silver-white intis words one by one. Hello, I am Erodes, who follows the great master above the spirit world. May I trouble you to send me back to my master? The great master above the spirit world? Katlia asked, a little confused. On the silver mirror's surface, words continue to emerge. Yes, he also has some other titles, for example, the Fool. Mr. Fool. Katlia widened her eyes in astonishment, then quickly calmed down and retorted, why should I believe you? On the silver mirror's surface, words appeared one after another. You can directly verify it. You carry an ancient aura from that place, I can see it. Wait a moment, you don't need to verify it. The person coming to pick me up will be here soon. At the end of the text, there were several little figures making cheering expressions. Katlia frowned slightly. The little figures used by this mirror felt somewhat familiar to her, she seemed to see them often. Before she could ask, new words appeared on the mirror. You have already asked me 2 questions, it's my turn to ask. First question, in truth, your heart has always been that of a little girl who hasn't grown up, right? Katlia's expression froze. If this mirror weren't suspected of being a follower of Mr. Fool, she would have already sunk it to the bottom of the sea. Rhodes paid no attention to Katlia's expression, continuing to reveal character after character. Refusing to answer or answering incorrectly will result in punishment. Failing to answer within the time limit is considered a refusal to answer. After a brief silence, Katlia sighed. She decided to directly sacrifice this strange mirror to Mr. Fool. Before she could begin setting up the ritual, a figure suddenly materialized by the captain's cabin window. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a semi-tall silk top hat. A revolver was in the gun holster at his waist. Gehrman Sparrow? Seeing who it was, Katlia was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, pointing to the silver mirror on the desk and saying, you came for this strange mirror? Klein's threads briefly glimpsed the question Rhodes had posed to Katlia on the desk. He paused slightly before nodding in response. Yes, just give it to me. There's no need to answer its question. Katlia nodded gently, turned her body, and motioned for Gehrman Sparrow to take it himself. After leaving the future, Klein took Rhodes and teleported to the Rorstad archipelago, visiting the living area Anderson had chosen for the City of Silver and Moon City residents to conduct an on-site inspection. After all, they are my first official believers, I still need to invest more. As his thoughts drifted, he looked down at the mirror in his hand and casually asked, why did you act so docilely in front of Bernadette, not showing any of your mischievous instincts? On the silver mirror's surface, golden characters flickered into view. Her father was watching me the whole time. If I dared to ask any inappropriate questions, I would surely turn into a pile of debris in the next second. Then I wouldn't be able to serve you, my great master, anymore. I cannot die before I have followed in your footsteps, master. Even in text, Rhodes was fully expressing its excitement. This enthusiasm made Klein temporarily unaccustomed to the mirror's sometimes socially outgoing nature, which could make others socially anxious. Chapter 731, KWM Chapter 726 Ceremony. Outside the Giant King's court in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, son Derek led the exploration team through the open gate and arrived at the coast shrouded in the twilight glow. The members of the City of Silver exploration team, seeing such a scene for the first time, clearly looked stunned, becoming surprised and excited. Among the exploration team, a member about 2.4 meters tall, carrying a large silver straight sword on his back, looked at Derek with some curiosity and asked, Elder Berg, when do we start exploring this, sea? It's called the sea, right? Derek shook his head, explaining as calmly as possible, wait a little longer. This sea is very dangerous, and we don't understand it at all. There's no need to risk exploring it. As he spoke, he once again looked out at the sea, spending time in meditation. As an unshadowed, being enveloped by light made his spirituality more peaceful and closer to nature. Not long after, his spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. He opened his eyes and looked ahead, a familiar, somewhat short figure outlined itself before him. Mr. Sparrow. In his excitement, Derek almost blurted out, Mr. World. He paused, changed his words, and looked at Klein with some anticipation. Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's usual indifference, nodded slightly, and said, come closer. I'll take you directly out of here. The sea ahead is too dangerous for you. All right. Derek nodded heavily, signaling for all the exploration team members to gather close to him. After a slight nod, Klein turned his body, clasped his hands together before his mouth and nose, closed his eyes, appearing to be in deep prayer. Through the worms of spirit he had left on the gray fog in advance, he easily allowed his consciousness to return to the gray fog. Before coming over, he had already observed the surroundings with his true vision to confirm there were no Amon's avatars, but to be safe, he still raised his vision and observed the surroundings again. At the same time, the black velvet curtain transformed into a layer of pitch-black cloak, draped over him. Utilizing the special properties of the gray fog, he could temporarily use this characteristic, allowing him to briefly gain the abilities of an attendant of mysteries. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he picked up the outer deities box on the table, leveraging the power of the door pathway on the gray fog to replace the location of the City of Silver exploration team with the spirit world outside the Sea of Ruins. Then, relying on the ability of grafting, he cleverly connected the spirit world location of the City of Silver exploration team with the primeval forest that Anderson had prepared on the Rorstad archipelago for the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City. Derek and the exploration team members behind him only felt a blur before their eyes, as layers of rich color blocks surged out and quickly disappeared. When they regained their senses, the surroundings had already transformed into a leveled ground that appeared to have been cleared, with dense jungle all around. It should be a jungle, right? The general knowledge textbook and Chariot's description were like this. Derek muttered to himself, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly ringing in his ears. Cough cough, everyone, it's time to snap out of it. There's not much scenery here, you'll get bored quickly once you're familiar with it. The other party also spoke Jotun. Although the pronunciation of some details was slightly different, the overall change was not significant, and everyone from the City of Silver could understand it. They followed the voice and saw a short young man dressed in what they considered to be strange clothing, inconvenient for combat and not particularly aesthetically pleasing. Feeling the curious and puzzled gazes from the City of Silver's people, Anderson chuckled and took a few steps forward, stopping in front of them. He tilted his head slightly, looking at this group of small giants, the shortest of whom were over 2 meters tall. He then quietly took a few steps back, ensuring he could meet their gaze without tilting his head. Another guy shocked by the height of the City of Silver's people, Klein inwardly complained, and also distanced himself from the City of Silver's people. Gehrman Sparrow's height of 1.8 meters was like an unadult child in front of the small giants of the City of Silver. Damn it, I didn't expect my first time looking up at someone to be like this. Although I knew from son Derek's height at the Tarot Club that the people of the City of Silver would definitely be taller, the shortest among them are still significantly taller than the average height in St. Millum, the capital of Fasak, right? After a long internal monologue, Anderson maintained a calm expression on his face, his hands open, standing under the midday sun, and said with a smile in Jotun. Everyone, welcome to the land of light promised by God. This will be your home from now on. I've already had people help you level the ground and clear a path to biome. Water and gas pipelines have also been connected. The construction of the city will be up to you from now on, of course, I will also provide some assistance. Oh, and to facilitate communication, I've invited a teacher from the erudite church for you. He will teach you the local language here, as well as several common languages, so you can communicate normally with people. Of course, if you want to learn more practical or mystic knowledge, you can also find him, but that will incur an additional fee. Ever since the erudite's faith appeared, knowledge on the southern continent has become a paid commodity. Some guys even began to miss the days when knowledge sought people out. Noticing that he had strayed from the topic, Anderson cleared his throat and spoke again. In short, remember that all of this is the grace of the fool. Also, most of the people here believe in the sea god, who is a subordinate deity of the fool. Most of the materials for your construction here were provided by them. If you plan to proselytize later, remember to respect their beliefs. This guy is quite comprehensive in his considerations, he even invited a teacher to teach the language. Klein thought, nodding inwardly, and decided not to linger. After bidding farewell to Anderson and Derek, his figure rapidly faded and disappeared. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow leave so decisively, Anderson also breathed a sigh of relief. For him, Gehrman Sparrow was equivalent to the fool's overseer, responsible for evaluating whether he did well or not. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Derek and said, the materials needed for the city's construction will be transported in batches later. For now, you'll need to make do with tents. That's pretty much it. Let's have lunch first, and then this afternoon I'll take you to biome to familiarize yourselves with the environment here. After speaking, Anderson turned and greeted the busy sea god believers in the temporary camp, asking them to quickly set up a table and chairs and bring over the prepared food and drinks. At the first sight of the food, the City of Silver exploration team members couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although the City of Silver had acquired some normal food from the outside world through son Derek's transactions at the Tarot Club, they lacked the corresponding cooking techniques, and the food they made was only slightly better than black-faced grass, not even as good as those mushrooms. After the food was served, Anderson left with the others, giving the City of Silver's people enough private space. In front of a group of small giants, even though he was a demigod, he still felt some pressure due to the height difference. The remaining people from the City of Silver exchanged glances, and everyone looked at Derek, awaiting the decision of this newly promoted elder. After a brief thought, Derek had the exploration team members sit down one by one, and at the same time, he said, to be safe, some of us will taste it first, and the rest will wait and observe. No problem, Elder Berg. The members of the exploration team nodded one after another, their eyes fixed on the food on the table without blinking. Two of them eagerly spoke up first. Elder Berg, I request to be in the first batch to taste. Me too. Above the gray fog, within the magnificent and ancient palace, like a giant's dwelling. Klein's true body entered here and leaned back in the fool's high-back chair, holding a crystal-clear heart in his hand. Small bubbles occasionally emerged from it, each bubble seemingly containing an illusion. This was the miracle invoker characteristic separated from the curtain. With the exploration team led by son Derek meeting Anderson, his ritual was considered complete. Next, it was time to advance to miracle invoker. To cope with potential anomalies that might occur in Sapphira Castle after advancing to an angel, he specifically brought his main body up, intending to directly advance to miracle invoker above this gray fog. He loosened his right hand, and the crystal-like heart floated into midair on its own. Then he summoned other materials from the pile of sundries in the corner. A worm of time with 12 transparent segments, a worm of star shimmering with starlight, which came from Palez and Saint of Secrets bodies respectively, and a portion of dark demonic wolf's blood. Various Beyonder materials converged under Klein's manipulation, pouring into a transparent glass bottle taken from the historical void. They stirred themselves a few times, concocting a silver-white transparent potion continuously bubbling with fine effervescence, the Miracle Invoker Potion. Klein casually took a gold coin from the historical void and tossed it, performing a simple divination. Then, he drank the potion in his hand in one gulp. The potion melted upon contact, rapidly permeating every corner of Klein's body, changing his body and mind. His physical body and spirit continuously split, transforming into countless transparent worms of spirit. These worms of spirit instinctively sank into the historical mist, constantly dispersing, as if merging with history. In this state, each worm of spirit developed its own self, considering itself the main body, refusing to merge with other worms of spirit, resisting and fleeing from each other. Until a distinct, unique historical light spot attracted them. Chapter 732, KWM Chapter 727 Miracle Invoker. Somewhere in the fog sea, west of Fainapotter, the sea surface, perpetually shrouded in a thin mist, suddenly stirred with a gale, swirling the mist into a deep, dark vortex. Inside the vortex, there seemed to be countless unreal passages, interwoven into a dense and complex spiderweb, like a collection of doors connecting various places on this planet. A flash of distorted starlight appeared, and a giant head burst out from the vortex. After detaching from the vortex, the head rapidly collapsed, disintegrating into countless tiny mechanical parts, then reassembled into the form of an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a soft clerical hat. The left half of his body was flesh and blood, while the right half was composed of various machinery, with half a face, very gentle and benevolent, similar to Hormick Haydn, but younger, making the whole appear sinister and absurd. He floated in midair, unaffected by gravity, constantly surveying his surroundings, not missing any detail. After a long while, he seemed to confirm something, retracting his gaze and muttering to himself, "There is an anomaly in the space here, a hidden sea area exists. The power belonging to my lord should be sealed here." He looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and prayed for a while with an exceptionally devout posture. Then, he controlled his body to descend, standing on the sea surface. Silently, the surrounding sea became extraordinarily heavy, as if poured with cement, unable to stir even a single ripple. His eyes then turned azure, reflecting a brilliant and changing cosmos, with starlight interweaving into mysterious symbols within his eyes. In this state, his perception of space and dimensions deepened. He could lock onto and correct the orbits between the stars, and he could easily see and find the hidden channel hidden in the void. Any seal has a door, and a navigator is very good at finding those hidden doors. As he muttered, the surrounding space peeled away layer by layer before him, revealing its most true and fundamental state. Soon, he sensed the hidden sea area. It was right here, beneath his feet. The seal here was more complex than he had imagined. Even a saint skilled in this area would find it difficult to make sense of it for a while. He planned to leave temporarily, waiting for an opportune moment when the seal here would be at its weakest. Suddenly, his inspiration was touched. He discovered a loophole, one that seemed to have appeared due to the passage of time and internal impacts within the seal. Through this loophole, he could open a hidden aisle leading to the sealed sea area. Praise the stars. Amidst devout praise, the surrounding gravity and electromagnetism became chaotic. The calm, waveless sea surface suddenly churned with layers of giant waves, rising higher and higher, reaching into the sky, forming a door guarded by flowing water. Inside the door, a vortex gradually formed, deepening downwards until it became pitch black, as if plunging into the lightless seabed. A huge suction force emanated from within the door, drawing in the figure clad in a white priest's robe, half flesh and half machine. After this figure disappeared, a brilliant cosmos suddenly appeared, dispelling the mist over the sea. Beams of light condensed from pure and complex information descended from the cosmos, then plunged into the door guarded by seawater. Within the historical mist, relying on the attraction from the historical light spots related to the City of Silver, Klein finally gathered most of the worms of spirit that had split off. Countless transparent worms emerged from this historical light spot, converging into a deep, dark vortex of worm. Under the attraction between Beyonder characteristic, more and more worms of spirit gathered. When only the last portion remained, countless slippery tentacles extended from the slowly rotating worm vortex, reaching into various parts of the historical mist, grabbing the concealed worms of spirit and stuffing them back into the vortex. During this process, he saw the hounds of Fulgrim hidden in the historical mist. They were concealed everywhere, seemingly fearing him and guarding him. One of these hounds of Fulgrim was somewhat different. Its short, black fur was very long, like a black cloak, and only two burning dark red flames were visible, along with a mouth that extended all the way to the back of its head. This was a hound of Fulgrim that had completed itself, possessing complete characteristics, equivalent to a Sequence 3 scholar of yore. Seemingly noticing Klein's gaze, this hound of Fulgrim bowed in a very human-like manner, as if saluting Klein. As all the worms of spirit were retrieved, Klein's body became whole again. At this moment, he became an angel walking on earth, an existence that could be called a subordinate deity in ancient history. It was also at this moment that he finally experienced the feeling of advancing to an angel, as described by Roselle in his diary. He felt a trace of a certain will awakening within him, that primitive, mad instinct originating from beyond characteristic, as well as the prayers of the sea god and the fool's believers, and the residents of the city of Silver and Moon City in his ears, and the awe of the hounds of Fulgrim hidden in the historical mist towards him. They are all my anchors. Chaotic, complex, in a sense, faith is also a form of corruption. But it happens to counteract the terrifying will gradually awakening within me and the primitive, mad instinct originating from beyond characteristic, allowing me to maintain myself in this delicate balance. As thoughts floated, Klein exited the historical mist and returned to Sapphira Castle, suppressing the grey fog that had been stirred up by his advancement. Indeed, Sapphira Castle's reaction was significant after I advanced to an angel. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance and didn't let Sapphira Castle's anomaly last too long, otherwise Amon might have come looking. As he muttered, Klein clearly felt that this grey fog was completely under his control, as if it had become an extension of his body, which also meant that Sapphira Castle was completely under his control. In a sense, at the deepest and highest part of the spirit world, the 7 clear lights that seemed to eternally hover there briefly solidified for a very short moment, then returned to normal. In the underground of St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlund, Leonard, who was reading a telegram from the tranquil church headquarters, suddenly paused. Palez's aged voice echoed in his ears. Sapphira Castle. Leonard remained silent, quietly waiting for Palez's next words. After a long while, he heard Palez's voice again. The fool has recovered more of his strength. Perhaps soon, there will be a struggle between him and Amon to determine the ultimate ownership of Sapphira Castle. Cherish the current peaceful time, it won't last much longer. Leonard frowned, quickly organizing his thoughts, then asked, Old man, what is Sapphira Castle? Palez sighed and said without much concealment. I don't know either, because I have never seen it, and no one has ever truly seen it. This name first came from Annihilation demonic wolf, Phlegria. According to my grandfather's account, it is something above the sequence, and there are 9 of them. And Sapphira Castle belongs to the 3 pathways I am on. When I advanced to an angel, I sensed it, but I couldn't establish a connection, so I can confirm the existence of Sapphira Castle. Perhaps, you have already seen Sapphira Castle, more than once. Leonard opened his mouth, somewhat bewildered, and pressed, What do you mean? The place where you gather every week is very likely Sapphira Castle. After a brief reply, Palez fell silent again. In the palace on the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, slippery tentacles slapped restlessly around. On the highest seat in the palace, the young man whose cheeks were covered in coarse, black short fur like wolf bristles frowned slightly, as if he could awaken from eternal slumber at any moment. On an uninhabited island south of the Sonia Sea, in an ancient temple built of grayish-white megaliths, Amon sat before a fresco depicting towering mountains, a giant cross, numerous lights, and angels, with a constantly flipping trunsoist brass book beside him. He looked up at a certain spot in the sky with a smile in his eyes, muttering, The aura of Sapphira Castle. It seems the fool has completely mastered Sapphira Castle. I must also speed up my progress. Then he looked at the constantly flipping trunsoist brass book on the floor beside him and asked aloud. What have you decided? If you had cooperated earlier, I would have already entered Sapphira Castle by now, and you, of course, would have the chance to control a balancer, or even a hand of order, and truly come alive. As time passes, the stakes I offer will only decrease. Don't play dead. He has given you enough wisdom through his authority in the mental domain. Or do you prefer to be corroded by depravity power? The brass-colored book suddenly stopped flipping, and silver-white characters appeared on the blank pages. The trunsoist brass book is sacred and inviolable. Any act of fraud, damage, or corruption against the trunsoist brass book shall be subject to the most severe punishment. The place where the trunsoist brass book is stored is also sacred and must not be damaged. Violators shall be subject to the most severe punishment. Near the central highland of Intis, in the great hall of a hidden ancient palace, elegantly dressed noble ladies, well-dressed gentlemen, robust sailors, and servants hung from the ceiling like dried cured meat. At a certain moment, these hanging corpses, as well as the crows flying or perched on nearby branches and rooftops, all turned simultaneously, looking towards a certain spot in the sky, uttering high or low sounds. Sapphira Castle. Chapter 733, KWM Chapter 728 Amon's Plan. In the fog sea, near the western part of Phaenopoter, in the exceptionally deep and dark seabed, a profound vortex, slowly rotating and accompanied by brilliant starlight, quietly formed. A head, displaying various faces, flew out of the vortex, ignoring the terrifying water pressure of the deep sea, and shot towards the deepest part of the seabed. Silently, the originally profound and dark seabed lit up with clear and brilliant starlight, and one star after another emerged in the cold, dark seawater, dense and dazzling. These stars cast rays of light, weaving into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the head approaching the seabed, making it impossible for it to move. All of this happened in an instant, accompanied by the concealment brought by the thick black mist, making everything silent and difficult to detect. Immediately after, streams of information peeled away from the starlight, bypassed the head solidified in the pillar of light, and landed on the seabed, quickly reorganizing into Leyton's figure. His body was slightly illusory, like something that didn't exist, unaffected by the deep-sea environment, allowing him to walk freely on the seabed. A moment later, Leyton stopped. Before him stood a rather magnificent palace, crafted from numerous gems, its style completely out of place in this world, as if it were an extraterrestrial object. Leyton calmly gazed at the palace ahead, his eyes emitting deep blue, almost purple, radiance, and mysterious symbols condensed within his pupils. In this state, his gaze seemed to penetrate reality, seeing the essence of the palace before him, seeing the information that was tightly condensed and unshakable. The palace, originally crafted from various gems and crystals, appearing exceptionally brilliant under the starlight, now transformed in his eyes into a deep black sphere, devoid of any light or color. It was constantly absorbing all surrounding spirituality, matter, light, and even information. A black hole. Is this the essence of the pathway mastered by Supernova Dominator? No wonder I feel it's most compatible with Paragon and can be merged by me. Muttering to himself, Leyton suddenly extended his right hand forward, and rays of colorless light bloomed out of thin air. These lights seemed to be composed of a vast amount of illusory things, weaving together on the seabed into thin, seemingly depthless, yet extraordinarily heavy and vast scrolls of civilization. The moment the light bloomed, the effect of his body being separated from reality was interrupted, and his presence was detected by the palace ahead. Suddenly, the already exceptionally strong deep-sea pressure intensified again, even distorting the light. Under this pressure, Leyton's body instantly shattered, transforming into shimmering points of brilliant starlight. A terrifying suction erupted from within the palace, pulling everything in the surrounding sea area towards it, converging into a terrifying, all-consuming vortex. Under this terrifying suction, the surrounding scrolls of civilization, interwoven with light and shadow, were pulled towards the center of the vortex, enveloping it into an airtight sphere. The terrifying suction around them suddenly weakened, and the vortex, just formed, spontaneously dispersed. Without the pull of the terrifying gravity, fragments of starlight reassembled within, revealing Leyton's figure. He pushed his hands forward, and faint, unbrilliant, unclear glows appeared out of thin air, condensing into an illusory book that opened towards the airtight sphere below. As the illusory pages turned, the black hole enveloped by the scrolls of civilization transformed into streams of complex, pure knowledge, information, and text, which were imprinted into the illusory book. The illusory book gradually became heavy, losing color bit by bit, as the information constituting the book was constantly being devoured by the black hole. Leyton took a step forward, pressed his hand on the darkened illusory book, and one complex and illusory symbol after another condensed within his eyes, pouring a large amount of complex, useless knowledge into it, refilling the book's content. It was at this moment that the seal originally present in this sea area suddenly failed, causing the previously hidden sea area to return to reality. The changes on the seabed were instantly detected by numerous existences, and gazes from the astral world and the cosmos were cast upon it. Silently, day was replaced by night, and a brilliant cosmos, different from what was usually seen, emerged. Clear, dazzling starlight penetrated the clouds, penetrated the mist, and appeared in the deep sea. The sudden change almost made Leyton drop the illusory book in his hand. It became exceptionally heavy, like a true celestial body, constantly shaking. The change in gravity caused the entire sea area to sway along with it. The sea surface surged layer after layer, raising giant waves dozens of meters high, which surged outwards, spreading towards the nearest Phaenopoter fog sea coast. Within the illusory and abstract astral world, in the land of perfection, which was embraced by colorful clusters like a tree canopy, eyes and wisps of black mist quietly emerged. In the center, surrounded by eyes that sparkled with pure light, Leyton's body, dark like a mummy, grew one eye after another, and wisps of black mist intertwined on his body to form a robe. Above the land of perfection, a distorted face emerged, staring at Leyton across an illusory rift like a chasm. Supernova Dominator. I'll accept the black hole you sent in. Leyton, expressionless, greeted the face that was staring at him with resentment. Rays of clear starlight separated from his body, disintegrating into pure, terrifying streams of information, and surged into the fog sea in reality. The torrent of information instantly crossed a long distance, landed on the seabed of the fog sea, and merged into Leyton's body, who was struggling to stabilize the illusory book. With the replenishment from his astral world true body, Leyton's aura instantly soared, stabilizing at the sequence 1 level. This was the limit of the information he could separate. Any more, his true body's beyonder characteristic would drop, and it might even cause the avatar to develop an independent self. Almost simultaneously, somewhere in the Sonia Sea, the starlight above the sky seemed to materialize, moving and converging according to some peculiar pathway. On a barren island below, Amon sat cross-legged on a large rock, raising his hand to press the monocle over his right eye, a pleased smile playing on his lips. In front of him, a trunsoist brass book floated in midair, its pages constantly turning, revealing silver characters, filling the blanks on the pages with continuously added legal provisions. Amon glanced at the progress of the trunsoist brass book, then looked forward. Less than 100 meters in front of him, a man dressed in asymmetric classical aristocratic attire was performing a ritual to help Mr. Dor escape his predicament. As the ritual progressed, he looked up at the changes in the sky, his gaze fanatically moving towards the already prepared sacrifice. He intended to sacrifice himself as well, only then could he gather the 3 sacrifices of Secret Sorcerer, Bizarro Sorcerer, and Parasite. As the ritual advanced, flashing starlight outlined one strange and mysterious symbol after another in the sky, converging into an illusory double door. On the giant rock, Amon had already risen, looking at the sky with anticipation, muttering with a slight smile. The humanity woven by hangmen is truly useful. It directly allowed my avatar to become an independent entity, possessing an independent self, humanity, and even a soul, becoming a true descendant of the Abraham family. He lowered his head as if sensing something, looking at the trunsoist brass book that was already floating before him, and chuckled. Not bad, a complete set of laws has been compiled so quickly, though there are still quite a few loopholes. The trunsoist brass book in front of him suddenly shook a few times, seemingly expressing anger, and the silver characters showed faint signs of fading. Amon raised his hand and pressed it on the trunsoist brass book, whispering in a tone of advice and threat. Hey, just kidding, don't be so easily provoked. You are, after all, something evolved from a uniqueness. You should have a broader perspective. We have already signed a contract. As Amon's words fell, the trunsoist brass book in front of him stabilized again, its pages quickly turning forward. The gray-black characters in the first half had somehow turned gold. These golden characters recorded the world's underlying rules, and changes in this part of the content could cause changes in the world's underlying rules within a certain range. Soon, the book turned to the first page, and the dense golden characters began to wriggle, reorganizing into sentences that leveraged the rules. This place is suitable for opening the door. This place is suitable for the descent of great existences. This place is suitable for the ritual of becoming a god. Here, reality weakens, and hiddenness strengthens. As the trunsoist brass book wrote down the decrees that modified the world's underlying rules, the starlight in the sky became even more brilliant, and the crimson round moon unconsciously emerged. The ongoing ritual accelerated. As Amon's Bizarro Sorcerer, Secret Sorcerer, and Parasite avatars were decomposed into pure beyonder characteristics, they were drawn by the ritual into the high sky, merging into the illusory great door constructed by starlight. The illusory great door rapidly solidified, creaking and shaking as it was pushed open. Countless stars emerged from behind the door, outlining a blurred, indistinct figure. This figure was extremely illusory, as if it had transformed into a star door, not a physical being, but more akin to a collective of symbols like wandering, ceiling, space, and door, a peculiar conceptual being. The moment this blurred figure appeared, Amon took a step forward, his figure vanishing from the giant rock, vanishing from reality. Almost simultaneously, a quietly flowing shadow surged from the seabed, engulfing the illusory great door and obscuring the star-studded night sky. Crimson light radiated from the other side of the great door, as if blocked by an invisible force, making it difficult for this crimson light to descend through the great door, only managing to squeeze out a small portion of it. Chapter 734, KWM Chapter 729 Ceremony. As the deep crimson light burst through the door within the shadows, the originally insubstantial shadows quickly came alive, continuously collapsing and contracting inward, transforming into a pitch-black giant. The moment this pitch-black giant formed, it uncontrollably split, becoming 2 smaller pitch-black giants, one with deep red eyes and the other with pale golden eyes. They instinctively regarded each other with hostility, uncontrollably fighting each other, attempting to devour the other and return to wholeness. At the same time, a fierce wind arose around them, howling as if trying to close the door in the sky. As it drew near, the violent hurricane, like the shadows just now, came alive, gaining an independent self and life. Whirlwinds contracted inward one after another, growing limbs and a head, transforming into a dark, howling human figure. Just as before, this human figure formed by the hurricane also began to split uncontrollably, then fought each other. The deep red moonlight behind the door grew increasingly crimson, continuously stretching and deforming, striving to allow more light to penetrate. A deep red hand had already grasped both sides of the doorframe, pulling hard on the body behind it. Amidst the struggle, a phantom, rippling, pitch-black and terrifying ocean appeared out of thin air, as if it could encompass all things, enveloping the pitch-black shadow giant, the howling wind giant, and the door from which deep red light continuously spread outward, dissolving them into nothingness. In the pitch-black, phantom ocean, everything was being dissolved and assimilated. The deep light gradually dimmed until it was completely obscured. Subsequently, that phantom ocean spread out, like a pitch-black, phantom curtain draped across the sky. Under the interference of the Chaos Sea's aura, the gazes of the astral world's gods struggled to penetrate reality and discern the situation here. Beneath the pitch-black, phantom curtain, the moment Mr. Door returned to the real world, his apotheosis ritual had already begun. His already vague figure had completely vanished, leaving only a phantom and abstract, layered and illusory door that seemed to be woven from pure starlight and crimson moonlight. At a certain moment, the crimson moonlight intertwined within the pure starlight continuously disappeared or dimmed, making the conceptual being, transformed into starlight, somewhat purer. Amon's voice echoed at the appropriate time. "Give up, and hand everything over to me, how about it? You probably don't want to advance to sequence 0 in this state, do you? At that time, you, who control the authorities of wandering, space, and door, will become their opener for invading reality, causing the apocalypse, which originally had about 10 years left, to begin early. I don't need much, accommodating too many characteristics will diminish my own state. I will return the rest to the Abraham family. You can also leave some resurrection contingencies for yourself. Dying once and then resurrecting is the best way for those of our level to escape negative states. This world needs a Lord of the Mysteries. Antigonus went mad, and you are corrupted. So, there is only me." Each sentence Amon uttered caused Mr. Door to lower some of his resistance, allowing him to steal more of his destiny, characteristics, and apotheosis ritual. Within the phantom and abstract astral world, distorted and grotesque faces emerged at the very top, blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to cross even slightly. On the barrier left by the original, the existing phantom crack subtly showed a tendency to expand. This gave the outer deities of the cosmos, who were blocked outside, some hope. They intensified their erosion of the astral world, and transparent, distorted faces obscured the entire upper part of the astral world. In the land of perfection, embraced by a canopy of trees woven from countless flowing colors, Leyton, who had retrieved his separated information, characteristics, and spirit, and whose state had returned to its peak, calmly gazed at the outer deities beyond the barrier. Rays of unbrilliant, unclear, and colorless light formed around him, blossoming with the land of perfection as their center. They quickly condensed into projection-like paintings, one after another, lacking thickness but giving a sense of extreme weight. Light and shadow constantly flickered on these paintings, showcasing the enlightenment and development of human society at different stages. As if carrying thousands of years of civilization, carrying the history of generations of humans numbering in the billions, with an indescribable weight and vastness, they unfolded closely against the barrier left by the original, completely isolating the power and gaze unleashed by the outer deities of the cosmos. In a phantom kingdom guarded by numerous dark, pyramid-shaped mausoleums, Roselle leaned back in a giant stone high-backed chair, watching the civilization paintings that blocked the outer deity's power and gaze. He shook his head and chuckled softly. "Hey, so you alone can replace the 7 gods who have guarded the astral world for thousands of years? How embarrassing for them." As he spoke, his figure suddenly became much more phantom-like, as if he were in another world with completely different underlying rules. Like a shadow, he wandered between 2 contradictory rivers of fate, leaving the astral world and entering reality. Deep in the spirit world, Klein and the 7 Lights sat in the reception hall with a lit fireplace that he had pulled from the historical void, listening to the 7 Lights' descriptions of the outer deities of the cosmos, the Sapphira Castle, and the outer deities. Regarding the previous Lord of the Mysteries, also known as the Celestial Worthy, we don't know much either. We can only deduce from some residual traces that he and the Lord had already fallen before the second epoch. But they didn't truly die. According to our 7 Lights conjecture, they are all personalities split from the original, and to a certain extent, they are equivalent to the original. As long as the corresponding beyonder characteristics still exist, they might return from nothingness. This probability will decrease as time passes and the mental imprints in the beyonder characteristic fade, but it will not disappear completely. Orange Light, Hilarion enthusiastically explained their conjectures and understanding of the Celestial Worthy to Klein until Yellow Light Venethan, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted. "Your Highness, I apologize for the interruption, but I saw some reminders transmitted through the spirit world by the erudite. Mr. Door has escaped the troubles of darkness and storms and returned to reality. Amon is trying to steal his apotheosis ritual to become a true god of both the error and door pathways. He hopes you can use the power of the Sapphira Castle to tear open the barrier created by the true creator using the power of the Chaos Sea." Klein was stunned for a moment, mumbling to himself as if he hadn't fully processed it. Mr. Door has returned. Amon is trying to steal his apotheosis ritual. He felt that all of this was a bit too dreamlike and unreal. He had just become a miracle invoker, had just learned the true nature of this world from the 7 Lights of the spirit world, and before he had time to digest the news, Amon was already ascending to godhood, and as a true god of 2 pathways at that. Composing himself, Klein nodded gently to the 7 lights and said, "I'll leave for a moment." Red Light, Ire Moria, was the first to stand up and bow to Klein. "Your Highness, if you need anything, we can also provide some assistance." Klein nodded slightly. His figure instantly vanished from the spirit world, directly entering the ancient palace above the grey fog. The black curtain automatically flew up and draped over him, transforming into a black cloak. Klein raised his hand, and the Fool card, which he had placed face down on the table, immediately flew into his hand. His aura rose a bit further, and his control over this grey fog deepened. After preparing, his gaze lowered. Without needing the positioning of prayer light points, his seer's intuition immediately directed his gaze towards the southern Sonia Sea. He saw a phantom, pitch-black and lightless ocean, seemingly frozen eternally in the sky above the clouds, difficult to penetrate even with the true vision above the grey fog. Above this pitch-black and lightless ocean, he saw Roselle's figure, very phantom-like, as if he had become some kind of illusion, appearing to be isolated in another world. He was trying to cross this ocean and enter the Sonia Sea below. Seeing this scene, Klein casually summoned a paper figurine from a pile of sundries in the corner, infused it with power, and threw it down. In an instant, this paper figurine crossed a long distance and appeared beside Roselle, transforming into a shroud of grey-white mist that constantly surrounded him. "You're really slow." Roselle looked at the pitch-black ocean below, sighing softly. With the aura of the Sapphira Castle forming a barrier, he no longer feared the corruption from the Chaos Sea. Immediately, his body transformed into pure shadows, carrying the grey-white mist, and rushed into the pitch-black and lightless ocean below. Relying on the grey fog aura from Roselle, Klein finally managed to penetrate his gaze downwards and see what was happening on the sea surface. He saw a brilliant starlight, extremely phantom-like, as if composed of layers of illusory doors, no longer resembling a physical being, but closer to a concept, a symbol. With just a glance, Klein deciphered numerous pieces of information from it, understanding the symbolic domains represented by this brilliant starlight. Wandering, door, ceiling, key, concealment, all are domains contained within the apprentice pathway. Is the final form of this pathway to become a conceptual being? I wonder what the Fool is like. As he muttered to himself, Klein noticed that a layer of crimson was always intertwined within the brilliant starlight. The two seemed to have completely merged, indistinguishable from each other. Corruption from the primordial moon. This must be thoroughly marinated by now. As he sighed, he saw a figure emerge within the starlight, a figure wearing a monocle. He seemed to have noticed Klein's gaze as well, smiling and looking up, meeting Klein's eyes. Chapter 735, KWM Chapter 730 The Error. Amon. Klein's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately reached out from the historical void to pull out a peculiar crown stained with blood and rust. Boom. A lightning bolt, stained with rust and blood, appeared out of thin air, carrying the meaning of conquest and harvest, like a crimson spear, pointing directly at the figure of Amon emerging in the starlight. The crimson lightning solidified less than a meter from Amon, then was swallowed by a deep black. Klein didn't care how Amon resolved the attack he unleashed. He held the peculiar crown he had taken from the historical void, creating attack after attack imbued with the power of harvest and conquest, trying to delay Amon's advancement process as much as possible. Crimson lightning bolts continuously struck down and disappeared, as if caught in a strange cycle. On the island below, Roselle, like a shadow moving through the cracks of rules, avoided all gazes and arrived before the constantly turning brass book. As if sensing danger, golden words began to appear on the brass book, modifying the surrounding underlying rules, placing itself within a certain absolute domain. The next second, a pair of arms as dark as shadows reached into this absolute domain constructed by rules. It was like the shadow of order, the dark side of rules, unbound by strict regulations, easily penetrating the obstruction and pressing onto the brass book that was still modifying rules. "This book is yours, the authority of Door is mine, how about it?" A gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side. Roselle turned his head in surprise, looking at a large rock to his right, where a figure had appeared at some unknown time. He was a pale-skinned male, dressed in a black clerical robe, with a silver cross hanging on his chest. His hair was black, his eyes were pure gold, his facial features were deep-set, his expression was gentle, his emotions were restrained, and he met Roselle's gaze with a slight smile. "Long time no see, Roselle Gustave, or may I call you, Wang Tao?" He said the last two words in Chinese, which sounded very awkward, making it clear to anyone that he was not an Easterner. Roselle, while observing the suddenly appearing figure, forcefully closed the brass book he was holding down. Chains extending from the shadow of order appeared out of thin air, spreading into the interior of the brass book, creating chaos and distortion, modifying the laws already compiled within, rendering the book's influence on its surroundings ineffective. Having done all this, he chuckled lightly and said, "True Creator? Or Ancient Sun God? What should I call you? Also, even if you've mastered the authority of the mind, you shouldn't have been able to approach me without me noticing." The man in the black clerical robe maintained a gentle smile and replied, You were too eager, only noticing this book, and therefore very reasonably overlooked some details. Whether true creator or ancient sun god, they are only former titles, they are not enough to describe who I am now. You should now call me, Lord who created everything, omnipotent and omniscient God, the source of everything great, the ruler of the vast astral world. I can tell you've always wanted to lean in that direction. Roselle smiled, paused, and then thoughtfully said. I'm very curious, have you ever considered a question, perhaps the God Almighty we were once familiar with truly existed, and your constant leaning towards him, is that not a decision made under an unknown influence? Perhaps, at a certain moment, when you are close enough to him, you will become him. His golden eyes lost focus, as if recalling the past, and after a moment, he sighed and nodded. Initially, there were indeed such factors, and things were truly developing in that direction. Later, to solve this problem, I cooperated with Evernight and helped them kill myself. Roselle smiled with an unreadable expression, and casually asked, then why do you still use such a title? After a brief silence, he spoke calmly. My current honorific name is, the Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the ruler of the mind world, the degenerate nature of all living things. With each phrase, his aura heightened, and when he fully stated his identity, his level and power had subtly surpassed the sequence 0 level. You guys are truly insidious. Realizing that the other party was merely stalling for time, Roselle casually complained, and his figure directly dissipated on the spot. The moment he got 0-02, he had already silently replaced his true body with a substitute, a newly created Black Emperor card. In the sky where crimson lightning frequently struck, Roselle's figure suddenly appeared, as if emerging from another world with completely different underlying rules, making it difficult to predict and detect in advance. Leaving a Black Emperor card stained with my aura in the hands of an insidious fellow who controls authorities related to depravity and mind is still a bit unsafe. This time was too rushed, otherwise I could have had more and better responses. He muttered to himself for a few moments, then looked up and met the gaze of Amon, whose figure was gradually becoming clearer. Chaos and distortion spread silently, and the brilliant starlight containing layers of illusory doors continuously disappeared and reappeared. Amon and Roselle began to contend for these characteristics, spirits, and corruption belonging to Mr. Door. Above the grey fog, Klein finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Roselle appear. He had been attacking Amon on the grey fog for a long time without any effect, and this feeling was somewhat despairing. Before Klein could rejoice, his vision suddenly distorted, as if an uncorrectable error had occurred. At the same time, the entire world experienced errors of varying sizes, from the measurement standards of distance and scale, down to certain fleeting thoughts in one's mind, precise instruments, and parts. This error lasted for less than a second, and then everything returned to normal. If someone were to conduct specific data statistics, they would find that during that brief period, the probability of accidents throughout the world had been greatly increased. As the surrounding error disappeared, Amon, standing amidst the brilliant starlight, suddenly changed his appearance, becoming a man in a black clerical robe, with a gentle expression and restrained emotions. The true creator, revealing his true face, gazed at Roselle and calmly repeated the initial words. 0-02 is yours, the authority of Door is mine. This, Klein was stunned for a moment, thoughts surging like a tide in his mind. He roughly guessed what had just happened. The Amon he and Roselle were stopping was actually the true creator, and the real Amon had already completed his ascension ritual in another place. Roselle also came to the same realization. He looked at the figure before him, who maintained a gentle smile, and felt as if he had been played for a fool. Sighing deeply, he said with little emotional fluctuation. It seems that you, having retrieved the first blasphemy slate, are already a true visionary, but I always feel that your state shouldn't be this good. Is it worth making such a great sacrifice for a mischievous child? The true creator shook his head, his tone already calm as he said. As a father, you should be able to understand my choice. Roselle shook his head, his words slightly sarcastic as he said. I don't understand, after all, whether it's Bornova or Bernadette, they are very lovely children, unlike your family's mischievous child, they are worth my sacrifice. The true creator stopped continuing this topic, his body turned into shadow and merged into the pitch-black, lightless ocean, disappearing along with the projected chaos sea. Roselle looked up and met Klein's gaze above the grey fog, sighing somewhat helplessly. These two, father and son, are both top-tier conspirators. Compared to them, Medici can only honestly be a provoker. After a long silence, Klein finally asked, do you have any good suggestions for digesting the miracle invoker potion? Roselle chuckled and said without hesitation. Simple, you go to the astral world, let the gods make wishes to you, and then fulfill their wishes. That way, the feedback you receive will be the greatest. Fulfill the wishes of the gods. He really dares to say that, whether it's the river of eternal darkness, or the brood hive, or the nation of disorder, none of these are things I can obtain. Even if I lower the requirements, what they hope for must still be to merge with adjacent pathways. The goddesses have either already done so or their opponents are too strong, forcing them to huddle together for warmth. As he pondered, Klein heard Roselle's voice again. For example, right now, I have a wish, I hope to clear the corruption on this book. As he spoke, Roselle raised the book he held in his right hand, which was completely enveloped in shadow. I'll try. After a moment of silence, Klein still decided to make some attempts. At the Abraham family, the elder council initiated by Lawrence was discussing matters concerning Mr. Dorr. Even knowing that Mr. Dorr was very likely corrupted and in a very troubled state, most of them still held a glimmer of hope, believing that if they could help Mr. Dorr return and establish a stable anchor, all problems would be resolved, and the Abraham family would gradually regain its former glory as the first angel family. Their discussion had not yet yielded results when a door outlined by pure starlight suddenly materialized, and streams of azure light descended from the other side of the door, falling into the conference room, rapidly solidifying into various forms. There were translucent, strangely shaped keys, quietly burning brilliant sparks, miniature starlight doors, crystal balls formed by countless worms, and transparent, almost illusory crystals. Chapter 736, KWM Chapter 731, Miracle of Resurrection. This. Lawrence stared blankly and astonished at the scene before him. Every floating object in midair made him feel an innate craving, a desire to integrate them into himself. Except for a few, most of them were beyonder characteristics he recognized and could name, all belonging to the apprentice pathway. As for the two remaining ones he didn't recognize, he already had some guesses in his heart, and along with those guesses came bewilderment, panic, and unease. Among the elder council, the others also gradually recovered. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, like a university professor, nervously examined each characteristic, his heart involuntarily quickening. How can there be so many characteristics, and they are all from the apprentice pathway, even many belonging to high sequence. Beside him, a middle-aged man in his 40s, of average build, with meticulously combed hair, wearing the most fashionable black formal attire in loan, and a semi-tall silk top hat, chimed in. Lawrence took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, and said in a deep voice. First, activate the Abraham family's sealed artifact to stabilize the situation here. I will try to pray now. No need to pray, I'm already here. Leyton's voice, accompanied by vibrant tree-like roots descending from the spirit world depths, appeared in the room. At the same time, one after another, stars appeared out of thin air, dense and dazzling, casting pure, clear radiance throughout the room. These rays of light purposefully fell upon each beyonder characteristic, transforming into a transparent, amber-like seal, preserving most of the beyonder characteristics. Finally, only one set each of Sequence 9 and Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics remained. Under Leyton's control, they merged into one and fell into his hand. After doing this, he turned to look at Lawrence and the other Abraham family members, saying in a calm tone. This is Mr. Dorr's remains. He returned to reality, and then Amon stole his godhood ritual and authority. Of course, at this level, it is very difficult for any existence to truly die. Lawrence looked at the beyonder characteristics scattered on the ground due to being sealed, his face unnaturally pale for a moment, feeling somewhat bewildered and at a loss. They had just been discussing whether to find a way to perform a ritual to help their ancestor return, and before reaching a conclusion, they received the news that their ancestor had already fallen. After a long silence, he barely managed to accept the news, instantly seeming to age considerably, his expression complex but also much more natural, no longer burdened by worries. On the other side, the man with gold-rimmed glasses, like a university professor, had a fluctuating expression. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to voice his confusion. Does very difficult to truly die mean that the ancestor still has a chance to revive? From us, is that right? He paused, not waiting for Leyton's reply, nor caring about the changing expressions of the other elder council members around him, and continued. If that's the case, does it mean that as long as I consume these characteristics, the ancestor can return through my body? Leyton slowly shook his head and said. There is a possibility, but a greater possibility is that you will directly lose control and become a rampaging monster. Even if you are willing to give up yourself, your spirit will still remain, eventually forming a spiritual stitched monster with the residual spiritual imprints within the beyonder characteristics. Leyton paused, then chuckled softly as if thinking of something. You can seek a miracle of resurrection from the fool. Although you may not get a response, it's always worth a try. I need to take this merged Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 characteristic. I will try to strip the spiritual imprints from it. As for you, go pray for a miracle. Perhaps, soon you will be able to hear your ancestor's voice again, a normal voice. As his voice fell, Leyton's figure, along with the merged Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 characteristic, vanished, leaving reality. In the suddenly quiet conference room, Lawrence and the other elder council members looked at each other, no one speaking first. After a long while, the young man who had shown the most eagerness regarding Mr. Dorr's matter pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looked at Lawrence, and said in a calm, deep voice. Who will pray to the fool? Lawrence raised a hand to press his forehead, sighing. Wait a moment. I'll contact Furs and ask her to inquire about the fool's attitude regarding this matter for us. Also, what kind of reward can we offer? Dorian Gray, wearing a black formal suit and a semi-tall silk top hat, immediately chimed in. Besides these characteristics, the Abraham family also possesses 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts and multiple Grade 1 sealed artifacts. But why would he? No, it should be he. Why would he want us to seek help from the fool? Lawrence shook his head, his tone uncertain, saying, perhaps, it's because the fool controls the authority of miracles, or perhaps, it's a transaction between them. Gradually, the conference room fell silent again, everyone lost in thought, no longer speaking. In the astral world, within the land of perfection surrounded by numerous tree-crown-like colors, streams of complex and pure information flowed along the branch-like colorful tentacles, merging into Leyton's body. This was truly unexpected. Amon directly became heir, and he even obtained the authority of Dor. From the moment the corrupted Horamic Haydn began, everything started to enter the true creator's script, or perhaps, he had already begun planning much earlier. A visionary is truly troublesome, especially a visionary who has already initially mastered the Chaos Sea. As he muttered to himself, a translucent, strangely shaped key of stars appeared in his hand. Just holding it, information constantly transmitted from it to Leyton, coordinates, some within the world, some in the boundless cosmos. It seemed capable of finding and opening all doors in this world. The corruption on Mr. Dor seems to have been cleansed when this characteristic was extracted, but correspondingly, the spiritual imprint belonging to Mr. Dor has also become faint. As he sighed, deep blue, almost purple, radiance flowed in Leyton's eyes, condensing into complex and illusory symbols within his pupils. Vast information emerged out of thin air, forming an illusory ball of light around the translucent key of stars in his hand. Gradually, this illusory ball of light began to extend transparent tentacles, flashing with starlight, intertwining with each other to form a gigantic humanoid figure seemingly constructed from layers of doors. Inside this figure, numerous symbolic patterns floated, and these symbols were composed of worms of star, twisting and coiling their bodies from different angles, shimmering with brilliant starlight. As the worms of star wriggled, the gigantic humanoid figure began to reveal a more distinct outline. This process paused at a certain point, unable to change further. This is all I can do. My understanding of the key of stars is insufficient, and the model created using knowledge and information can only go this far. It's barely enough to carry this characteristic. As he muttered to himself, he reached out and grasped at the air. The gigantic humanoid figure, seemingly constructed from layers of doors, instantly collapsed, transforming into a fist-sized crystal ball with constantly floating starlight. At the same time, illusory, torrent-like streams of vast information separated from his body, reforming an identical figure, but one whose aura was not at the angel level. As soon as this figure appeared, he reached out and grabbed the crystal ball, taking it with him as he transformed into a torrent of information, surging out of the land of perfection. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein was frowning at the book enveloped in black shadows. The moment this book was sent above the gray fog, the entire gray fog boiled, reacting even more strongly than the previous Outer Deities box. Perhaps, it's because the Outer Deities box contained knowledge corruption, while this book is a truly evolved uniqueness. Fortunately, I have completely controlled this place, controlled Sapphira Castle. Of course, if not for that, I wouldn't dare to bring this thing up. As he muttered to himself, above the boundless gray fog, the illusory star representing Leyton suddenly expanded, radiating circles of deep red ripples outwards. After a moment of hesitation, Klein extended his spirituality to touch this deep red star. Deep red light spread out like a tide, and along with it came streams of information. As the gray-white mist surged, it easily intercepted these information streams, sinking them into the mists of history. It seems you have indeed completely controlled Sapphira Castle, Leyton's voice echoed among the surging gray fog. Was that all you wanted to confirm? As he spoke, Klein released the information streams that had been intercepted by the gray fog. Illusory, terrifyingly vast streams of information surged out from within the gray fog, quickly converging and reforming Leyton's figure in the ancient and magnificent palace hall. As soon as he condensed his form, he threw over the crystal ball with constantly floating starlight in his hand, and at the same time said, "There's an opportunity to digest the miracle invoker potion. Do you want to try it?" Klein reached out and caught the crystal ball, holding it in his hand and examining it carefully for a while, then casually asked, "You seem even more anxious than I am." Leyton sat down in his high-backed chair and chuckled softly. Amon has already become a true god of both the error and door pathways, while you have just advanced to miracle invoker. The gap between you is too great, so great that Sapphira Castle cannot bridge it. Without a better option, I can only increase my investment. Moreover, both from my personal desires and emotions, I do not wish for Amon to be the final victor. He is not a good partner. Chapter 737, KWM Chapter 732 Ice Cream. Klein nodded silently, skipping the topic and asking, "What is the opportunity you mentioned for digesting the miracle invoker potion?" Leyton nodded, his tone calm as he said, "A miracle of resurrection." Klein was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely shocked. he had already suspected as much when he saw the crystal ball. After 2 seconds of quiet thought, he spoke, "This belongs to the Miracle Invoker's ability. The miracle of resurrection is essentially a deeper utilization of past power. Mr. Dor is not an angel of this pathway, nor does he possess the authority of history. Even if I wanted to help him draw upon a miracle, I couldn't. Just tell me your thoughts. Since you came to me, you must have already considered it." Leyton nodded slightly, leaned back against the chair, and said with a smile, "This is not impossible. Deceiving fate and fooling history, your 3 pathways are experts in this regard." Deceiving fate. Fooling history. Klein repeated the 2 phrases, a flash of inspiration seemingly appearing in his mind, but it couldn't fully form. Seeing Klein in thought, Leyton smiled and tapped the armrest on the right side of the high-back chair, explaining simply, "You can rely on the characteristics left behind by Mr. Dor to retrieve a projection of him from history, a projection from before he accommodated the uniqueness, or even before he became an angel. At that time, he was most likely not corrupted. I can strip away the mental imprint left by Mr. Dor and stitch it together with his historical projection. Then, I'll fill in the gaps with false information, extending the duration of the historical projection, allowing him to awaken a segment of self. Given that Mr. Dor has already fallen, this historical projection can be considered equivalent to him. In this state, he can accommodate a portion of a seer pathway characteristic, and finally, you can draw upon a miracle for him." After listening to Leyton's description, Klein frowned and said, "Historical projections do not die, they merely return to the historical void after exhausting their spirituality. I will use corresponding knowledge and information to maintain his existence, by imbuing abstract knowledge with substantial power, disguising him as a normal living being rather than a historical projection. Of course, this requires some cooperation at the rule level." Leyton meticulously explained the solution he had conceived. Frowning in thought for a moment, Klein then took out a gold coin and performed a divination. Only then did he nod and say, "We can try. But, a person who has already died shouldn't be able to provide feedback for a wish anymore." Leyton smiled and casually replied, "This is the wish of the entire Abraham family, and to some extent, my wish, though far less important than uncovering the seal of the Western continent." "All right, but they need to make the wish first." Klein nodded. He wasn't averse to this attempt, after all, he wouldn't suffer any losses if it failed. If it succeeded, not only could he digest the potion, but he could also gain an ally against Amon. More importantly, he might find the catalyst for his godhood ritual through this. What am I thinking? I'm only sequence 2, still one sequence 1 away from godhood. Moreover, for the godhood ritual's requirement of fooling time, history, or fate, this attempt might be a bit too simple. Collecting his thoughts, Klein and Leyton continued to discuss the details until the attempt to revive Mr. Dor was fully finalized. He then looked down at the book, enveloped in dark shadows, placed on the table closer to him. The boundless gray fog surged again, and an invisible force continuously washed over the book. As time passed, the dark shadows wrapping the book flaked off in pieces, revealing the brass-colored cover of the Trunsoist brass book. Freed from the suppression of the shadow of order, the Trunsoist brass book spontaneously flipped open, quickly turning past the unchangeable gray-black front section. On the blank pages of the latter half, silver-white words spontaneously appeared one by one. These words appeared simultaneously on the first line of the first page and the last line of the last page. Just halfway through their appearance, the silver-white words stopped, as if jammed. A moment later, at the top of the blank page, a line of small silver-white text appeared, "The following rules are invalid." The silver-white words disappeared one by one, then reappeared, and then repeated the scene from just now. Seeing his grafting take effect, causing this uniqueness evolved Trunsoist brass book to fall into a state of repeatedly bugging out, Klein smiled slightly, then increased the intensity of the gray fog washing over the book. Time passed bit by bit. Klein noticed that the Trunsoist brass book's resistance to this gray fog had weakened somewhat. It seemed to have begun to adapt to the environment here, or rather, it had been thoroughly marinated. Indeed, the best way to resolve corruption is to infect it with another kind of corruption and replace it, and Sapphira Castle happens to have such an ability. As for what to do with the new corruption, that's none of my business. Anyway, I've fulfilled the great Emperor's wish, he can slowly resolve the rest himself. As thoughts flickered, Klein manipulated the gray fog to form a hand, picked up the Trunsoist brass book, and casually tossed it towards a phantom star above the boundless gray fog. Using the connection established by the phantom star and the black curtain draped over him, he completed a grafting, sending the Trunsoist brass book into the captain's cabin of the Dawn, into the hands of Roselle's projection lingering there. At this instant, Klein felt something within him quietly shattering, completely integrating into himself. A large portion of his Miracle Invoker potion was instantly digested. As expected of a Sequence 0 Black Emperor, just a casual wish's feedback allowed me to digest so much of the potion. I really want to find a few more true gods and have them make wishes to me. As he pondered, his gaze once again fell upon Leyton. Feeling Klein's gaze, Leyton shrugged his shoulders and said in a flat tone, "I have already provided one opportunity to fulfill a wish. You can go find Evernight, or the Seven Lights, or Mr. Azek, or that snake of fate who loves ice cream. They always have some wishes within your power. Klein nodded lightly, he already had some ideas in mind. Backlund, Dr. Sirius's house. Wilosepton, sitting in his stroller, rolled his eyes and looked at the ice cream Klein offered him, saying rather speechlessly, "So, this is your excuse for giving me fake ice cream?" Klein self-consciously raised a hand to touch his nose and explained, "It's not fake. Within the 15 minutes that the Beyonder ability is effective, it is real ice cream. And after the duration ends, it will disappear directly from your stomach, allowing you to enjoy the deliciousness of ice cream without affecting a baby's health." Wilosepton showed an expression that was hard to describe, looking at Klein and saying, "Then why didn't you just give me all fake ice cream? Why hide it among a pile of real ice cream? Are you sure you're not feeling guilty? I must tell you, deceiving me doesn't count as deceiving fate, unless I become the Wheel of Fortune, only then would it be considered a part of fate. Moreover, such a small amount of ice cream won't affect the health of a snake of fate." Klein nodded without much disappointment, took out the few ice creams he had retrieved from the historical void, and handed the remaining real ice cream to Will, saying, "All right, then the remaining ice cream will be my apology." "That's more like it." Wilosepton, sitting in his stroller, looked like a miniature adult. He took the ice cream Klein handed him and began to eat it. Seeing Will engrossed in the ice cream and no longer dwelling on the issue of the fake ice cream, Klein seized the opportunity to ask, "Do you know where there's an opportunity to help people fulfill wishes?" "Right now, there is." Wilosepton casually replied, then continued to eat his ice cream with relish, even licking the corners of his mouth after finishing. Klein watched the satisfied Wilosepton. That feedback of fulfilling a wish appeared again, and his miracle invoker potion within him digested a bit more. Looking up at the still somewhat bewildered Klein, Wilosepton licked his lips and said, "Because I've eaten too much ice cream recently, my father is worried about my health and said I can't have any more ice cream this week. It's a good thing you came." Klein nodded silently. He even suspected that the idea of bringing ice cream to Will to fulfill his wish might have been influenced by the other party. After fulfilling a snake of fate's wish for ice cream, Klein turned and went to St. Samuel Cathedral in the West Borough. He offered a prayer to Evernight Goddess in the prayer hall, expressing his desire to help people fulfill wishes. He had originally thought the goddess would ask him to fetch water from the river of eternal darkness, but the goddess did not respond to his prayer at all. The War of the Gods had only recently ended, the goddess was likely still digesting her gains from it and didn't have time to pay attention to too many prayers. As thoughts flickered, he saw Leonard walking out from the back of the prayer hall. The other party also saw him, and both were visibly stunned for a moment. Klein withdrew his gaze, turned, and left the prayer hall. On the edge of the now lively square, he fed the white doves that had flown back from who knows where after the war ended. Not long after, Leonard appeared beside him and casually asked, "Were you just praying to the goddess?" Klein nodded silently, then paused. Seeing that Leonard didn't ask anything further, he changed the subject and said, "Do you have any wishes recently? Or does Palaz Zoroast have any wishes?" "Wishes?" Leonard was startled for a moment, then said with some uncertainty, "Does digesting the Nighthawk potion count?" Klein nodded and said, "It counts. I will create some suitable environments for you to digest the potion." Chapter 738, KWM Chapter 733 Secret Message. In Leonard's ear, Palaz's aged voice echoed. "He's playing the role of a miracle invoker." "No, he's already a he. It seems that the further revival of the Fool has brought considerable benefits to your former colleague. With Amon's ascension to godhood and the Fool's revival, the peaceful days are coming to an end." Leonard was slightly stunned, looking at Klein beside him with a bewildered expression, and asked incredulously, "You're already an angel?" "Yes." Klein nodded, then asked again, "Does Palaz Zoroast have any wishes that need to be fulfilled?" "I need to digest the potion as quickly as possible." "Ah, I'll ask the old man." Leonard replied with a complex expression. Before he could ask, Palaz's voice already echoed in his ear. "I can hear you. What wishes could an old man like me, who has nothing, have? If I had to say one, I hope Amon can disappear from this world." Leonard relayed Palaz's wish. Klein nodded with a complicated expression. "That's my wish too, but unfortunately, I can't do it." Not only would Amon himself not agree, but his cheap father wouldn't agree either. After chatting with Leonard for a few moments, Klein bid farewell directly and left. The pressure from Amon's ascension to godhood made him eager to digest the potion on him, and preferably complete the ritual to advance to Attendant of Mysteries as well. With a plan in mind, Klein no longer lingered and quickly traveled to various places in Lone, searching for suitable people to help them fulfill their wishes. It wasn't until 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, within the seemingly eternal ancient palace above the grey fog. Streaks of crimson light rose, quickly solidifying into different figures seated on both sides of the mottled long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." It was still Justice Audrey leading, with everyone bowing and greeting the Fool Klein at the head of the table, then taking their seats and nodding to each other. Leyton sat on the high back chair belonging to Mr. Tower, looking at the members of the Tarot Club with considerable interest. What was here was merely a projection from the historical void, summoned by Klein in advance from the historical fog. After reclaiming all his authority, his sequence had already reached the level of a half-great old one. Even an avatar formed from only partial information would cause strong rejection from Sapphira Castle, so he could only participate in the weekly Tarot Club by Klein pulling his historical projection. In fact, he could choose not to participate, as the weekly Tarot Club held little use or meaning for him. However, he enjoyed the atmosphere here, which helped him maintain his current humanity. As thoughts drifted, he saw Moon Emlyn, who had just taken his seat, looking around somewhat eagerly, then raising a hand and saying, "Everyone, I have a question. I want to know if the planter and moon pathways have any special characteristics compared to other pathways." He paused for a moment before continuing to add, "Recently, I learned about some differences within the Church of the Earth Mother. They divide their clergy into the blessed and the favored." As Moon Emlyn spoke, most of the members of the Tarot Club also developed the same doubts as him. They exchanged glances with each other, finally turning their gazes towards Leyton. In their understanding, without disturbing the fool, Mr. Tower was the most knowledgeable one at the Tarot Club. Feeling everyone's gaze, Leyton tilted his neck back and sighed. "You should all know that once you embark on a beyonder pathway, there's always the risk of losing control, and losing control means there's corruption. This corruption can come from many sources, things you touch, sounds you hear, but the most important and fundamental reason still comes from the spiritual imprints and madness left within the beyonder characteristic, and the peak of the sequence pathway." The peak of the sequence pathway. Emlyn was stunned for a moment, then murmured incredulously, "Are you saying the Earth Mother has a problem?" "Hey, there's a piece of knowledge that you may have already encountered, have some guesses about, or perhaps know nothing about." The fool Klein's voice clearly echoed in the ears of every member of the Tarot Club. They even slowed their breathing, quietly and anxiously awaiting Mr. Fool's subsequent words. The peak of the sequence pathway is not sequence 0. There are still some existences above that. For example, the ancient sun god, whom you all know something about. Do not delve into this knowledge. It's concealed not just because few people know it, but also because this knowledge is dangerous enough, even just to understand it. As expected, Hermit Catlia was the quickest to accept this information. She had previously speculated that the ancient sun god held more authority than the ancient gods of the second epoch, and even, to assassinate him, it required not only his own cooperation but also the combined efforts of the kings of angels and true gods of that time. In other words, the planter and moon pathways have an existence with a higher sequence than the Earth Mother. Who could be influencing these two pathways? Primordial Moon. Was Mr. Fool also in this rank during his prime? Is that why he was indifferent to Amon, whom even the gods needed to guard against, and was an enemy of the true creator who emerged from the ancient sun god's corpse? Also, did Erudite's incorporation of the god of steam and machinery's authority also indicate a nearing of this rank? Thoughts flashed through her mind, and the overwhelming shock made her forget even her expression management. The other members of the Tarot Club looked at Catlia, understanding that this Ms. Hermit had, through Mr. Fool's hint, linked many shocking conjectures. Only Moon Emlyn didn't pay attention to her. His head was a mess, and he looked towards the head of the mottled long table, towards the fool Klein, as if seeking help. "Mr. Fool, on the moon and planter pathways, besides the goddess, are there other existences? And ones that can interfere with the goddess's oracle?" The fool Klein nodded slightly. "The primordial moon is her incarnation in this world. More than that, it's not something you can explore right now." Noticing that everyone still had many questions, he leaned back and posed a question in the form of a rhetorical question. "Where do you think the 22 beyonder pathways originate?" Hermit Catlia pondered before answering. The Moses ascetic order's previous view was, the essence of the world is knowledge, and the essence of knowledge is numbers. All things are numbers, including humans, and also the beyonder characteristics of the 22 pathways. After the appearance of the erudite, this view changed. Some people made the following summary based on knowledge from the erudite. The world was born from the initial creator, who transformed into all things, spirituality, matter, beyonder characteristics. And the essence of the world's operation is the result of countless different dimensions intertwining. These dimensions include the spiritual realm, the spirit world, the astral world, the shadow world, the river of fate, and many other concrete or abstract existences, while the real world is the center of all intertwining. In the knowledge I once obtained, there was such a description: the world operates because of change. After a slight pause, she continued to add, the first part is the consensus of all the Orthodox churches. As for the latter, it is a theory unique to the erudite church. Besides that, there's also the life school of thought's propagation of the triple world. Moon Emlyn looked at Hermit Catlia and nodded slightly. As one of the rulers of the second epoch, we sanguine believe that beyonder characteristics indeed originate from the initial creator. With the accumulation of different characteristics, ancient gods were born, and then the ancient gods created different races. In other words, although the theories of the major churches and hidden organizations differ greatly, they basically all believe that beyonder characteristics originate from the initial creator. Justice Audrey quickly summarized, finally looking towards the head of the modeled long table, seeking confirmation. More or less. The previous masters of some pathways did not perish with the initial awakening, they merely had parts of their characteristics and authority torn away. Klein carefully chose his words, describing them as concisely as possible and without involving dangerous information. Awakening. Justice Audrey was stunned for a moment. This was not quite the answer she had imagined. Klein tapped the edge of the table with his finger, reminding her. There's no need to investigate. The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. You can give yourself a psychological hint to ignore this information in your daily life. I understand. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Fool. Audrey nodded seriously in response. After mostly digesting the information Klein had thrown out, Moon Emlyn swallowed and said. Is it because Primordial Moon wants to reclaim the authority of the planter and moon pathways that she interferes with the goddess's oracle and with beyonders of these two pathways? Is this also the reason for the special structure of the Church of the Earth Mother? That's right. Klein confirmed Emlyn's guess. Upon receiving Mr. Fool's affirmation, Emlyn's hanging heart not only didn't settle but hung even higher. This means that as believers of the earth and darlings of the moon, we sanguine will be more dangerous than most beyonders, unless the mother goddess completely occupies the authority belonging to the moon and planter. Even without believing in or understanding primordial moon, as beyonders naturally of the moon pathway, the sanguine are very susceptible to her interference. Is this the reason for the blessed and favored system? The more Emlyn thought, the worse his complexion became. To his right, Leyton looked at the increasingly troubled Emlyn and chuckled, offering a comforting remark. Look on the bright side. Compared to the mutant and devil pathways, you, who are protected by Lilith, are already very fortunate. Chapter 739, KWM Chapter 734 Wish. Emlyn was stunned for a moment, instantly thinking of the Rose School of Thought and those guys from the devil families. He suddenly felt that Leyton's words made a lot of sense and subconsciously wanted to nod in praise of the Earth Mother. After a pause, he suppressed the urge in his heart and then asked aloud. Is this why almost all true gods and evil gods are hostile to Primordial Moon and Mother Tree of Desire? Because of their existence, once one steps onto the prisoner or criminal pathway, it's difficult to maintain oneself and one will gradually become depraved, indulging in desires, unless one has the Earth Mother's protection like us. Leyton nodded with little expression, then said, not just them, and not just these four pathways. Emlyn, who had reacted after a moment of blankness, pursued the question, what else? At the lowest end of the modeled long table, Klein manipulated his small account, the world, and lightly coughed, saying, do not probe into hidden things that should not be known. Once certain hidden dangers are triggered, you won't even have the chance to seek help from Mr. Fool. No chance to even ask for help. The world meant that once certain hidden things were understood, they would be silently corrupted or even die the moment they knew, and the victim themselves wouldn't even be able to react. Justice Audrey interpreted the warning from the world Gehrman Sparrow in her heart and decided to give herself a psychological cue as soon as the gathering ended, sealing away this part of the content, no longer thinking or probing. Collecting her thoughts, she looked at Leyton in front of her and still asked curiously. Mr. Tower, besides the four pathways just mentioned, what other pathways have problems? This should be content that can be discussed, right? Leyton smiled and nodded in response, lawyer and arbiter. Lawyer. Hermit Catlia was slightly stunned for a moment and asked with some confusion. Beyonder of these two pathways don't seem to exhibit overly dangerous characteristics. They are even less dangerous than the moon and mother pathways. After a pause, she added hesitantly, is it because there are some special circumstances with these two pathways? The world Gehrman Sparrow slightly shook his head and said in a low voice. No, it's just because the one at the pinnacle of these two pathways hasn't exerted influence like Primordial Moon and Mother Tree of Desire, where the influence is very small and difficult to detect. He is as quiet as if he has disappeared. Leyton smiled and interjected, he hasn't disappeared. He's just quietly acting as a genie. Genie? The genie in the wishing lamp. He is an outer deity sealed on Earth. Then he must have infiltrated Earth a long time ago, then was discovered by the celestial worthy at that time, and sealed away. No wonder this outer god is so quiet and has no sense of presence. It's a bit miserable. If I want to deal with Amon, perhaps I can cooperate with him. Supporting me to become Lord of the Mysteries is also a way to keep the celestial worthy's coffin sealed. As thoughts floated through Klein's mind, his spiritual intuition was touched. Although it wasn't very clear, it seemed to indicate that contact with the genie would yield something. After a brief silence, everyone tacitly stopped discussing the topic. Although they were all curious about the hidden truth, they all remembered Mr. Fool's reminder. Cough cough, Moon Emlyn lightly coughed twice. After once again attracting everyone's attention, he said. Everyone, I have another question. I have already obtained the names of the high sequence beyonder characteristics for the plantar and moon pathways, but there are two sequences that I find confusing. Sequence 1 of the moon pathway is called Beauty Goddess, and sequence 2 of the plantar pathway is called Desolate Matriarch. They both seem to have a certain gender orientation. Why is that? Leyton raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile, and said, "Have you never thought about why the sanguine never have princes, only queens? Why, aside from a few beyonder of the warrior pathway, almost all high-ranking members of the Church of the Earth Mother are female?" Emlyn's face was a bit pale, his lips moved, but he didn't speak. This must be a test for me, a test. Noticing Emlyn's expression, Leyton casually comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, the sanguine's characteristics have always been very tense. You are unlikely to become an angel. Even if there's a chance, you can only stay at the life-giver stage." "I understand." After 2 seconds of silence, Emlyn nodded faintly in response. "Is this really comforting me? Why do I not feel comforted?" As he pondered, he saw Magician Furs looking somewhat nervously at Mr. Fool at the top, and she raised her hand and said, "Mr. Fool, the Abraham family has some matters they wish to seek your help with. For this, they have entrusted me to ask for your opinion. Are you willing to spend some time listening to their prayers?" Included with this letter are the detailed information for 2 sealed artifacts of grade 0, namely the Staff of Stars and the Scroll of God, both evolved from the characteristics of a planeswalker. Magician Furs described in detail the beyonder abilities and negative effects of the Staff of Stars and the Scroll of God. Finally, she asked nervously, "Mr. Fool, what are your thoughts on these 2 sealed artifacts?" "What are my thoughts? I can only say, as expected of a former angel family. Even if they have long declined, they can casually produce 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts. Even the true God churches wouldn't have too many such items." As thoughts drifted, Klein leaned back slightly and said leisurely, "Let them pay one wish, the wish of the entire Abraham family. The remaining reward will be paid by Mr. Dorr. As for those 2 sealed artifacts, let them hand them over to you to manage for a period of time." "Ah. Me." Furs was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat at a loss, "But I don't have the ability to control a grade 0 sealed artifact. Those are grade 0 sealed artifacts, and 2 of them. If even a slight accident occurs, I might be killed by the negative effects." And that's the best case scenario. If the problem is more severe, or if the seal fails, the entire city might disappear overnight, thrown into the seabed, a volcano, or even the abyss." Furs kept muttering to herself, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. "The world will come find you." Klein simply explained, then said no more. Magician Furs pursed her lips and nodded with some confusion. "Okay, I will relay the message to my teacher." As Magician Furs's topic came to an end, the Tarot Club once again fell silent, until Sun raised the issue of the City of Silver's development in the outside world, and then everyone began to discuss it animatedly again. A few minutes later, today's Tarot Club came to an end. As everyone stood up and bowed, streaks of crimson light instantly rose, engulfing their figures. Klein surveyed the suddenly emptier palace, made his materialize the world disappear, then looked at Azek on the left side of the modeled long table and asked, "Mr. Azek, do you have any wishes you'd like to fulfill?" "Wish?" Azek murmured, seemingly pondering what Klein could do and what wish he truly needed. After a moment of silence, he gently nodded, "I hope to see the relatives of my past identities again, even if they are just projections from history." Klein nodded and said softly, "I understand. I need some medium. It doesn't have to be a physical object, as long as you've seen it, touched it, and remember what it looked like." Then, with his help, Azek materialized the objects that would serve as mediums. It was a knight straight sword carved from wood, well preserved. From its color alone, one could tell it had existed for a long time, as if its former owner cherished it greatly. Besides the wooden sword, there was also a classical music box and a somewhat old wooden comb. Looking at the materialized objects before him, Azek smiled, a little lost in thought, and said, "They are the things I remember most deeply. That wooden sword was carved by my own hands for my first child. He loved it very much, practicing swordsmanship with it every day, challenging me with it. That music box was a birthday gift I gave to one of my daughters. It was her most cherished gift, but that was 800 years ago. Too much time has passed, and many memories have become blurred. Only this music box remains clear, and that wooden comb." Azek's voice gradually deepened, tinged with a nasal tone. Klein and Leyton listened quietly from the side. Not until Azek finished his narration did Klein take the items, and through the mystical connection between the objects and their owners, he tried again and again to pull projections from the fissures of history. Too much time had passed, and he had practically no connection with the owners of these items, making it difficult to pull historical projections. After more than a dozen attempts, he finally succeeded once. He pulled out a little girl wearing a white long dress with lace trim from the fissures of history. She looked about 15 or 16 years old, with soft features, and her facial contours bore some resemblance to Mr. Isaac's. The moment this historical projection was pulled out, Klein once again received feedback from fulfilling someone else's wish, and this time the feedback was very strong, even stronger than the combined feedback he received when he last saw the Seven Lights. Indeed, the feedback from helping others fulfill wishes is not only related to the difficulty of the wish but also to the intensity of one's own desire. Looking at it this way, the Seven Lights' desire to see me wasn't that strong. Well, they always stay in the spirit world, so as long as I enter the spirit world, there's always a chance to see them, and I've already interacted with 2 of them before. Chapter 740, KWM Chapter 735 Negotiation. In a hidden manner belonging to the Abraham family, Lawrence immediately convened the Elder Council after receiving Firz's reply. He recounted everything Firz described in her letter, waited a moment, then asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Verdu Garcia, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was the first to speak. "It is worth exchanging 2 sealed artifacts of Sequence 0 for the return of our ancestor. What if the other party takes the sealed artifacts but doesn't fulfill their promise?" Dorian Gray, seated opposite him, sounded hesitant. Verdu Garcia pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, smiling self-deprecatingly. "Do we have the right to negotiate with a great existence? We can only hope for their mercy." Lawrence rubbed his forehead, sighing, "Let's vote." Soon, the Abrahams participating in the Elder Council expressed their stance through voting, all in favor, with no one against. "I knew it would be this result. I don't know what you were hesitating about just now." The youngest Verdu Garcia shook his head and sighed. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient palace that seemed eternal, Klein looked at the crimson stars rising one by one from the surrounding gray fog, and the prayers of the Abrahams echoed in his ears. Their words were very unified, expressing their wishes to the fool. It's been less than a day since yesterday's tarot club. It seems the Abrahams are surprisingly consistent and united when it comes to resurrecting their ancestor. Muttering to himself, Klein raised his hand and pulled out Leyton's historical projection from the historical void, specifically the historical projection from when he had just become the Knowledge Emperor. As soon as it appeared, the historical projection's eyes were momentarily vacant, then quickly became lively and spirited. His gaze lingered slightly on the crimson ripples that spread around, then he looked at Klein beside him and said, "Are you ready?" Klein nodded lightly. "Let's try." As he spoke, he made the fist-sized crystal ball, with stars constantly flickering within it, fly into his hand. Holding the crystal ball in his hand, he closed his eyes, let out a long breath, and then reached out into the void before him, pulling hard, but nothing happened. Klein lowered his eyes, and with no change in emotion, reached out again, and still nothing happened. He tried dozens of times, but still couldn't pull out Mr. Dor's historical projection from the historical void. Klein sat back in the high-back chair, somewhat deflated, and said helplessly, "I somewhat understand the difficulties of those scholars of yore. This ability to summon historical projections really depends on luck, especially when facing the historical projections of angels." Sighing, Klein reached out again, grasping at the void before him without much hope, but his hand suddenly felt heavy, with a sense of resistance. Finally, it succeeded. As he marveled, a figure resembling a vampire duke from folk legends was pulled out from the historical void. Mr. Dor's appearance was that of a stern-faced middle-aged man with void black hair, interspersed with a few white strands, and dull, lifeless azure eyes. Klein looked at Leyton beside him and said with a smile, "It worked." Leyton nodded and reached out to grab the crystal ball in Klein's hand. Silently, the originally azure crystal ball disintegrated, transforming into streams of complex, illusory torrents composed of pure information, which merged into the historical projection. As this beyonder characteristic, which originally belonged to Mr. Dor, was accommodated by the historical projection, and with the residual advancement imprint supplementing it, the historical projection's previously vacant eyes gained a touch of lively aura, though only a little, not enough to reach self-awakening. Looking at this result, Klein nodded lightly, and breathed a sigh of relief. "I was originally a bit worried if the mental imprint remaining in the characteristic would have corruption from the primordial moon." Leyton nodded, then said, "Let's go to the spirit world. Here, I cannot use abilities involving a uniqueness." "All right." Klein calmly responded, and the curtain evolved from the attendant of mysteries characteristic spontaneously flew onto him, transforming into a black cloak. The gray mist beneath his feet instantly surged, and layers of brightly colored blocks appeared around him. Silently, the surrounding scenery was replaced by a certain location in the spirit world. At the very top of the spirit world, the seven lights, which seemed to perpetually reside there, suddenly began to flow rapidly, coming closer and closer until they completely enveloped the surroundings, isolating all information exchange. Leyton nodded in the direction of the seven lights, then looked at Mr. Dor's historical projection before him, his eyes constantly flowing with radiance, condensing into complex and illusory symbols. A hazy glow, as if composed of countless illusory things, bloomed in Mr. Dor's azure eyes, constantly evolving to form a wilderness. Information belonging to Mr. Dor was continuously converging, spontaneously completing itself. As time passed, the mental imprint remaining on the Beyonder characteristic grew stronger, eventually awakening self-awareness in the historical projection. Who is summoning me? Above the gray fog, flecks of grayish-white light continuously precipitated from Klein's body, converging in his hand to form a black crystal-carved eye. These were the characteristics of the seer pathway from sequence 9 to sequence 5, the characteristics Klein had separated from his body. He did not separate the characteristics above demigod, as the divinity contained in these characteristics was too strong and would inevitably affect Mr. Door's mental imprint. The moment this eye formed, wisps of gray fog poured into it, filling it, enveloping it, forming a pulsating, heart-like object. He casually threw this grayish-white heart out, and under the guidance of an invisible force, it smoothly merged into Mr. Door's historical projection. Deep within the spirit world, in the area actively shielded by the 7 lights, Mr. Door digested the information directly infused into his mind, clarifying his current state and situation. He looked at Leyton with a complex expression, then looked upwards, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the 7 lights and see Klein above the gray fog. After a while, he murmured, "Sapphira Castle, I didn't expect it to already have a master, and it's not Amon or Antigonus." Pausing, he looked at Leyton again, and asked with a solemn expression, "Why save me? What price did the Abrahams pay?" Before Leyton could answer, a crudely cut paper figure pierced through the gray fog, drifting down from above the spirit world. Upon approaching, the paper figure rapidly expanded and transformed into Klein's likeness. Mr. Door's gaze was drawn to Klein, staring at him for a long time before asking with some confusion, "An angel? Able to control Sapphira Castle, are you a contingency left behind by the former Lord of the Mysteries?" Klein casually asked, "Why not him in person?" Mr. Door's expression was slightly serious, and he explained his reasons very earnestly. "If you were truly him, after gaining control of Sapphira Castle, it would be impossible for you to remain at sequence 2. Even if most of your characteristics were already controlled by others, you could easily gather and reclaim those I once accommodated, elevating your sequence to the level of a king of angels. What's more, your Beyonder sequence isn't even that of a true god, and you are far from a great old one." Klein nodded, no longer dwelling on the topic, and instead asked, "Can you accommodate that marionettist characteristic? I can help you with a miracle of resurrection from death." Mr. Door did not directly answer the question, but instead counter-asked, "I am only a historical projection. How do you intend for me to step into death without returning to the historical void? I will graft a state of death onto you, and at the same time, deceive the rules, allowing you to die like a normal living being for a short period, and then complete the resurrection by relying on the foreseen miracle. Of course, afterward, you cannot directly regain the Beyonder rank of a door pathway angel. You will need to first become a miracle invoker, pay the price for this resurrection, and only then can you reclaim your former power, otherwise you will die the moment you regain your angel status. As payment for your resurrection, I need you to help me contend against Amon. As for the rest, you will need to discuss it yourselves." Klein explained his and Leyton's plan in detail, and at the end, he also stated his demands, which was the price Mr. Door needed to pay. "No problem, I don't mind becoming a miracle invoker. If I had the abilities of a miracle invoker back then, I wouldn't have been as helpless against the corruption." Mr. Door nodded heavily, agreeing to Klein's terms, then turned his head to look at Leyton. Leyton said without hesitation the reward he had already planned, "Work for me for 100 years. The specifics can be negotiated with me after your resurrection." "Understood." After a slight hesitation, Mr. Door still nodded and agreed to this condition. Compared to helping Klein contend against Amon, this condition of working for 100 years could be said to be very easy. For an angel, lifespan was no longer a concern. After some negotiation, the 3 parties finally reached a consensus. Then Klein ignited the paper figure he had thrown down, and his consciousness returned to above the gray fog. He transformed a piece of information into light and shadow and projected it into the illusory star representing Azek. Before long, he received a response and pulled Azek to this area above the gray fog. At the same time, Roselle, holding a brass book, silently appeared in the spirit world, beside Leyton and Mr. Door. Roselle looked at Mr. Door, who appeared as a historical projection before him, and said with a somewhat complex and emotional tone, "We finally meet, Mr. Door." Chapter 741, KWM Chapter 736 Miracle. The New Black Emperor. Mr. Door paused for a moment, as if lost in distant memories, then after a while, he recovered and nodded slightly towards Roselle, saying, "You are Roselle Gustave. I didn't expect you to escape the primordial moon's corruption in this way. You are very courageous. After sequence 3, dying once is indeed the best way to solve one's own problems. In this regard, miracle invokers have a great advantage." After sighing for a while, he returned to Roselle's question, "When you established contact with me, I was almost completely corrupted by the primordial moon. I could only recover a little sanity for a very short time. Most of the time, I didn't even know what I had said to you. I know, unfortunately, I knew too late." Roselle shook his head and sighed, then ended the topic, "Let's start quickly. I cannot keep my true body out of the astral world for too long, otherwise, the guy who is approaching the ruler of the astral world might discover some anomalies and make some guesses. As he spoke, the brass book in his hand was already covered with dense silver-white words, beginning to turn to the first half of the page, and golden laws emerged one by one. This place is suitable for digesting potions. This place is suitable for the return of the dead. As one law after another, modifying the underlying rules, appeared, the marionetist's beyonder characteristic contained by Mr. Door began to dissolve, digesting bit by bit. His own being also began to detach from the state of historical projection, evolving into a true, independent individual. A crudely cut paper figure fell from the boundless grey fog, landing directly on Mr. Door, grafting a state of death onto him. His aura instantly faded, and his figure became ethereal and transparent, as if about to disappear, yet constrained by the surrounding rules, unable to truly perish and return to the historical void. Specks of grey-white light exuded from his body, like wriggling small worms, burrowing into history. Above the grey fog, Klein, noticing this scene, let out a sigh of relief. In twisting and utilizing rules, the Black Emperor can also achieve that deception effect like the error. While marveling, Klein, using the ability of the curtain, grafted this area of grey fog with the location of Mr. Door. In an instant, the grey fog above the entire Sapphira castle began to boil and surge. Here, history and present coexist. Roselle, holding the Trunsoist brass book, chanted in a low voice, and the corresponding words appeared on the brass book. With the emergence of this rule, the brass book in Roselle's hand fell silent as if it had exhausted its strength. He nodded to Leyton and said, "This rule can only last for 3 seconds." After speaking, his figure quickly faded and disappeared, returning to the divine kingdom in the astral world. Above the grey fog, Klein had already prepaid a miracle of resurrection through the beyonder characteristic derived from him. During the period when history and present overlapped, transparent insects continuously emerged from the mists of history, converging into the increasingly faint and transparent figure of Mr. Door. Mr. Door's figure quickly solidified, and layers of illusory doors, formed by brilliant starlight, appeared around him, reflected in his eyes, stabilizing his aura and stopping at the sequence 3 level. At this moment, Klein felt a strong feedback from helping others achieve their wishes, which significantly boosted the digestion progress of his miracle invoker potion. He was only a little bit away from fully digesting it. This was not feedback from a member of the Abraham family, but belonged to Mr. Door. As his wishes and thoughts floated, he heard Mr. Door's words. "Escaping corruption and madness has been my strongest and only wish for a very long time. As a miracle invoker, you should have already felt this feedback and used it to digest a large part of the potion." Klein ended the grafting of the grey fog and casually flicked out a paper figure, letting it land in front of Mr. Door, thereby descending a part of his will. The paper figure Klein stretched out his hand and pulled in the void. A wall with a fireplace, a floor, a sofa, and a crystal chandelier appeared out of thin air. The paper figure Klein made a gesture of invitation and said, "You may still have many questions. Let's sit down and talk." "Okay." Mr. Door nodded and found a red single sofa nearby to sit down. Before Klein could speak, he smiled and sighed first. "Although you are still only a miracle invoker, your mastery and understanding of the full pathway are already very deep. At least in my opinion, your operation just now was no worse than that of Antigonus in the past. By utilizing and deceiving rules, you prevented me from directly returning to the historical void after death, giving my existence a foundation, and then grafting my spirit, will, and emotions onto the marionettist characteristics, and preparing a miracle, allowing my resurrection after death to become the true me. This way of utilizing rules reminds me of Amon. It has his style." Klein nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over Leyton, who was sitting quietly to the side. "I only thought of this operation after being reminded. I can only say that some people understand my pathway better than I do." After muttering to himself, Klein replied, "I don't have any extra miracle invoker characteristics. You need to find it yourself, complete the ritual, and then accommodate it." "No problem." Mr. Door nodded lightly, paused for a moment, and then continued to ask, "I want to know, what price did the Abrahams pay for this?" "Everyone's wishes, and the temporary ownership of 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts. For the rest, I need you to help me fight Amon. He is already a true god of both the error and door pathways. Before I become the true fool, it will be difficult for me to contend with him." Klein spoke of his current predicament without any concealment. "No problem." Mr. Door nodded, then looked at Leyton. Feeling Mr. Door's gaze, Leyton chuckled and said, "My request remains unchanged. As the apocalypse approaches, the problem of insufficient manpower becomes increasingly apparent. I need people to stabilize the situation while also promoting social development. The progress of civilization will provide me with substantial power, which is very important to me." As he spoke, he directly transmitted the relevant information into Mr. Door's mind, which was a faster and more concise communication than words. After a brief silence to digest the information, Mr. Door nodded deeply and said, it looks like it will be very tiring, but for someone who has been trapped in darkness and storms for thousands of years, frequent interaction with people is also a relatively pleasant thing. After a brief agreement was reached, Mr. Dorr stood up and bowed quite formally to Klein and Leyton, then said, I need to return to the Abraham family first to handle the aftermath of this matter. Having lost my uniqueness and angelic rank, I also need to change my honorific name, otherwise, prayers directed at me might be stolen by Amon. As his voice fell, brilliant starlight flew out from the void, rapidly forming an illusory gate that enveloped Mr. Dorr's figure, making him disappear instantly. At the Abraham family, Lawrence and the others had just taken out the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts held by the family, preparing for Lawrence, who had the highest sequence, to deliver them into Furz's hands. Before the elders who hadn't had time to leave could disperse, countless stars surged from various places, rapidly converging to form a dazzling starlight gate. A middle-aged man, dressed as a classical nobleman, with a stern face and azure eyes, walked out from the starlight gate. His gaze lingered on the members of the Abraham family's elder council for a while before he let out a heavy breath and said, Send messages to the family members scattered around the world. I have returned. From now on, you don't need to hide your identities or be scattered everywhere. If there are those who wish to maintain their current stable situation, respect their opinions, but some attention needs to be maintained. As the apocalypse approaches, various beyonder events will become more and more frequent. As an Abraham, it is difficult to completely avoid such hidden risks. Ancestor, you really revived. The first to react was Verdu Garcia, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked at Mr. Dorr, who seemed to have walked out of a family portrait, with excitement and some vigilance. The mystical connection originating from his bloodline allowed him to easily confirm that the person in front of him belonged to the Abraham family, but his long-standing vigilant life kept him somewhat suspicious. Mr. Dorr nodded gently and said, Yes, if you need to confirm, you can recite my honorific name, but only now. My authority and characteristics have been stolen by Amon. Currently, he might not pay too much attention to these, but if someone keeps reciting my honorific name, he will notice and cast his gaze through the prayers. I understand. Verdu Garcia nodded repeatedly, his gaze subtly meeting Lawrence and the others behind him. Then he clasped his hands together, resting them against his mouth and nose, closed his eyes, and began to pray in a low voice. Great door of all doors. Guide of endless cosmos. Key to all mysterious worlds. As the last phrase fell, a pure, shimmering cosmos suddenly appeared in his eyes, and Mr. Dorr's figure emerged among the starlight. He instinctively opened his eyes, and the figure that emerged from the starlight overlapped with Mr. Dorr in front of him. They were the same person. Verdu Garcia looked at Mr. Dorr in front of him, unable to hide his excitement, his voice suddenly choked, Ancestor, you are finally back. Chapter 742, KWM Chapter 737 The Truth of the Curse. Looking at the Abrahams who suddenly had red eyes and choked voices, Mr. Dorr sighed deeply. Yes, I'm back. I am not a qualified leader, the family's greatest crisis was brought about by me. If anyone, because of this, does not wish to return to their Abraham identity, I will have no objection. They can retain their current wealth, stability, and happiness to live out this final period. Lawrence and the other Abrahams shook their heads repeatedly, replying one after another. No, no one will blame you or resent you for this. This was not your will, and we all know the reason. At most, it's just some lament over the unfairness of fate. Mr. Dorr sighed softly, shook his head, and his voice sounded particularly heavy. You don't know the whole reason. That erudite partially deleted the information. However, I believe every member of the Abraham family has the right to know the truth, the part that doesn't involve too much danger. Pausing for 2 seconds, Mr. Dorr continued. The ravings during the full moon came from my cries in the depths of darkness and storms, but this wasn't entirely due to the influence of corruption, part of it was my own will. As the Abrahams with the deepest connection to me, you are the most likely to establish contact with me, be affected by my corruption and temptation, and rely on the family's foundation to rescue me from the depths of darkness and storms. This is not the family's salvation, but the beginning of disaster. Once the polluted me returns to reality, my authority will become the key for the primordial moon to invade this world, bringing about the apocalypse directly. The expressions on the faces of Lawrence and the other Abrahams solidified, and their looks became dazed, as if they were trying to digest the information and find reasons to convince themselves. After a long silence, Lawrence finally asked. So, the family suffering from the ravings isn't just your madness and self-salvation after being polluted, but also a protective measure to prevent family members from establishing contact with you and bringing danger to this world. Mr. Dorr nodded slightly, his voice a little softer, filled with deep guilt. Yes, but you shouldn't have to bear such a sacrifice. It was my selfish choice for all Abrahams. After a long silence, Lawrence suddenly chuckled. If I had known the truth from the beginning, perhaps I would have hesitated and struggled, but ultimately, I would still have agreed with your approach, Ancestor. At least, I know that our millennium of sacrifice was meaningful. Even if no one knows, we protected the entire world. Above the grey fog, relying on the unbroken connection with Mr. Dorr, Klein also witnessed this scene. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sighed deeply, then began to laugh. After laughing for a while, he stopped and looked at Leyton's historical projection, then asked, "You knew all this from the beginning?" Leyton nodded gently and said, "More or less. Although I didn't see the specific information, I could infer a general idea." Klein nodded, sighing with emotion. "I suddenly thought of a saying, this world is broken, but there are always people mending it. This must be the humanity we possess, right? I seem to suddenly not be so lost anymore. I've found some reasons to contend with Amon, beyond just for myself." Leyton looked at Klein with some surprise, seeing his determined gaze, and chuckled. "I have a premonition that Amon won't be able to defeat you in the upcoming struggle." As soon as he finished speaking, several illusory stars above the grey fog suddenly expanded and contracted, sending out crimson ripples in circles. Layers of prayers echoed around, coming from the forsaken land of the gods, from the residents of Moon City and the City of Silver. After listening to the content of the prayers for a while, Klein turned his head to look at Leyton's historical projection, finding that the other party had already withdrawn his consciousness. "He leaves quite quickly." With a casual remark, Klein reached out and summoned the black curtain, letting it transform into a cloak that he draped over himself. Then he began to respond to the prayers of the Moon City residents, transferring them to the City of Silver by way of fulfilling wishes, and then transferring all of them out of the forsaken land of the gods to the Rorsted archipelago. After observing them for a period, seeing that the people of the City of Silver and Moon City were constructing the city in an orderly manner, he withdrew his gaze. The feedback from helping the Abraham family and the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City fulfill their wishes is very strong. My Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic is almost completely digested. The remaining bit could be fully digested at any time. Next, I can prepare for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual. As he muttered to himself, Klein let the cloak draped over him fall back into the grey fog in the corner, and then his figure disappeared directly above this grey fog. In Maris in southern Intis, at the top of a 100-meter-tall building constructed from steel, concrete, crystal, and glass. Many plants were cultivated here, trimmed into various unique shapes, like a sky garden. On the terrace next to the garden, Roselle and Leyton sat on a long sofa, each holding a game controller, with a crystal display screen in front of them, showing a video with a peculiar art style. Roselle vigorously shook his controller while exclaiming. As expected of the embodiment of knowledge and technology, it's so easy to recreate game consoles and displays. I want Bornova to simplify and popularize these things, to make games sweep the world. This is what young people should be playing. On the other side, Bernadette, who was already used to this scene, came closer and interjected. Then you need to find someone to take over Bornova's duties first. He's doing more work in a day now than he did in a month at the Steam Church. Roselle nodded and turned his gaze to Leyton, saying, "Can't such a large Moses ascetic order find a few people who can work?" Leyton put down his game controller, leaned back on the sofa, and shrugged. "Half of Bornova's duties have nothing to do with the church, you lazily dumped them on him. Moreover, I've already notified Mr. Dorr. He will bring people from the Abraham family to share the church's affairs. Shouldn't you also expand the number of members in the Senate?" Roselle's mouth twitched, and he said somewhat speechlessly, "I'm a person who died for over 100 years and just revived. How could I have any connections? I only have a pair of children, and they still need to work for you. If it weren't for my influence in Intis being acceptable, we wouldn't even have enough official personnel to maintain the normal operation of southern Intis." Hearing Roselle's complaint, Bernadette pondered and said, "Father, Catlia is already a Sequence 3 saint. I can ask her for help to manage some maritime affairs." While they were conversing, countless starlight surged from the void, rapidly constructing an illusory door. Mr. Dorr and several Abraham family elder council members, including Lawrence, appeared directly in the rooftop garden. After a brief moment of surprise, Mr. Dorr was the quickest to recover. He looked at Leyton and Roselle, who were sitting in front of the crystal display, and exclaimed with some astonishment. "The style of this city is somewhat out of place with the current era. My intuition tells me it should appear hundreds or even thousands of years from now, not in this steam-dominated era. Even though I've seen many civilizations in the cosmos, not many have developed technology to this extent." Mr. Dorr's words made Roselle curiously inquire. "Do civilizations in the cosmos primarily focus on technological development or gathering beyonder characteristics?" Mr. Dorr shook his head with a complex expression. "We are just an anomaly. Most worlds with life do not possess many beyonder characteristics, or may even have none. An angel is quite rare in the entire cosmos. Of course, this doesn't mean that traveling the cosmos is safe after becoming an angel. On the contrary, for angels, the vast, silent cosmos is even more dangerous, because they are no longer limited by their environment and can come into contact with more things." Roselle and Mr. Dorr did not delve deeper into this topic. There were also Abraham family members of lower sequence present, and knowing too much about the cosmos was a hidden danger for them. After the pleasantries, Leyton reached into the void and took out several vertical eye ornaments carved from crystal, distributing them to Mr. Dorr and the Abraham family members he brought. This is a portable signal receiving device that allows you to establish a connection with the world tree anytime, anywhere. It contains detailed explanations and information about this city, which can help you quickly familiarize yourselves with it and adapt to life here. Mr. Dorr nodded, took the ornament, and infused a little spirituality into it. A clear light immediately bloomed from the crystal-carved vertical eye, and a large amount of information surged out, establishing a mysterious connection with Mr. Dorr's body of mind and heart. Behind him, the members of the Abraham family also mimicked Mr. Dorr's actions, infusing spirituality into their vertical eye-shaped ornaments. Soon, Mr. Dorr finished his experience and spoke with a thoughtful expression. This is very similar to the mental sharing of the Nebula Empire, which is an extraordinarily vast power in the cosmos. They welcome everyone to join, without any thresholds, claiming to be all-inclusive. The minds of all beings who join the Nebula Empire are integrated, forming a single entity. It's very magical and also very terrifying. I once suspected that the Nebula Empire itself is a mental domain creature, and all joiners become a part of it. However, I haven't verified this. The astrologer's intuition made me instinctively stay away from them. I've gone off topic again. This method of linking using information as a bridge is relatively safe and effectively avoids the corruption caused by direct interaction between mental bodies. It's a very brilliant idea. Chapter 743, KWM Chapter 738 Utopia. Near the coast of Mid-Seashire, northeast of the Hornaces Mountains, a city of moderate size rose overnight. Inside the city, on the dark streets, by the towering clock tower, within the tranquil church, in the steam train station, and on the docks, figures emerged one after another. They wore clothing fitting the current popular styles, and expressions of sadness or joy appeared on their faces, immersed in their respective roles, as if they had lived in this newly appeared city for a long time. As the sky revealed a hint of dawn, several meteors quietly streaked across. Silently, the information within the city became active, constantly interacting with its surroundings and the spirit world, weaving an unclear imprint within the spirit world. In the center of the city, in the underground of a church belonging to the night, Klein leaned against the wall, holding a dim kerosene lamp, his expression slightly fatigued. After a moment of respite, he reached out and pulled two projections from the historical void, the historical projections of Roselle and Leyton. After a brief silence, Leyton and Roselle's historical projections successively became lively, controlled by their respective consciousnesses. Roselle glanced around casually, taking in the situation of the city, then chuckled before looking at Klein and saying, "Why didn't you put the city in southern Intis? There are two true gods watching there. Even if Amon has now become the error, it would be difficult for him to cause trouble right under our noses." Klein rubbed his forehead, speaking with a hint of weariness. Whether it's Amon or Zeradal, they are both very skilled at concealing themselves. If they don't actively reveal themselves, it's difficult for you in the astral world to discover them. Moreover, once they discover the puppet city I created, they will surely create the greatest chaos and try their best to disrupt my ritual. This could very likely affect the surrounding areas, so it's better to choose a desolate place. Anyway, I can rely on the ability of grafting to establish connections between the puppet city and various places. I need to rest now, I need to sleep. Separating a large number of worms of spirit, and writing scripts for them, while playing so many roles at the same time, I feel like I could have a mental breakdown at any moment. You're too impatient, Leyton commented, then continued, I've strengthened the information exchange between here and the spirit world, it will form a corresponding area in the spirit world much faster. Roselle chimed in, build a church for me here too. I will distort some of the rules here and grant your puppets some living characteristics, which will also accelerate the formation of the spirit world city. Klein nodded, thank you. After ending the maintenance of the historical projections, he yawned and walked out from under the church, onto the city streets. The dawn sunlight had already spread, and people scattered throughout the town gradually returned to their designated places. The breakfast stalls by the street were already emitting hot white steam, and the rumbling sound of steam trains came from the western part of the city, as the city welcomed its first visitors. Klein made the kerosene lamp in his hand disappear, then raised a hand to adjust the semi-tall silk top hat on his head, approaching the steam train station to the west. He intended to participate in the city's daily life as a visitor. In a brand new steam train station on the west side of the city, a steam-emitting train slowly came to a halt. Soon after, people began to disembark from the train one after another. Darryl unconsciously tightened his grip on the leather briefcase in his right hand, while his other hand lowered the brim of his hat, walking discreetly with the crowd onto the platform. He looked at the word written in Intis script on the platform with some confusion, Utopia. Whether it was the Intis words visible everywhere or the architectural style predominantly in bright yellow, everything indicated that this place belonged to Intis, not Lone. His expression was somewhat bewildered, with a fleeting hint of panic, but it was quickly hidden. As a Beyonder, he had a greater understanding of this world, knowing that many dangers lurked beneath its calm surface, and realizing that he might now be encountering a mysterious event. How unlucky. Ever since I coincidentally became a Beyonder during the previous war, I seem to always encounter such things. Although most of the time it's just on the periphery, just passing by, this is still too unlucky. As thoughts drifted, he heard the complaint of a middle-aged gentleman dressed as an Intis noble next to him. Utopia. Does this steam train stop at this station? And, we were in Leyton last night, how did we get back to Intis today? Next to this gentleman, a young man with brass-rimmed glasses, light blue eyes, bright golden hair that was slightly disheveled, and a strong scholarly aura, looked around and chuckled, saying, since we're here, why not go into the city and take a look? The steam train has broken down now, so we'll have to stay here for at least a day. Listening to the conversation between the middle-aged gentleman and the young scholar next to him, Daryl sighed inwardly with a hint of sarcasm. How naive these young people are, still thinking of exploring a strange city at a time like this, completely unaware of the bizarre situation. But this is normal. Half a year ago, I was just as naive. After all, who would have thought that so many horrors were hidden beneath the calm surface of the world? Collecting his thoughts, Daryl turned his body and, out of goodwill, reminded them, when I bought my ticket at the steam train station in Southville, I didn't see a place called Utopia among the train's scheduled stops. And, we just arrived in Intis from Leyton in one go, this is too strange. The middle-aged gentleman smiled and nodded at Daryl, then explained with the most plausible reason he could think of, perhaps the steam train driver took the wrong track last night and entered a road that hasn't been officially opened yet. This station looks very new and there aren't many people, which fits the appearance of a newly built station that hasn't officially started operations. A train driver wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Even if the train driver took the wrong track, we couldn't have traveled from Southville County in southern Leyton to Intis overnight. This isn't an airship. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Daryl became even more convinced of his idea. There was a significant problem with this city or this steam train station. He was still thinking about what he should do and how to avoid potential dangers when he heard the middle-aged gentleman extend his hand to him and say, "My name is Charles, from southern Intis. This is Lemon, a scholar from Lemberg, currently traveling and studying. We plan to go into the city and take a look. Would you like to join us?" Of course, Daryl smiled and nodded. As soon as he spoke, he came to his senses. Why did I agree? I clearly intended to refuse. Have I been subtly influenced without realizing it? Or are these two people in front of me problematic? Are they also Beyonders? Have I seen these two people on the train before? Thoughts flashed quickly through his mind, and Daryl's body was already following Charles and Lemon out of the steam train station. Behind them, many others also chose to temporarily enter the city for their own reasons, intending to rest there for a period. As soon as they walked out of the steam train station, they smelled the aroma of food wafting through the air. Grumble. Daryl's stomach protested at the opportune moment. Feeling the gazes from around him, he lowered his head somewhat embarrassed. It was all because yesterday's dinner was a bit too early. The food here smells very good too. The middle-aged gentleman, who called himself Charles, smiled and suggested, let's find a shop and have some breakfast. Yesterday's dinner was too early, and I urgently need to replenish some energy now. No problem, Daryl nodded without hesitation, agreeing to Charles's suggestion. The hunger from his stomach and the aroma of food in the air temporarily made him lower some of his guard against this place. The three walked on, arriving at a breakfast stall at the end of the street, where one person was already seated, enjoying breakfast. He was facing away from the three, with soft facial features and little expression on his face. He wore a white shirt, black vest, and matching trousers. A semi-tall silk top hat rested on the table in front of him, along with a delicious-looking breakfast. Daryl frowned slightly, looking at the person eating breakfast with some hesitation. He felt that the other person looked familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him at the moment. "Gentlemen, what can I get for you?" A somewhat plump man walked out of the restaurant. He was heavily hairy, wore suspenders, and had a coarse apron tied over his white shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He approached and asked the three in fluent Loanese. Lemon, wearing brass-rimmed glasses, raised a hand and pointed at the figure eating at another table, speaking in a calm and gentle tone. "The same as him will do." "No problem, one classic set meal, sir." "Please have a seat, breakfast will be ready very soon." The man enthusiastically greeted Lemon, while also looking at Charles and Daryl. Charles glanced meaningfully at the somewhat plump restaurant owner in front of him, and said with a smile, "I want your most luxurious breakfast here. Don't worry about whether I can finish it, I'm not short on money." Cough cough, the young man eating breakfast at the other table suddenly coughed twice. Charles, who had maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, turned his head to look at the figure on the other side, raised his neck, and said loudly, "I, Charles, am rich." Lemon propped his hands on the edge of the table, trying hard to suppress his laughter, and said, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Please continue." Daryl looked at this scene in a daze. He had completely not expected that the usually graceful middle-aged gentleman he was with would suddenly adopt the style of a nouveau riche, and the other person had also lost the usual calmness of a scholar. Chapter 744, KWM Chapter 739, Drama. After a while, the somewhat plump restaurant owner looked at Daryl again and asked, "Sir, what would you like for breakfast?" The owner's expression seemed a little restrained, and his tone no longer had the politeness he had maintained earlier. Daryl was startled, then quickly recovered, pointing at the young man who was enjoying his breakfast and said, "The same as him, a standard set meal." "All right, please wait a moment." The plump owner quickly returned to the back of the restaurant. Daryl felt as if his retreating figure had a hint of fleeing in disarray. Shaking his head, he retracted his gaze, ready to sit down and wait for breakfast. In the process, he happened to glimpse the man quietly enjoying his breakfast, and his movements suddenly froze. Due to the angle, he happened to see the other person's full face, which highly matched a portrait he had seen in a newspaper. Gehrman Sparrow. He couldn't control his emotions and exclaimed in surprise. The young man who was enjoying his breakfast suddenly stopped his movements and gave Daryl a sidelong glance without expression. The latter seemed to feel a terrifying pressure like a storm and immediately fell back into the chair behind him, his horrified expression still frozen on his face. Lemon pushed up the glasses on his nose, looked at Daryl, and chuckled, "You're not a pirate, and you don't have a bounty, so why are you so afraid of him? That's the craziest and strongest adventurer famous across the 5 seas, who has hunted down more than one pirate admiral." Daryl swallowed the saliva secreted in his mouth as he explained. His words suddenly stopped, and he looked at Lemon with some disbelief, pondering aloud. "You recognized him from the start?" He paused, then, thinking of their abnormal behavior just now, he suddenly realized something and organized his words to ask again. "You know him?" The middle-aged gentleman Charles reached out and pressed his hand in front of him, signaling Daryl to sit properly, then smiled and said, "Who hasn't heard of the strongest adventurer on the 5 seas? In southern Intis, being a pirate is almost a new profession, the dream of all young adventurers." "Why?" Daryl cooperatively asked. "Because Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, our southern Intis's eldest princess, Her Highness Bernadette, she is the Queen Mystic of the Sea, and also our southern Intis's first duke, His Highness Nast, he is also the king of the 5 seas. Such pirates who uphold their own principles and morality are highly respected by everyone in southern Intis. Which young person now doesn't want to join the Dawn or the Black Emperor?" The plump restaurant owner answered Daryl's question with full vigor, holding a wooden tray in one hand, looking proud. As he spoke, he had already placed 2 identical breakfasts in front of Lemon and Daryl. The steam mixed with the aroma of cooked food entered his nostrils, and Daryl felt his stomach rumble again. He no longer exchanged pleasantries, regardless of whether that person was truly a crazy adventurer. He picked up the pancake on the plate and took a bite. The crispy and tender texture, along with the well-seasoned meat filling, made Daryl's eyes light up. He took 2 more bites, and while eating, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is definitely the best pie I've ever eaten." "Haha, of course, this is my exclusive secret recipe, which I developed based on desi pies combined with the most distinctive local roasted meat." The plump restaurant owner laughed heartily when he heard someone praise his food. On the other side of the table, the middle-aged gentleman Charles, who had not yet received his breakfast, was not in a hurry. With a slight smile, he began to ask the restaurant owner about other topics. "Old Ben, is your utopia also part of southern Intis?" The plump restaurant owner nodded repeatedly. "Of course, the judgment hall is right in the center of the city. If you have nothing to do, you can go visit it. It is the most magnificent and grand building in the entire utopia." "We will." Charles nodded, then continued to ask familiarly, "Besides the judgment hall, do you have any other recommendations? Our steam train broke down, so we'll probably be staying here for 1 to 2 days." The restaurant owner thought for a moment and replied, "You can go to the bar at the pier for a drink. If you're lucky, you might be able to taste Sonia wine. As for other things, Utopia is just an ordinary small city, there aren't that many famous or special things." "All right, it seems I had too high expectations." Charles sighed, then said, "You shouldn't have any extra staff in your shop, right? You're here chatting with me, aren't you going to prepare my breakfast?" Daryl looked at the gentle middle-aged gentleman Charles with some confusion, then at the unhurriedly walking away shop owner. He felt as if they were good friends chatting, rather than a customer and a shop owner. In the field of vision Daryl couldn't see. Klein, still in the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, sat at the dining table and expressionlessly looked at Charles and Lemon, who were seated on either side of the table, saying, "Why did you 2 come here on the steam train?" Roselle, who was already in the appearance of the middle-aged gentleman Charles, said with a smile, "Isn't your utopia short of outsiders? We are 2 high-quality individuals." Klein expressed his speechlessness with his face. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Don't tease my Beyonder puppet." After saying that, his figure quickly faded and disappeared from the restaurant. As Klein departed, Daryl, who was still in the historical scene from a few minutes ago, returned to reality. He unconsciously reached out and rubbed his abdomen. He felt a bit full from breakfast. Burp, I'm so full. I feel like I ate 2 breakfasts by myself. He muttered to himself, then Daryl glanced around and noticed that the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow had left at some point. He was slightly stunned, then looked at the middle-aged gentleman Charles on his left and asked hesitantly, Mr. Charles, when did that adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, leave? Just now. If you chase him out now, you might still see him at the street corner. As he spoke, Charles rose from the bench and walked out of the shop, saying as he went, let's go to the pier and have a look. Although it's not as good as Ormer red wine, being able to drink Sonia wine is still good. Daryl scratched his head and asked somewhat confusedly, aren't you eating breakfast? Didn't we already finish eating? Charles looked at Daryl and smiled in response, which made Daryl even more confused. He felt that something was off, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He muttered a few words softly, trying to recall his recent memories, and found that there was indeed a scene of 3 people eating breakfast together, and the middle-aged gentleman Charles had even eaten the deluxe set meal. When did my memory get so bad? He hesitated to himself, but soon, he put aside the doubts in his heart, ignored the incongruities along the way, and gladly accepted Charles's invitation. At the Utopia Pier, a huge sailboat slowly approached. On the high-flying sail was painted an eye without eyelashes, surrounded by 4 stars. Just as they arrived at the pier, Daryl and his 2 companions, who hadn't yet found a tavern, immediately spotted this exceptionally striking sailboat. Daryl stared blankly at the approaching sailboat, then, as if returning to his senses from repeated shock, he said, this is the future of the Queen of Stars. I've seen news about this newly promoted pirate king in many newspapers officially published in Leyton. It is said that she became a pirate king during the previous war between Intis and the southern continent. There are also rumors that this pirate king has already joined southern Intis, so it doesn't seem strange for her fleet to appear here. It's just, are we too unlucky? We encountered a crazy adventurer while having breakfast, and then the future of the Queen of Stars docked when we came to the pier for a drink. Lemon, wearing brass-rimmed glasses, smiled and then said, perhaps it's an opportunity, just like in biographical novels. Daryl chuckled and said in the tone of an experienced person, haha, do you rigorous scholars also read biographical novels? What's described in those novels is just the author's fantasy, it shouldn't be taken seriously. While they were talking, the future had already finished docking. A brilliant starlight bloomed from the deck, extending all the way to the pier, condensing into a transparent long bridge of dazzling starlight. Daryl was awestruck by this scene and couldn't help but murmur, is this the method of a pirate king? Charles, in the guise of a middle-aged gentleman, casually glanced at the future not far away and said with little emotional fluctuation in his voice, of course not. It's just a long bridge condensed from starlight, far from a pirate king. There's nothing to envy. When your sequence is higher, you can also have the means to control ice and fire. Sequence. As expected, you who know Gehrman Sparrow are also Beyonders. Daryl sighed with some surprise but not much shock, very quickly accepting this fact. After a pause, he asked hesitantly, it sounds like you seem to know which pathway of Beyonder I am. Charles raised his right hand, extended 3 fingers, and simultaneously said, first, your steps are very light, not at all like an adult male, looking even weaker than an underdeveloped little girl. Second, you habitually place yourself in shadows, or close to shadowy places. This is a habit only assassins have. Third, your eloquence is good, you give people a very reliable and approachable feeling. This perfectly matches the characteristics of an instigator. In summary, we can easily determine that you are a Sequence 8 instigator, and the kind who hasn't mastered the Beyonder potion very well. Chapter 745, KWM Chapter 740 Crow. Charles's words made Daryl's face alternate between red and pale. After a while, he calmed down and asked as if he had just realized something. Are you worried that I might instigate those ordinary people on the steam train and cause chaos, which is why you suggested accompanying me? He paused, then added, are you official Beyonders? When did you start watching me? As he spoke, his right hand, holding the leather briefcase, tightened its grip. Charles shook his head and chuckled, something like that. You don't need to be so nervous. If we had ill intentions or wanted to do anything to you, we wouldn't have waited until now, especially given the vast difference between us. Daryl's retreating steps unconsciously stopped. He felt that what the middle-aged gentleman named Charles said made a lot of sense and was convincing. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he seemed to suddenly realize something and looked at Charles in astonishment, saying, you're also an instigator. A higher sequence instigator. Raymond, who was standing nearby, suddenly burst out laughing. Charles, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly froze, his expression hardening as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I am not. As he spoke, he glared at Raymond, who was still laughing, silently accusing him. A Sequence 8 instigator couldn't possibly detect my influence. It must be you, you mischievous fellow, playing tricks. Darryl didn't pay attention to their interaction, seemingly having completely lowered his guard, and said with a touch of emotion. I know that to fully master the power of the potion, one needs to act according to the potion's name, gradually adapt to it, and then master it. I've been trying. You found me based on these clues, right? Charles nodded, his tone calm as he replied, more or less. It seems you still have a teacher. Darryl's expression suddenly became a bit sad. His right hand, holding the leather briefcase, tightened, as if he wanted to put the briefcase into his embrace, but seeing others around, he held back. After hesitating and struggling for a while, he suddenly spoke. They are gone. I want to be alone for a bit, then find a hotel and get a good night's sleep. Since you don't plan to arrest me, that should be fine, right? Charles nodded noncommittally, seemingly having no intention of doing anything to him. Relieved, Darryl turned and walked back the way he came. After he was out of Charles and Raymond's sight, he turned and slipped into a nearby alley. Watching Darryl's disappearing back, Raymond looked at Charles with a half-smile and casually said. The one from the southern continent is moving much faster than we expected. Shrugging, Charles said without much change in his tone. No matter how bad it is, he's still his son. How could he not help? They are now father and son, challenging the gods. He paused, then brought the topic back to Darryl. Someone who looks quite normal, but in reality, has long been affected, corrupted, and turned into a monster in human skin. Aren't you curious how he had pleasure with a mystical item? Not curious, Raymond shook his head. Charles shook his head and sighed. As a mystery prior, you lack the necessary curiosity. Curiosity isn't about wanting to see everything, that's courting death. A mystery prior's curiosity is a form of exploration, not merely a desire to peep. As the two spoke, some of the crew members from the future had already arrived at the dock along the transparent starlight bridge. Charles merely glanced, his gaze drawn to Nina, the face-blooded chief sailor leading them. His eyes scanned her up and down, especially her chest, which was well beyond the acceptable limit. Noticing Charles's gaze, which rose and fell with Nina's movements, Raymond lightly coughed. You're almost drooling. Do you need me to inform Bernadette? Tell her that her father has taken an interest in her adopted daughter's crew member. Cough, cough, Charles coughed while reluctantly tearing his gaze away, muttering continuously. Don't slander my innocence without basis. I am merely appreciating beauty. Moreover, her appearance isn't outstanding or even remarkable among my past bed partners, but her figure is definitely among the most exceptional. Many demonesses can't compare. At this point, Charles seemed to be relishing something, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Raymond nodded in agreement with his words. Everyone knows your famous quote, the taste of a demoness is not bad. Charles's expression froze for a moment, his face changing colors. After calming down for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, one day, I will destroy all my diaries and the memories of everyone who has read them. Raymond sighed with a placid expression. That might be a bit difficult. A crow happened to fly over their heads, crossing the sky above Utopia and heading towards the Hornaces Mountains. Charles glanced at the departing crow, then withdrew his gaze, muttering in a low voice. Zeridel actually found this place before Amon. That's a bit incredible. Does that old man who loves riddles have that much strength and luck? Raymond mused. The interaction between people is also the interaction between minds. They will feed back into the surrounding collective subconscious sea, forming a reef, an island, and then be observed by the ruler of the mind world. Charles nodded noncommittally. Are you saying Zeridel has sided with the true creator? He knelt too quickly. The Lord of the Mysteries definitely needs attendant of Mysterious, and the emergence of the Fool will inevitably retrieve all attendant of Mysteries characteristics. If he doesn't choose Amon and can't snatch them, then he can only wait for death. As the words fell, Raymond's figure became ethereal, disintegrating into streams of information that merged into every corner of the city. I suddenly missed the quiet days in the mausoleum. Charles shook his head and sighed. His body became quite ethereal, seemingly turning into some kind of illusion, like a shadow, moving forward outside the world's underlying rules. On the deck of the future, Katlia suddenly felt something and turned her head, the faint purple glow in her eyes flowing and then disappearing. A moment later, she murmured in confusion, was there something in the city just now? Is it related to the future suddenly arriving in the mid-seashore from the fog sea? After 2 seconds of thought, she used the eyes of mystery prying planted on her crew members to send them a message. Return immediately after purchasing supplies. Do not linger in this town. Don't worry, Captain, I'll keep an eye on them. Wait, there's a sound. Chief Sailor Nina's voice was transmitted to Katlia's ears through the connection of the eyes of mystery prying. The image forming in her mind moved forward continuously, stopping after turning left into a small alley. Deep in the alley, a naked man leaned against the corner, embracing a delicate and beautiful doll the height of an adult's forearm, performing some indescribable movements with it. It was Darryl, who had left alone. He was currently immersed in extreme pleasure, completely unaware that he had gained an audience behind him. Though I know Intis's customs are very open, isn't this a bit too open? Nina paused slightly, then casually complained to Katlia, with whom she had a connection. As she spoke, the low gasps and the pungent smell from ahead happened to reach her. For a moment, she felt a bit dazed, her body unnaturally hot, with an urge to join the other party, to snatch and monopolize the doll. She swallowed, her cheeks flushed red. This isn't normal. I clearly just 2 days ago. Cough, Captain, what do you think? On the future, after the scene Nina saw appeared in Katlia's mind, she subconsciously averted her gaze. This action couldn't prevent the formation of the image in her mind. What Nina saw, she could still see. Get away from there, you've already been affected. While warning Nina, Katlia used the eyes of mystery prying placed on her to exert influence, reducing the charm Nina was experiencing. Nina paused briefly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. The heat in her body subsided. Although she still had an urge to find someone to vent her desires, it was within a tolerable range. This is terrifying. What is that thing? It made me so desperate that I wanted to snatch a masturbation tool from a man. Nina complained as she moved away, stopping only when the gasping sounds were gone and she could no longer smell the pungent odor. Katlia's calm and rational voice echoed in her ears through the eyes of mystery prying. A mystical item from the demoness pathway, but it seems to have other things mixed in, something that can incite desire. Above the grey fog, Klein, who also noticed this scene, raised a hand to cover his eyes. I feel like my eyes have been dirted. Those two followed this guy all the way and didn't even deal with this obviously problematic item. Is there some other purpose? Or a hidden danger? After muttering a few words to himself, to ensure that no unexpected incidents beyond his control occurred in Utopia, Klein chose to perform a divination on that strange doll. His divination went smoothly, without any interference, and he quickly obtained all the information about this strange doll. An incomplete, demoness of pleasure, characteristic, combined with some additional elements, granted this item abilities outside the 22 pathways. As long as it's carried, it can make the body healthy and strong, but at the same time, it will always be in a state of thirst, constantly craving to mate with people. As the contact time increases, this desire will become stronger and stronger. The holder will gain the ability to manipulate black flames and ice, but at the same time will be cursed, slowly falling in love with this doll, becoming mad and obsessed, until becoming the other party's captured prey. In the end, the person holding this item will have children with it. Chapter 746, KWM Chapter 741, Cooperation with the Genie. The one responsible for giving birth must be the person enchanted by it, regardless of gender. This doll is exceptionally sinister. Klein shivered inexplicably. He recalled an incident he encountered in the Rorstad archipelago, where a person affected by the mother tree of desire kept clamoring to have a child with him. I wonder if the mixed elements in this doll come from the mother tree of desire or the primordial moon. They both seem to enjoy making others have children. As he muttered, Klein saw an illusory crimson star light up. Before he could react, streams of golden water surged out from the illusory star, converging into a golden figure full of chaos and distortion. How can one after another bypass the grey fog and appear directly before me? Although this isn't the true Sapphira Castle, it's a place radiated by its power. This is too disrespectful. Klein grumbled inwardly while controlling the power of Sapphira Castle to try and repel the golden figure. The golden figure was like a non-existent entity, showing no signs of being repelled. Instead, he observed Klein with interest. After a long while, he finally spoke. You are indeed not mysteries. The golden figure's words made Klein pause. He sat expressionlessly in the high-backed chair and scoffed. You are very confident. The golden figure crossed his arms over his chest and said in a low voice, originally, I wasn't sure, but now I can confirm it. Damn it, I've been tricked, this thought flashed through Klein's mind. He began to ponder the other party's origin. There weren't many existences that could invade above the grey fog and also know the former Lord of the Mysteries. Is he that unlucky genie? Looking at the golden figure filled with a sense of chaos and distortion before him, Klein became more convinced of his guess. This chaotic and distorted feeling was somewhat similar to Roselle's, originating from the distortion of rules. Stopping his wandering thoughts, Klein looked at the genie who had appeared before him and suddenly relaxed considerably. A genie still sealed would not be able to threaten him above the grey fog. The greater possibility was that he was thrown up here by Leyton or Roselle, or perhaps, he came to seek cooperation. Having figured this out, Klein's mindset immediately relaxed. He tapped the edge of the table twice with his finger and asked with a smile. What kind of cooperation are you seeking? The golden figure shook his head, his tone unchanged. No, it's not me. Rather, what kind of cooperation are you seeking? Give me satisfactory compensation, and I will fulfill your wish. The fulfillment of your wishes should rely on the miracle invoker characteristic used to seal you. Even if you have the Great Old One's status, being sealed limits the wishes you can fulfill. Moreover, we lack the necessary foundation of trust. Klein shook his head, unmoved by the genie's proposal. The genie seemed unsurprised by Klein's attitude and continued to persuade. I hope that damned deceiver never truly revives, and the emergence of a new Lord of the Mysteries is the best way to prevent his resurrection. On this point, I will not deceive you, nor do I need to deceive you. This is the basis for our cooperation. Furthermore, I can help you quickly complete the ritual and become an attendant of mysteries. With an error already present, becoming the fool as soon as possible is your only way out of this predicament. Or, are you willing to surrender everything to that malicious error and continue to bear the corresponding fate? Klein smiled and shook his head, saying, I have many allies. You are not the only, nor the best, choice. Oh. It seems you intend to refuse my cooperation. As his voice fell, the genie's figure began to shrink back. Klein paid no attention to the genie's actions and continued to speak unhurriedly. Not necessarily. You can also state your conditions first. If suitable, I can consider it. As his words fell, the genie indeed stopped. He looked deeply at Klein on the high-backed chair, then said, My only request is to send me back to the cosmos. I will only take what belongs to me, the remaining beyonder characteristics will be yours, and I will grant you one additional wish. One wish in exchange for your freedom. Isn't that a bit too easy? Also, if I remember correctly, your current holder should be Bernadette. What would happen to her if I made a wish to you? Klein neither agreed nor refused, continuing to chat with the genie, extracting information while pondering how to persuade the genie to help him. The genie said in a not-so-good tone, Don't be too greedy, young man. One wish is already enough to change your current predicament. Klein ignored the genie's tone and instead retorted, Hey, it seems the wish I make will also be recorded on Bernadette, won't it? If you dare to scheme against Bernadette like this, a certain father who dotes on his daughter will ensure you never leave the magical lamp for the rest of your life. You can take your time to consider. Come find me when you've made up your mind. For existences like us, time is not important. The genie did not answer Klein's question, simply said a casual remark, and then left above the grey fog through the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star. At this point, Klein finally had the energy to focus on the prayer content within this illusory star, which originated from Lady Hermit's prayer regarding Utopia's situation. After 2 seconds of thought, he extended his spirituality and established contact with Katlia, the hermit, saying in a calm tone, This is a ritual. Inside the future's captain's cabin, Katlia paced to the window, looking at the crew members on deck who were still discussing Utopia's delicious food, her expression somewhat complex. As a hidden saint of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, her authority within the Church was second only to a few angels. She could access most of the archives and records collected by the Church, including information on humanities, customs, cities, and forces across the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. In all the information I've checked, there's no city called Utopia at all. Moreover, there's no corresponding area in the spirit world. This city seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and it's full of strangeness. Whose ritual is Mr. Fool referring to? Perhaps the world knows something. Should I ask him? As she muttered to herself, she noticed a jet-black crow flying over the sea. Why would there be crows at sea? As she muttered in a low voice, the clairvoyant spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. She saw a disaster approaching. Silent for 2 seconds, her voice suddenly echoed throughout the ship. Prepare to set sail. Get away from this sea area. In the main hall of the ancient palace on the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains. Waves of information surged from outside, recombining into Leyton's figure beside a crow with shiny black feathers and a white ring around its right eye. He looked curiously at the crow, which was staring intently at the sleeping figure in the hall, and asked with little emotion. Are you planning to steal the Fool's uniqueness and a portion of the Attendant of Mysteries beyonder characteristic, so that the Fool who controls Sapphira Castle can at most only become a king of angels? Amon nodded and smiled candidly. How about it? What do you think of this idea? If he can't truly become the Fool, he won't be qualified to contend with me in the final struggle. If I just delay a bit longer, for the sake of the Lord of the Mysteries' appearance, you'll have no choice but to make concessions. Leyton casually retorted with an expressionless face. Why do you think you can successfully steal the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics here under the gaze of Evernight? Either save the beyonder characteristics or save the person, you have to choose one, Amon said with a shrug, speaking very frankly. As he spoke, pure starlight flowed from his black eyes, outlining layers of illusory doors. At this instant, all matters and concepts related to the door in the entire world were shut. With banging sounds, all the palace's doors and windows simultaneously shut tight, and the inner and outer spaces separated, as if a layer of seal had been applied from the inside out. At the same time, on the uppermost seat of the palace, Antigonus, from whom slippery tentacles extended from beneath his clothing, became exceptionally quiet, as if every worm of spirit on his body had fallen into the deepest dream, and each of those tentacles had quieted down. In the hall, one Amon after another walked out of the air. They simultaneously extended their right hands towards Antigonus in front of them, their palms cupped as if pulling something. Leyton did not stop Amon. Without the support of his astral world true body, he simply couldn't stop Amon. He turned to gaze at the palace's great door, and within his eyes, complex and illusory symbols condensed, causing waves of clear starlight to silently bloom around him, washing towards the palace door. And Amon suddenly appeared in front, reaching out and grasping the starlight Leyton had created. As the monocle on his face flashed with a white light, the floating starlight instantly vanished. In a hotel in Utopia's dock district, Daryl, still immersed in pleasure, suddenly awoke from a nightmare. He dreamed that he was pregnant and gave birth to a sinister baby with pointed horns and webbed wings. He sat on the bed, somewhat dazed, breathing heavily. The dream just now had been too real. When he came to his senses, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart, an unprovoked sadness, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. His mind paused for a second as if short-circuited, then he suddenly came to his senses, tumbling off the bed and picking up the leather handbag on the table. The exquisite doll that had been inside was already gone. It's gone. It's gone. Who stole her? Who? Daryl clutched his head in agony and sat on the floor, phantom sobs and moans echoing in his mind. His heart ached, as if he could already see the doll being possessed by someone else. Chapter 747, KWM Chapter 742 Awakening of Antigonus. No, 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 she's mine, she's mine. Amidst a series of almost sobbing sounds, his body began to change. Coarse, short hairs started growing under his skin, clinging tightly to it. His skin lost the luster of a living person, becoming like a dry tree stump. His eyes grew large and protruded, and his mouth split open to his ears, resembling a horrifying puppet. During this process, he began to chant a revered name, over and over again, as if in a trance. Mother Tree of Desire. Perpetual Blatherer. Heartless God. Above the gray fog, Klein's spiritual intuition suddenly gave a warning, as if something bad was brewing, and a disaster was spreading towards him. I can't see clearly, but it's very dangerous. Muttering softly, Klein threw out a crudely cut paper figure, which merged into the illusory star representing the hermit, Katlia. After doing this, he separated some worms of spirit, and then began to follow his intuition to find the root of the problem. Soon, he locked his gaze on Daryl, who had transformed into a monster. A silver-white lightning bolt appeared out of thin air in the hotel room. Amidst the crackling of electricity, Daryl, who had turned into a terrifying and evil puppet, quickly charred and shattered. I couldn't even tell he had a problem when I was above the gray fog. Who intervened? As he muttered to himself, the scene he saw above the gray fog suddenly froze. The spirituality of the entire utopia was mutating, seemingly transforming into layers of barriers, enclosing every person, every puppet in the city. Immediately after, the surroundings suddenly boiled, and viscous black liquid flowed out from the void, continuously spreading outwards, eroding the void upwards, interfering with the overlap of reality and the spirit world, and restricting Klein's vision above the gray fog. More than a third of my worms of spirit are here. I must retrieve some, otherwise my state will decline severely, possibly even losing control. Once I leave the gray fog, I will inevitably face the attacks that Zeradal and the true creator have already prepared. While Klein was struggling, the worms of spirit in Utopia began to disconnect from him one by one. His state started to slide uncontrollably, and slippery, transparent tentacles extended from beneath his clothes, flailing wildly around him. Klein sighed and calmly reached forward, borrowing spirituality and state from his past self to prevent himself from losing control immediately. Then he turned his gaze to the crimson star representing the hermit, Katlia, and extended his spirituality to touch it. In the captain's cabin of the future, which was still in mid-seashore, Katlia suddenly saw a dense gray fog surge forth before her eyes, revealing a majestic figure seated deep within the gray fog, seemingly looking down upon the entire world. Before she could think or ask, golden streams of water abruptly appeared within this gray fog, coalescing into a figure filled with chaos and distortion. The genie looked at Klein across the gray fog, and his figure quickly moved forward, bypassing the obstruction of the gray fog and appearing before Klein. It seems you are more eager than I imagined. Your state seems unwell. If you hadn't borrowed power and grafted your state from your past self, you would have already lost control. Tell me, what wish do you desire, and what can you offer in return? Klein chuckled lightly, not at all anxious, and calmly said. Heh, I need 2 wishes. In exchange, I will send you back to the cosmos before the apocalypse arrives, how about that? Of course, these 2 wishes cannot be counted on both me and Bernadette. As he spoke, he shielded some of Katlia's senses, preventing her from perceiving the conversation between himself and the genie, allowing her only to see a blurred light and shadow of his negotiations with the genie. The genie paid no attention to Klein's actions. After he finished speaking, he refused without hesitation. I refuse. This condition is not equivalent to my 2 wishes. You need my help now, and as the apocalypse approaches, I will inevitably be able to return to the cosmos. but at that time, you would also have lost the initiative. Then you might not only fail to reclaim the authority and characteristics lost here, but you might even become prey for other outer deities. And I can promise to send you back to the cosmos before the apocalypse arrives. Restricted by the wishing lamp, I am your only viable partner now. Helping me is to contend against the former Lord of the Mysteries, and you will not lose anything because of it. Klein articulated the words he had long prepared, one by one. After speaking, he leaned back in the high-back chair, calmly awaiting the genie's reply, not at all worried that the other party would refuse. Just as he said, the genie had no other options for cooperation. After a brief silence, the genie sneered and said, "Unfortunately, with the help of that erudite, I have already corrupted a hand of order." Klein was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for this unexpected turn. He became a little nervous. The genie already had the ability to interfere with the outside world, which meant he had the capital to refuse him. The genie scoffed, looking at Klein calmly and seriously, saying, "Hey, are you nervous? Compared to that old mystic, you are still too young, but it is precisely this point that makes me choose to cooperate with you. We swear by the Sephiroth we each hold, guaranteeing that the other will fulfill their promise. Although at our level, it is always possible to violate a contract, doing so would cause damage to the Sephiroth, which would be more trouble than it's worth." Agreed. Klein nodded in response. Then, under the witness of both parties, they swore by their respective Sephiroth and signed the contract. Exhaling, Klein looked at the genie before him and stated his first wish. "Restore my state to its peak." The genie said nothing, reaching out and making a grasping motion in the empty space before him, then calmly said, "Your wish has been fulfilled." Klein nodded. He felt the abundant spirituality within him and the return of the worms of spirit. After sensing his state, he immediately looked at the genie and stated his second wish. "Create an area in the spirit world that corresponds to my utopia. This should be within your capabilities." "No problem." The genie chuckled softly, and one chaotic vortex after another distorted out from his golden figure. At the same time, a vividly colored town suddenly appeared in the spirit world. Figures like puppets swayed within the spirit world city, seeming real yet also illusory. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Don't forget your promise. I hope you can escape from the successor of God. He is truly not a good partner." The genie's figure transformed into golden water streams and receded beneath the gray fog. His words gradually faded until they disappeared. The successor of God should refer to the true creator. No wonder I didn't notice the problem with that outsider at the time, his normalcy was entirely imagined. Exhaling a long breath, Klein shook his head and sighed. "I wonder what other traps await me outside. I hope the great emperor and the others work hard to intercept them for a while longer, at least long enough for me to reclaim the characteristics from Zeradal." As he muttered to himself, he had already pulverized the black cloak draped over him, transforming it into pure characteristics. The 9 spirit world specialties and a glass bottle, which he had already obtained from the 7 lights of the spirit world, spontaneously flew out from the pile of miscellaneous items, rotating around him, quickly merging into a complete sequence 1 potion. The substance contained in the transparent glass bottle resembled the deep, dark night sea, light as air, with gentle ripples. Without the slightest hesitation, Klein tilted his head back and drank the prepared potion directly. In the palace hall on the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, the Amon avatars, busy pilfering the characteristics from Antigonus and stopping Leyton, all uniformly paused their movements. Antigonus, who was in a deep slumber, showed a slight sign of awakening. His instinct to resist grew stronger, and transparent, slippery tentacles flailed wildly around, smashing Amon avatars into fragments one by one. All the doors and windows of the palace simultaneously reflected brilliant starlight, outlining a strangely shaped key, which connected with the illusory and abstract astral world. Streams of illusory and complex information surged in through the doors and windows, condensing into beams of colorless light, purposefully striking each Amon, using vast amounts of complex and useless knowledge to burst their heads. Almost at the same time, a deep, dark sea emerged around them. Every drop of water was like a light and shadow, as if representing a point of consciousness, an imprint. Countless minds intertwined into a labyrinth, intercepting the surging torrent of information, dispersing it into the depths of the mind, into every drop of water in the collective unconscious sea. A profound darkness descended silently, enveloping everything, imbued with an indescribable stillness and decay. "Let there be light." A somewhat familiar voice echoed in every mind and its interaction with the unconscious sea. Blinding sunlight suddenly descended, illuminating every corner of the surroundings, turning the area into a kingdom without darkness, leaving no shadow, allowing nothing to hide. The Evernight goddess attempted to exert influence but failed due to the true creator's interference. At this moment, an Amon suddenly grinned. His laughter had not yet escaped when he directly fell into silent slumber. At the same time, Antigonus, who had fallen into eternal slumber, woke up. Time and space around them instantly distorted, and the light grew dim. The area where the palace was located was completely isolated from the outside world, even information could not be exchanged. In the hall, only the awakened Antigonus, a group of Amans dressed in various ways, and Leyton remained. Chapter 748, KWM Chapter 743 Chaos. Except for the one in deep slumber, all remaining Amans simultaneously pressed the monocle at their right eye, turned to Leyton, and said with a smile, "I'm not very interested in stealing the beyonder characteristic and authority from Antigonus. That would only increase my burden. My goal has always been to awaken him, or to kill him. Whichever it is, it will allow him to escape his current predicament, and it will also allow me to achieve my goal. Since that's the case, then you all shall stay here together." As he spoke, Leyton's figure instantly swelled, with black mist continuously surging from his body, growing one indifferent and aloof eye after another, transforming into a mountain-like giant. Also expanding with him was the palace that Antigonus had drawn into the realm of mysteries. Brilliant starlight, at some unknown point, had invaded the space, continuously converging and sinking, transforming the deep and dark palace into an boundless wilderness. The Aman, maintaining his crow form, unhurriedly surveyed his surroundings, his tone barely concealing his curiosity as he asked, "Interesting, you swapped the positions of your avatar and main body. When did you complete it?" As he spoke, his figure also swelled, transforming into a mountain-sized being, wearing a black ancient wizard's robe and a matching pointed soft hat. One by one, the surrounding avatars transformed into pale white streams of light, re-entering his body, supplementing his power and bringing his state to its peak. The changes in the surroundings brought some reason back to the maddened Antigonus, who spoke with a somewhat rusty difficulty, "Knowledge. More." Neither Leyton nor Aman paid any attention to this half-fool who had just emerged from slumber. Vaguely, they even reached a consensus: kill Antigonus first. One wanted him to be reborn elsewhere, completely free from the Evernight goddess, while the other wanted to resolve the partial consciousness of Celestial Worthy's revival and press Celestial Worthy's coffin more firmly shut. After a silent standoff of 1 second, Aman and Leyton tacitly turned and simultaneously looked at Antigonus. An extreme premonition of danger instantly brought Antigonus back to his senses, and he simultaneously prepared to resist. "I wish." His wish was not yet finished when he paused, having forgotten what he was about to say. The next second, countless complex and useless knowledge exploded in his mind, as if to burst every worm of spirit on him. Antigonus's body instantly exploded, transforming into a deep, dark vortex of worms composed of countless slippery tentacles. One tentacle after another frantically extended outwards, striking at Leyton and Aman. At the same time, some tentacles reached into the historical void, dragging out 3 projections from history. One of them had a beautiful face, close to that of a female human, but 2 beast legs grew from her ribs and waist, covered in short, thick black fur, and black ribbons encircled her body, like extending tentacles. She was the daughter of the Annihilation demonic wolf, Antigonus's sister, the mother of the sky once worshipped by the nation of the Evernight. Another was an elderly man in a deep black robe, with facial features resembling those of a southern continent person, who was also Underworld Emperor Salinger from the Annihilation demonic wolf's time as a subsidiary god. The last one was a man appearing to be around 30 years old, with long brown hair, chiseled features, firm and resolute lips, a high-bridged nose, and azure eyes filled with madness and cruelty. He was the highest in status and had the strongest aura among the 3 historical projections, a king of angels who had already mastered 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, and also, Prince of Abolition, Alista Tutor. As soon as these 3 figures were dragged out of the historical void by the transparent, slippery tentacles, a bell rang across the wilderness. An indescribable, invisible torrent seemed to traverse long history, instantly engulfing the surroundings, stealing away the duration of the historical projections. The figures of the Mother of the Sky, Salinger, and Alista Tutor vanished the moment they appeared. Aman raised his hand, pressing the monocle at his right eye, and said with a hint of mockery, "Thousands of years have passed, and your methods are still these. You haven't made any progress." He's been dreaming for the past 1,000 years. If he could still make progress, then you wouldn't be facing Antigonus, but the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Leyton casually interjected. As he spoke, his figure became illusory, as if he didn't exist at all, and even his spirit body threads became illusory, breaking free from Antigonus's control. His state restored, Leyton caused a complex and illusory symbol to condense within each of the eyes that had grown around him. At this instant, a terrifying, torrent-like information storm of immense complexity formed, encompassing Antigonus and Aman, assaulting every worm of spirit and worm of time with complex and useless knowledge, preventing them from effective thought and reaction. After Aman and Antigonus briefly fell into a state of rigidity, Leyton pushed his right hand, adorned with a mechanical glove, forward, causing a hazy glow to emanate around him, a glow that was neither brilliant nor clear, devoid of any color, seemingly composed of a vast quantity of illusory things. These lights instantly enveloped Aman and Antigonus, rapidly eroding their bodies, intending to reduce their matter to its most basic particulate structure. The moment the hazy glow approached him, Aman reacted, instantly stealing his own position and vanishing from the spot. He seemed to have been prepared for Leyton's methods, having already prepared a means to steal away negative effects on himself. Amon, reappearing in another direction not far away, reached out and grabbed Antigonus, once, twice, thrice. Antigonus, who had just broken free from the influence of the information storm, fell into a dazed state again. Thoughts disappeared the moment they appeared in his mind, causing him to stand there blankly, unable to make any reaction. In less than 2 seconds, Antigonus's body was completely decomposed, turning into its most basic particulate structure, losing its life. A king of angels who had mastered the uniqueness, known as a half-fool, Antigonus, was killed less than a minute after waking up. With Antigonus temporarily offline, Leyton and Amon confronted each other again. Amon tilted his head, glancing at the eyes that had, at some unknown point, tightly surrounded him, and chuckled. Our cooperation just now was very pleasant. Leyton nodded, then said, but it ends here. No sooner had he spoken than each eye around him lit up with deep blue, almost purple, brilliance, unleashing an exaggeratedly terrifying information storm around them. As if all the information and knowledge in the world had converged, this information storm solidified into tangible light, impossible to evade or resist. Amon raised his hand and pressed his monocle. His body became illusory, as if the very concept of his existence had been stolen, and no matter how the information storm disturbed, it could not touch him. I happen to have a new experiment. Muttering with interest, Amon's figure decomposed into streaks of pale white light, merging into the surrounding turbulent information storm. A divine kingdom full of errors appeared and enveloped the surroundings, disguising itself as part of countless pieces of information, hiding within the projected wilderness. At this instant, Leyton felt his control over information and knowledge slipping, becoming sluggish and erroneous. A bit interesting, as expected of the embodiment of all errors. But the existence of such loopholes and errors is truly annoying. The logical chaos and contradictions go against the rigor of knowledge, which I dislike very much. As he spoke, starlight continuously flowed within his eyes, transforming into various symbols, imbuing abstract knowledge with tangible power. The turbulent information storm around them became even more terrifying, constantly separating and rejoining, condensing into various forms. Illusory hats, strange balls of yarn, struck matches, dark ancient horns, spears of ancient design, burning with clusters and specks of blood-red dark light from tip to hilt. They seemed to come alive, automatically locking onto the worm of times that had disguised themselves as information streams in the surroundings, launching attacks against them. A tearing, illusory sound suddenly echoed, and silver-white light pierced the deep sky, illuminating the entire wilderness. Streaks of silver-white lightning snakes then shot out, carrying an intensely tangible aura of tyranny and destruction, densely striking downwards, enveloping the entire wilderness projected by Leyton, and simultaneously erupting into a powerful electromagnetic storm, destroying all information structures. The wilderness, evolved from information, crumbled inch by inch in the silver-white lightning. The trapped Amon also seized this opportunity, using the rules of deception to steal his position and mode of existence, moving away from the Hornaces Mountains. As Amon left, the silver-white lightning and floating starlight simultaneously receded. On the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, except for the disappearance of the original ancient and magnificent palace, everything else remained as it was before, as if nothing had changed. In Utopia, Abomination Sua appeared, tracing the aura of the Mother Tree of Desire. Before he could make a move, the surroundings suddenly darkened, not the dimness of light disappearing, but rather that he was silently dragged into the shadows of order, losing all interaction with the real world. The Utopia in reality fell into a silent stillness. Whether it was outsiders, Klein's marionettes, or the insects already present there, all were fixed in place, repelled and polluted by the underlying rules of this place. A crow with black feathers suddenly fell from the rooftop. Transparent worms continuously crawled out of its eyes, mouth, and other places, trying to escape, but always struggling to overcome the suppression of the rules. Silently, the crow's figure distorted, transforming into an old man wearing a black hooded robe, with long, dense white whiskers around his mouth and face. Zeridal, the leader of the secret order, his main body and marionette had their positions swapped. Chapter 749, KWM Chapter 744, The Attendant of Mysteries. Zeridal was only briefly confused before quickly realizing what was happening and swapping places with his puppet. His figure flickered for a moment, then reappeared in its original spot. His process of swapping places with the puppet was distorted, its destination modified, sending him back to the starting point. Roselle, Zeridal murmured softly, his figure vanishing directly into the historical fog. Roselle, now a true god, was not someone he could contend with. The best course of action was to hide in the historical fog and await the outcome of the clash between the true creator and them. Amidst his racing thoughts, Zeridal suddenly paused. He felt the aura of Sapphira Castle, stronger than before, infinitely close to that of a true god. The seer's dangerous intuition erupted completely at this moment. Without thinking, Zeridal rapidly burrowed deeper into the historical fog. A secret history known only to him was his best hiding place now. Zeridal transformed into countless worms of spirit, frantically surging towards a brightened spot deep within the historical fog. The moment he approached that historical light spot, a hound of Fulgrim, covered in black fur like it was wearing a black cloak, ran out of the light spot. It roared upwards, as if transmitting a signal. Countless slimy tentacles stretched out from the surrounding historical fog, firmly sealing off this historical area. Almost in the next second, a slowly rotating, deep and obscure worm of spirit vortex descended behind Zeradal. Without the slightest hesitation, Zeradal chose to exit the historical fog and return to Utopia in reality. I wish to leave here. The moment he returned to reality, Zeradal used his method of making a wish to himself and responding to himself to leave Utopia. In Civilaus County, on the coast of Mid-Seashire, Zeradal's figure appeared out of thin air in a dense thicket. Zeradal's face instantly turned pale. This was not his preselected destination, his wish had been distorted. Before he could react, a large amount of complex, useless knowledge flooded his mind, causing every worm of spirit on his body to swell as if they would explode at any moment. In this state, his body became stiff, his thoughts sluggish, making it difficult to think or move. Klein, who had been waiting there, transformed into a deep and obscure worm of spirit vortex, from which countless slimy tentacles emerged. He magnified the convergence effect between Beyonder characteristics to its extreme. Countless transparent worms of spirit drilled out of Zeradal, turning into streaks of grayish-white light points, merging into the deep and obscure worm of spirit vortex. Whenever Zeradal tried to resist, countless complex and useless knowledge would pour into his mind, making it difficult for him to even form the thought of resistance. Within a few seconds, Zeradal's figure completely vanished from this world. At the same time, in northern Intis, Lone, and Faysac, near Mid-Seashire, crows, fishermen, and sailors fell silently, their bodies rapidly decaying, as if they had been dead for a long time. Having absorbed all the characteristics from Zeradal, the deep and obscure worm of spirit vortex seemed to suffer from indigestion, wriggling with difficulty and changing into various shapes. Leyton's historical projection, standing beside it, lost its support and instantly disappeared. After about 10 minutes, the struggling worm of spirit vortex seemed to finally regain its balance, recondensing into Klein's figure. His eyes held an unconcealed madness and indifference as he glanced at the spot where Zeradal had disappeared, muttering to himself. One miracle invoker characteristic is missing. It seems he still has a resurrection trump card. Then, looking towards Utopia, Klein returned directly to the grey fog. The sea god scepter spontaneously flew into his hand, radiating pure light. Above Utopia, streaks of silver-white lightning appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire city like a torrential downpour. In less than a minute, this town located on the Mid-Seashire coast was completely erased, as if it had never existed. As for the outsiders he had brought to Utopia, they had already been sent back to their original locations, and this period of memory had been erased. To the outside world, they had only been missing for a period of time and lost the memory of that time. There would be no other problems, except for Daryl, who was influenced by the true creator. He had completely disappeared. Setting down the sea god scepter, Klein sat back in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, letting out a long breath. From everything that had happened until now, only about 10 minutes had passed. Collecting his scattered thoughts, he finally had the energy to check his current state. Although I have only accommodated one attendant of Mystery's characteristic, with the blessing of Sapphira Castle, both my status and strength have surpassed Sequence 1 angels, reaching the level of King of Angels, and the most top-tier kind, a King of Angels among King of Angels. I am on the same level as Sasra was back then, having accommodated 2 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, plus the Sapphira he controlled. In this state, I finally have some confidence to contend with Amon. After muttering a few words, he reached into the historical gap and pulled out the historical projections of Leyton and Roselle, their historical projections from before they became gods. As soon as the historical projections appeared, Leyton and Roselle each projected their consciousness over using their respective methods. It seems you have succeeded. Roselle looked at Klein, whose aura was stronger and colder, and nodded, then murmured to himself as if with some feelings. My guess was indeed correct. Although that genie is trapped in the lamp and its influence on the outside world is limited, the power it can display still exceeds most Sequence 1 angels. Klein nodded calmly, then casually asked, "You two seem to have foreseen this scene long ago." Roselle chuckled and nodded. The true creator did not hide too much. It was difficult for us not to notice the coincidences and anomalies happening around us. Based on our respective goals, we reached an unspoken understanding without communicating, shifting our focus to Antigonus, who was sealed by the Evernight goddess. This was Zeradal's opportunity, and yours as well. Klein nodded in sudden understanding, saying, because of the genie's status, he is a variable that the true creator cannot predict. He paused, then asked, what happened in the Hornaces Mountains? Leyton leaned back against the chair, saying calmly. Simply put, Antigonus woke up, then was killed, and now he has been reborn, free from his madness, and has concealment himself with his characteristics and uniqueness. Next, it's a race between you and Amon to see who finds him first and takes the uniqueness and the last attendant of Mystery's characteristic from him. You can seek help from the Evernight goddess. She knows the demonic wolf best, and she is also the mother of concealment. Very few secrets in this world can be hidden from her. I understand. Klein sighed and nodded. With things having developed to this point, it was becoming increasingly chaotic. A tenant of mysteries who wanted to fully hide himself would not be so easy to find. In the prayer hall of St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlund, after the exchange, Klein's figure appeared silently, without attracting anyone's attention. He walked past the crowd, went to the Evernight Goddess holy emblem on the front table, found an empty chair, sat down, and began to pray softly. Unbeknownst to him, the surroundings became unusually quiet. There was no sound of worshippers moving in the hall, nor any soft prayers. The air was filled with the scent of night jasmine and moonflower. Klein was moved and looked up, opening his eyes. He had unknowingly entered a dream and arrived at a vast grassland covered with night jasmine and moonflower. Directly in front of him stood a lady in a black classical long dress, her head resting on the moon. Her clothes were layered but not intricate, embedded with specks of starlight, like the night sky. Her body was somewhat ethereal, with signs of ripples spreading outwards. Her face seemed to be covered by layers of thin veil, hazy yet exceptionally beautiful. Klein was slightly stunned. This was his first time seeing the Evernight Goddess, even in a dream, but at their level, dreams were no longer entirely illusory. Klein was still thinking about how to speak when the Evernight Goddess's soft voice, tinged with tranquility, echoed. Antigonus has grasped the fool's uniqueness. In some aspects, he is almost a deity, capable of traversing various real or conceptual gaps. Even I find it difficult to track down secrets related to him. After dying once, he broke free from the slumber I created, and at the same time, he broke free from his own madness. This is not entirely a bad thing for you. Now, the characteristics on him are relatively safe. They no longer carry the will of that celestial worthy waking up, and will no longer add to your burden, but you need to find him, defeat him, or persuade him. Persuade. Klein chewed on the Evernight Goddess's choice of words, then asked with some confusion. Are you saying Antigonus might give up his contention for the fool, for the position of Lord of the Mysteries? The Evernight Goddess's soft voice echoed around them. He is not a very ambitious person. Compared to those former demon wolves, he prefers quietness, preferring to stay in his puppet city. Klein nodded, then continued to ask, where should I go to find him? And if I find him, what should I do? The Evernight Goddess replied very calmly. You are better at finding his traces than I am. If you are confident you can find him, first go to Calderon City deep in the spirit world depths and retrieve some water from the river of eternal darkness. I can create a sufficiently solid dream to allow you to avoid the gazes of Amon and the true creator, and negotiate or contend in the dream. Chapter 750, KWM Chapter 745 Monday. Around 3 in the afternoon, within the grey fog, in the ancient palace that seemed to be a giant's dwelling and remained eternally unchanged, Klein was already seated in his usual spot. To the left of the mottled long table sat the projections of Leyton and Roselle, which he had retrieved from the historical void. Klein looked at Roselle, somewhat speechless. Roselle smiled at him, wearing an expression that said, I like to join in the fun. I was once a core member of the Twilight Hermit Order, after all. Now that I've switched to your tarot club, shouldn't I be your honored guest? You just want to play. Klein expressionlessly exposed Roselle's excuse, but he didn't refuse. After all, there was already one fellow who regularly sat there as a spectator, so one more wouldn't hurt. Mind your image, don't scare them. After cautioning Roselle, Klein extended his spirituality and, through the illusory stars above the grey fog, pulled the members of the tarot club up together. Crimson rays of light ascended on both sides of the mottled long table, quickly contracting and condensing into blurred figures. Appearing with them was the world, who sat at the very end of the mottled long table. He appeared silently, sitting there in a quiet, reserved manner, easily overlooked if one wasn't paying attention. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Justice Audrey, as always, was the first to rise and bow to the fool at the head of the table. During this process, she noticed some changes in the seating arrangement at the tarot club and an additional new member. Mr. Tower and the new member were moved to the very edge, to the right of Mr. World. Was there any deeper meaning to this? This was the first time the seating had changed at the tarot club. Also, the new member's posture was very relaxed, even a bit casual, giving the impression of a lack of necessary reverence and respect. The other members of the tarot club also noticed the changes in seating and the new member. Moon, Sun, Star, and other members merely glanced, then dismissed the seating changes from their minds, focusing on observing the new member. The remaining members, Hermit, Hanged Man, and Magician, thought more deeply. A new member. Why do I feel a bit familiar, and my clairvoyance intuition has produced a certain degree of warning. The other party is extremely dangerous, even just observing them. The hermit, Katlia, lowered her head, only glancing at the new member from the corner of her eye. Noticing the gazes of the members of the tarot club, Klein leaned back leisurely in his chair and raised a hand in Roselle's direction, saying, "This is Emperor. The members of the tarot club nodded in greeting to the new member, Emperor Roselle. After greeting Mr. Fool, they greeted each other and stated their respective code names before moving into the formal session of the tarot club. The members of the tarot club exchanged glances. No one spoke first, as if with the elevation of their sequences, everyone had fewer major demands. After a brief silence, Justice Audrey raised a hand and said, "Everyone, does anyone know the Dreamweaver potion formula, or have any relevant clues?" This isn't urgent. I also need a dream catcher's heart, a crystal of mind phantom, or a complete brain of an adult mind dragon. The latter were the main ingredients for the Dreamwalker, which she was preparing for Susie. Of course, she wasn't in a hurry for this. Susie's hypnotist potion hadn't been fully digested yet, and as a dog, it lacked necessary opportunities for acting. Leyton raised a hand, responding to Justice Audrey's request. "I can help you inquire, if he is willing to separate out the extra beyonder characteristics." Mr. Tower knows an angel in the mind domain. As this thought flickered, Justice Audrey smiled politely and nodded, saying, "Okay, thank you." As Justice Audrey's request concluded, the Tarot Club fell into a brief silence again. Then, Klein manipulated his alternate account, the World, to raise a hand and say, "Everyone, I have a commission for everyone." Judgment Zio, who was a bit short on money recently, immediately asked, "What commission?" "Gather information from your vicinity. Help me pay attention to whether there are large-scale disappearances or deaths of normally unnoticed creatures such as insects, crows, or even vagrants in any particular area. Once discovered, do not investigate. Immediately distance yourselves and pray to Mr. Fool, relaying the specific situation to me. You can also delegate this task to your subordinate forces, but be careful not to make a fuss or leak any information." The World Gehrman Sparrow meticulously described his request. After hearing his explanation, everyone except Leyton and Roselle fell into a brief state of confusion. The Hermit, Katlia and Chariot Anderson, who had some understanding of the seer pathway, simultaneously thought of something. They almost simultaneously looked at the World at the very end of the mottled long table, exclaiming in synchronized astonishment. "Are you tracking Zeridol? Or other high-ranking members of the Secret Order?" The World Gehrman Sparrow slowly shook his head and said, "Neither. Zeridol has already fallen. Although he most likely has a contingency plan for resurrection, he won't be appearing again anytime soon. I am searching for Antigonus. This king of angels, active in the fourth epoch, has broken free from the seal and, after dying once, has escaped madness. Now he has left the nation of the Evernight and is hidden somewhere unknown. This commission might be very dangerous. Antigonus is a sequence one of the seer pathway. He has exceptionally keen intuition. If you are concerned about safety, you can abandon this commission. Zeridol is dead. If I remember correctly, Zeridol was already a sequence 1 angel, right? He actually died without a sound." The Hermit, Katlia, widened her eyes slightly, feeling somewhat caught off guard by this news. Calming her emotions, she began to let her thoughts wander, pondering the truth about Zeridol's death. Perhaps the battle took place in a domain I couldn't observe, or perhaps Mr. Fool personally intervened and ended the battle quickly, so much so that not a single sound was made, and no one detected it. If that's truly the case, does this mean Mr. Fool has recovered to the level of a true god? As thoughts flickered, the Hermit, Katlia, buried her head even lower, yet couldn't resist wanting to glance at Mr. Fool's reaction at the head of the table. Justice Audrey noticed the Hermit, Katlia's reaction. Following her gaze, she thoughtfully looked at Mr. Fool, who was enveloped in the grey fog. Thoughts spread in her mind, finally looking at the World at the very end of the table, and gently nodded, saying, "I can try. I can use the sea of collective subconscious to indirectly observe if there are any abnormalities in my surrounding area." Son Derek nodded in quick succession, saying, "I will also try to search for such abnormalities around me." Moon Emlyn pondered and said, "I can also try. As darlings of the moon, we sanguine are relatively sensitive to changes in surrounding life. Even if that king of angels who survived from the fourth epoch discovers something, he will only silently leave and not do anything to me. Life belongs to the mother goddess's domain, it's perfectly normal for me to observe these things." As Moon Emlyn's words fell, the other members of the Tarot Club also accepted this task for their respective reasons. After a brief silence, the Fool, Klein, announced the start of the free exchange session. Chariot Anderson spoke with some eagerness, "Everyone, if I want to hunt a war bishop, do you have any suggestions?" "Suggestions? My suggestion is to shut their mouths, otherwise, before you start fighting, you might have to engage in an uncivilized cursing match." Klein leaned back in the high-back chair at the head of the table, internally retorting in his mind. His rich mental activity helped him maintain a subtle mental balance. The new member, Emperor Roselle, who had been silent, interjected with great interest in this topic. "You can go hunt those lunatics from the Iron-Blooded Knight Order. Coincidentally, Intis's defeat a while ago dealt them a considerable blow. Under the instigation and influence of Sauron Einhorn Medici, they have already abandoned their faith in the true creator. You won't be in any danger hunting them, provided, of course, that you can defeat them." Sauron Einhorn Medici, Anderson chewed on the cumbersome name, his expression momentarily odd. A king of angels active on the surface. Many times, they are more dangerous than the high and mighty gods, because provoking them will truly result in them appearing before you to deal with you. However, I am only a sequence 4 iron-blooded knight, it shouldn't be enough to warrant a king of angels personally intervening. As thoughts flickered, he turned his head to look at Emperor Roselle and asked in a deep voice, "Are there any enemies or people you dislike in the iron-blooded knight order?" "They are not worthy." Roselle snorted disdainfully. "Confidence, or arrogance? This emperor's identity seems quite unusual." Hangman Alger heard this and once again turned to look at Emperor Roselle, who was several seats away from him. Roselle's answer made Anderson pause slightly. He had originally thought that if the other party could give a specific answer, he could reach some cooperation with them, adding some extra helpers for himself. Since Chariot Anderson didn't have much information at the moment, after a brief discussion, everyone ended the topic. Chapter 751, KWM Chapter 746, Nation of the Evernight. After everyone shared some of their experiences, it was soon the turn of Star Leonard to speak. He let out a long breath, then leaned back against the chair, looked at the world at the very bottom, and said in a deep tone, "Amon has become the error. Error?" Justice Audrey asked the question shared by most people. This is the name of the sequence 0 of the Marauder pathway. In addition to error, Amon may also have grasped the authority of the door pathway. He will become a true god who occupies 2 pathways. The World Gehrman Sparrow spoke up to answer everyone's confusion. The Tarot Club fell silent again, so quiet that even the sound of swallowing could be heard nearby. After a wordless silence, Klein, manipulating the alternate account, the world, continued, "You don't need to worry too much. Before he achieves his goal, he basically won't do anything too eye-catching and won't affect your lives, just like the 7 deities of the past, merely existing." Does that mean Amon might do things that affect our lives after achieving his goal? The members of the Tarot Club looked at each other for a while, trying to digest the news that Amon would become a true god of 2 pathways. After a period of silence, Chariot Anderson was the first to speak, sighing in a joking tone, "The past week has been truly exciting. Unfortunately, most of us couldn't even get into the audience seats." The World Gehrman Sparrow replied with some emotion, "This is not a bad thing. The more you know, the more you bear, the more danger there is." Chariot Anderson shook his head and said, "But at least I know why I live and why I die, instead of falling in a sudden war or a disaster that erupted for no reason. Ever since I became an iron-blooded knight, I've suddenly had many feelings I never had before. I've found that I always seem to be actively or passively involved in chaos and conflict, and because of this, I've seen many innocent people fall in the midst of turmoil." Leyton turned his head to look at Anderson, finding his expression a bit solemn, as if he was truly sighing and questioning from the bottom of his heart. After a moment of thought, he interjected, "This is unavoidable. The Red Priest pathway represents chaos, disaster, and war. As your sequence increases, you will inevitably lean towards this direction, attracting disaster while being attracted by disaster. Frequent exposure to war and various disasters can easily leave some after effects. Perhaps you need a psychiatrist's guidance." Justice Audrey continued Leyton's words, saying, "Mr. Tower is right, especially in this world with various beyonder powers. Battlefields are excellent breeding grounds for mental plague." As a manipulator, she naturally also noticed the problems appearing on Chariot Anderson. As a fellow Tarot Club member, she still hoped he would take it seriously and find a qualified psychiatrist as soon as possible to resolve the underlying psychological issues. Anderson nodded lightly and sighed, "I understand. Once I finish reading the books in my room, I'll go to the Archbishop I know and ask him to give me some psychological counseling." Audrey was slightly puzzled, not understanding the connection between reading and seeking help for psychological problems, but seeing Chariot Anderson's helpless but calm expression, she did not voice her question. After a period of discussion, this week's Tarot Club came to an end. After everyone stood up and bowed, streaks of crimson light rose, dissolving the blurred figures in the palace, leaving only Klein and the projection he pulled from the crack in history. At this moment, Klein's figure suddenly changed. His body was once again enveloped in a thin layer of grey fog, and he seemed to be wearing a dark, ancient robe, appearing mysterious and eerie. Transparent, slimy tentacles extended from beneath the robe, lashing wildly at the surroundings. Leyton and Roselle exchanged glances, neither speaking, sitting quietly in their seats, their bodies inexplicably ethereal, as if they didn't exist, unable to be touched by those tentacles. About 10 seconds later, all anomalies disappeared. The grey fog enveloping Klein and the black ancient robe extending from his body vanished. The wildly flailing slimy tentacles transformed into worms of spirit and returned to his body. Letting out a long breath, Klein looked at Leyton and Roselle and said, "The Attendant of Mysteries characteristic aggregated by Sapphira Castle has some problems. The mental imprint belonging to Celestial Worthy inside is particularly active. If I hadn't been prepared, immediately retrieving Zeradal's characteristic and retaining his mental imprint the moment I became an Attendant of Mysteries, and if the World Gehrman Sparrow hadn't consistently played the role of an Attendant of Mysteries, I would have lost control during my advancement." He paused, then asked with some curiosity, "You two must also have times when you're difficult to control and go crazy. How do you usually get through it?" Leyton's ethereal figure solidified again, and he casually replied, as an information creature, I can merge with the information of this world. Even if I go mad, no one will notice. Plus, I have enough data backups to adjust my state immediately. However, from a certain perspective, I am always going mad, it's just that the mad part of the information is suppressed by me, making it difficult to reveal. This is a peculiarity of information creatures. The side effect of doing this is that my state always remains at a mediocre level. Roselle shrugged, then said, lock myself in the divine kingdom and go mad. Anyway, I won't go mad in front of others like you, that would make me feel socially dead. Klein expressed his speechlessness with his expression at that moment. After 2 seconds of wordless silence, he casually found a topic and asked Roselle, is participating in the tarot club fun? The latter leaned back against the chair, one hand rubbing his chin, saying, it's somewhat similar to Adam's Twilight Hermit Order, but the atmosphere is more relaxed. You're even commenting and complaining. Klein coughed lightly, pulling the topic back. Do you have any way to find Antigonus's whereabouts? No way. Leyton shook his head, then added, if he were an angel of other pathways, or if he hadn't yet grasped the uniqueness, I could find him by screening all the information in the world. But an attendant of mysteries who has already grasped the fool's uniqueness, I cannot find him by relying on information screening. Roselle nodded in agreement, saying, similarly, he can fool the rules and travel through various real or conceptual gaps. I cannot find him by distorting and utilizing rules, unless I can grasp the nation of disorder and become the embodiment of all order. Klein sighed. Although these answers were within his expectations, he still felt a bit helpless when he heard them. I tried to find him by relying on Sapphira Castle's convergence effect on this pathway, but found no clues either. After a moment of thought, Leyton spoke up to remind him, perhaps you can try looking in the historical fog, the nation of the Evernight of the 4th epoch or even the 3rd epoch, the era when the ancient gods were active in the 2nd epoch. This era no longer has the people and things he cherishes, nor does it have an anchor. As a scholar of yore, revisiting past beautiful memories in history is also a way to strengthen one's humanity. Klein's eyes lit up. Putting himself in his shoes, he thought this was very possible, just like when he became a scholar of yore and had abundant spirituality, he immediately went to the outer deity era before the 1st epoch. In the Backland Westborough, beneath St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard sat in his office, recounting the news he heard at the Tarot Club to Palez, who was parasitic within him. It wasn't until he had been silent for a while that Palez sighed, I probably understand. It should be that the previous fool, after recovering to a power level close to a true god, directly sought out Zeradal and took his characteristic. But at the same time, Amon got ahead of him and went to the Hornacis Mountains to awaken or directly kill Antigonus. And Antigonus, relying on his ability to resurrect, escaped his mad state and left the nation of the Evernight, which was sealed by Evernight goddess. This era no longer has an anchor for Antigonus. Relying solely on marionettes will eventually lead to problems. Perhaps it won't be long before Antigonus goes mad again and exposes himself. By then, the most intense conflict will break out between the fool and Amon. Leonard's expression was blank inside. Before the old man explained, he had not thought of so many things at all. After a moment of silence, he murmured, Amon helped Antigonus to prevent Mr. Fool from retrieving his characteristics and authority. Then, between him and Mr. Fool, who do you think will win the struggle? Palez snorted impatiently, what else? He has already obtained the authority of Dor. If he risks integrating the authority of Fool again, he will only lose control the moment he succeeds. As for who will be the final victor, no one knows before the outcome is revealed. This is not just a struggle between them, but perhaps also a struggle between the outer deities of the astral world and the true creator. In a fragment of history from the 3rd epoch, Klein, relying on the true history he obtained from Evernight goddess, finally illuminated this area. He passed through the thick historical fog and arrived at the nation of the Evernight of the 3rd epoch. As soon as he entered, he saw Antigonus, the young son of the demonic wolf, now the half-fool. He sat quietly on a large rock, like a passerby, an observer, silently watching the static bits and pieces in this historical light spot. Chapter 752, KWM Chapter 747 Antigonus Proposal. The historical light and shadow paused at a certain moment in the past, the sunlight, the air, and even the puppets in the city all solidified, their colors appearing dim. In front of Antigonus sat a woman on the grass. She had a beautiful face, but 2 beast legs, covered in short, coarse black fur, grew from her ribs and waist. Around her floated strands of black ribbons, like tentacles extending from her body. She sat there very quietly, enveloped in the deep night, with little expression on her face, like a delicate puppet devoid of emotion. Klein's gaze lingered on her, past memories flooded his mind. He had seen her, more than once, and had even summoned her, no, it should be her historical projection. 0 to 17, the vessel the goddess used for her descent before. It seemed Antigonus and her sister had a very good relationship, as at such a time, the first thing he thought of was to come and see her. Antigonus did not turn back, speaking with an indescribable sense of vicissitudes in his tone. You arrived quicker than I expected, controller of the Sapphira Castle. You knew I would come into the historical fog to find you. Then why didn't you leave earlier? Even with the uniqueness under your control, facing me, you still stand little chance of winning under the suppression of the Sapphire Castle. Klein looked at Antigonus with a slight hint of confusion and asked. For a moment, he suspected this historical light spot was a trap, but this was merely an unchangeable objective history. What kind of trap could there be? Antigonus rose from the boulder and turned to look at Klein. Only then did Klein finally get a clear look at this ancient god's young son who had survived since the second epoch. His figure solidified and blurred intermittently, as if he were wearing a mysterious, classical black robe and a hood that obscured his face, enveloped in a faint, grayish-white mist. Such changes appeared alternately, their frequency gradually slowing. And whenever such a change occurred, slimy tentacles with strange patterns extended from beneath Antigonus. After a while, his figure finally stabilized, revealing his true appearance. His dark eyes held an indescribable sense of ancientness, yet his face looked quite young, with well-defined features. Tufts of coarse, black short hair, like wolf's fur, grew on his cheeks, and his long hair was half white, half hidden and half visible, giving him a contradictory feeling of being both ancient and youthful, rational and mad. Klein asked with some confusion, "Didn't you already escape madness? Why are you still like this?" "I did escape madness, but that doesn't mean the problems with my body are completely solved. It's like a leaky bucket, being resurrected only refilled the bucket with water, but the cracks still remain, and the leaking continues. Moreover, there are almost no traces of me left in this era. No one remembers me, and without an anchor, it's very difficult for me to stabilize my mental state. And I have no chance to re-establish faith. Whether it's you, or Amon, or Amnesis and the true creator, as long as I expose even a slight trace, you will find me by following the clues. I've gathered some information during this time and generally know what the situation is now. I don't think I still have a chance to compete with you for that position. Whether it's allies or my own state, I'm too far behind." Antigonus's tone was neither agitated nor suppressed, instead, it carried a sense of freedom and ease, answering Klein's questions as if chatting with an old friend. Klein listened calmly, without interrupting. After a long while, Antigonus finally stopped his rambling words. All the transparent, slimy tentacles extending from beneath his robe retracted, and the faint mist surrounding him also vanished. Only a black, classical long robe remained draped over him, and a strange, cold, illusory mask with blank features that he held in his hand. His gaze lingered on the ethereal mask in his hand for a moment, then he suddenly sighed and threw it to Klein. "This is my father's relic. You can take it directly. If you successfully accommodate it, I will give you the last portion of the Attendant of Mysteries characteristics. Conversely, if you fail, I will silently replace you by relying on my connection with the uniqueness, becoming the new master of the Sapphire Castle. This is a struggle belonging to the fool, other existences can hardly intervene, nor can they offer you much help. How about it? Do you dare to gamble with me?" Klein instinctively reached out and caught the mask. It felt cold to the touch and had no weight at all, as if it were not a physical object. Antigonus's proposal was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. After his conversation with the Evernight goddess, he had a premonition that he would be able to find Antigonus very easily and persuade him without much effort. After 2 seconds of silence, he chuckled. With the Sapphire Castle under my control, the greatest advantage is mine. Why would I risk gambling with you? Gambling is not a good habit. However, I accept your proposal. I am not Amon, I don't like playing cat and mouse games. As an Attendant of Mysteries, you should still have 3 resurrection chances. If we don't make a change, we could even be in a stalemate until the apocalypse arrives, which is not something I wish to see. At least in my opinion, both you and I are more suitable than Amon to become the Lord of the Mysteries. Antigonus nodded expressionlessly and said, I will wait for you in the nation of the Evernight. Out of courtesy, I should wish you success, but I am actually not very willing to see such a scene, so, let's leave it at that. I will not give you too much time. While you attempt to accommodate the uniqueness, I will also try to turn you into a puppet. As his words fell, Antigonus's figure gradually became transparent, disappearing from this historical light spot and leaving the historical fog. Looking at the spot where Antigonus had left, Klein chuckled softly and looked beyond this historical light spot, saying, He seems to have deliberately waited for me here, don't you think? Outside the light spot, streaks of civilization's light bloomed from the mist, constantly intertwining and outlining Leyton's figure. He lowered his head and met Klein's gaze, who was within history, calmly replying, Perhaps, perhaps not. But he made the most advantageous decision for himself, giving himself a chance to pursue the position of Lord of the Mysteries. Although it will most likely fail, it's better than a direct conflict and then being devoured by you or Amon. As long as he prepares in advance, he can continue to exist as a miracle invoker. Within that illuminated historical light spot, Klein's figure quietly emerged. He looked at this history belonging to the third epoch and sighed. This is also most advantageous for me, no direct battle, no attracting the attention of Amon and the true creator. Next, I need to consider accommodating the uniqueness. Do you have any suggestions? Leyton pondered and replied. A simplified version of the advancement ritual can help accommodate the uniqueness, or you can find a way to complete a full advancement ritual. After accommodating the uniqueness, directly gather that last portion of the attendant of mystery's characteristics to become the true fool. Fooling time is very difficult. What has already happened cannot be changed, and the authority over time belongs to Amon. You can only find a way through history and fate. Klein nodded. What he could think of was only the method Antigonus had once used. With the help of the Sapphira Castle, he could also steal fate, characteristics, and identity. After a moment of thought, he looked at Leyton and said, I plan to use Zeradal's identity. I still retain his spiritual imprint within that attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic. I can find a way to make him return, then replace him, becoming him. Leyton remained silent until the silver light in his eyes disappeared, then he nodded and responded. This is not enough for an advancement ritual, but it is sufficient just to accommodate the uniqueness. Klein nodded, then changed the subject and said, I plan to go to Calderon City in the spirit world depths to get some water from the river of eternal darkness, so the goddess can help me create a sufficiently solid dream. Leyton nodded gently, his figure blurring and disintegrating into streaks of colorless light, surging out of the historical fog. Klein was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised by Leyton's reaction. He had expected him to give some hints or warnings. Just left like that. Does he think the tributary in Calderon City poses no great danger to me? Or does he trust that I can handle it myself? Muttering to himself, Klein shook his head, his figure rapidly blurring into transparency, detaching from this historical fog and returning to the palace above the grey fog, preparing to head to Calderon to obtain the water from the river of eternal darkness. In the star realm, within an abstract, illusory kingdom embraced by countless branch-like colors. Streaks of civilizations, light separated from history and returned to Leyton's main body. He looked down at the milky white dice in his hand and chuckled softly. This is the best development. Compared to the other gods and those few Lord of the Mysteries candidates, we are more eager than them for someone to succeed and then unseal the western continent. The milky white dice in his hand weakly shook twice, landing with a 4 facing up. Dong dong, a somewhat illusory knocking sound suddenly echoed. As Leyton looked up, an illusory shadow appeared within this divine kingdom. Looking at Roselle, who had suddenly appeared, he clenched his right hand holding the dice and casually said, Since you knocked, why didn't you wait for me to say, come in? The knock was just a sign of my politeness. Since you didn't refuse, it means you agreed. As he spoke, Roselle reached out and pulled at the air, and an ornate high-backed chair appeared directly beneath him. Chapter 753, KWM Chapter 747.5, Cooperation. In the easternmost part of the forsaken land of the gods, endless grayish-white fog stretched into a magnificent wall, standing there in what seemed like eternal stillness. After an unknown amount of time, brilliant starlight broke through the seal of the dark, thick clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Star after star pressed lower and lower, shedding beam after beam of brilliance. They converged into a pure, clear ocean, completely dissolving the clouds and lightning in the sky. Dissolving along with them was the seal that existed on the forsaken land of the gods. As patches of starlight poured down, the forsaken land of the gods was no longer shrouded in darkness. The sky became clear and pure, and those monsters hidden in the dark retreated continuously, hiding into the shadows beneath the ruins. At the same time, shackles formed by a continuous convergence of strange golden runes fell from the brilliant cosmos, sinking into the dried riverbeds, the cracked ground, the towering mountain peaks. Silently and unsense-wise, the underlying rules of the entire forsaken land of the gods began to change. Danger was receding, and normal order was being born. Roselle utilized his authority to reconstruct a whole set of order suitable for human survival in the barren, deathly silent forsaken land of the gods. As the underlying rules underwent alterations, the residual auras and divine power of the forsaken land of the gods began to riot, instinctively resisting and attempting to re-maintain the order that belonged to them. Amon's figure quietly appeared in the forsaken land of the gods. He glanced at the twinkling cosmos above his head and asked as if talking to himself. Do you intend to treat this place as a new world to transfer the internal conflicts of various factions? While speaking, he raised his hand to pinch the monocle at the position of his right eye. The lens reflected a faint light. In the next instant, those erupting auras and divine powers simultaneously experienced various errors in concepts and rules. They either influenced and cancelled each other out, or were easily suppressed and shattered by the golden chains. Soon, under the melting of the starlight, the original seal placed on the forsaken land of the gods by the orthodox 7 gods completely vanished. Almost at the exact moment the seal disappeared, crimson moonlight broke through the blockade of the starlight, causing a deep red full moon to emerge in the sky. Influenced by the crimson moon, the residual forces and auras of the earth, moon, and prisoner pathways instantly came alive. They condensed physical bodies and turned into various strangely shaped monsters, becoming the tentacles of the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire, reaching deep into the world. In the shadows beneath the brilliant starlight, a scarlet glow bloomed, condensing into a tall, mountain-like figure who shouted in a deep voice. "Let there be light." Endless sunlight descended upon the forsaken land of the gods, illuminating the entire continent, purifying and melting all those monsters that had condensed physical bodies. Amon reached out to adjust his monocle and muttered quietly to himself. Monsters with physical bodies are much easier to deal with than those messy auras and divine powers. This light did not last for very long. In less than 10 seconds, all the light completely vanished. Disappearing along with it were the various monsters on the ground, as well as the strangely shaped plants. The stars twinkling in the sky rippled with rings of deep blue waves, quickly covering the crimson moon and obscuring the gaze cast by the cosmos. Amidst the brilliant starlight, Roselle sat on a high-backed chair formed by starlight and laughed heartily in a very venting manner. Haha, shutting the door on them right after using them. I wonder if the mother goddess of depravity and the mother tree of desire will curse you on the moon for being a scumbag. Leyton shook his head expressionlessly and said. They won't be angry, they will only want to have a bunch of children with you. Of course, you will be the one responsible for giving birth. He has already been to the moon before. Perhaps that Queen Mystic already has a bunch of younger brothers and sisters. Amon's figure quietly appeared to the side. He reached out and dragged the air, a high-backed chair condensed from starlight appeared behind him, and then vanished again. Roselle stared at Amon with a somewhat unfriendly expression and said, "Didn't your father teach you to respect your elders?" Amon scoffed disdainfully, "You should go ask him that question in person." "Oh, he's already here." As his words fell, a pitch-black shadow materialized out of thin air, surging upward like flowing water, condensing into a figure wearing a black cleric's robe. He turned his head to glance at Amon, shook his head slightly without much expression, and then looked at Leyton, saying, "I have foreseen some futures. Lifting the dangers and seals covering the forsaken land of the gods will allow this world to usher in an opportunity for booming development. This is more favorable for facing the upcoming apocalypse." Amon smiled disdainfully from the side and said, "Without becoming an angel, beyonders and ordinary people are no different in the face of the apocalypse. It's just a matter of dying a bit more tragically. Civilization is not your authority. Promoting the development of this world cannot be converted into your tangible strength. Right now, that the fool should have already found Antigonus and is fighting and slaughtering somewhere. If my luck is good enough, perhaps I can head straight over and pick up the Sapphire Castle and the fool's uniqueness." The true creator shook his head and sighed. "If there are no humans and no civilization left, then what meaning is there in my choice to guard this world?" Leyton smiled and chimed in, "Furthermore, the most important thing for you right now is to grasp the authority of Door. Otherwise, you won't even be able to touch the front gate of Sapphire Castle." Heh. Amon chuckled softly, and his figure subsequently disappeared into the starlight. The true creator glanced at the spot where Amon had vanished and said casually, "He is a born mythical creature and lacks normal anchors, so there are some deviations and deficiencies in his humanity. If it weren't for my relationship with Amon, I would be more willing to support that the fool. In a sense, we are all survivors who do not belong to this era." The words of the true creator caused the expression on Roselle's face to crack. With what seemed like helplessness and what seemed like a sigh, he spoke. "We have never left our hometown, yet we can never go back." Leyton leaned back against the high-backed chair formed by starlight, looked toward the true creator, and said with a smile, "That is why I prefer that the newly fused you be dominated by the true creator. If it were only Adam, who possesses only divinity, today's cooperation wouldn't have been negotiated successfully." The true creator shook his head slowly, his tone appearing rather calm. "God's status is higher than the demon of knowledge. The power accumulated by relying on civilization is not yet enough to bring about a qualitative change." Deep within the spirit world, the thin fog concealing Calderon City shook violently, but the commotion was covered up by the 7 pure lights at the highest point of the spirit world, making it impossible for any existence to perceive. Inside the fog, within a massive, bottomless pit, even the aura here became cold, gloomy, and decayed, feeling like a visual style from an ancient black and white silent movie. Above a straight, wide, illusory, and colorless river that flowed out from nothingness. Klein was wrapped in thick gray fog, floating above the river surface like a cocoon. In front of him, a giant bird surfaced from the water. Just the portion surfacing was already as tall as a mountain. The surface of this giant bird's body was covered with shattered feathers, feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns. The exposed areas were pitch black, rotten, and oozing yellowish pus. The giant bird's eyes looked as if they were cast from bronze, hiding layers upon layers of illusory doors inside, which was highly identifiable. The ancient death who opened up the underworld and a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, Greg Race. At the exact moment Klein and Greg Race made eye contact, a burst of light erupted from within the bronze eyes of this ancient death, enveloping the underworld emperor, Salinger, who was wandering along the edge of the riverbank. With the help of Sapphira Castle, he used one fooling and one grafting, causing the target of Grigre's attack to switch to Salinger. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to fetch a small amount of river water using the bird-shaped gold accessory, then directly returned to Sapphira Castle to cleanse the aura of the river of eternal darkness stained on his body. Glancing at the illusory, pitch-black river water contained within the bird-shaped gold accessory, Klein let out a long breath. With the help of Sapphira Castle, taking river water from the river of eternal darkness is indeed not as difficult as imagined. After adjusting his state, he returned directly to reality and delivered the water from the river of eternal darkness to the Evernight goddess through a sacrificial method. Silently and soundlessly, he was pulled into a dreamscape again. After a brief exchange with the Evernight goddess, he returned once more to above the grey fog, sitting back in the seat belonging to the fool. Looking at the empty seat at the very bottom of the mottled long table, he raised his hand, and the world Gehrman Sparrow was materialized. Under his will, the figure of the world rapidly changed, ultimately freezing into the image of an old man wearing a hooded black robe, his eyes as deep and dark as a lightless water surface, and the white beard around his mouth and face long and dense. The leader of the secret order, the former Sequence 1 angel, Zeradal. Relying on the help of Sapphira Castle, Zeradal stole one copy each of the Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 characteristics from within his body. Losing the interference of Zeradal's mental imprint, the balance inside Klein's body began to tilt toward the awakening will of the celestial worthy. A mysterious, classical black robe draped over his body, and he put on a hood that obscured his facial features. A layer of thin fog emerged, and transparent, slimy tentacles extended from beneath the hem of his clothes. This state was maintained for quite a while before he re-established a fragile balance, allowing his own humanity to survive in the crack formed by divinity, the awakening consciousness of the celestial worthy, and the anchor/cognition of his believers. Having adjusted his own state, he turned his energy back to Zeradal. He pulled out Zeradal's historical projection from the historical void, while relying on the deception and fooling of rules to completely awaken the mental imprint that originally belonged to Zeradal within this marionette. In the Champagne province of North Intis, inside a dimly lit hall at the headquarters of the secret order, the figure of Zeradal quietly appeared. He seemed to have just woken up from a deep slumber, raising his hand somewhat tiredly to rub his forehead, a touch of confusion flitting through his eyes. Did I fall asleep just now? Chapter 754, KWM Chapter 748, Performance. Thump. 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 The knocking outside the hall brought Zeradal back to his senses, temporarily suppressing his doubts as the doors to the palace hall swung open on their own. Outside the doors, members of the secret order stepped inside one after another, all clad in hooded black robes that concealed most of their heads. Keeping their heads low in absolute silence, they took their seats along both sides of the hall in an orderly fashion. Before long, the mid and high-level members of the secret order within Intis were all seated, silently awaiting their leader's address. Today is the secret order's semi-annual gathering. The thought flashed through Zeradal's mind. He harbored no suspicion, instinctively believing the reason. Looking at the crowd seated on both sides of the hall, he spoke casually. "You may begin." It seemed everyone was terrified of him. The hall remained dead silent for a long while before someone finally spoke up. "The official factions of South Intis seem intent on making contact with us. They've discovered some clues and are testing the waters in a roundabout way. As long as we don't get involved in the struggles between the churches, it shouldn't be too dangerous for us." The secret order's meeting quickly concluded, leaving only Zeradal still sitting in his seat within the empty hall. With his head hung low, he continuously muttered to himself. "Did I seem to forget something very important? Were my marionettes, characteristics, and a portion of my memories truly stolen by the fool during our tug of war?" Muttering to himself, he quickly entered a state of sleep through meditation, attempting a dream divination. The moment he closed his eyes, the surrounding light dimmed imperceptibly, and everything grew extraordinarily quiet, a deathly silence. A bizarre, cold, and illusory mask with no facial features materialized out of thin air, automatically fixing itself onto his face. Yet, Zeradal remained completely oblivious to all of this. Whether it was a seer's spiritual intuition or his own sensory perception of the outside world, everything had failed. Go into the dream. I will make this dream blanket enough people, allowing them to become your witnesses and drive the progress of the ritual. A gentle, calm, and ethereal voice echoed through the darkness. Draped in a classical black robe and shrouded in a thin layer of grayish-white fog, Klein appeared in the hall. He looked at the figure fast asleep on the highest seat and chuckled softly. "Your characteristics belong to Zeradal, your memories belong to Zeradal, your spirit belongs to Zeradal, and your destiny belongs to Zeradal. Everyone believes you are Zeradal, so you are Zeradal. When the already dead Zeradal reappears, doesn't that count as fooling history and fooling time to a certain extent? It's not enough, unless you possess the authority of error, to pull off a deception against the rules and against time. The voice of the Evernight goddess echoed out in the darkness, hovering by Klein's ear. Klein nodded, his tone devoid of any ups and downs as he said. I understand. What comes next is putting on a grand performance within the dream, letting Zeratul successfully turn me into a marionette and ascend to Sapphira Castle. And all of this will end the very second he successfully gains control of Sapphira Castle. I will reclaim this attendant of mysteries characteristic, master the uniqueness at the same time, and converge the final characteristic from Antigonus. Beneath the thin fog, Klein's body turned into a crudely cut paper figurine. The consciousness grafted onto the paper figurine fell into a deep sleep, entering the dreamscape that the Evernight goddess had woven for him and Zeratul. In the forsaken land of the gods, the starlight in the sky had already dissipated. Having endured a millennium of darkness, sunlight finally spilled across this land once more. The people who had survived by relying on the protection of the true Creator looked up at the sky in confusion, astonishment, and disbelief, terrified that all of this was nothing but an unrealistic, beautiful dream. After an unknown amount of time, those holding the positions of priests walked down from the high platforms built of grey stone, stepping into the crowds one by one. In voices either deep or resounding, they proclaimed the oracle of the true Creator. Noticing the scenes on the ground below, Roselle let out a sigh with a smile. So you actually have this many believers left here. I thought you did nothing but throw mad fits in the forsaken land of the gods. That was the case for most of the time in the past. It wasn't until the divine side of me returned that my state truly turned around. The true Creator did not mind Roselle's tone at all, replying with a smile. Pausing for 2 seconds, he suddenly looked at Leyton and spoke, that the fool's ritual to accommodate the uniqueness should have begun, right? Roselle's eyes narrowed slightly, and the surrounding atmosphere abruptly froze. Ignoring Roselle's solemnity and Leyton's indifferent expression, the true Creator continued. Amon is still mastering the authority of Dor. This will be their most peaceful period of time. I have a premonition that you already know what my trump card is. Knowledge is superior to omniscience in certain aspects. You, who already possess a half-great old one status and power, are the greatest obstacle. I cannot stop you and Haraburgen, Aucuses, and the others all at once. Before the true Creator could continue, Roselle interrupted in a deep, grim voice. So you think you can stop the two of us at the same time? Aren't you worried that your believers, who just escaped the darkness, will fall into another predicament? The true Creator smiled and shook his head. There will be no battle between us. This is a cooperation. The ally he needs doesn't necessarily have to be the Lord of Mysteries, it can also be God Almighty. Roselle's gaze swept back and forth between Leyton and the true Creator. In a deep voice, he asked. Did you two strike a new deal behind my back? Leyton shook his head and explained. No, this was a consensus from the very beginning. We never hid it, it's just that the Orthodox gods didn't possess enough information to see through it. They placed all their focus on Amon and the others' struggle for the position of Lord of Mysteries, overlooking that what is required to undo the seal is a great old one, not God Almighty or the Lord of Mysteries. What's the difference? Roselle raised an eyebrow and pressed. Leyton shook his head, offering no detailed explanation, only saying. You'll find out if you wait a bit longer. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. On the contrary, this matter is beneficial to everyone to some extent. Roselle nodded somewhat suspiciously. As if suddenly thinking of something, he cast his gaze toward the magnificent barrier formed by the grayish-white fog to the east, asking with some uncertainty. You want to join forces to undo the seal? Is that even feasible? Within the massive dreamscape that covered the entirety of South Intis and neighboring regions like Lenberg and Seeger, crows with pitch-black feathers landed on the dark, spired churches, emitting caws with a bizarre rhythm. In the church hall below, figures, both young and old, turned around in perfect synchronization. Staring at the figure that had abruptly crossed the doors to enter the hall, they chorused. I caught you. Maintaining the face of Gehrman Sparrow, Klein froze in shock for a fraction of a second before turning around without a moment's hesitation. Bang. The church doors slammed shut, and the surroundings instantly plunged into gloom. This church was cast into concealment, completely isolated from the outside world, even information could not be exchanged. At the deepest part of the church hall, Zeratul sat on a stone bench with his head hung low, chanting aloud. I wish, divinity, to fail here. Abruptly, all Beyonder abilities at the demigod level and above lost their efficacy, including a Miracle Invoker's ability to grant wishes. Without giving Klein a chance to react, Zeratul immediately commanded his marionettes to launch a coordinated assault on Klein. A barrage of various Beyonder abilities descended one after another. Klein's figure dissolved into ashes amidst a burst of fire, only to leap out from another direction. Before he could even land, a streak of silver-white lightning struck out of thin air, turning Klein's figure into charred debris once more. By controlling his marionettes to unleash continuous attacks, Zeratul relentlessly wore down the paper figurines Klein carried on his person. Simultaneously, he divided his attention to manipulate Klein's spirit body threads, attempting to convert him into his marionette. Boom. A ball of crimson, near-white fire suddenly exploded beside Zeridal. Klein leaped out from the flames and threw a whip kick at Zeridal, but passed straight through him. It was merely an illusion. Rolling across the ground, Klein managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty, only to suddenly freeze on the spot. A pale figure was mirrored in both of his eyes at the same time. It was a wraith possession coming from a wraith marionette. At the same time, Klein felt the sluggishness of his body and thoughts grow progressively more severe. His body was falling completely out of his control. Too many of your characteristics, destiny, time, and abilities were stolen by Amon, and you failed to seize the opportunity to return to Sapphira Castle at the very first moment. In this state, it is very difficult for you to contend with me. Of course, we still need to settle this quickly. Amon will be pursuing us very soon. Zeridal narrated to Klein in an incredibly calm tone, sounding as if he were talking to himself, yet also as if he were stalling for time to crush Klein's conviction. With a creaking sound, the doors to the spired church were pushed open from the outside. In the dim light, a figure appeared at the church entrance, wearing a classical black robe and a matching spired soft hat, with black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face. He wore a monocle over his left eye, looking at Zeridal with a half-smile. Apologies, I put it on backward just now. While speaking, he took off the monocle from his left eye, brought it toward his right eye in a symbolic gesture, and then restrained his movements. Before him, the figures of Zeridal and Klein had already vanished, leaving behind only the marionettes, or rather, corpses, abandoned by Zeridal. Hey, using Amon's identity to scare people is indeed quite fun. I didn't even need to perform any beyonder abilities of the error domain before he fled straight away. Muttering a sentence to himself, the figure of Amon outside the church doors rapidly shifted, turning into an old man clad in a coarse cloth robe with graying beard and hair, pale as Zoroast, who was parasitizing Leonard.